smartest intellects on the planet if they accept the the idea that we've gone out into space and therefore that's justified all of our math. That's why I always think like NASA was like the confirmation, like this concretization, like it's like the final like nail in the coffin of the imagination of mankind. Like what I mean, like in a certain way, because it confirmed all of the previous stuff before it. And I think sometimes people have an underlying adherence to that versus, let's say, some of the basic arguments, and they put that above the basic arguments, and therefore they can say that they know. However, they also say that they believe, the honest ones. And if you listen to a lot of people, they say if the Earth is a ball, then the radius has to be like this, and that's the proposition is if,
Yeah, you can see that everywhere.
Well, that's
It's
being
not like
responsible.
it's not like if this tree is a tree, right? It's nothing like that. It's nothing in the way of something that can be a definitive statement. It's usually like if you look up distance to horizon formula, they say if we assume the Earth is a sphere with a radius, like that's why even say that if it's true, like you know what I mean? Because only the sources that are reputable will say that. It's not like someone is putting their balls on the table and saying this is what it is, and so like it's always cloaked in the language of assumption. Then if we assume this, then this is true. That's what follows. If we assume this, and this, then this is a logical statement. This is mathematically true. This is true, and it's like,
See, but that's high level science, right? That's respect for that percentage game in the sense that nothing can be 100% ever known. That's like the encapsulation of mankind's respect for their limited ability to understand nature, which is honorable. You know what I mean? It's only when you come to absolutism that you almost enter into. That's where you start getting into this dictatorship, and that's the problem. Is that you have this beautiful underlying system that, in a lot of ways, has been defamed by these occultists who want to use the group of people that accept the language of if this then that. They accept it to be true. Like I used to say before, like if you read a document about the weight of Polaris, it's going to be filled with, well, if this the evidence seems to suggest this and that and the other thing. It's never going to claim it. But then when you talk to somebody who reads that Newsweek article about the scientist who talked about the weight of Polaris, they're going to come at you with, we know the weight of Polaris,
scientifically proven.
right? Like those are two different groups. Like science in itself is like completely honorable fucking
I
scientists,
get what you mean.
probably, and,
Uh,
right.
Even the people that say it's we assume this and that, I've always said that, like the Michio Kakus and the Neil deGrasse Tysons, even like so it's okay. Well, when you listen to him long enough, you go maybe not, but I've listened to enough clips to go. I don't. He's not lying. Like because he's chosen his words carefully, and I don't have a problem with the words he's using. Like he's being. But it's different than like you said, somebody dogmatically, barking the these responses. Oh, this is true because this da, 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 da. That and it sucks for the beauty of being able to say the Earth is a sphere. Here's why I believe it, because that should definitely be a possibility. Not a possibility. It should be something that could be said, believed, and still elicit all the things that we think about when we think about the solar system. It's a brainchild that maybe could be appreciated if it wasn't, for the fact that the tyrannical government and so on and so forth are kind of fucking that up.
Dude, it's like
Like
literally, it's like the flat Earth, like online. It's like they committed the Barbara Streisand effect. You know what I mean? By
I see.
censoring,
Yeah, yeah.
by totally just like trying to avoid it, by trying to hide it, by trying to shut it down, they gave it a lot of validity. You know what I mean? And that's, I think really, like we were deprived this conversation when they landed. Mankind was deprived this awesome, wondrous conversation about the sciences of the Earth when they landed on the moon and convinced everybody that it was so. They deprived us of this conversation. I mean, that's why the old running joke of the moon is made of cheese. Because what does it matter? We've never been there. You'll never know. You know what I mean? Like, it might as well be made of cheese. You know what I mean? It's like, I
Yeah,
don't know. I think we understood this a long time ago, and then like our society has been like fractured. Like we've been MK Ultra'd by like the quote unquote moon landing and fucking even like to some extent like the psychedelic movement. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. You know.
well, yeah, they made those illegal. Is that what you mean, or what?
Well, I even mean like in the sense of like the whole like notion of like I'm fascinated with the idea that the whole hippie movement was created by the CIA. Do you know what I mean? Like the whole fucking hippie counterculture movement was created by the CIA, and like and put into play to dismantle like our families, our fucking what I mean, like all kinds of shit. And it just intrigues me
Can't
having been
deny it.
so
Can't
I'm
deny
so
it.
into that. What's that?
No, I said again, like something that you say, like the things that some people say are trigger words, and I've instead of letting that hinder me, I've utilized it to move past the trigger. Like it's because it's a trigger, I know that I should be thinking, opening my ears. You know what I mean? It's because I have this want to go, oh no, I know what you're saying. That's wrong. You know what I mean?
Right, right. Well, I mean,
And I
even like
never.
dude, even the whole
Mhm.
fucking what fascinates me even is you look at like how hip hop was used. You know what I'm
It's the
saying? How
same
like
exact thing.
it's the
Exactly.
same exact
Popular.
thing, right?
That's what I talk about things being naturally popular versus what we know
Like,
popularity
dude,
to be today. The
right,
I
bro?
mean,
popularity
Like,
that we know today is CIA for sure.
right?
I'm
Like they
a-
Yep.
fucking
It's
they
all of it.
literally.
It's more than just hippie. It's all
Well,
little
that's what
shamans,
I was saying.
cool
It's
stuff.
like that. Oh, forget me, go on, bro.
My bad for hijacking your point. Please go ahead, Issa.
Oh no, I didn't think that was you. What do you call it? I thought it was somebody else. I'm just thinking like like take like what they've done with, let's say it's like they've basically created like the CIA drug running culture music. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like they've fucking manipulated it so that they like when hip hop, for instance, got started, it was like fun, and then it became gangster, and then it like what I mean? It like and it brought people down into like the divisive state that they're in today.
yeah, I'm
You know,
open to the idea that they co-opt these things, or maybe
well,
even create some of them. But the co-opting would be huge. Like, because in the '60s, there were a lot of people that were like, fuck the government, fuck the man, fuck the system. And I mean, there is something
yeah,
to the kind of hippie part of that, and whether part of that was authentic or was initiated authentically, and then was co-opted by the.
bro, hold on. No, 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 no. Like, you ever read? There's a book called Laurel Canyon. I think I've talked about it before. I don't know if you've heard about it or read about it, but like or not Jimi Hendrix, fucking the Doors. What's his name? Fucking Jim Morrison. Jim Morrison's dad was the commander on the ship that started the Vietnam War. He was in the Gulf of Tonkin. He was like the commanding officer in like the Gulf of Tonkin, which is like an agreed upon false flag to start the Vietnam War. Like fucking the mamas and the papas. Her fucking father, one of the girls' fathers, or one of them was a fucking head naval intelligence. They had a fucking spot in fucking called Laurel Canyon that they ran all this shit out of. Hendrix, everybody. That's why they think they killed Hendrix, killed Joplin, because they knew too much and they didn't want to be a part of it.
The Tavistock Institute.
Well, Tavistock, but like all, yeah, maybe so. But like even and then check this out: they fucking did all their recordings in the same place that NASA kept all the fucking files from the moon landing.
The music stuff's pretty much the same too. Music is used to keep you sick, and it's from the CIA. Certain music, a lot of it's all been at a certain date. It's all been,
You
and
know, it's
the idea, one second, to be a
You're
hippie
breaking
and
up, Emma.
can you
yeah, go on down.
hippie and free love and all, like how anything like say you can go against the government, but if you just lay down and sit there with some flowers or whatever, really you're just laying down and dying. Really, I mean you're not standing for anything at all except like laying down. It's cool, free love and everything. The government or somebody comes at you, what are you gonna do? Free love. I mean, it's not. They're coming to kill you.
Yeah, I've always been like intrigued with the music side of it because, like, take like even 440. You know, the frequency that we're at, like first C, I think, right? Is or A maybe 440, and it was like decided upon by the Nazis. You know what I mean? Like the fucking Nazis decided the Hertz, and for what we consider to be A, I think 440 is.
Yeah,
Which is
440. That's the frequency that causes hysteria, right?
I
So
don't
Elvis and the
know.
Beatles were the first people to use it. Now think about what their audiences look like. Oh,
Well, I don't know about that if they're the first ones to use it, and I really that's interesting. I think it's more. It was from the Philharmonic. It was like it was some kind of a national orchestra in Germany that decided upon the 440, and it was in the 40s, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe that became concert 440. But then there's also this notion of like 434 or something. I really think that's what it is.
32.
432. Thank you. There's like that notion that that's what our music may have been in prior, which is just interesting when you think of like the level of, balance. I don't know. What do they call that? Cymatics. Where sound and
Psychosomatic.
yeah, like like there's like somatics where like certain resonances create like forms out of materials and geometric forms, and I guess like these like 440 is not a geometrically sound shape. It doesn't create a geometrically sound shape, which is why people like it's like almost like Edward Bernays at every level. They've like manipulated the subconscious of man. It's interesting.
If anybody
Which
ever goes to
resonance
Germany,
makes us fear?
go ahead.
Which resonance makes us fear? You just said whatever, a certain shape, certain. These are the signs.
Somatics are going to be two-dimensional shapes.
Yeah, they put down like a screen that can move with the vibrations, and then they put down sand, and that sand will create geometrical patterns.
Circle.
Yeah,
Which
uh, yeah, I don't know the frequency for a circle, to be honest, like a perfect circle or something.
I've seen this
But
thing that showed that somatics create Hebrew letters, ancient Hebrew letters.
Yes.
yeah, I was like
I'd love to see Dr. Emoto's water memory or whatever that was experiments redone with this whole frequency. Try each frequency. You know what I'm saying?
I
You
think
guys are getting
Emoto
that,
he was
Doctor.
saying it's all about intent, like what are you putting behind, the
Yeah,
vibe, the
yeah,
juju. What kind of juju you bless them at with?
no doubt. But I'd like to see it done with frequencies too, or something. Different frequencies. Because I honestly think the pyramid could have been something like this frequency generator or something, right? That sent out these like good vibes. I know it sounds kind of woo and hippie-ish, but
I tell you what, I would not want to eat at a restaurant where the cooks are underpaid and disgruntled employees. Right? I ain't trying to eat nobody cooking with bad juju. For
you
real,
want to
I'm
eat
being
no hate.
serious.
Yeah, no, I feel you. You want something that's made with love, and
Yeah, I
See,
always
I
blast my food with love.
good juice.
I walked through a county courthouse square on a I was gonna say, I know we. I guess there's a little bit of a pause here because I know we kind of went into a couple different topics there. But Issa, I was going to say from before you were mentioning, this claim that the Earth is a globe kind of took away the wonder and the mystery of, what the Earth is and what the heavens are. And I was just going to say that, yeah, it does seem like you were saying when they, claim to go to the moon, it's like they've dispelled what like the heaven and earth, like the heavens being above, and of course now they're in outer space. Like, okay, it's not heaven up here, guys. Actually, it's space, and we're floating around, and we're going to the moon. In that sense, and then saying, "Yep, this is the Earth. It's a globe, and we've got it. We know what it is." And so, yeah, I was going to say that comment. It's like they've it's like they claim that they've trumped the heaven and the earth, and they've got the astronauts up there. Because I think in there's always the concept that the heavens are above in some way. So now that they're claiming that's not what's up there, then if you're going to believe in a heavenly realm, where is it? Like, where is heaven on a globe Earth model?
Well, like,
Somebody yesterday made the argument. Go ahead, bro.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, it's like the hyper. It's just hyper materialism. It's like everything is like there's no. It's like you are your body. You know what I mean? Like taking that to the as opposed to having a distinction between the soul and the body. They're now at the they've coaxed everyone to think that they are the body. It's like the stars are part of the earth, or the earth is part of the star system. There's no distinction between the two realms. Like, I always thought that with the square and the compass. Like, the ancients understood the square measured the earth, which represented man, and the compass represented the angles of the celestial dome, the celestial sphere. And so, there was the curved nature of the sky and the flat nature of the earth. And there was a clear distinction, and they likened it to the earth being the body and the sky being the soul. And then because they've now got everyone to, the soul is now the body, the sky is now the earth is now the sky, everything has to get morphed into one, as opposed to recognizing a mental distinction between the two. And they've decapitated the fucking mind and imagination of people by limiting us in that way. And they've limited us even into a time structure, because a soul goes on forever and the body doesn't. So now it's like, now they're raced to conquer death, and that's what catches me about Pluto. That discussion there was like they brought it into the materialist world by making it a planet in 1930, and then took it away in like 2012 or whatever. And in the process removed, or tried to remove, the archetype from the subconscious mind of man. Yeah, I know, babe. I was like, oh my God, shut the fuck up.
Yep. Pluto also archetypally represents like the underworld, like secret societies and covert operations and even deception when it comes to kind of on that level, the kind of seedy underworld. So yeah, it is interesting that they kind of removed Pluto as one of the, planets in their model, and then have it's like they've downgraded it. Could that be some kind of psyop to try to kind of hide their underworld seedy activities by kind of removing the Pluto from the collective consciousness?
I was gonna say, like, it's that one reporter, like, there's no satanic cult. There's no satanic cult. You know what I mean? Like, even if, like, as Ghislaine is getting arrested.
Well, Pluto got dimmer, so it used to be brighter, and then as it got dimmer, then it got downgraded, and then everybody got like pissed off, and then they were like, okay, we'll reestablish it as a planet. So
yeah, well, the dimming, even it getting dimmer is interesting, because it does represent that kind of seedy underworld. So the fact that that's getting dimmer, does that mean that it actually is lessening their power, maybe in that perspective? But yeah, I do know what you mean. Yeah, well, you're saying they brought it back as a planet, or no? I mean, didn't they? It's still recategorized as a.
I never heard about this getting
dwarf
dimmer.
planet.
Dwarf planet, is that what they call it?
How much dimmer did it get?
I was watching a kids program, and the kids program said there's 8 planets in this solar system, bro.
Yeah, I've seen that too. There are 8 planets in the solar system. It's a song, but how much dimmer did it get? Does anyone know, like, exactly, or because it should follow? It has to match their numbers. They have a distance for Pluto and how far it gets and shit, and it's got to match the numbers. This is all
I
big
just
math.
remember.
But yo, that the point is that archetype existed even before they discovered the planet. Anyway, all I'm saying is by titling it Pluto and creating something and like putting it in the sky as Pluto, they 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 concretized the archetype in the celestial notion of philosophy and the planets and subconscious and archetypical shit. They created it and then they took it away.
I just want to know
Yeah.
I just want to know what the odds are that this geological feature on Pluto looks like the cartoon character Pluto. What are the
Yeah.
astronomical odds of that? Just wondering.
I would say that you just don't understand.
Yeah, that is pretty odd. I mean, the chances that it would have this Pluto-like design on it after we named it Pluto, or I mean, we named it and then had pictures
Hey
before we
yo,
named it,
left
obviously,
lane.
right?
What would the stats be on that, bro?
we named it before we ever saw it, right? So it's not like they like, oh look, it looks like the Pluto cartoon, and then named it Pluto. Like we named it and then got a picture of it,
Well, no,
right?
we had Pluto as an archetype, like just like Saturn and Kronos and all this other Greek mythology, and they can put it on the planets, right? And like and then so they had to have Pluto because it's one of the archetypes, and then fucking and then what do you call it? That's why they did that, Oh, forgive me. I
You
gotta,
know, you know what's crazy about the
What
Pluto
year did?
thing? They even got the astrologers to like remake their system from the 5 classical ruling planets, and then they got them to update it and add Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto and then they took away Pluto. So now are the astrologers going to back off as well? Like who do they listen to? Is Pluto still a ruling planet, even if it's not a planet anymore?
well, you know what's so fucked with astrology is that it doesn't follow astronomy. So like,
Well,
it's like they've
no,
lost
that's
all
just called
credit to being
it
anyway.
does. That's just a version of it called true sidereal astrology. That
Right.
one does take into account everything, but uh, I think that a lot of the symbolism is based in like you'll only understand the symbolism if you get familiarized with tropical astrology. And so it's sort of like using meters or feet. I say to just learn them both. They're both going to serve you in different situations better, So one's not better than the other. I think just respect just be the best you can be. Just learn both systems. They both have value.
Yeah, man. No
I say
doubt.
the same thing with the 16 personalities or the Briggs Myers, and also the Big Five. Learned both of them.
Yeah, like it's because of the precession of the equinoxes. Yeah, like there's the actual position, the way things are. Then there's tropical, which includes the precession of the equinox shift.
Yeah, they say that the Earth is wobbling like a top. How long has Polaris been in the same spot?
I don't know.
I'm not saying the sun doesn't persist through the houses.
Glovers will tell you that we had a different North Star 2,000 years ago or something. So I don't know. I'm not
You know
sure I
what?
buy that.
You know what I like is that like they trust the ancients knew that the North Star was the North Star, and they were probably flat earthers, but they don't trust them on anything else. Like they don't trust that they understood celestial navigation. You know what I mean? But they damn for sure knew what the North Star was, and it wasn't Polaris. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute, is that settled that it wasn't Polaris, or is that just like 99?
Well, no, they look to other cultures having said that other stars were Polaris, meaning that they trust their cosmological observations. But then they turn around and don't trust that they could celestially navigate, even though they were flat earthers.
I think it's weird that people like follow like, you know, Roman history and they just like take it for granted, like, oh yeah, that's true. Egyptian history, yeah, no problem. But when it comes to like Hebrew history, oh, that's all made up, man. Don't you know? Like Constantine made the Bible.
It does demonstrate a degree of inconsistency, that's for sure.
We got to remember too, like how many nations kicked them people out. Like they're like, yo, every document. No, we don't buy that bullshit. Because I mean that's fact, right?
No, they still run America, right? They've never been kicked out anywhere. They're still running everywhere.
Well, America, you can't kick them out because we have religious freedom, so can't kick out the Jesuits.
It's not that, but I mean, like I was just looking at it, like historically, they have been removed from a lot of nations, if I'm not mistaken, and I could just see like if people in the context of studying history came across their books, they're like, wow, you know, really, you know what I mean, for one reason or another. I don't know, for better or worse. I don't know. I forget me.
Look,
I
I
was
don't
making
know
a
any
poor
kind of
joke.
society like the Flat Earth Society, the Society of Jesus. I don't trust those fuckers.
Well, surely as a historian, you want to be objective. So if you're going to ignore a whole segment of cultural writings, all you've done is limit your understanding of history.
How can you establish what you can establish, though, if you don't have the true history of whatever and like, you know what I mean? And you can't verify any of it. And like, say we got 1,000,000 years ago. How do we establish that? How do we science 1,000,000 years ago? You can't.
I don't think we're talking about science, though. We're just talking about historical writings, right?
So let me get this straight. We can't prove things here on Earth with a scientific method, but dark matter is the cutting edge of science.
No, it's the
You know how many
dull
times I've heard
edge.
that?
It's the dull edge of intellectuals. Dark
How many
matter.
times I've
My
heard that?
left foot.
Hank, why are you bringing up dark matter? It's the cutting edge of science. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Yo, Larry, what's it
I
cutting?
thought gravity
Surely it's
was the
only
cutting
cutting
edge.
butter.
Whenever they ask me what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth, I just like slap my forehead, face palm. Serious? You don't know? How do you not know this?
I wonder, Larry, if you can accuse people of intellectual dishonesty, can you accuse them of intellectual laziness? Because I think that would fall under that, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're new to the conversation, sure, that's one thing, right? Like if a new baller comes in and doesn't go normie, they go full ball tardia, that's fine, right? But if you've been around for a while and you don't know why dark matter has anything to do with gravity and how spaceballs are made, I don't really know what to tell you.
Yeah. What can you do? Other than educate them on their own. Imagine educating someone on their own school of thought. That's bizarre.
Yeah, I actually did that to Morty the other day.
Oh, yeah?
Said that light from the sun in your model takes 8.5 minutes to get there, so the sun isn't even where you see it. So not only is it refracted, right? And then he said something about, well, if the Earth stops spinning, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, bro.
Don't get Jeremy started, please.
The heliocentric model, the Earth doesn't stop spinning. The fuck are you talking about?
Don't worry, I know how to wake Jeremy.
Listen, if the Earth stopped rotating, stops rotating.
See,
Right?
I told you.
Just if it happened, right? We know that's not going to happen, but if it happened, would the stars still make a star trail?
The question is, if it happened, would Jeremy still function?
Yeah, I would say it would not, because the star trail is caused by in their model, the globe rotating. So if the globe instantly stopped rotating, the stars would not keep making a star trail.
Okay, but listen, it's still orbiting. Remember, it still orbits.
So it's
You
orbiting
don't think it
without
would do a
rotating.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
but
you
that's
don't think
pretty
it?
slow. That's only like a
I mean,
degree
it
a
just
day.
goes to show how many
Yeah,
mechanical flaws are in their model.
but so there would be a half a degree per night star trail if you had 12-hour night.
Yeah, there would be, I guess. But I didn't think you were talking about that little 1 degree.
Yeah, no, yeah, that little half a degree a night, yeah, because that's the thing with the star trails. We see them go in a circle, but are we seeing this half a degree shift anywhere? And I don't think we're seeing it.
Well, yeah, that's the difference between a sidereal day and a solar day. 23 hours, 56 minutes versus 24 hours. That's how they explain it in their model.
Yeah, but when you see them go in a circle, we're talking about a position change. A whole nother X. Remember SD came in, everyone was kind of like laughing at him like this doesn't have anything to do with it, but I think the orbit does, because we're now in a half a degree different position. You probably wouldn't see it at the celestial equator, because that shift is moving with that, I believe.
The stars
the orbit.
Well, that wouldn't really shift the star trails. The star trails are caused by the Earth on its axis. So the 1 degree going around the sun, in terms of in their model, compared to the light years of the distance the stars are away, you wouldn't really see that difference in it.
Well, we're trying to break down their assumption about the model being that if during an 8-hour period there's 536,000 miles of travel, even if the angle of the sun to the stars is only 1 degree. But think about where you are on the planet and how that would change in that time that you're going around the planet, especially with the orbit. I mean, with the rotation. I mean, it's just like they're saying the math works out, but we're not allowing that. We're saying, wait a minute, you're talking about 536,000 miles of a camera change for the star trails. That would cause its own star trail to some degree. It's like bumping the camera at least.
I'm saying in the star trails, I don't know if you'd see it at the celestial equator. Like, is the celestial equator and the orbit the same axis? I'm not sure, but either way, you would see it the farther north or the farther south you went. I feel like the positions of that circle, they would have to be off 0.5 degrees from the start to the end. Like, I can't see it making a circle, a perfect circle, anyways.
Actually, Gio, this is a good one for you to answer, because you probably know better than a lot of us as far as the sun's position in relation to the North Star over an 8-hour period. Does that stay completely stagnant? Is the sun completely is there no degree even measurable between the change of the sun's position to the North Star's position during an 8-hour period? Doesn't that change completely? North Star stays where it is, and we see the sun move. So how could the relation from the sun to the North Star stay so consistent that it wouldn't matter? And we're being pulled along with the sun, so you have to account for that as well.
I guess I'm not really following what you're. I mean, the sun goes around Polaris in a circle, so I think so. It's always changing its position, but the star trails are in the globe model. Though the star trails are caused by the fact that the Earth is on its axis rotating, and that's how you view the star field. The fact that the Earth is slowly going around the sun makes, in their model, basically no difference. There's no.
Yeah, but that would make a 0.5 degree star trail just on its own, a half a degree.
No, it wouldn't, because the stars, it's from the Earth that the star trails are happening. Just because you've moved a little bit. That would be like if you sat in an office chair and looked up at the ceiling and spun yourself, and then if you move that office chair a teeny tiny bit, you're still going to see the star trails, because the star trails are caused by you spinning, not because of your position on the floor.
I know,
but
but
even
I'm
a half a
saying
degree would show up.
this orbit alone would create its own star trail independent of the rotation because you have a differential in movement.
Yeah, but that's compared to their light years, so I don't think it would.
No, it's a half a degree. It doesn't matter. Ruhiv tried doing it too. It doesn't matter how far away they are. They're in relation to them. We've moved a half a degree because in 365 days it's going to come back full circle. So we did a half a degree in like 1 12-hour night, which is measurable by a sextant. They say a sextant is measuring 6 arc seconds. But you'd be able to see it in one night. The star trail that just the orbit would cause.
Yeah, I got some green flashes on the moon tonight. It was pretty cool.
It's full moon, right?
Yeah. Strange there's no eclipse. The sun's down and the moon's up and the Earth is in between. That's really strange, don't you think?
You know, they
point.
used to
today
trip me out.
because
They used
too
to
many
trip me
clouds.
out, but then their distances explain it away.
Yeah, but
Their
they're
distances make that make sense.
yeah, but they're
It doesn't
fictitious.
really though.
I'm just
I think
saying,
they're
like in their
fixed
model,
regardless.
the
Yeah.
distances make it make sense.
Mathematically, it makes it mathematically work out, but it doesn't make it make sense, in my opinion.
No, because they have so many
Only in their
flaws. The
model.
three-model problem. So what are you telling me? You have a consistent slightly out of phase in degrees between the sun and the moon, yet somehow this whole thing is independently moving from the stars. You have a solar system moving independently of that, and somehow this thing is a consistent, trackable,
Yes.
repeatable stroke.
Yes.
It's just
That's what
it's
they
so
say. Yes.
stupid. It's so stupid.
It's just, you know, it's psychedelic is how I look at it. You know, like it's
No,
like
because
the
at
moon
least
landing.
psychedelics
The
is
moon
based
landing
on
happened in the '60s. The hippies
actual
happened in the
mathematics.
'60s.
Psychedelic, the word means mind manifesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like controlled mind manifesting.
Okay,
But
don't forget
think about it, right? At the core of psychedelics, you're dealing with some kind of mathematical fractal, some stuff that has foundation in some base reality. What they're talking about doesn't make sense because if you put all the ideas that they're saying work together and you actually model them together or even try to contemplate them, all you get is chaos. But yet they try to tell you that this is reality and this is cohesive. It's delusion.
Hey, don't forget that next month, November 8th at sunrise and moon set, there should be a Selenelian eclipse on the East Coast.
Oh, we should make an event for that. Get some people to record it live.
Yeah, I'm going to try to be one doing that.
Yeah. You're better off in other countries because in the UK we get too many clouds. Gets in the way. I couldn't see the.
Well, you never know. Tonight was absolutely pristine, clear skies. So
That's nice because we had a
yeah.
clear night last night, at least where I was in the UK. So we saw the last day before the full moon, but today it was too cloudy. We couldn't see it.
Yeah, I actually caught a good couple shots of Jupiter with the
Oh, is that
moon.
the star that's above it to the left?
Yeah, to the right.
I guess for you it's to the right, right? For us it's to the.
I don't know. I think you and I should be the same. We're in the northern hemisphere.
What time did you see it?
Just now.
What time is it for you?
It's 7:15.
Well, at least last night the star I saw, maybe I just didn't see the other one, was to the left. But anyway, carry on with whatever you were saying. I don't want to interrupt.
I saw the one to the left, and it was at about halfway between zenith and 45 degrees, whatever that is.
On the left or the right?
Because I'm in the southern hemisphere, so it was on the left, top left.
I don't know. Like at about 6:45ish, I saw last night. I saw the moon, and then I saw at about maybe 11:30 o'clock on the clock style system. There was a star above it. on the left. So I'm not sure which one that was. But anyway, you had a deeper point, right?
Who what?
Copernicus, you were going to give a deeper point. I don't want to detract from.
No, oh no. I just was reminding everybody of the eclipse coming up, and no, I didn't have anything else besides that.
Yeah, I think if people are available, that would be a good thing to try and plan a few either live streams or recordings and just come together on a live stream for a special event. That'd be good.
Yeah, I have a better shot of the east than I do of the west where I am.
Hey, Gio, just so we don't lose the point we were talking about, I think that you were kind of saying you think it makes sense for their model as far as their angles and stuff goes. But for anyone listening, let's just kind of clarify what we were trying to say about the movement with the star trails. Because
I didn't say I didn't say it makes sense. I just said that.
Oh, okay.
In terms of the way they explain it. But go ahead.
Does their explanation even meet common sense at all, though? I mean, does it even pass the standard of working? If we're talking about even a half a degree, wouldn't that cause a change in the star trails?
Oh, are we doing the star trails a half a degree thing again?
Until you guys catch up, yeah. Look,
no,
Jeremy,
that's not how it works.
I think in their model, if you have stars that are bajillions of light years away, whatever fabricated pseudo-physical creation that is, but let's just assume that somehow is happening in some thing. Then if you have that, and then you have like this solar system of the sun and the ball Earth and all that stuff, the star trails would be caused because of the axis of the Earth, and the little bit in relation to the light years, a little bit of distance of the sun going around the Earth is in their model not going to change the star trail effect.
Right, but I kind of dealt with this a little bit yesterday, and I reposted it after I found it on the show. But this is what Jeremy brought up. He said, okay, so stop the rotation and keep the orbit. You still have the reference frame of the Earth. You're still on the Earth. The Earth is still moving. Those stars are still the same distance. You can't beg one distance and then ignore it on the other. There's no way you can do that.
Well, but it's like this, I guess. Like, let's say you're looking, like I'm looking right now over out of some mountains, and there's trees over there. They're really quite far away. If I were to spin myself in a circle, those trees are going to look like they're flying by me. They're really spinning. Whereas if I just stare at the trees and I move a half an inch to the left or to the right, those are not going to move nearly as much as it was if I was spinning. And if you put those light years away, I'm just saying that's how they explain it in their model.
No, you're not moving an inch. You got to turn a half a degree turn in relation to the tree.
Wouldn't there be at least
pretend you're orbiting?
You're still
hold on a second.
Shot. Go ahead.
My bad. Pretend you're orbiting something. Well, yeah, you can rotate and then spin, but pretend you're orbiting something that's a distance away, and then just do a half a degree orbit around that thing. And eventually, when you do that for 365 times or 360 times, that object will be right back, right back where you started from when it would have went in a whole circle around you.
Let me see if I can maybe.
You know what I'm saying, Gio?
Isn't that?
Yeah, but because they also claim that the entire solar system is. We've all seen that animation where it's like vortexing through space or whatever. So they already are claiming that there's millions of trillions of miles of movement that is not sort of accounted for. But the reason they try to write it off is because the stars are so far away. So I think that it would just fall into that same category.
Yeah, that's how they deal with most things. They put enough ambiguity between what they're claiming and how they justify it, so that you just kind of go, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but I think Jeremy's got him.
When you actually hold it to account, there's so many flaws in it. Millions of years, flaws. Light years upon light years, flaws upon flaws. Like the three model problem, or the three object problem with the gravity nonsense. Flaws upon flaws upon flaws. So the moment you apply any level of critical thinking to any of the base claims, which, by the way, most of those claims are not base, they're secondary to the core of, the curve of the Earth, etc. There's just problems. So yes, if you want to allow the hypothetical of if we agree with their model, there is maybe some degree of cohesiveness in the delusion. But the moment you apply any objective analysis, it's just bump, 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 bump. It falls over, right? Or am I
But
wrong?
I think Jeremy's actually got him with a technical point here. Like if it's a half a degree, that would compare to a bump in the camera if you're doing a still shot of a time elapse. If you just nudge that camera a little bit, you're gonna see the effect in the results.
Yeah, I know they can say, oh, it's so far away and this and that. We're talking about degrees, though. So
Yeah,
it
but
doesn't matter if it's millions of miles.
no,
It
but
doesn't matter
Jeremy,
if it's million.
I'm sorry for
Go
interrupting.
ahead. Go ahead,
I know I do
Harbor.
this a lot,
Go
but
ahead.
you're mixing the two up. Though when we say degrees, obviously, yeah, that's in the circular path, but that's not a rotation. Though that's an orbit, right? That's a physical, position that you're changing. All right, you're changing your physical position around this circle. All right. So I need to show you an image, so maybe it'll make more sense. But the 0.5 degrees that doesn't translate to anything. All right, like it
So if I'm
doesn't.
moving,
Trust me.
all right, if
What
I'm
do you
moving
mean?
300, hold on. If it does a degree a day, and I'm moving 360 degrees, these stars will have moved all around me in a full circle by this point, right?
No, because the thing is, you're not rotating, right? So let me show you a picture real fast. If you're not rotating at that point, then it doesn't matter if you're moving 360 degrees, or whatever. You're still facing the same direction.
Okay,
So that's
so
why I
if
need
I have a sextant, I pointed at a star in the sky. We stop rotating. We're still orbiting. The star is not going to move through the sky anymore. It's going to stay in the fixed spot.
It's not going to move any considerable amount. It's, obviously, if you try to add in parallax, that parallax is going to be too minuscule to pick up. But
it's going to move over the course of 1 year. It's going to move 360 degrees.
No.
Yeah, but again, in relation to how far away the stars are, that's how they do it. Kind of like I was saying, if you're looking out, like let's say you like that world's longest distance photography, 273 miles or whatever. If you were to move that camera that you're taking that shot with a half a degree to the left or right, it really wouldn't make much difference at all in terms of what you're seeing. Like Canagoo would still be there in the same position. So, and then if you add light years on top of that, because the speed that the Earth is going around the sun is what it is, but they also claim that the entire sun is hurling as well. So like all those speeds, they do have to kind of throw it all in the basket of, well, the stars are too far away, so the whole thing doesn't work. But I don't think that the at least in that system, the way that the way the Earth is going around the sun wouldn't be that big of a difference compared to all the other movements. At least just trying to consider
right, compared to those movements, it wouldn't be big, but even a half a degree, the
1
star trails
degree
would
every
show a
day.
nudge.
This is how they get you. Remember, they say, "Oh, Earth's not rotating at 1,000 degrees an hour; it's rotating at."
No,
or sorry, 1,000 miles an hour is rotating at 15 degrees an hour. Remember that argument at the equator? It's 15 degrees an hour, not 1,000. This is the same thing.
double
It's not.
speak.
It's not how many.
Yeah,
It's not
hold
how
on,
many miles.
Jeremy.
Wait, but do you understand the size? Like,
it's
Hold
the
on.
size difference. Yeah,
Yeah.
like the Canagoo thing. Imagine the camera looking at 273 miles to Canagoo. If you then put the camera on a tiny little turntable that was just moving,
Right.
you know what I mean? Even though it's 1 degree, 360 degrees, it's such a teeny movement compared to how far away the stars are.
Yeah. Okay.
And the
This
size
is
of
good.
the
This
Earth.
is good. You put it on a turntable. Hold on. This is good. You put something on a turntable. It's good analogy. So we're going to move it a half a degree, 1 degree a day. So eventually, after 365 days, the thing will have made a whole trail back to you.
Like a smaller turntable going at, let's just say hypothetically, 100 miles per hour, or a bigger one. The bigger one, it'll appear like it's moving slower if you put like a little camera at the end, even though it's a bigger turntable.
The size of the turntable is irrelevant. You're moving it a half.
But
the distances they're trying to
Which means it's one whole
psych you out
rotation
with
out
these
of phase
distances
every year, right?
They're trying to psych you out with these distances, Gio. It's
No, it's
irrelevant.
not.
It's about degrees.
No, but Jeremy, this is where you get it wrong. The turntable analogy actually doesn't work, because if you were on the turntable, then yeah, you'd be turning with, the what is it called? The fucking thing, whatever. The turning circle. What's it called again?
The sun's in the middle. The sun's in the middle. You're on the outer edge. The sun's in the middle of the turntable. You're on the outer edge.
Yeah, but you would be rotating at that point. You would be rotating. Yeah, I know you don't.
Nope,
think
you're
of it
not
that way.
rotating.
But you understand that the bigger the turntable is, the slower it appears that the rotation is.
Let me just post a picture. You guys are.
It doesn't matter, dude. The size of the
Talking about
turntable is irrelevant.
degrees.
You're moving at 0.5 degrees.
No, but Jeremy, you don't
every time.
think. But Jeremy, the thing is though, right? Are you always facing the center of that little? What is it called again? The record? Are you always facing the? Well, I mean, do they use records on turntables?
Remember the analogy.
It's talking about a notable degree change, which is 1 degree every 24 hours.
Armbar, remember the analogy. Armbar, remember the analogy. You're on the Earth to stop spinning. You're just looking. You would be on the outer, essentially just looking out. You're on the outer edge, standing on a turntable, just looking out the whole time, seeing the stars.
So hold on. So if I do the full orbit, I'd always be looking out. I would never face the sun at some point.
The thing is, Jeremy, I think you've won your case.
Why would the Earth ever?
If you listen, like the fact is that they claim we're revolving around the sun in relation to the stars, right? The fact is that we cannot see that. So you've won, because obviously if you can't see the star trails with your half a degree turn revolving around the sun in relation with the stars, it means it's not actually even happening. So they'd have to prove that we're revolving around the sun.
No, Jeremy needs to prove that this half a degree thing works, because first of all, I think he's getting it wrong, because well, let me real fast ask him. So Jeremy, once again, so if we're doing a full 360, right? We supposedly stopped rotating, right? And we did a full 360 around the sun, right? Would we ever, on our place on the Earth, right, wherever I am, let's say I'm, I don't know, just fucking North America, right?
Yeah.
Would I ever face the sun? Would I ever?
One day would be 12 months long.
What does that even mean?
Okay, I'll say it again. All right, so Jeremy, I'm facing outwards, right, away from the sun, right? But during that full circle, right, that I'm going around the sun, would I ever face the sun at some point? All right, during that full circle, the full orbit.
I'm trying to think about it, but irregardless, for the first night, there would be a half a degree shift change in the stars.
Okay.
Regardless.
The reason why I asked you is because. Yeah, so the reason why I asked you is because I actually did this little graphic here. This will show you. You got purple side and green side, right? This shows, okay, an Earth that is never rotating, all right? And I really mean it, never rotating, right? To the point where if it goes around the sun, at some point it will, all right? One side will face the sun, and then another 180 degrees, it won't face the sun, all right? So as you can see in the beginning, at the bottom, right, that represents, I don't know, the beginning of this, right? The purple side is facing the sun, right? Then 90 degrees later, right? You got the purple facing upwards, and then the sun to the left, and then another 90 degrees, right? So now a full 180 from the original point. We have the purple actually facing away from the sun. All right. Now, as you can see here, the yellow lines represent like the stars, like the position where they would be in the sky. All right, because the whole idea is that they're effectively infinitely far away. Right. So we could draw them as such. All right. I could draw them as straight lines, and as you can see in my diagram, no matter if the Earth is to the right or to the left or in front of the sun, right, or, the stars are always going to stay in that same position. All right. We wouldn't expect, all right, this 0.5 degrees, all right, even after 90 degrees, all right, of an orbit. All right. Is that making sense? Because you're basically mixing the two things up.
Bloody makes sense, dude.
No, the reason why this is like confusing. I don't want to say confusing Jeremy, but the reason why this Jeremy's kind of mixing up is because he's mixing rotational degrees, right, with traversing a certain like an arc, I guess, of a circle. All right.
No. That's you jumping to conclusions. He's talking about what is definitively observed of a degree change over the course of 24 hours. The difference between the solar path and the star path. Is that right, Jeremy?
The only way that you'll be able to see this in a star trail over 12 hours is if the Earth were tidally locked and you were on the dark side of the Earth.
Days. Are you listening to the words?
We are listening. You're not listening, bro. All right? Don't say
Jeremy, are you there?
We've been in this fucking argument for like 3 days now.
So what? Are you listening? Jeremy,
yes,
did what I say line up with what you're talking about, yes or no?
So cocky.
You mean cocky?
Yeah, they're making
up terms.
Yeah, I'm trying to run through what Armbar said.
Maybe I'm the one that's cocky, but still, so confident is what I meant to say.
Well, the analogy I made, like if you had a camera and you're taking 275 miles to Mount Canigou, and you've got your camera there and you're looking at Mount Canigou. What I was then saying is I was trying to relate, like the camera's the Earth, Canigou's the stars. If you were to put that camera on a tiny little turntable, teeny little tiny thing, even though it would be making a 360-degree, rotation on its tiny turntable, the actual image of Canagoo through the camera is not going to change at all. And if you made Canagoo light years away and you made the turntable the Earth going around the sun, at least in their model, I don't think it would. But this is all, we're like beyond in the weeds at this point in terms of their model. Speculating about all this. Is there any use to this? Like, if the Earth stopped, what is the claim?
If the Earth stopped rotating, that's funny.
I don't think that's what Jeremy was mentioning. Was it, Jeremy? Weren't you? I mean, maybe I've made a mistake here, but Jeremy, were you not talking about the degree difference between the solar path and the stellarium path of 1 degree over the course of 24 hours?
I was talking about where the Earth is. I'm talking about where the Earth is now and where it's going to be, if just from its orbit, like what position change. Oh,
well, this all kind of falls in the basket of the stars are so far away. So even though the Earth is flying around the sun and the sun's flying through the galaxy and all that stuff, the star positions don't change because they're so far away. It all just falls into that kind of pseudoscience category.
Just basic geometry.
Yeah, and we can easily
geometry.
Cool, sorry. We can quite easily put that to rest because we can measure the degree shift. I mean, it's notable to the point of a 1 degree difference.
Travis, you're roboting. Travis.
Yeah, that's not the most helpful.
Travis.
Jeremy's painting a picture. Jeremy's no rotation, but only orbit. You would have a year-long star trail. You would.
Right, no, you would have a year-long day. It would be a day.
No, that's only if. No, that's only if. That's only if you're on. Hold on. Let me answer. Howard, please. That's only if you're on the sun side, Howard. If you're on the dark side, you're going to see star trails.
That's if the Earth is tidally locked. There would be no days.
No, there's no rotation, man. There's no rotation.
On a tidally locked, if it were tidally locked, it would be rotating once per year.
Right.
How do you know, man?
Now, okay, great. So now, here it is, everybody. I've been saying this for 3 years. So
only 3?
You're breaking up, Travis.
All right, I'm back. What's up?
Yeah, you're breaking up, Travis.
Travis, your connection sucks.
Still locking. Okay, that's what I called it.
Rumpus, this let's see what Rumpus thinks. This is a completely pointless thing, really, I think, but to debate. But
yeah, I mean, as I
Jeremy,
understand,
hold on. Jeremy's saying if the Earth stops rotating on its axis, okay, so just imagine the Earth stops rotating on its axis, although it's still going around the sun. Would there be star trails? Essentially,
no.
That's what I would guess.
As per the diagram that Armour has rendered about 0.27.
So that's a hypothetical inside of a concept, right? That's a hypothetical inside of another hypothetical, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no doubt.
A fabrication wrapped inside of a fabrication.
Yeah, there's some confusion about being tight. If you're tidally locked, some people seem to be equating not rotating with always facing the sun or something. Whereas if it's not rotating at all, you've got the situation as described in the diagram by Armour here, and the stars would not move at all.
And the reason they wouldn't move is because they're so far away, right?
Correct. Yeah, basic perspective. Yeah.
Same reason that the fact that the soul.
How do you live in such a delusional point of view?
It's Karen G. I didn't hear the rest of your thing.
No, I was just saying, same reason that the sun is hurling through the galaxy, the Earth is going around the sun. All of those movements are essentially nil compared to how far away the stars are. Therefore, we don't get any of those effects.
Well, the galaxy, don't forget that a lot of the stars we're looking at are in the galaxy. And in fact, we can't see. In fact, we can only see other galaxies from our galaxy. Any stars outside our galaxy, except for except for quasars, we can't see. We can only see galaxies. Well,
right,
I mean,
if it's too far away, we can't see it.
To naked eye, naked eye, we can only see stars that are in the Milky Way. And they do move a little, but the nearby ones, things like Alpha Centauri or Barnard's star, they do wiggle a little bit. That's how we can measure the distance to them with parallax, with the orbit of the Earth.
How do they wiggle?
It's sufficiently big that we can actually detect the near. If it's stars within about 200 light years, we can measure it. And with the Polaris, it's just right on the edge of being able to determine its distance. With
Can you measure it,
parallax.
or just do you calculate it?
Rumpus, how is it that they wiggle exactly?
Oh, you got the direct physical measurement.
As we look at that diagram here that Armor's posted, from one side to the other, if you think of the 9 o'clock position and the 3 o'clock position, where's the star is, it's going to be very slightly angular difference between those two positions. I mean, it's tiny fractions of a degree. Tiny fractions of a degree. But we've got such marvelous telescopes, we can actually determine something's up to about 200 or 300 light years away. And that's not many stars, I think. I can't remember.
Do they wiggle left to right or right to left?
Well, in that diagram there, they would wiggle left and right, depending on, if you're on the left-hand side, they would wiggle to the left as you went right.
Do they put their left foot forward and then the right foot back and the right foot
Hey,
forward?
Rumpus, I've got a question for you.
Well done. You're just demonstrating you're stupid twat.
Can I just ask you something?
I'm having fun because your whole analogy
is...
Yeah, Rumpus, you're doing fine so far. Please, just know that.
Yeah, but I mean, when he makes a comment like that, I mean, he's just sabotaging the whole discussion.
You're the one who mentioned wiggle.
Okay.
Why
you probably shouldn't be a Glober anymore.
Come on, to and fro.
Rumpus.
That's what it does. That's
Rumpus.
what it does. Geometrically.
You should have a degree of self-awareness with the words.
I do. You clearly don't.
Okay, enough with that.
Hey, please move forward.
If you're gonna wiggle, at least
Fair
wiggle to a
enough.
south
Rumpus doesn't hokey pokey. Okay, let's just stop right there.
Hey,
Rumpus, come on, you should be able to have fun by now. You've been here how long?
Well, you're just demonstrating you're an idiot, I'm afraid. It doesn't.
Rumpus,
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 I'm using your own words and I was asking you questions.
Having a sense of humor doesn't equal being an idiot.
All right, hold on, Travis. Your connection's back. Go ahead. Let's bring it back to an actual topic.
Let me ask you a question, Rumpus. Have fun.
I wanted to ask Rumpus something. Can I just ask Rumpus, what is your best evidence? What is your number one evidence for the Earth revolving around the sun in an orbit?
It's the reflection he sees in the mirror.
Well, the fact that the stars do wiggle backwards and forwards, parallax, it means that we are moving in an orbit. The fact that happens.
Is that the only possibility?
Correct. It's the
for
only
what you observe?
It's the only possibility.
Ah, okay. So dogma. Interesting.
No, just basic geometric principles. There is no other. You try and make up another reason for that happening. Show us geometrically how it can happen, and we'll look at it. But I bet you can't.
How much do you bet me? Do you bet me your whole life? Your neck on a line?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, real quick.
My next door neighbor's dog.
Hold on. So Rumpus, you would say. All right, hold on. So you would say this is a 100% absolute that we are orbiting.
Well, I mean, if you're prepared to accept we're not in the Matrix or in a simulation, and we're not brain the vat, and what we see reflects objective reality, then there is no other way to account for what's going on. Particularly if you say that if things are moving at distances can't move faster than the speed of light. I mean, things like that's why we know that we rotate. Well, one of the many reasons we know we're rotating is that if you went out as far as Neptune, anything beyond that would have to be moving faster than the speed of light. So,
didn't you just list off 3 assumptions
in our reality? Hold on 1 second, please. Can I get 2 minutes of Rumpus? Can I get 2 minutes of Rumpus? Cool. So.
All right, hold on. Jeremy, if you want to do an actual one-on-one with Rumpus, then yeah, everyone else just be muted for.
I just want 2 minutes.
Yeah, just 2 minutes. 3 to 5 minutes at the most. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not going to be long. So Rumpus, you're saying this is in our reality, 100% we are orbiting.
Yes, I don't think there's any other possible explanation we've got. Particularly if you place limits. We know how far these things are away from parallax and from things like redshift, and there's no other geometric way this can happen except us be orbiting. And also, I mean, for instance, we also know from orbiting we get redshifts in the cosmic microwave background radiation that can only be accounted for by the orbit that we have. And also, we've got pictures of it, of course. We've had satellites. We know that we're orbiting the sun just from satellite images that we've got of the Earth doing its business. So, yeah.
And this 100%. Is all right. And this is science, right?
Absolutely.
and we can make a 100% absolute statement about what's happening.
Well, as I said, if you're prepared to accept objective reality, because I say we could
in
be
our
brain
reality.
Sorry?
In our whether we are brains in a vat or this is a simulation, either way, we're orbiting, right?
Oh no, if
Regardless.
you're in a brain of vat or in a simulation, obviously there are any rules. I mean, there could be invisible green pixies out there moving over all these little dots in the light and pretending and messing up all our observations and interfering with our brains and goodness knows what. So we can't prove that that's the case, because we could have, we could be in a matrix, we could have our brains being messed about with. So anything that involves senses, we can't prove. That's the problem. So that's why we say we can't prove things. One of the many reasons we can't prove things. Normally when we talk about science not proving things, we normally mean we're saying what's the cause and effect. And the trouble with that is we never know whether we're dealing, when we manipulate some independent variable and we get a change of the dependent variable, we never know we're not got a confounding variable and there's actually something else that's doing it, including the potential invisible green pixies.
Can't make an absolute statement about it.
No, if you want to be, science cannot prove things because we cannot be sure there's an objective reality out there and we're not in a software simulation.
No. Come on, we're going to your room. Come on.
I wasn't where I was in my room. Okay,
you're in trouble. You're in trouble.
You're in trouble, man.
Go back.
I gotta go. Go ahead, Gio. Open it back.
Sorry, man.
Well, that was
All
lovely.
you got is observational science, but science doesn't prove anything, and you can't trust your eyes.
Yeah, here's what's weird. You're
off.
saying, Rumpus, that so you can objectively prove that you can make a solid statement that Earth is a globe. No. It'll be that you let me finish. So you can make a solid objective statement, final statement, right? That Earth is a globe, but only when it's talking about Earth as a globe. Everything else, there's no way to prove anything, right?
No, we can't prove the Earth's a globe. Now, as I say, we could be in a software.
Somebody clip that out. Thanks.
Yeah, we can't. No, we could be we could be in the Matrix. We could be in a software simulation. We could be dreaming.
So you don't know
that.
You don't have.
Could we perhaps be on a stationary level plane?
So it's not a fact. It's not a fact then, Rumpus, that the Earth's a globe. It's not a fact.
We can't prove that, no, because we could
well,
be
in our observable reality.
All these years that you've been asserting a globe,
but how about
then? It's just
it's the most reasonable
in our observable reality.
If you're prepared to accept that we've got objective reality and our senses are giving us real data, we are really looking at
on your subjective position,
and it's not down to invisible green pixies, then that is the only explanation that we can come up with.
I feel like that was a got him. I think we got him on that one.
I would like to add something to that.
He gets himself, but I mean, to his earlier point.
Well, the thing is, you have to work at several levels. Do you want to work at the level of we're in a software simulation, or do you want to work? Do you want to be in the context of saying the things that we see and the things we experience are real? And there is an objective reality. Now, if you go to that point, then you can say, well, then these things there's almost no other way they can work. But if you want to say, do you want to prove it as in logical, as in 1 + 1 is equal to 2, then no, we can't prove we're not in a simulation. We can't prove we're not in a matrix. So there's different levels of argument depending on where you're prepared to be.
So Rumpus, though, if it is a globe, and you're saying that the reason we know that is because of our senses, then the idea that none of our senses tell us we're on a globe is not part of this simulation. It's just part of the happenstance of this reality.
No, all our senses tell us we're on a globe. All the information that we have got.
How do they do that?
But the point is,
can
you trust the senses is the question.
No, Rumpus, how do they do this?
How do they do what?
How do they tell us we're on a globe?
How does who tell us we're on a globe? I can go and
find.
How do you
hold on.
Observation.
You yourself can determine you're on a globe. You could go and look at a sunset and say, oh, look, there we are. The sun's gone down underneath the horizon. That can't happen on a flat Earth. And if you look at Polaris and you move 69 miles north to south, it moves by 1 degree. And the only way that can happen is if we're on a spherical object. Therefore, you personally can validate the fact we're on a sphere of a particular radius.
Wait a minute, Rumpus. The question is minus the observations and your interpretation of those observations. What about your senses tell you you're on a globe? Minus the observations
I sense the sunset happening, and that can only happen on a non-flat surface if the rest of the world is in daylight.
That's an observation and an interpretation.
Let me finish. And the fact that I sense Polaris changing by 1 degree every 69 miles north to south, that can only happen geometrically on a spherical surface.
I said,
guys, hold on 1 second, guys. Hey, yo, hold on 1 second. Listen, I just put one kid in the corner. All right, Don't make me put more kids in the corner. One at a time, guys.
I would like to say something.
Yeah, just one.
Rumpus didn't answer the question though.
I did. Absolutely.
No, I said minus all observations and interpretations.
Oh, minus all
including the sun.
observations.
Including the sun.
Me in the corner.
All
Hold on,
observations and
the question,
interpretations.
Jeremy.
What about your sense
Hold
of
on,
how
guys.
you're on a globe?
Hold on.
Hold
The
on, guys.
question is,
Extremistus was going to say something.
hold on. The question is, if I'm not allowed to use my observations or senses, how would I know I'm on a globe?
No. Your senses, but not your observations and interpretations of those observations. Just your senses besides the interpretations.
I can see the sun
Observations are
setting,
using your
therefore I can't be on a flat Earth.
Eyesight is your senses.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I didn't say it wasn't. I'm just saying minus the observations and the interpretations of those observations.
And I've
What
just
about
told
your
you.
senses tell you you're on a globe?
I can sense the sun going below the horizon. Well, how many
So you
times am I
can't do
going to
it.
say this? I've
My
just done
point
it
is
5
made.
times.
Yeah, but
If
that's
I
an
sense the sun
interpretation,
going
dude.
below
You're
the
not listening to the
horizon,
question.
therefore I can't be on a flat Earth. And if I sense Polaris changing by 1 degree as I march north to south of 69 miles, it changes 1 degree, then geometrically the only way that can work is if I'm on a sphere.
You didn't hear the question.
I
I
just
said minus
showed the
all
sun setting
observations and
in the
interpretations of those observations. What about your senses tell you that?
He
None.
answered it, man.
I've got visual
No,
senses.
he's
Why can't
stuck with observations and interpretations. I said minus all observations
I can't
of
see
the
anything
sky,
when I'm
the sun, or
blind?
any of that. Minus
So I'm
any of
blind
that,
then.
what about your
When
senses
you're
tell you
talking
you're
about
on a globe?
fantasy,
I've got
you're
visual
talking about
sense. I can
fantasy,
see a
man.
sunset.
Hang on, guys.
I
Hang on,
said
guys. Hang on,
minus the
guys.
interpretations.
Yeah, minus
I can't
what
see the
you're
sun.
talking about. Then we can go to
I'm not allowed to
hypotheticals
look
like,
at the
oh,
sun.
it could be a cube.
Right?
It
Come
could
on,
be
guys. Chaos. Chaos.
Hell.
Yeah, this is a lot of audio chaos. Rumpus, since you're such a intense personality, I don't say that in a rude way, perhaps just saying it. Does anyone maybe want to have a one-on-one with Rumpus so we can hear it back and forth? Because otherwise it seems like it's just going to be chaos.
Well, I
Well,
can
well,
that's supposed
reiterate
to
the
be gift
initial
of-
question because this was my question.
All right, Elisha. How about Elisha and Rumpus go back and forth? Everyone else.
Yeah. So he made a statement about how our senses indicate the globe or something to that effect, and I asked him how our senses do that, and then for whatever reason I got muted. But New Perspective kind of fine-tuned the question so that it was more readily understandable for everyone, and he fine-tuned it into how do the senses do that. Without inputting the interpretations and the observations that Rumpus was doing.
If I see the sun
the question is how, because the statement you made, Rumpus, was that our senses in and of themselves demonstrate that we're on a globe, and I asked you how that happened.
And I explained to you, I sense the sun going down below the horizon, and that can only happen if there's something in the way, and that cannot happen on a flat Earth model in which the sun is always above the plane of the Earth. So there we are.
Well, that's
from the gift that I just posted.
patently false, but okay, you're welcome to such an interpretation, but that doesn't obviously answer the question.
Well, geometrically, I'm allowed to use geometry, and the geometry says that if the sun is always above the plane, and therefore it cannot go below that plane, therefore it cannot be in a flat Earth. I see the sunset, therefore I cannot. Therefore, you're interrupting me. I'm not being allowed to finish here. I see the sun go below the plane, below the horizon. That cannot happen on a flat plane, because we know the sun doesn't go dark all the way around the world. So from that piece of information, I'm allowed to use as well, as I presume, and therefore from that piece of information, the sun goes below the horizon, and I know the sun is up above for someone. Those two things contradict one another on a flat Earth. They can only work on a spherical Earth or some spherical type Earth.
Yes.
So I'm just combining my sense of it with
five
geometry.
times, but all that does is demonstrate a degree of ignorance into how perspective works.
You don't know. You clearly don't know how perspective works. It cannot count for things disappearing below the horizon. If you think it does, you don't understand perspective.
Okay, well, anyone who actually understands perspective knows that what you just said is wrong.
You clearly have no understanding of perspective. It cannot cause things to go below.
Okay, well, this is what happens when I then close my mic and let the rest of them have a field day with what you just said.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Anybody who understands anything about perspective would just dismiss you as knowing nothing about it and agreeing with me. Anybody who knew anything about perspective would agree with me.
Yeah, that's just you asserting your opinion.
No, anybody who understands you go and draw a diagram. Draw a diagram in which go and draw a diagram in which something that's above the horizontal can appear to be below the horizontal, and you'll find you cannot do it. And the fact that you're reluctant to go about it means you don't understand how to generate perspective.
Right,
do you know the equation? Okay. Do you know the
You guys are talking.
for
Hold on,
perspective?
Rumpus. I will give you a chance to speak. I'm only muting you for a second because there's too much going on at once. I think Crypto wanted to get in as well. You guys, we can mute and unmute, so it's one at a time. But please just go one at a time without us having to do that. I know
if Crypto wants to go. I
Just a quick question. If Elijah knows about perspective, I'd like him to give me the formula for perspective. If he could do that for me, then we'd at least agree that he knows something about the subject.
Okay. To talk and then Rumpus fills the space. That's not acceptable. I was actually trying to mod the room when I was server muted by someone else because Extremisys said about 5 minutes ago that he wanted to say something. So maybe Extremisys can say his one thing instead of Rumpus repeating the same thing for the 6th time. Extremisys, do you want to go ahead?
What I was going to say is, and this was a while ago, so it may not be applicable anymore, but we cannot, in terms of does science prove anything, we cannot necessarily scientifically prove the shape of the Earth, but proofs do exist within mathematics, and we can mathematically prove the shape of the Earth.
Good
well,
point.
you can't. Well, the trouble is, you're sensing the Earth, and anything that involves senses is potentially flawed, or being a brain in a vat or whatever. So anything that involves senses can be corrupted, and therefore we can't rely on them. Whereas mathematics is something you invent in your head as deductive. That's why you can prove maths, but you can't prove anything to do. You can't even prove you're sitting down or you're talking to me or anything at all. You can't prove any of that.
Yeah, but if your senses include the observation of the sun, then those could be wrong too, right?
Yes, that's why I say if you're prepared to accept objective reality, if you're prepared to say that your senses are giving you a genuine representation of reality, then we know from basic geometry, and anybody who understands perspective, that the sun, which if it's above the plane of this Earth, this flat Earth, it cannot go below it in sunset. And as we do see sunsets, therefore we can dismiss the possibility of a flat Earth.
But all my senses tell me I'm on a stationary plane. All my senses.
Now that's
except
your
for the
movement senses.
observations you might
Yeah, but you don't. What you don't
Yes, those are
understand
senses.
is that
Those are
what you
senses.
don't understand is that's the sensation you would also have on a rotating Earth. That's your problem. You think that being on a rotating Earth would cause you to feel giddy or something. But if you understood rotational mechanics, you would understand you would not feel any movement.
That you're actually talking with.
You guys, I don't think this is going to work if people are just throwing stuff at Rumpus. So if Rumpus is going to be like the loud voice at the moment, then somebody has to do a one-on-one with him, because otherwise it's just chaos.
Right, there seem to be some people who seem to think they should feel the motion of the Earth. That's like saying in a train that's going.
Rumpus,
well, hold on.
With me.
You are. That's exactly what you said.
Your
but if you're in a train that's doing 200 miles an hour and it was on a perfectly smooth set of tracks and going in a straight line, you would not feel anything at all. You wouldn't. In fact, in physics, it's been shown you cannot do any test if you're moving in a straight line at any velocity that determines the difference between you being moving or stationary. And similarly, on a rotating Earth, you would not feel any difference between that or if it was stationary. And the fact that people seem to think that you would feel giddy or something, or you'd feel rotation, just means they don't understand basic rotational kinematics.
Okay, then let Elisha respond and keep your mic muted until he's finished speaking, okay? Until there's 3 seconds of silence till he's finished, then someone can open their mic. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
So that's all well and good, but I didn't mention rotation at all. We're still hung up on the perspective discussion. And you keep asserting, without actually proving or demonstrating, that perspective and what we observe with the phenomena of the sunset can only happen on a rotating and spherical Earth.
Okay, let me draw a diagram.
But if you actually understand how perspective works, you can recreate similar light phenomena on a stationary, level plane.
No, you can't.
But for whatever reason, you refuse to accept this reality. And for whatever reason, even after Gio asked you to
draw me a diagram then of how you... I'll draw you a diagram now.
Even though Gio asked you and you agreed to not interrupt, you're interrupting me now.
Go ahead.
So perhaps you should listen to what's actually being said and not just reassert your belief system as if it's the only
you're not making
way
a point
to
now.
think.
You're just complaining about my attitude.
No,
let's have a geometrical argument. Let's have a geometrical argument about the facts.
Such a high degree of no self-control, right?
No, well, you're frustrating me because you're not dealing with the actual issue. You're just focusing on the fact that you don't like the fact that I'm confident what I'm saying.
The content of the conversation.
Let's have a geometrical argument. Can we have a geometrical argument?
Is your
Let's have an
namesake,
argument about
which is
perspective then.
Tyrannus.
Let's have an argument about perspective. So here I would draw a diagram for you.
What's the point in having an argument in something that you don't even address?
Well, we'll demonstrate.
You'll
You'll demonstrate how stupid I am, then, won't you?
Through me.
You will demonstrate that you're right in this diagram.
All you're
and you
doing
can draw
is
your
living
own
up to your
diagram.
Guys, you guys can't do it, Geo.
Yeah, I mean, Rumpus, you did totally interrupt him at the end of it. I'm trying not to get into muting everyone constantly because, so can we just not...
Yeah, but unfortunately, his argument basically was that I wasn't listening to what he was saying. Well, in fact, I'm listening to everything he's saying. So his basic complaint for about 50% of what he was saying was that I wasn't listening. Instead of getting into the geometrics of it, which I'm now going to do.
Because you couldn't keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, you see, again, you can't focus on the argument, can you? So here I am. Here's a diagram.
No, I addressed the argument at the beginning.
No, you haven't.
But then
You've just inserted
control
it.
yourself.
I'm going to show you geometrically why you're wrong.
interrupted.
If I'm sharing a screen, and I'm going to show you why you're wrong geometrically.
Okay,
so
Rumpus,
instead of waffling on about
for a
complaining about your
second.
attitude,
Hold on,
I'm going to
let's
show
be
you
fair.
geometrically.
Jesus, Rumpus, just let him finish his thought. You just have to be patient, and then you can have the mic. He didn't even get to finish because you bowled all over.
Yeah, but he's just moaning, basically.
That's
your
Rumpus doesn't understand how to be patient.
He gets his opportunity to speak, whether it's 60 seconds, a minute and 20, 30 seconds. He gets his time. And you'll have your time because you'll go on for 10 times longer than he did. So if you want us to listen to you, then you have to listen to him. Just Elisha, please finish.
I mean, I have made my point. He's saying that you can only observe what you observe with his pointing to the sunset, that it only works on a rotating spherical Earth. But the fact is that you can recreate similar light phenomena on a flat stationary plane that is flat and stationary. So what does he do about that?
Okay,
how does he address that?
Okay, now you have to mute your mic and let Rumpus go. Go, Rumpus.
Yeah,
right, here we go. So here's the diagram. So instead of just waffling on, just saying you can emulate it in some other way, I'm going to show that you can't geometrically. So I'm going to actually focus on the argument instead of just saying I'm right, I'm wrong, you're wrong, which is all he's done. So here we have the sun. I don't know if you can see that. In my give that a bit of. So there's the sun there. And here we have a flat Earth, and here I am. Here's my observation point. So here's the line of sight. Here's a ray of light from the sun to me.
Same diagram you drew 7 years ago for me, Rumpus.
Exactly, and the fact that he doesn't, I don't know whether he's not seen it or whether he's not thought about it. I mean, that's his problem, not mine. Unfortunately, this is why I've got to be infinitely patient, because I have to explain this to idiots over the years, and no matter how many times I explain it, there's always some new person, or they don't understand the geometry, or they just haven't seen it before, and then I have to explain it again.
Take a breath, bro. Take a breath. Okay, so I posted a GIF
don't interrupt
that talks
Rumpus,
about
Pete,
optics.
Please, they're trying to go back and forth.
Well, Rumpus kind of lost his chance since he started with about 7 ad homs, so it's sort of like
So, I've got the geometric diagram here. So there is nothing you can do. So here's my sun. There is nothing I can do. A perspective, remember, is all about what happens over changing distance. So it doesn't matter how I move this sun. I'm keeping the same elevation the same here. It doesn't matter how far I move, over here. It will never, ever appear to go below this flat plane horizon, ever. There's no movement of the sun that maintains its elevation that means it will appear to perspective. Through perspective, it will appear below the horizon. There is no geometrical way of doing it. Now, if he wants to show me a diagram similar to this or some other variation of this in which you've got a flat plane, the sun is a constant elevation, then please present it. I am presenting you, and you should hopefully all be able to see, there is no way that this line of sight here is going to give me an angle that is below. So what is required here is to bring this, oh, bloody hell, is to bring this down here. So the only way of getting this sun to appear below the horizon is for it to be have negative elevation. And that would mean that it would be below the plane, and there'll be no sunlight on the top of this plane.
Okay,
there is no other way of doing it.
You've said your point. Now, please mute your mic so we don't have to mute you, and let somebody respond. Go ahead. If Elisha wants to,
I'm sure other people could do a better job because I don't have access to presenting visuals like he does at the moment. But quite clearly, what he's shown is a third party perspective on what somebody would observe. So he's not actually representing perspective in how it actually would work. I can't remember the definition for what he's doing, but people don't view like that, obviously.
Orthographic.
There you go. Yeah. Thank you very much. So he's presenting an orthographic view when we're discussing a perspective.
Yeah.
So
you
by
derive the
definition, what
perspective
he's
view
doing
from
is he's
that.
moving the goalposts. So I would
my
assume there's some fallacious thing that he's fallen into by doing that. But ultimately, what he's doing is just being deceptive. We don't
Right,
look
here we
at
go.
it. We don't.
So here we go. So
always
he's
correct.
Hold on,
stated.
hold on, hold on.
Amazing.
Relax.
How long is he
Take
going
a
to go
breath.
on for? You can
Take
make
a
a geometrical argument or not. So
Take
you're
a
not.
breath.
So this is how you determine perspective.
Take
and
a breath.
And you don't
Have I
know
finished
what
my
the perspective
sentence,
equation.
Rumpus? Yes or no?
What's the
Yeah.
All right.
So the fact that you're representing something from an orthographic point of view when we're discussing a perspective point of view is by definition disingenuous. So number one, you've just completely moved the goalposts. Right?
Okay.
Number two, when you actually address,
you see, you don't understand what perspective is. You derive the perspective view from the orthographic view, and if you don't know that, you don't know what perspective is, and clearly you don't. And the fact that you're dodging,
this is just you
so you're interrupting me.
asserting
You're
your
interrupting me. So you're interrupting me, and the fact that you've dodged every single time I've asked you for the perspective equation, you've dodged that question again means you know nothing about this. You're just parroting Nathan Oakley drivel. And if you did understand perspective, you would understand that you'd work out. Again, you're interrupting me. If you understood what you're interrupting me again. If you understood what perspective was, you take the orthographic view and then you determine what the viewpoints from this red circle. So this red circle that I've got here, you then work out. You then work out.
The only way to do this then is to be kind of mute heavy, so it can be a conversation. So I just muted you both because that was complete chaos. Now, Elisha did make a point: orthographic, third person versus first person. Let's go one point at a time because I think we all agree when someone goes on for too long, it's really hard to try to respond to everything. Let's go one little chunk at a time. So Rumpus, I'm going to unmute Rumpus. Crypto go first, but I'm going to unmute Rumpus and he can respond to that point. Go ahead, Crypto, and then Rumpus, you're next.
I just wanted to make a point about moderation from a moderator's point of view, right? You guys can't moan about being cut off if you're constantly doing it yourself to the point where we have to mute you. Okay, so if you want to moan about being cut off, don't actively cut other people off because we're going to lose our patience with that very quickly. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, and I think we'd all prefer not to have it be a mute fest. It takes more work on the mods part, and it's tedious, and so it'd be better to not have to do it that way. So, okay, Rumpus, there was one point on the table. Respond to that point. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, this is exactly why he knows nothing about perspective.
Don't start with ad homs, dude. I'm just going to remute you if you start with ad homs. Don't do any ad homs. Just respond to the information, because if you do ad homs, he's going to want to interrupt you and defend himself, like we all want to when we get.
Yeah, he was the one who was constantly ad mon.
Right.
So this is
go. Okay, go.
Right. So this is very simple. This is how you determine perspective. You need to know for perspective this distance here, and you need to know the height here. And if you knew anything about perspective, which he clearly doesn't, you would then know what the angle is here, which is what perspective essentially is. It's the angular position of something. And if you know this position here, which we call x, call that distance x, and you know this one y, you would then be able to calculate, if you knew anything about perspective, you would then be able to calculate this angle here. This angle here, this angle which I'm going to call A. But he doesn't know anything about this. That is how you determine what the perspective view. So this pink circle I've got here is the observer, and you have to work out what the angle of the rays are from this object to determine what perspective is. That is what perspective is. So you need a construction like this. This is how you would design a building or an aeroplane or a bridge or whatever. And then you can say, it's only from having this information, this X and Y coordinates here, can you work out what the perspective view is from the observer? And the fact that he doesn't understand that means he knows nothing about perspective. And as I say, there's no way of having this star having the sun having a positive elevation that means it can go below the black line. And anybody who has any basic of understanding of perspective wouldn't recognize that. Finished.
Okay. Are you going to respond, Elisha, or is it open?
Where do I start? His whole position is, I don't understand according to him, therefore I'm wrong, without actually addressing what I brought up, which was that he's misrepresenting the whole argument from the get-go.
This is how you work out perspective. You don't understand. You don't understand about the angular position of things. But you don't. You don't know. Show how you would. You explain the procedure. Hold on, Alice. You explain the procedure of how you work out the perspective size of something. I can work out the perspective size of something. You can't.
I don't think so.
You done?
Elijah, finish your thought. Go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah, but keep in mind when you pause, he's going to think you're done. So just, yeah.
No, I know what he's like, but the fundamental to those who are actually listening, because I'm not talking to those who aren't listening, because what's the point? To those who are listening, his whole position is, I don't understand because he says I don't understand. Therefore, his argument is correct, without actually addressing the fundamental, which is he's misrepresenting the whole fundamental discussion of perspective by flipping the script 180.
Right. Well, his response was that angle A that he has is part of what is involved in the perspective. So Rumpus, can you respond? I agree with you that A would be part of the dynamic, especially from a third person, first person, that angle is obviously connected. However, I think what Elisha's saying though is that if there's a difference between first person and third person. Just because some of these things overlap,
Yes, of course. And I'm showing you how you calculate what the first person issue is. He has not proposed any geometrical construction of how you do this. I can. And what's more, if you give me the information about the position of something and its height and its distance away, I can tell you how high, how big that would appear to be due to perspective. He can't do any of that. All he's got is his parroting of the Nathan Oakley QE line that you're not allowed to use in automatic. This is how perspective. Be quiet. This is how you work out perspective. If he wishes to propose a procedure in how you work out the size of something, then go ahead and show us. But he can't do that. He knows nothing about this subject.
That's just what you state. But how about I propose you something that you might be able to wrap your head around? So, for instance, one is observing a boat at the horizon on the beach, and the boat goes out of resolution. They whip out a telescope, they whip out a zoom lens on a camera, and they are able to bring the boat back in to resolution.
Not if it's gone over the horizon, you won't be able to do that. But that's got nothing to do with perspective.
Oh my days! Are you listening? You can't help yourself.
But you're just bringing up irrelevancies.
Pause.
Making something bigger due to a telescope has got nothing to do with perspective. That doesn't change any of the rules. You have not provided us with a geometric procedure to work out the size of something. Do you see what I'm dealing with, Gio? Geometric argument. The guy has not provided a geometric argument of how you work out the perspective size of something. All he's done is just parroted QE drivel about he's going to talk about the rally criteria.
The fence.
All right, Rumpus. None of this has to do anything with Nathan or QE or people that are not here. They're not involved at all. So to just throw those random whatever that is, it's just irrelevant.
Yeah, it's a waste of twisted what I said. What I said, hold on, but what I said was very specific. If you are viewing something over the horizon, the boat will go over the perceived horizon and out of the viewer's resolution because they have a way of perceiving with their equipment, either their eyeballs or whatever they have. But if they bring up better equipment that has a deeper resolution, they can now bring that thing back into resolution. And the question I have for him is, if you can do that, how do you explain your whole position in that you can only see the sun if we're on a rotating spherical Earth? It just goes to the fundamental of his argument and presents at least one flaw that if he were honest, he would accept and maybe rethink his position. End of story.
Again, you've not provided us with any... And I'll give you an example of a picture here. Here we go. So here's a picture. And you've not provided us with any technical geometric details at all. So you're telling me if I get a zoom lens on this, if I get a telescope on these wind turbines, they're all going to come, the bases of them, like the one down here, then I'm suddenly going to be able to see the base of this simply by using a telescope, am I?
Okay, I'll respond. I'll respond unless you guys are still doing a one-on-one. I think it's open to the room now, unless someone else wants to do a one-on-one. But Rumpus, I don't think that you will be able to bring the bottoms of those back.
Exactly. He's an utter moron.
You're interrupting me now. Okay, but what I was going to say though is back on the other. Even though these two topics are somewhat intertwined, but you were about the sun setting over a flat surface. Have you seen where people? Well, first of all, it can be done without a lens, but let's just use the ones with a lens. Where it's like Hank had posted one in the chat earlier, where there's a lens and then you have like something that's a sun. You move the sun away and it sets exactly like the sun sets, Rumpus. So that shows that it can be done over a flat surface with a lens. In that case, it actually can be done without one as well. But I just wanted to first address that. Do you agree that it can be done over a lens over a flat surface?
No. Absolutely not.
So the many recreations we have of that, what do you say?
Don't. You don't have any recreations of that.
Well, with Geo, can I actually real fast come in? What about the moon, though?
I just like to point out here, he claimed that all things have gone over the horizon. You can bring back in by zooming. And I hope we've all agreed that he's utterly wrong about that by this picture
That's not
here.
what I said.
Can I get one after
That's not what I said. Why is it that people can't actually address the words that come out of other people's
You claim that things have gone over the horizon can be brought back into view by zooming in. You cannot do that with this picture.
I gave a very specific example.
Yeah,
You
how about this
mischaracterise
example?
it as
How
if
about this
all
example on
things-
screen now with wind turbines? Can you bring the bottom of these
Why
wind
are you
turbines back in by
mischaracterising
using a
this
zoom
very
lens? Yes or
specific
no?
example?
So you want to dodge? You're not going to address this, are you? Because you're just
Rumpus.
demonstrating you've no understanding what
Rumpus, what's your
perspective
name?
does, and that
Rumpus,
cannot
what's your name?
cannot do what you just told we could do.
Gio.
You said that things over the horizon can be brought
Gio.
back into view.
I got no time for this childishness. I gave very
You-
specific, detailed example of what I meant, and he chooses to mischaracterize my words. Now, my argument is very sound. I just stepped out of the room for like a very small amount of time. You addressed. He doesn't want to accept that it can be recreated on a flat plane. That's his choice. Clearly, it shows that there's a flaw in his whole position. What I'm going to do now, because there's nothing more for me to say, because I'm the one who initiated the question based on his initial arguments or his initial statements, I'm going to yield my time to whoever else wants to either interject from another perspective or my perspective, whatever.
Yeah, I want to interject.
At this point, all that's going to happen, is hold on, I'm almost done. All that's going to happen is it's going to be a repetition all night long. I've made my point. And
You don't have a point.
Thank you.
You claim that things came in.
Cool story, Rumpus. Have fun with that.
You don't have a point. You know nothing about perspective. Go
All
away
right,
and learn the perspective equation.
Hold on a second, man. Okay, I posted 2 in the chat, Rumpus, if you could look at them. With a lens.
That's with a lens. Yeah, that's with a lens. That doesn't exist in the atmosphere. You got there. I think is that Rob Skiba's effort where he's using a Fresnel lens. Yeah, I mean you can do things with lenses, but that's not what exists in the atmosphere. That's not what happens on the
lens.
All right, well, hang on.
Go ahead.
I brought it up. Let me just respond, then I'll pull back. I brought it up, Rumpus. I'm not. I said with a lens, and we could get into a whole other debate whether the atmosphere works like a lens or not. I was just asking you, Rumpus, have you seen the ones that do the sunset phenomenon we see on a flat surface with a lens? And you said no. So I just wanted to post that.
I'm not. Well, I didn't catch.
Hold on.
I didn't catch the bit with a lens.
Agree, yes. Now you agree that it can be done with a lens. So it can be done on a flat surface with a lens.
With a lens, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Nice one.
But that's not the situation.
I also, real quick, guys. I just want to say, I believe Rumpus was right on the first position, though, when they were arguing about just perspective alone. That's not going to have anything drop below your horizontal. I don't believe.
Well, it's a straw man.
Elisha knows nothing about the subject. The fact that he's so confident in it when he doesn't understand anything about the geometry is quite extraordinary.
Okay, Rumpus, let's come back to Geo's point momentarily. You say that it can't happen in reality because do you decide that in a flat Earth model that the sun couldn't be some sort of a focal point or reflection that this might happen, or do you already know what the sun is in a flat Earth setting?
Well, we know what the sun's made of, so there's no problem there.
In a globe Earth, you do, yeah. In a spinning ball Earth setting, you do model. There can be 1,000,001 models, but in a flat Earth model, why can't?
Well, we know what it's made of. We've been there. We've been around the sun. We've got a solar or Parker solar orbiter there at the moment. It's only a few million miles away. We can also, using spectroscopic analysis, establish what it is. We know it's not a reflection. We know it's a solid body. We can bounce radar signal. You can bounce radar signals off it. It's a solid object, so we know it's there. We know how far it is away. We know how big it is. We've sent probes there. We even know what it's made of. So we know quite a lot about it. We even know what's going on in the center from neutrino analysis.
Well, fair enough, but I'm talking about the flat Earth model where everything is necessarily different. Okay, let me finish by saying this, Rumpus. So in the flat Earth model, we don't believe that any of that is true, and the sun is something different. So why couldn't it be some sort of focal reflection?
Well, okay, you're denying all the science we've acquired in the last 200 years.
Well,
you're ignoring all the probes. You're ignoring the spectroscopic analysis. You're ignoring the fact we bounce radar. But if you want to ignore all the evidence, then I suppose you could make up anything. But we bounce radar.
You're saying, hang on, I'm finished now, and I'm going to go off, right? So Rumpus, are you saying that, according to Geo's point, that if you for a moment stepped into flat Earth realm and you decided that the sun could be some sort of a lens reflection, that then it's possible what we observe in reality, it could be taking place?
But the geometry of the Earth doesn't affect with bounce radar beams off the radar signals off the sun. The fact that the Earth is, well, if you make the Earth flat, we've still done that. So I don't understand what the flat Earth geometry has got to do with that piece of scientific knowledge.
It's not Rumpus's responsibility to theory craft a working sun model for flat Earth. That's Pete's business, not Rumpus.
I also don't think a lens is required. It's just that the lens basically, because you're on such a short distance, whereas over the Earth it's so long, but the lens just basically allows for a short distance to be represented as to what it is when it's long distance. But it isn't necessarily the lens that's needed, although that I do think that atmosphere works as a lens. But things will cut off and disappear from the bottom up due to perspective if the ratios are correct for it.
Absolutely impossible.
Even without any effects.
No, I've just shown you. Okay, then draw me a diagram that show me the geometry of something being cut off due to perspective. Something similar to my diagram or one of your own invention, in which you've got a flat plane and you've got an object above the plane and it's being cut off, and the line of sight from the object to your thing is somehow interrupted by something between the two.
I could do that easily. All you're talking about is a barrier. Hang on, Rumpus.
Yeah, you need a barrier. It's called the horizon. It's called the curve of the Earth. Yeah.
Rumpus.
Dude, Pete's going to respond, man. Let him respond.
Gio, let me finish here. Just with
go
Rumpus. We've been through this 1,000 times before. Rumpus, I can do that actually. All that we require is your imagination to stretch to a different model, sort of composition than the model that you hold to be true. Me and Gio and the rest of us, hang on, Rumpus. Me and Gio and the rest of us don't hold it. The sun is the size and the distance that you give. But I can do that, and I'll tell you how. If the sun is a reflection going around a barrier of a certain contour, as it moves further and further away, it will seem to drop, and as you approach a certain level, I can easily, Rumpus. But
well, go and draw it then, and we'll have a look at it.
Well, I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to.
No, you know, you never do it. You've had the opportunity for 5 years to do it, and you've never, ever presented any geometrical argument for anything you've ever offered, ever.
Okay, one thing I will say. Last parting note, Gio, you'll like this, Rumpus. We're waiting for 4 or 5 years now for the finalization of your effort with Phil, right?
This is true.
Now, hang on, Rumpus, you haven't delivered the final product yet. Remember we were on Jose G. Gonzalez's channel and he was showing the images over the Florida Keys where I said there was lots of mirroring. I explained the scenario in about 5 minutes. You're still working on an explanation to this day. 5 years, cooperation with someone else, and also breaking modern science's boundaries. So I'll leave it there. And I'll talk to you later.
You just made something up, just like you think the inferior mirages are bouncing off the water when it's not. When there's no water.
Yes,
you just make
the point
stuff up.
was that I allowed for an extended span. You were restricted by the geometry of the ball Earth, which gave.
I'm restricted by science.
Yeah.
I have to work within the confines of science and physics.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
I explained it though in 5 minutes, and I left it.
You just
there.
made it up. Yeah, you effectively said the fairies existed.
I leave it there, ladies and gentlemen.
You just effectively said the fairies did it. That's effectively what you did.
Why would you be restricted by something that doesn't prove anything? Like, why would I be restricted?
Because philosophically, that's the best we can do.
I think you can do better than that. You can actually prove shit.
If you think you can do better than that, you don't understand reality.
Are you a man?
Reality.
Are you a man?
I don't know that. I could be in the Matrix. I could be having sensations of being a man, not being one.
Yeah, your brain could be in a jar, right?
Exactly.
You might be a United States Marine. You might be a jarhead.
Is that called solipsism?
But what does that have to do? Even if you were a brain in a jar or whatever, I mean, you're still a man with your.
No, I'm not.
You're
not.
That
could just be a brain of that. I could be a girl for all I knew.
But you're speaking English and you're in a human body and your body's a man. How could you be anything other than those things?
Well, I've got a language in my head. I don't know if it's even English. I mean, I could be, if I'm in I could be a software simulation. I don't know that I've got a body.
Your fingerprints could be on the moon.
What?
This is solipsism.
It's schizophrenic.
Your head might be up your.
No, it's simple. If you understand anything about philosophy, you know that anything to do with your senses you cannot treat as reliable unless you want to say, well, we'll treat our senses as perfectly reliable and the objective reality matches our senses. Now, if you're prepared to accept that premise, then you can move on and start saying, well, okay, if our a view of, say, the sun going over the sunset, we can then say, well, geometrically, if we understand geometry, that cannot happen on a flat Earth. Then we can say, well, that's proved. If you're prepared to accept objective reality and the fact that you're not allowing visible green pixies and you're prepared to say that the data, we're not being manipulated by there's no strange bending of the light due to some other force we haven't discovered yet. The trouble is with all these things in science is we don't know, for instance, like dark energy and dark matter. 20 years ago, we wouldn't have even thought about dark energy and dark matter. Now we've had to build it into our models because we've now done 100 years ago we didn't know about the positron or neutrinos. So these other things can come along and then screw up what we believe to be, because science is provisional. So that's why we can't say we don't know what we don't know what's going to happen in the future. All we know is that we got a view of what's happening. Our information is the best guess we can do at the moment tells us what can be, but we don't know. We don't even know we're not inside a black hole. There are various people posing we're actually inside a black hole, and we. So you can't disprove these things. So unfortunately, every science is provisional, and certainly if you go from the philosophical point of view, you don't even know you're a real living person.
Of course I do. I'm a man, right? Look, watch this.
You don't know that. You cannot prove that philosophically. If you knew anything about philosophy, you would know that you can't prove that. I suggest you go away and read up on the subject.
All right,
Ron. Solipsism is Satanism.
You got to pass the mic. All right, go ahead, Arma or Larry or Arma.
I was just going to add like a little.
Go. Yeah, be quiet, Arma. Be quiet. Yeah, I just wanted to respond, right? Because you guys have been talking for a minute. So yeah, you can know things. You can prove things. I can present my body to a doctor and prove to the courts that I am a man endowed with certain provisions. That I can prove it, right? Yes, I can.
You're dreaming this.
Yes,
you could be dreaming this. No, you can't. You could be dreaming all of this.
Hey, bro, do you mind if I finish? I'm gonna talk. Right? Yeah, I can present myself to the doctor, and the doctor can present it to the courts.
Yeah, you've made your point. You don't understand the problem with it.
Hold on, bro. You don't understand what you're talking about. You don't understand how philosophy works.
You're just repeating that you're making this
idiot thing. Can I finish, please?
Hey, Rumpus, shut the fuck up!
Wait, can I jump in after this?
Yeah,
sure.
Larry, and then Arma, and then I'll unmute Rumpus. Go ahead.
So, yeah, just because some idiot named Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am," but am I really am? And I don't know if I am. Am I a brain in a jar? Like that's all bullshit, right? That's all fucking philosophical psychobabble bullshit, because I can present myself to the court and prove that I am the living man when I present my body, and I can prove beyond the shadow of a doubt in a courtroom that I exist, and there ain't nothing you can do about it philosophically because it's provable.
All right, Arma, you're up.
All right, so that's actually fucking what a coincidence, because right now I'm actually learning about that. Just Descartes, whatever his fucking name is, right? And like college and whatnot. So that's fucking crazy. Like no joke. That's biggest coincidence. But anyway, I knew about this before I learned this in college, though. The whole brain in a vat, whatnot. This whole philosophy of, can I really like know anything? Can I know that this is the real reality? Or maybe I'm in a brain in the vat. And I disagree with Larry just because, like, I mean, yeah, it's just like what he's, just, how do you pronounce his name? Just Descartes? I think it's Descartes. Descartes, my bad. I'm sorry. So yeah, it's just like Descartes says, right? Like, it could be a dream, what I'm saying? Like, sure, like some of our dreams, they're kind of obvious that they're a dream, like, oh, there's a fucking clown that just teleported in front of me, or I can fly. But some dreams a little bit more convincing, right? Who's to say we can't have such a really convincing dream where it's indistinguishable from
some
reality?
People do. Some people have spent 2 days what they believed, and they were actually in a dream, and they've had to have conditions for it. They believed they were awake, but in fact they had 2 days worth of their life as a dream. And Harry
within a dream.
Having exactly that. And the fact that he doesn't understand the simple point, and in fact he keeps on talking about going to a court. This court you're talking about is in your imagination. It's in the software simulation. The fact that you seem to think you're going to a doctor or a court somehow adds to your argument means you have absolutely no understanding of what we're talking about.
Yeah, just like the globe. The globe is in your imagination, Rumpus.
Let me
just like the globe. The globe is in your mind, Rumpus. Your mind, in your imagination.
Well, it could be. Yeah, it could be. We could be in a software simulation, and we could be on a. We could be in a software simulation with a globe.
We heard you, Rumpus. We heard you, but here's the thing: if we are indeed in a simulation or a brain in a vat, then that means me talking to you about it is meaningless. Me communicating to you is meaningless because you're not real. Therefore, there's no need for us to even have a discussion with you.
Yeah.
Therefore, it ends there. And
well, you don't know that's the case.
Yeah, hold up, dude. So either that's the case, and there's no reason for us to communicate. Therefore, the convo's over, or we take the other side, and that this is actual reality, and then we can communicate. Can't
Well, I've been
communicate.
I gotta
I don't
say
know why
this.
you're
Okay.
repeating something I
Hold
said
on,
15 minutes
Rumpus.
ago.
Relax, Rumpus. You'll repeat it again here in a minute anyway. Don't worry about it, Rumpus. Listen, all you guys might say this like you actually believe it and shit. All you academic people, I've been to college, my professor. But what you
Oh,
won't do
God.
is you won't put your testicles in a vice and wrap
Here we
it
go.
around 3 times tighter
Well
after
done,
you
Harry.
start
Well done,
screaming.
Harry.
Hold on.
You're making a
Hold
really good
Hold
academic
on,
point
bro.
here. Well done.
Relax. Calm down, right?
Oh,
So what you
Jesus.
won't do is you won't put your
Yeah,
testicles in a
you make your
vice.
point. You're basically saying yes,
Bro.
we can have the sensation of
Close your mouth.
pain even
You
if we
don't
are a
understand how to
simulation.
shut up, Rumpus.
Yeah, but
you don't understand how to shut your mouth and let other people talk, right?
Okay, make your
Rumpus
point. But
interrupting is
I don't
in
think
your
it's a good point, though.
imagination.
Okay, can I please finish now? So you
Okay.
guys might say this like you actually believe it, right? But my philosophy tells me that don't judge people by what they say, but actually look at what they do. And I guarantee you, none of you are going to put your balls in a vice and wrap it around 3 extra times after you start screaming and say, "Oh, it's just brain in a jar. It's just electrical signals to my brain. Wrap it up one more time. Please tighten it again. I'm proving that everybody knows that it's just my brain is in a jar. My
Larry,
balls are not being squished right now. It's just electrical signals to my brain." You guys won't act it out.
No,
You
that's
do lip
silly.
service to pretend like you actually believe it, but you won't act it out.
But that's fallacious, and a bunch of there's a bunch of reasons why that's weird.
How?
And that's really
Which
silly.
fallacy
Because
did I commit? Which fallacy?
what do you think pain is, Harry? What do you think pain is? It's just an electrical signal to your brain.
Excuse me, sir.
I could put
This
you in
has nothing to do with
excruciating
you.
pain by just activating a nerve ending.
Which
Well,
fallacy?
hold on, he's
did I
already been
commit?
speaking.
hold on.
He's been speaking for the last.
Okay, so first off, when I say fallacious, I don't need necessarily I don't need a fallacy name per se. I just I'm saying is that your logic is there's a flaw in it, all right? And the reason why
you need to point out you need to point out where it's wrong.
Okay, I will. So he's saying basically that we won't put our balls, we won't fucking we won't cause ourselves pain, right? Because it's like it's going against like this idea that we think it's all in our brain, heads and whatnot. But it's wrong though, because the thing is, first off, we're not saying that our brains aren't in that. We're saying that is a possibility. All right. So this whole thing about if your brain isn't a vat or whatever, stop talking, stop debating because it doesn't mean anything. We don't know that. All right. There is a possibility that this is legitimate. Right. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, even if our brain is in a vat, we still experience pain and all these other sensations. All right. So once again, I'm not going to put my balls in whatever the fuck you're talking about, because I'm still going to experience pain. All right. Whether a brain in the vat or reality. All right. That's why I'm saying it's fallacious, because it doesn't really address any point.
All the pain is.
No, Rumpus, you interrupt. You interrupted Rumpus.
I'd like to make a quick point that's very important.
You
can speak next. I only need 5 seconds. I only need 5 seconds, and then you can speak. Right. So all pain is an electrical signal in your brain. I can emulate the pain anywhere by just activating a particular nerve ending in your brain. And if we remove that nerve ending, you wouldn't feel any pain when you put your balls in a vice. So and that's where your sensations are coming. And your brain is just simply an electrical device with signals coming into it. Those signals could be coming from anywhere. Finished.
From your imagination.
Can I just state something? The very act of you communicating with us shows us that you don't believe that we're some sort of figment of your imagination or a simulation. Just the very act of you communicating with us.
You talking to me or Harry? You talking to me?
Either of you with this position.
No, Armour, listen, Armour, you could be imagining.
Armour, it's numpty.
You don't know that it's me speaking. It's your brain that could be speaking, or the software simulation.
You don't understand who you're speaking to, bro.
Jesus Christ, Armour, get a grip.
No, not me. It's numpty. Numpty's the one.
Sorry.
You don't understand, Rumpus. You don't even understand who you're talking to.
Rumpus, you're imagining. You're imagining that is someone else speaking.
No, it's because.
One at a time. Hold on, I have to moderate. Yeah, hold on. Noah, screaming hold up does not help. We have to moderate. I think Gemsy was trying to get in. Then Noah, you're next. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that he was imagining in his imagination that it was Arma speaking, but it was someone else, not Arma.
It's because I talked at the same time. That's why. So he got it confused. That's all right. That happens. I literally.
Noah,
I do that a lot. I'm sorry.
The very act of you speaking words with the intention of me understanding it shows me that you think that I can understand things and that I'm sentient and not just a simulation in your mind.
Right, Numpiness, you could be dreaming this. It's all happening in your head, in your dream. I'm not speaking to you. You are in your little made-up dream world.
You could be dreaming
Okay,
it.
right.
Let's put your balls in a
Yes,
box.
exactly. If you understood that, you wouldn't be making
So
the
is that
stupid
why
points
you
you
have
are.
a twisted view on perspective, Rumpus?
What?
Yeah, let's keep the personal attacks out of it.
Have you gone away and worked out what the perspective equation is yet, and what an orthographic view is, and learned a little bit about the subject?
You guys can DM each other and insult if that's what you need. Go ahead, Dave.
What I was going to say is that I think there is a misinterpretation going on a little bit on the part of a couple of people. Just that I don't think anyone's claiming that that they actually believe we are draining a vat. I kind of repeating what Arma said. Yeah, they're saying that we could be. So therefore, the idea that if you think that is not even it's not like they think that that's the case. They're saying that could be the case. But the point about this whole thing is that Rumpus is trying to say that if the sun can't do what it's doing on a flat Earth because of all the things we know of a sun, he's not acknowledging the fact that if it isn't a ball, if it's not a spinning ball, then everything we know about the sun could also be false, and all of those other things have to go out the window, and we could be dealing with a completely different situation. And that's not just to jump to, oh, we could be in a simulation. We might as well just say that if it's a flat Earth. And that's where this argument goes a lot of times, where we have to realize that, there could be minuscule little misrepresentations that support the ball that you can't then reconfirm if we're talking about a flat Earth.
Next. Okay, I just wanted to say that, if you say that we're in a simulation, a brain in a jar, whatever you want to say, right? That begs the question, well, who's the simulator? And that's the very thing that they're trying to avoid when they claim, oh, well, it must be really weird that, there's all this, there's not enough chaos, right? We find all this order,
You could be in a dream.
How did I know you were going to interrupt me? Yeah, you could be in a dream. Put your brain in a vat, right? You could be in a dream. Whatever, bro. You could be eating, you could be eating planetary dust off of Pamela Anderson's arse, right? You could be whatever you want to be.
Right,
you
so you're not making
up.
You're not accepting the point. You then start worrying about who's doing it. Well, that's not the point not the philosophical point. The point is you can't rely on your senses. Is the basic point. And with all the evidence, if you're going to go with basic geometry, and we have an objective reality, and the geometric argument that I was showing shows you cannot have a flat Earth with a sunset, because we know the atmosphere can't behave
if
like
you can't trust your senses, then how do you have knowledge? And if you don't have any knowledge, why do you say science?
You
know what science means? You just don't understand what science means, Rumpus. You don't understand what science means, Rumpus.
You have to believe. We have to believe.
You're just talking over each other.
We have to believe what we're going. The only practical thing to do is to go with what we can perceive.
What does science mean, Rumpus?
Oh my God, yo,
what does the word mean?
Guys, tune it down a notch, will you, please? No one can hear anything. It's total chaos.
I'm just trying to keep up, Rumpus, what does science mean?
Are you going to go on?
The word, the etymology of the word. You know what it means. You know where it came from.
I just told you. You didn't listen to what I said, did you?
You were muted.
I didn't hear what you said.
You were muted. No one heard you. Say it again.
Right.
One
Science,
at a time.
You're going to go to the Greek definition, which refers to knowledge. But that's not the point.
It's actually the point.
Who cares?
I'm
the etymology of anything is utterly irrelevant.
All right, now
the
etymology
of a word is never any basis for having an argument about something. Because the etymology does not necessarily have anything to do with what it actually means. Some words actually the opposite of what the etymology says. Words change meaning, so there's no point in having an argument about the word means and getting all excited about it.
Well, I'm just saying, you guys are going around saying that you can't know anything, but we have you can't know anything, but we have knowledge. Science, right?
Right, and I explained to you...
observational science, even though you can't trust your eyes.
Right, if you listen to what I said, which you didn't...
How do you drive?
If you try listening to what I'm saying. I said, if you're prepared to accept, if you know that there's a possibility that we are still in the same... But nonetheless, we're going to go with what our senses are being correct, so we'll say there is an objective reality, and our senses are correct. We'll go with that. Even though we know we can't prove it, we'll just go with that. And so from accepting that, and accepting the way the sun behaves in horizons and geometry, we can say, if we're prepared to accept basic geometry, the Earth cannot be flat because we've got sunsets. And there you are, because we know the atmosphere is also not a lens. So if you go with those three simple facts, you can then say the Earth cannot be flat. If you're prepared to say that we've got an objective reality.
Yeah, that's an assumption, because you're saying that the atmosphere is not a lens. No one ever said that it was a lens.
Exactly.
But it does have... Hold on, bro. Relax. Calm your tits. Relax. Get your ovaries out of a knot. Just chill out. Just
show us
mute
a way it can
yourself and
happen.
govern yourself. You don't understand how to govern
Well, give
yourself.
us an example of how it can work.
Yeah, sure, that's
give us
fine.
an
Does
show us
refraction-
geometrically how that
Does
can
refraction
happen.
happen with lenses? So the atmosphere acts
Of
like a
course.
lens, but it's not
Yeah.
actually a lens,
No,
right?
there's a
So when
difference between
refraction
refraction and a
happens,
lens.
this is actually causing things to
Yo.
appear where they're not actually at. Sorry,
doesn't-
I'm sorry, Jeremy. Was I talking over like?
Yo, you guys are both talking at the same time, man.
Yeah,
Rumpus keeps interrupting.
Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy, because I was trying to mind this.
Rumpus is getting interrupted a lot too at the same time. Harry, Larry. Like,
Just call me
let's
Harry
not-
Link from now on. I'm gonna change my name.
There is no known refraction condition that can cause the image I'm displaying at the moment of the wind turbines being broken by the horizon.
Like sinking?
The sinking never occurs to that level. If you're going to use the limits of what physics can do,
How do you know
it
that?
can't. Because we know what physics does.
You can't prove anything. What are you even talking
Well, there you are.
for?
You see, if you listen to what I said and you missed it again, if we're prepared to accept that objective reality is what our senses are going and physics is telling us the truth, then we know the way that what the atmosphere is composed of and what it can do, and what it can't do is what we're seeing on the screen at the moment.
What do you mean, am I prepared to accept
without being
reality the
flat.
way that it presents itself? That's the base axiom. Like, of course I'm willing to accept reality. Are you not? Is that like something that you wake up one morning, like, am I going to accept
Right, and if you
reality
did
today?
that, then you would,
Like, am I
then
going
you
to
would
use my
realise.
turn signal to indicate to other cars that I'm actually
Right,
turning?
so if
Because
you're
they may
prepared
not
to accept
actually
that,
exist.
if you're
I
prepared
could
to
be a
accept
brain in a
physics
jar.
and the
Rumpus, I'm
atmosphere,
gonna have to time you out, maybe, or something. But something needs to happen, guys. We can't hear anything. Two people talking at once.
right, but he's just said if he's prepared to accept the reality, in other words, if you're prepared to accept the laws of physics, then what we got on screen is demonstration that the Earth is going. We've got pictures of the globe, of course, and if you're prepared to, but you're in denial of most of the facts of science, you're basically prepared to deny half of science to feed your delusion.
Well, Rumpus, you gotta let him finish his point. You're jumping all in between his middle of his sentence, man.
Right. So you're talking about me being delusional and not accepting reality. When you start every sentence, well, if you choose to accept reality, right? What are you talking about? You're the one denying science. You're the one saying that science doesn't prove anything, and that you start every sentence with, if you choose to accept reality. You could just choose to accept that you're a brain in the vat. That doesn't really make any sense. Like, I accept reality every day, every time it presents itself. Right? If I'm driving and someone is in my lane, I'm going to act accordingly. I'm not going to say, wait a minute, should I choose to act like this car that's in my lane
Yeah, we
heading
know
at
the
me at
point you're
30 miles
making,
an
Larry.
hour?
You're just going on and on.
Do you mind if I finish making the point, or do you need to like interrupt it and fundy mute me because you're such a fundamentalist atomist? I mean, really, can you not control yourself? Listen, Rumpus, you don't understand how to govern yourself. And it shows, like, everybody can see that you have no idea
You don't
how
know.
to
You're
govern
just
yourself.
spouting drivel.
You don't know how to govern yourself, son.
All right, let me just make a point on top of what Rumpus was saying. He says if you're prepared to accept reality, well, then you're also saying, are you prepared to accept the assumptions that we're being told the truth about our reality? That's what you should actually say, not just the way the reality presents itself, because the way our reality presents itself to all of us is a stationary level Earth. You know that.
No, it doesn't present itself as a stationary level. It exactly does not do that. It presents itself as a spherical Earth. That's why Polaris changes by 1 degree every 69 miles and things go below the sunset.
Interpretation.
It does not. Okay.
Yeah, when does Polaris move like every 80 something?
Wait,
I'm sorry.
Every time I move 69 miles north or south, it changes angle by 1 degree. That can only happen on a spherical Earth.
Okay, can I speak now? Fuck. The Earth does not present itself as if it's moving in any fucking way. You saying that you see Polaris move just shows that it's presenting that Polaris is moving, not the Earth. Thank you.
So I don't know whether you're disagreeing with me or agreeing with me. The point is that when we move north to south by 69 degrees, the angled Polaris changes by 1 degree. The rest of the angles to all the stars do, but of course they're moving around. So we use Polaris because that's stationary. But so either all the stars are moving by this thing, which we know is not true because they would have to move in greater than the speed of light. And we know that the Earth's rotating from about 10 different experiments, from the fact that when you drop things, they don't fall directly downwards, and also the weight of things changes between the equator and the North Pole. There's 10 easy, and the fact we've got the gyroscope show that we're rotating. So we know the Earth's rotating. So we know that the stars are not we're rotating and the stars are remaining still. So when we have this change in Polaris, it's not moving around like crazy, which is presumably your counterpoint. So we know if we assume that the Polaris is not moving, and that therefore the geometry of what we're on is the cause of the change in the angle, and therefore from that the only thing that allows the 1 degree per 69 miles is a spherical Earth.
Can I say something on this, please? Right, Rumpus, you said Polaris changes angles 1 degree every 69 miles.
As we see it, our angle from the horizontal to Polaris changes. Yes.
Does Polaris move, or do you move?
We move along the surface
So
of the Earth.
therefore, your moving actually changes the angle.
Exactly, and it can only do that if it was flat.
So therefore,
it would not
Polaris
change.
doesn't change angles. Then it's you moving changes the angle.
But because we're on a different angle of Earth, because it's spherical.
You're at a different position. Yes.
Yeah,
correct.
but on the flat Earth, it would not change that way.
No. How do you measure an angle?
You use a theodolite which measures against the vertical, and you can say what's the horizontal.
No. How do you measure an angle?
With a theodolite, for instance, or some other telescopic device.
Is it 2 straight lines?
Well, it's an angle. Yeah, you can go 2 straight lines. Yeah, with a sextant, for instance, is another way of doing it.
Right. So you always need 2 straight lines.
Yeah.
Right. So therefore, you've started off. You've got an angle to Polaris, and then you move 69 miles. I hope you drove, not walked, because your feet would be really killing you by then. Right. So you move another 69 miles down the road. Right. And the angle changes by 1 degree.
Yep.
Okay.
What
has changed for you to get that difference in angle elevation?
The fact that I've changed
no.
due to the shape of the Earth.
The shape.
Yep.
No.
Due to the spherical shape, I've changed angle by being on a different position on it. Sorry?
Don't you get angles from straight lines?
Well, you have the angles between two things. The angle, you compare your vertical. So a theodolite, for instance, you have a vertical angle. What's vertical? And then you have the angle to the thing, and you can measure that.
Well, if you've got a vertical angle, it's 90 degrees then, isn't it?
What?
If you've got a vertical angle, it's 90 degrees.
You can measure it with respect to the vertical. You can represent, or you can measure the angle with respect to the horizontal. Either way, it doesn't matter.
You always get an angle from horizontal, don't you?
No, the way the theodolite works and everything they use.
What do you mean no?
Listen.
So you didn't
let me finish. How about let me finish? The way you have angles is you have something like for instance, a theodolite gets an angle, is it has a little internal plumb bob, and from that it can then show, or an auto level, for instance, which shows you the horizontal. The way it does that is it has an internal plumb bob, and then it draws something that's 90 degrees to the vertical. So that's how you know what's horizontal. Then you can then have a theodolite or sextant or something else, or using a bubble, whatever, sextant, and then you can say, what's the angle of Polaris with respect to my local horizontal or vertical, it doesn't matter which, that will change by 1 degree every 69 miles you go north to south, and that can only happen on a sphere.
It has an internal plumb bob.
Correct.
Can you show me this? Because I've never seen
an
an internal plumb bob.
Do you know what a compensator is?
You said an internal plumb bob.
Yeah, I was using simple language. I was using simple language so that you would understand it. Do you understand what a compensator is in an auto level?
You said
yes, and I was doing that so you'd have a chance of understanding what I said.
Please show me an internal plumb bob.
Right, what's called a compensator is effectively an internal plumb bob. Do you not know this? Do you not know what a compensator is? Yes. Do you not know what a compensator is?
Right. Could
you answer the question? Could you do the courtesy of actually answering my question? Why don't you answer my question? Do you know what a compensator is in an auto level?
Do you want to show me?
Would you please answer my question?
An internal plumb bob.
Would someone could you please answer my very reasonable question?
It doesn't sound like he does because he keeps asking about a plumb
Yes, you
bob.
see, he's trying to dodge it because he doesn't know what a compensator is. He doesn't know how a theodolite works. He doesn't know how an auto level works.
What do you mean? Mirrors and
I'm posting
mirrors
that shows that's I just posted one, but yeah. So Rumpus, just explain if you want what the compensator mechanism is.
Right, it's effectively an internal plumb bob.
You've got mirrors, yes. Go on then.
I mean, it's not quite the same, but.
Well, it's effectively, from someone who's a bit dim and doesn't understand what I'm saying, all you need to understand is it's an internal plumb bob, and that gives you your vertical, and from that it can then show you what the horizontal is when looking through the viewfinder.
Okay, please with the little digs though, Rumpus.
Yes, but I'm having to deal with someone who
That's not
refused to
necessary.
answer the question because he's trying to cover up the fact that he doesn't know what it comes. And he's saying, "Oh, it's got
Little
an
digs
internal
aren't
plumb bob in it."
necessary.
Because yeah,
No,
but it's unfortunately when someone who
you
doesn't
said
know
it.
what they're
I
talking
didn't.
about is sort of using a disparaging tone about the fact that it's got an internal plumb bob. He's saying, "Oh, has it got an internal plumb bob?" when he knows nothing about this subject, nothing at all, and I'm having to spend 5 minutes explaining something that I should not have to be explaining something because he's just being contrarian.
No, because you are always contrarian, so therefore I'm coming down to your level.
You're certainly at a very low level, that's for sure. So have we established whether or not you understand that a compensator behaves like a plumb bob or not yet?
Yes, I do. Yeah, but you said
you
a plumb
do
bob.
understand that it's a plumb bob. So why were you going on about
No,
whether there's a plumb bob
I
there?
didn't say. I didn't say what.
You were complaining that I was likening the internals of an auto level to having a plumb bob in it. Now, do you
said it had
accept
an internal plumb
do you
bob.
now accept that an auto level has the equivalent of a plumb bob in it?
I disagree.
Of course, it's got one. Because
Oh
how
my
do you
God.
get? How do you
So
establish
you
a
do
horizontal
accept now
without
that
a
when I
plumb?
mentioned there was a plumb bob in effect in an auto level, you now accept that that's completely correct, and you was just wasted the last 5 minutes. Is that correct now?
No, it's only 3 minutes.
So you do accept you've wasted that time then?
No, you wasted my time.
Yes, so you asked a stupid question. So here we go. I don't think there's any point in talking to this idiot because he's just determined to
Can you actually answer my question then, please? How do you get an angle?
No, there's no point in talking to you. I tried to explain things to you reasonably, and all you did is just
get an angle?
No, I just explained to you how an auto level works, and then you measure the angle with respect to the local vertical, and that can only change by 1 degree per 69 miles uniformly on a spherical Earth. It will not do that on a flat Earth.
How do you get an angle? Do you actually measure it from horizontal? Yes or no?
But you can measure it from vertical or horizontal.
Right. So with an auto level, do you establish a horizontal or do you establish a vertical?
Well, internally, an auto level generates a vertical, and then from that it determines a horizontal.
What?
My God, I have to say again. Because the way an auto level generates a horizontal, it does it by having an internal plumb bob. This is what I said 5 minutes ago. And then from that, it says, 90 degrees to this plumb bob is horizontal. And then it shows that in your viewfinder. Now, I've had to say this about 4 times, and I've said it 5 minutes ago, and yet you still don't understand this.
So an auto level establishes a horizontal.
Yep, you can do that, yep.
It can do it or it does do it.
Well, it does do it. It does do it, yes. But it does it via establishing
It never establishes vertical. It always establishes a horizontal.
No, it does it internally by getting a vertical and then converting it into a horizontal. But you don't know that, do you? Because you didn't know how
an auto
compensator
level
worked.
establishes a horizontal.
By knowing, first of all, what a vertical is. You don't know this, do you? You don't know how it works. Because you're completely ignorant of this subject.
And you know how it works.
I do know how. That's why I explained to you 5 minutes
But
ago.
you don't know.
But
Science
Jeremy,
doesn't prove
I've now
anything.
had to
Come on,
explain
bro.
this. He doesn't know
Don't
how it
have
works.
double
And I've
standards.
had to
Don't speak out
explain
of
to him
both
how it
sides of
works
your mouth,
about
bro.
8 times now, and it's getting a bit boring.
Stop lying. Quit saying you know how things work, but science doesn't prove anything. How do you know if it's
Oh
not
my
proven?
God, he's back on that theme. I just told you, I'm prepared to accept there's an objective reality, then we're prepared to say, if we accept the objective reality as we perceive it and our senses are correct, then we know how an auto level works, and it does it by establishing, using what is effectively an internal plumb bob, and then from that it generates a horizontal, which you can see in the viewfinder.
You don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're just an idiot.
So an auto level
in
establishes the
layman
horizontal.
terms? Can you explain in layman terms?
Okay, shall I try again? Inside an auto level, there is effectively a plumb bob, something that establishes a vertical, and it has on it, has part of the optics are on that vertically hanging thing, and it then positions 90 degrees to this hanging compensator, a line that that the optical path goes through to give you a horizontal. And so it effectively does generate a horizontal, but it does it by generating a vertical first. But anyway, the upshot is, through an auto level, you do get a horizontal.
Okay, what's the point of this argument? Okay.
I've no idea, because he doesn't understand what a compensator is. He was so shocked, he wanted, instead of focusing on the argument, he wanted to mess about with compensators, and he didn't like the fact that I said there was an internal plumb bob, and I've now had to show that he's an idiot and doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay,
But
what's the purpose of a compensator?
To generate the horizontal graticule in an auto level.
And what is an auto level?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Right, I'm going to bed.
Why are you saying Jesus Christ? You should educate us instead of complaining and whining.
Rumpus, yo, you can't call. Hold on, Rumpus, you can't call names here. What are you doing, bro? You got like 13 mornings or some shit, dude. Like, we want you to be here and be able to talk, but you can't be calling people names and shit.
He ran away.
He doesn't understand how to govern
He's gone. Rumpus is gone.
Yo, anyone that says we're biased, all right, I want everyone to see what Rumpus just did here. He's a Glover. We let him get away with murder just now. I don't know why.
Absolutely. I as a Glover,
I don't want to hear that bias.
more restraint than I would have. I
don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that we're biased towards flat Earth or shit at all.
Yeah,
Pete got a warning for a lot less. Pete got a warning for a lot less earlier.
But I will say this: he got muted. I mean, you let him talk, but he got muted a lot more than flat Earthers. They did get some, but he got muted a lot more. But having said that, he deserved it.
Yeah, sorry if I ruined your show because I just had enough of Rumpus and I just had to do what I did. My apologies.
Even with all the muting, it was fucking bad.
I just wanted to know what a top an alpha level is.
An auto level is a tool for establishing the horizontal.
Hey, Satani Worship. Satani Worship. Did you manage to remember what your dissertation was for your astrophysics?
No. Sorry, please don't interrupt. I really want to know what an alpha level is.
Yeah, you're still fibbing about that then, I see. Right?
No, I'm just curious because someone said it's to measure what? Horizontal?
No, it establishes horizontal.
Establishes
That's all it does.
From what?
From a datum.
Every other.
I don't get. Are you saying that it takes a photo and then it determines the horizontal?
No, it doesn't take a photo. No, because you look through it. So you've got a measuring rod. It's just got a line of sight. You've got stadia hairs, and you just look through it, and you measure the measuring rod, and you see what reading you can get from the measuring rod.
You're measuring a change in a horizontal elevation.
You're measuring, yes, the ground, yes.
Yeah, so if you go with your stick, with your 5 meter stick or whatever it is in the UK, and you got your horizontal set, you know that you're 5 feet above the ground. You go out, the horizontal, your crosshairs on 4 feet. You know that there's been a 1 meter, or I don't forget what units or whatever. There's been a 1 change in the ground according to the horizontal.
Yeah.
1 meter.
All you're measuring is a change in elevation. And the elevation is the ground underneath you. And that's all you're doing.
You're measuring elevation.
Elevation change.
Elevation change.
Of the ground, yes. Because you establish your you've got your auto level, it could be like 4 feet above the ground, so 4 feet above your datum. And then you look through it and you can see the measuring rod 50 feet away, whatever it is, and you measure, or you look at and you can see what that measurement is 50 feet away from you, and you know how high or low that ground is above you. That's it.
Like if
So
you're
the
making
measurement
forms. Go ahead.
Sorry?
I was just going to say, like, if you're making forms for a building, you want everything to be nice and square. You can make sure they're all on the same horizontal plane, all the forms for the concrete or whatever. Or let's say you want to make some kind of drainage thing. You're going to make sure that it doesn't go up from the horizontal. It just needs to go down from the horizontal, so you know it'll flow.
If you're making form, yes, you want a nice level plane. If you're making drainage, then you want a slope.
And you can make sure it's a slope from this horizontal that your auto level will make.
Yeah, a horizontal is an equal elevation all the way along.
Well, I don't think the Globers would agree with you on that one.
Well, whether they agree or not, it doesn't matter because that's construction through and through, isn't it?
That's right. Didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson say that science is right, even if you don't believe it? Does Rumpus know about this? I mean, do these ballers know that science is correct even if they don't believe it because it doesn't prove things? I mean, come on, guys, keep it.
Yeah, I still don't get what it is, but yeah, good try.
Have you tried Googling it?
Larry, I mean, to say that science doesn't prove things does not mean that we can't know anything. I don't know why you say that.
Well, I mean, I know that water causes heat to boil. Do you?
Yeah, turn the
How do you
heat
know?
up, boil water. Turn the
How do
heat
you know
up,
that?
boil water.
Sorry. So how do you know that?
I'm roboting, I think.
I
Well, it
know
might be
that
me.
water seeks level.
No, how do you know that heat causes water to boil?
Well, I don't know. I'm just addressing the statement that by saying that science doesn't prove things that we can't know anything. That's in particular what I was addressing.
Yeah, but to prove
After
something
work.
is to establish the truth of it.
Okay, so is a dumpy like something that
So
you
that
use
would
to
mean that
measure like
if you want to know it as true, you have to prove it.
Well, I mean, you can set that standard, and I understand what you're saying, but I mean, then again, from another's perspective, that um, understand things to the best of our knowledge without actually calling it proof. We can still know these things with a degree of certainty without saying the word proof, I guess is what it is. And I understand the contention, but I don't think it's fair to say that because there's no proof in science that we don't know anything. I don't think those two things follow.
It just sounds like you have like an orthodoxy against the word proof. Maybe the college brainwashed you into believing that, but I don't think you actually act it out in your real everyday life. Like, for example, you know from firsthand experience that, electricity hurts, right? You ever got shocked and your muscles lock up? Like, shocked hard enough that it like actually hurt you? Not that it caused pain, but you're actually damaged, like cell damage, tissue damage. So, like, nobody has to, like, question whether or not, well, it hasn't actually proven, it's not scientifically proven that electricity hurts. Like, you act out like you believe that you know that it's proven that if you have enough voltage pass through your body, it's going to cause damage. It's going to hurt.
I disagree, but yeah.
Then by all means, please go and, well, I'm not going to tell you to do that. Go get a taser, right, and set it up right between your legs and pull the trigger. How about that?
Sir, are you a flat earther, sir? Are you a flat earther?
I've seen him do that on Jackass before, and right on the
Wait, I
taint.
just want to know if this guy is a flat earther.
Right on the
Yes,
taint.
I haven't been able to detect any curvature when I went to Corpus Christi.
Have you? Okay, so we talked about an auto level. Have you used an auto level to determine the horizon?
What do I need an auto level if I got the biggest spirit level in the world right in between my armpits?
I'm saying if you used an auto level, you would be able to determine the curvature of the Earth.
Is this like day one for you, bro? You
What do you
can't
mean?
measure the curvature, bro. It doesn't exist.
No, if you used an auto level, you would be able to.
Yeah, you can use binoculars to determine curvature doesn't exist. You can use your eyes, and God forbid you
No, I
trust
think
your
that's what
senses.
I think that's what the other guy was trying to allude to, is that you can use an auto level to find the curvature of the Earth. What do you have to say about that?
I don't care if he was trying to allude to it or quaalude to it. You can't prove the curvature of the Earth because it doesn't exist.
But what about the pictures that we've taken?
Did you take a picture of the Earth as a whole? Like you personally? You got a mouse in your pocket?
Me personally? No, I'm saying
Yeah,
I
because
trust the institutions
so we can't
to take
verify.
these pictures on my behalf.
Do you want me to listen to the military-industrial complex and the government, and you want me to believe what they tell me to be true is true?
Absolutely, I don't think these bodies are entirely corrupt.
Let me ask you a question, bro. Does the government lie?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you caught your girlfriend or wife in bed with another man, would you trust her after that?
She probably
The
just
government,
slipped, fell.
the government. Hold on. He said something that really incorrect. Your government isn't your government. You don't establish an intimate relationship with the government. Your government is designed to be accountable and represent you on your behalf. Your girlfriend doesn't do any of that.
My wife represents me every time she goes into public. She got my last name.
So
How is she not representing me?
the thing is, you can't divorce your government.
You want to make a bet? It's called moving to another country.
So that's
Yeah,
the
you
thing.
could
Like
integrate.
you have to be able to deal with the corruption that occurs, but you also have to be able to give them the benefit of the doubt. And look, I believe Nasser. I believe these institutions because I believe that there are normal people like you and I that work there, that they're not dishonest. They won't provide us with misinformation. So I disagree.
Well, that's a cool religion you got and everything. You trust in men,
It's
but I
not a
certainly.
religion.
Hold on, bro. Do you mind if I speak? I was on mute when you spoke, right? So, yeah, it's a cool belief system that you have, right? And I don't trust men, right? You know why? Because I'm 40. I've lived life. I have experience. The only thing I trust men to do is to be greedy, right? That's the only trust that I have in men, right? And guess
I
what
agree
these
with
greedy
you.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Guess what these greedy peoples are going to do? They're going to sign non-disclosure agreement, and they're going to keep their fucking mouth shut and accept the paycheck, right? Because if you know anything about the Texas-Mexican border, they offer you lead or gold, right? Which one are you going to choose?
Look, I wholeheartedly agree. But what I'm saying is you should give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, let me know how that works out for you. You give men the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you should start like in prison. Drop the soap and just give them the benefit of the doubt that they're not going to take your ass for everything it's worth.
Because, like, yes, no one should trust their government, right? No one. But what I'm saying is you should give them the benefit of the doubt because if they're wrong, then they're wrong, and we can all learn from it. But for you to sit there and say that everything the government does is completely wrong, I think it's stupid because, again, the government represents you, and if they are stupid, it means that you're stupid. So that's what I have to say.
Okay, so where did I say everything the government said is wrong? Can you point that out? Can you clip that and play it back for me?
Guys, I feel like this conversation is wasting everyone's time to listen to, honestly.
Okay, I apologize. I'll
It's
disengage.
not your fault. Can we move on to a more interesting conversation for the room?
It's an interesting
By all means,
conversation, sir.
take it
With all
away,
due
Aaron.
respect,
Oh, God.
don't disrespect me.
Just shut up.
Wait a minute. You should automatically respect crypto, right? You should automatically trust and respect him and don't talk back to him. Don't
Yeah, he's
sass.
already lied to me. He told me in 24/7 that he's an astrophysicist, and when me and Matthew Learns asked him what his dissertation was on, he conveniently had to escape every single time and, I'm just going to make dinner, and then didn't actually make dinner, and this other kind of shit.
He's
It's
an
just
astrophysicist.
well, he's not, clearly. He's about 16, but
man.
he felt like he could lie to us. So that's the level of respect we're dealing with.
Let me grill him. Let me at him.
And if you want, I just don't. I mean, we've got 30 odd people in the room. I just don't know if everyone wants to listen to his nonsense.
I don't. I
Right,
definitely do
so
not.
back to the shape of the Earth, right? I'll just go ahead and be quick. 60 seconds, please. Thank you. Yeah, so I went to Corpus Christi for the 4th of July one year with my family. It was great. I was right next to the USS Lexington, and I was looking at Ingleside on the bay 10 miles away. I was in the water up to my armpits, right? So about a foot above the water, maybe a little less. And guess what I saw? Ingleside on the bay, right? Now, Corpus Christi, the city is behind you, and what's in front of you is Ingleside on the bay. It's the other side of the bay, obviously. And what is over there is beach houses. Now, is there any 66-story beach houses? You ever seen any of those? No, me neither. So there's no skyscraper beach houses on Ingleside on the bay. So guess what? Where's the curvature? Where? The globe only exists in your mind on TV and in magazines. It doesn't exist in reality. It's a story that you were told that's unverifiable. If it's unverifiable, it cannot be true. Only thing that is true is that which is verifiable. In science, if
So,
it's not empirical, falsifiable, it's not science. Thanks.
so you presented a piece of anecdotal evidence there about an observation. Did you take any images of it?
No, of course not. And I wouldn't expect you to take this anecdotal evidence as anything other than just a story. But the difference between me and NASA is that you can actually go there and do it yourself and verify it to be true or false. See, that's the important thing, right? That's the difference between us and the government, is you can actually verify.
So, according to the flat Earth model, the sun is moving away from us at sunset. So, if it's moving away from us, then there's nothing between the Earth and the sun. I mean, there's nothing to get in the way and cast a shadow, is what I'm saying. That's, that's on the globe model. Essentially, sunset is the shadow of the sun as it rotates around. You understand what I said?
Larry, are you there, bro?
Yeah, sorry, I'm freaking out looking for my headphones right now. Did he ask me a question? I apologize.
Kind of.
I was getting out of my car. I apologize. Please restate your question. I was getting out of my car and I bumped my head and my headphones fell off.
So you mentioned about the whole skyscraper or whatever on the beach. And basically where I was going with it is if you're on the beach, you can see literally the shadow creep up the side of the building, and you can go upstairs and watch the sunset again from the beach, from a building at the beach. Now, as far as I know, there's nothing between the Earth. From what I understand, the flat Earth basically says that the sun is moving away from us. It's not going over the horizon, it's just moving further away. So my question is, if it's moving further away, then and it's perspective, how does perspective cause a shadow to creep up the side of a building? Because there's nothing between us to cause this shadow. So it can only be explained by perspective, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, are you done?
Yes.
Right. You ever heard of refraction?
So you're saying refraction causes a shadow. Have you ever? I've never seen it.
The atmosphere acts like a lens.
Okay.
You know that, right?
Sure.
Okay, so if you scroll up to where I posted, I'll post it again. Yeah. So this is a flat table, right? The guy has a lens in front of a light, or I think it's actually a little model sun, and he just moves it away from you, right? And guess what? It disappears from the bottom up.
Okay. So that's somehow causing the shadow. Is that this refraction?
Yeah, if it's disappearing, right, from your point of view, that causes a shadow, right?
So refraction causes a shadow.
Yeah, refraction causes all kinds of weird stuff, right?
Okay.
Because the atmosphere acts like a lens.
So if if I go up in elevation, how does that affect refraction? So I'm not going further or closer, just going higher.
You changed your perspective. You changed your point of view. So as you go higher, the angle between your eye and the ground increases. Look, this isn't rocket science, guys. It's really easy. Let's say you have a street sign that's 6 feet tall and you're a mile away, right? You should be able to see the street sign, right? But the angle in between your eye and that street sign it's a very acute angle, right? It's not very big. The further and further and further you go backwards and walk away from that sign, you turn back around, the angle is getting smaller and smaller. Now, the angle from the street sign to the sky, well, the sky is the limit, right? It's a very big angle, right? So if you had skyscrapers or whatever, you'd be able to see them all the way up, but you can only look so far down before the ground gets in the way, right? Did you see my gift that I posted?
I saw one way earlier, but not. I thought you said you were going to post it again. I don't know if it's the same one.
I'm in the wrong place. My apologies, brother. I will do it again. All right. Livestream. Again.
I don't know if I've ever seen an example of refraction causing a shadow.
Well, can it cause things to appear where they're not?
Yes. I mean, I guess it could. I mean, we've seen the bending light and, the lasers or whatever. Well, I guess it could. That's kind of weird to think about in terms of it causing a shadow in that it bends. I mean, to me, it's bending around the globe. It would not cause a shadow. It's bending around something and shining on it. I mean, something's literally blocking the light to me. I don't know of any other way that refraction would cause a shadow unless something is blocking the light.
Do you see? Oh, I haven't posted it yet. Sorry. Do you see what I posted?
Okay.
So the first image is skunk bait time lapse, right? And if you see the building on the left, close to the middle, but close to the left, the white building actually disappears, right? And it's not because of curvature, it's because of refraction, right? So what happens in the second image? As the sun goes away, like a drone, it gets closer and closer to the horizon, right? When you add a lens, it's like the atmosphere, and guess what happens? So let's say you got a drone right above your head, 399 feet at the legal limit of the United States. You fly it due west, right? It goes west, and it appears to get lower and lower and lower and lower, closer and closer and closer into the horizon until it disappears. Did the drone set? Did it go below the horizon?
No, but if you had enough magnification, you could zoom back in on it.
Right, but then it's a really good drone, and it goes out like 6 kilometers. So eventually you can't zoom back in on it anymore, right?
Right, I would agree with that.
Yeah, those Chinese drones are really nice.
At some point, you cannot zoom back in on it. Now, the question is it below the horizon, or is refraction causing it to disappear?
Well, I mean, your perspective is causing it to disappear, and there's refraction involved. So look at what I just posted. Apparent position of the sun, high up in the sky. Actual position of the sun, it's actually lower, right? So what happened if that sun, let's say the Earth is flat, and it's, let's say the horizon line, let's say it was actually a flat Earth, right? And the sun was actually getting further and further and further away. You see a spot line for my cell phone here in Texas? It's above the ground. Can you see it? I'm shining it right now. You can't see it? Oh, you're too far away. But it's still above the ground, right? So for Rumpus to say that a light can't disappear above the Earth if it moves away from you. Well, he just doesn't understand the inverse square law, obviously.
That's true, but the thing is, if that was true, you could use enough magnification to eventually zoom it back in. No matter how far away it is, if it
Really?
never goes below the horizon, eventually you could zoom it back in with enough magnification.
Really? So can you tell me about the inverse square law?
No.
Well, I can tell you about it. Would you like to know?
Sure.
According to the inverse square law, every time you double the distance away from a source, the intensity of the source signal strength drops by four times.
Okay.
Right? So it's an exponential drop off of light the further you get away from it. Do you listen to the radio, FM radio, when you were younger, right, from your city, and then you move like 3 cities away, you can no longer get that, signal, right? You lose Wi-Fi signal when you take out the trash, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is all light, even though it's invisible light. It's not on the visible spectrum. It's still electromagnetic radiation, light, correct?
Okay. Yes.
Right. So can you pick up any Dallas stations right now where you are?
Dallas? I'm in Dallas.
Okay, I apologize. Can you pick up
Bad
any
example.
Texarkana?
Yes. Bad
Well,
example.
what are the chances of you being in Dallas, right? So can you pick up any Texarkana radio stations with your FM receiver?
No.
It's not that far away. Can't you just zoom in with your? You get it? You can't zoom in. The light's still reaching you, but it's at such a low,
power.
Yeah, low power that you can't make it out between the static amongst everything else. Intensity, yeah, such a low intensity. So light doesn't travel forever at the same intensity, right?
So according to that logic, we could just put an FM transmitter on a 20-foot tower, and you would still get the same coverage as you would on a 1,500-foot tower.
Yeah, basically by that logic, we just raise something higher, and we should be able to get the signal. Why not? I mean, we're changing our perspective, so I don't understand why that logic doesn't apply.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm just describing the inverse square law and how light works. Now there's light attenuation. Do you know about that?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay.
Go ahead and explain it.
Right. So as the light interacts with other, well, I don't know if light is material. As the light interacts with material, it disperses through that material.
Okay.
So as the light is dispersing from light attenuation, and it's also dropping off in signal strength exponentially every time you double the distance. Excuse me. Do you think you can see light forever? I mean, you guys claim that you can see light from quintillions of miles away. I don't know how you could verify that, but it's what you believe. It's your religion.
So back to kind of what we said earlier is if I am on the ground level and I move up to the second floor, I can see the sun, even though it's still going further away from me. I haven't gotten closer, and there's still refraction, but I can see the sun from the second floor. So as I go higher, I change the angle, and I can see the sun and get better, I'm going to use this term, better reception in my eyes by going higher.
That's correct.
Okay, now.
Because you increase the angle between the ground and your eye. So now that you've increased the angle, right, you have better capability of reception.
Okay.
Because there's more area for that light to travel through and actually reach your eye. It's not bouncing off the ground because your eye is up higher away from the ground.
So what Left Lane said, if I go high enough with a FM radio, I should be able to get a signal from Texarkana to Dallas because I've improved my, refraction or whatever, perception, angle of whatever.
Yeah, you've improved, you've got the angle a little bit bigger now, right, between your ground and the receiver antenna or eye, right? But there's still that pesky inverse square law. You might have 10,000 watts at your radio transmitter, but 10,000 watts versus whatever Texarkana is like 140 miles away, not going to cut it.
So
140 miles is a long way to go for 10,000 watts.
Yeah. So how does the invert? You said it improves with distance. What about the size of the, well, in this case, the sun. I mean, to me, if it's going further away, there's not, I mean, it should get smaller and smaller by a significant degree, and it should get bigger and bigger by a significant degree during the course of the day, and then as it sets, it should get smaller and smaller. And we don't really see it change that much.
Well, do you understand atmospheric magnification?
No.
I got a video on it on my YouTube channel. You can check it out if you like, but this is basically how it works. So when you're looking at an object, you don't actually see the object. You see the light bouncing off the object as far as we know. When the light bounces off the object, then it's heading towards your eye. And as it's going through the atmosphere, which acts like a lens, sometimes magnification happens. And when this happens, it's like looking at a light while you're in the pool. You're at the bottom of the pool, looking at the far end at night, and the light looks really freaking big, right? But then you go over there and you check out the light, and it's actually just a little tiny LED, just really, really small, like 1/16 the size of your thumbnail, right? Really tiny little sucker, right? But it's producing all this magnificent light. And I use water, right? Because water is a good analogy for a large amount of atmosphere, right? I understand the density isn't the same, but the amount of material or mass would be the same over long distances, like 60 miles between Chicago and Michigan. So the same amount of material condensed in a really small space in a pool gives the same effect, right? This magnification, this atmospheric magnification. And as you cause this magnification, just like any other magnification, if you zoom in on a cowboy to see his belt buckle, his boots are going to disappear, right? And as the light is traveling from the bottom of the buildings, there's not a very big angle between the first floor and your eye. So as this magnification happens and the light is diverging and spreading out in all directions, one of those directions is down, and the light is going to bounce off the water and actually never reach your eye until you get in a building and go higher, get in an airplane and go higher. Then or on top of that hill that's like 200 feet high in Michigan, then you can actually see it, the bottom of the building. But Chicago is also built in like a swamp that they made like a bathtub for. So they built it in a place that you normally wouldn't be able to, but engineering is pretty kick-ass, and they made a bathtub for it. So it's technically built in a swamp in a lowland area below, I don't want to say sea level, but lake level.
Okay.
What does the atmosphere act like a lens? Does it cause refraction?
Okay, sure, yes. I didn't say that, but
Just checking.
But I didn't really get the part where that answered my question about the angular size of the sun not changing.
Okay. It's because it wasn't done. So as it's moving further away, its apparent size is shrinking, but as it's going through more atmosphere, the atmospheric magnification is cross-canceling this effect.
Oh, I got it. So the apparent size
I didn't
gets
finish.
smaller.
I apologize.
Okay.
Can I add something
No, I was
to that?
telling you that. Yeah, go ahead.
So the addition is, yes, that's what I believe is happening. Because I mean, we all know when you see something like close to the horizon, it just looks huge as hell. So the thing that I wanted to add is that the angular size does decrease, not with what you would expect for an object and moving away from you the way we'd experience with perspective. But again, the reason that it probably doesn't shrink the way that you would expect, but it shrinks a little bit, is because of the magnification factor Hank is talking about, Larry is talking about.
Okay. But I would just want to point out that you guys say it's an awful coincidence that the sun and the moon are the same size in terms of the whole eclipse thing. It's an awful coincidence that the sun happens to basically stay pretty much the same size, with the shrinking of the sun, but the atmospheric magnification canceling it out, and it's staying more or less the same size. That's an awful big coincidence.
Well, I mean, we could just say there's
It
no
doesn't
refraction
really
and the
stay
Earth
more
is
or
flat.
less.
Oh, sorry.
It doesn't really stay more or less the same size.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's the sun and the moon. We're talking about the ground.
I mean, I was just
Yeah, I mean,
commenting
I'm
on
willing to
the
agree. I'm willing to agree right now that, you know, there's basically barely any refraction whatsoever, and this atmospheric magnification doesn't happen, and there is no refraction, basically, and, you know, according to the Black Swan, it's a flat Earth. So, you know, pick your poison. I'll let you.
So that was a kind of weird segue.
Yeah,
We can
No,
choose
please.
refraction
Please
sometimes,
choose.
but we
Oh,
ignore it
refraction
other
when you
times.
need it, but when you don't need it, no refraction. Yeah, whatever you want, guys.
So where
Whatever
does
you
the
like.
sun go? Larry is right. It's not. Time out.
Where's the sun going
Let's
then?
critique. Let's critique that last point. It's going away. Where's the look? Let's critique that last point of, you know, well, it seems kind of ridiculous, or not ridiculous, but mighty convenient that we don't see it you know, change size much because of this whole refraction thing. That's the same shit we say when we're talking about, okay, so there's actually supposed to be obstruction at 1 mile away, and there's no obstruction as far as I can see. And you're like, well, it's refraction. At 1 mile away, it's going to cause an effect that basically disappear. The thing that's supposed to be obstructing it, like everything beyond 1.5 miles is actually an illusion in the strictest sense of the definition. And you guys go, yep. So I just don't get the hypocrisy is all.
Okay.
Yeah, here's the thing, man. Look, we were told that both go over the horizon. The Black Swan completely debunked that and shot it out of the water. Professor Dave says that you can't see the curvature from the surface of the Earth. So the only place you can see it is on TV. You're not going to space anytime soon. Hate to be the one to tell you, but they lied to you. You can't be anything you want to be, right? Sorry about your bad luck. You're not going to be an astronaut. None of you are, right?
You could
Unless
if
you're
you
already
wanted.
working. Oh,
You could
really?
go apply. Yeah, you can. You sure can. Absolutely. They take applications all the time.
Yeah, but I don't want to be an astronaut. So
I mean, it's, you know, 1 in 50
that's it.
million. So yes,
No,
pretty bad odds.
It's more like 500 versus like the rest of humanity in the history of humanity.
Well,
So,
I'm
you know,
counting.
probably closer to 19 billion.
Well, I'm counting how many actually apply and how many actually get all the way to space versus how many apply. If there's 50 million apply, 500 have been.
All right, hang on. You're getting more in the weeds with astronauts. At least stay on the sun and the moon, huh?
Yeah, I just want to point out the statements about the light attenuation and the inverse square law. And I've really paid close attention to this. To me, I would expect if it were light attenuation or the inverse square law, I would think the sun would disappear from my sight, not obstructed by the horizon. Yet I see on a clear day, the sun is still so bright as it's setting that I would have to use a filter to view it if I wanted to look at it as it sets.
But that is what happens. It depends, honestly. Like if you lived at a high elevation and you had a clear shot to the sun, or if you lived on a beach and you had like the equipment where you could zoom in to the sun, like 9 out of 10 times, I'd be willing to bet that you would see it disappear into the
I've never
atmosphere.
seen it. Yeah.
I have, and I also have videos, not that I've taken, but I mean, like we just call it a muggy day. Oh, of course it disappeared. It was muggy. Oh, it's cloudy. It's like, no, like that's exactly what we're saying is instead of like where you're standing being all cloudy and is why you can't see it, like that little tiny, you know how you put your fingers up and you're like this much, like when you look at the when you stand on the beach and you put your fingers up like about like what is that, it looks like about 3-4 inches up to the horizon. That's how much is that part of the sky is so thick. Like I've seen the moon disappear through it, I've seen the sun disappear through it, not set, just disappear, like just kind of dematerialize because the light is not reaching me. And I'm also going to post a video that I saved of the sun going over the Chicago. I don't know if it was Chicago or New York City, because I have a video of both, but I've shared both, and I just downloaded the video from Chocolate, and I don't know which one it was. But anyway, so like, yeah, I'll send it in the chat in a second, and it's like,
Yo,
you know,
tell them dudes I said what up.
will do. Just don't cherry pick. You know what I mean? Like, of course, we see the sun, we experience it one way, but we experience it in many ways. So,
Yeah, and if you look at the picture that I posted that shows the sun's actual position compared to its apparent position, I think it's really obvious that the sun isn't where it appears to be. There's refraction going on, and if you think that refraction can cause light to bend down at 8 inches per mile squared, well, if the Earth is flat, then refraction can also cause light to bend down at 8 inches per mile squared, and it would go into the ground and never reach your eye. Right, Left Lane? If it's flat and it's going down 8 inches per mile squared, the light would never hit your eye, because if the Earth's flat, the sunlight would go right into the ground. Right?
That was weird
No,
stuff.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, so it
that
can
was
do it
very
in your
strange.
model. Your sunlight can do that in your model. It can bend down to 8 inches per mile squared. But if the Earth
Well, I
was
mean,
flat,
actually,
it wouldn't be able to do that. What does that have to do with the
well,
atmosphere
no,
and
no,
sunlight?
no. What actually happens? What actually happens due to the refraction when the sun gets to the horizon? It actually slows down, appears to slow down due to the fact it's being refracted. It does that 15 degree per hour there's a change in that due to refraction, but it doesn't cause that's not why it disappears for me. It disappears for me because it goes behind the horizon.
That's a red herring. I mean, it's nothing to do with what I was just talking about. Okay, so in the globe Earth model, right, that you guys live on, your reality, right? Well, there's an image called the black swan, and the horizon is 10 times too far, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the light is bending down around the curve, right?
Yep.
So if we were to change it to a flat Earth, the only thing that would change would be the Earth. All the other physics and dynamics and natural laws and scientific laws or whatever you want to call them would stay the same. So if light can bend down in your model, how come it can't bend down if the Earth is flat?
and
You
where's
have,
it?
you have a reason why it can't?
No,
Okay, so
it
if the light can
could.
bend down, then it would.
Yeah.
Well, even if the light's bending, at what point do we see curvature start to show itself? Like that, like if it's uniform bendy so that it looks flat everywhere, measures flat everywhere. I don't know about that, guys.
Literally, their model is straight lines. Their diagrams are straight lines, but then vocally it's bending down. It's
Hi, Glory.
comical.
No,
Yeah,
Larry,
Glory.
it would. It would on the flat Earth as well. I mean, we talk a lot about that, and I believe
So
that
you're
it
using
would
the word
as
wood
well.
when I just want to know
And
where I can spy the curvature. I don't care about woods.
well, I'm kind of sticking to Larry's point for the moment, and I
I'm
don't mind
sure you
talking
are.
about that.
Okay, no,
But
go ahead.
I would imagine that over the flat surface versus the curved surface, that would cause the horizon to be way above eye level and would give a concave appearance. That's just what I would imagine.
It does give a concave
Hi, Glory.
appearance because it curves up.
I knew you was going to
Haven't
talk.
you guys ever seen? I mean, I'm not Glory, but I've
Welcome to
seen
Concave
water.
Earth?
Oh, I'm
Question mark?
sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, this isn't Glory, but I've seen water curve upwards. Like,
Yeah, I've
okay,
actually seen
Yeah,
it.
it appears to
I've
curve
seen it.
up, but then like afterwards there's a drop.
no, there's not even a
it's called a
drop.
wave.
Like when you look at
There's just
the
your
ocean
horizon
and then you
line.
see a boat in the horizon, right? It's like sinking, but the water, you take a picture, the water appears to be curving up, but then in the
No,
horizon
it's
you see
actually
the top of the boat.
it's actually rising above level, the water, in some instances. So I don't know if you want to classify that as appears concave, but it's above level in some spots.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've
so
seen it out on
how
the
do you
ocean. I've seen it
how do you
crazy high.
determine how do you determine what's level in your eye level? That's
Nobody
With a
can just
theodolite.
It's not eye
You have an
level.
you have an auto level or a theodolite or something, obviously, to create the horizontal.
See, that's the
Imagine
thing. In the cases of severe refraction, personally, I wouldn't consider evaluating that particular observation to determine what's going on, because there's, high refractive days are not good days to consider representing what's actually there.
Well, if the Earth is flat and not a globe, and it looks flat, how do you know which is the high refractive day compared to if it was a globe and it looks flat, or if it's a flat and it looks globe? How would you know which one is which, right? These are variables you can't control for. So you don't
and I
really
thought
know.
like this now.
Somebody's hot mic. So you don't really know which is which, right?
Well, you see in the black swan, and I always refer to this one as a good example for me. The same gentleman, that BLM whatever guy, on the same video, on his original video before he edited it, he had the images from the same position of the same platforms showing obstruction. And what's interesting about that, the flame booms were all straight, the buildings looked like they're supposed to, everything looked copacetic, it looked more like what they should look like, and there was obstruction. And for me, that would be more representative of what I would expect to see.
So when you did see the cranes that were bent and everything, how high do you think those cranes were in the air? Cranes are usually a couple hundred feet in the air, right?
Yeah, well, I'd say they're probably 60 feet at the base, and then whatever above the deck,
right. So is
100, 200 feet.
Is there different layers of density between 1 foot and 200 feet?
Sure.
Do you think maybe that was the cause of refraction and not the heat?
Well, see, we talk about that. I mean, how could could the horizon be refracted behind the oil rigs like the horizon's been moved? But for me, the oil rigs and all the water around it and everything out there is being refracted up, and that's what's causing the horizon to appear behind the oil rigs. Kind of all is one kind of thing.
Or it could be that the Earth is flat, and that's why the horizon's behind.
Well, it might be. I
appreciate your honesty.
So nonetheless, you can claim that there's a lot of refraction or a little refraction. I don't know how you tangibly measure that. Anyways, there is photos done by supposed survey. I don't know, what do you want to call it, George? There's multiple people that have, these people that are good with theodolites and auto levels and shit have measured the water above level. So concave Earth right there. I'm surprised I never hear Glory bring that up.
yeah. I'm surprised he doesn't use that image that Rakia posts.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's Georgia. I think somebody else has done it. I know. I thought it was Jesse maybe, or.
Yeah, Jesse has. I'm not sure which image in particular. It doesn't come to mind, but yeah, that one that Rakia posts is George Natural.
I posted another GIF. Sorry, Jeremy.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say I just posted another GIF showing how Olympus was wrong, that things can actually disappear on a flat surface. So that's there for everybody to enjoy. I just
we've all
hey,
Larry, from bottom up is key, right? Because they say that on a globe, if it's disappearing from bottom up, that means that it's going over the curve. So even that Michelle Thatcher lady, that NASA lady, claims this, without knowing about all our arguments, she would get crushed in here.
Yeah, but we know that you don't need to have a globe disappear bottom up, because we've seen it multiple times. Sky Free showed it. Kiva showed it. A lot of people have redone this. They have things setting bottom first on a flat surface.
Oh, but Jeremy, they use the bottom of the magnifying glass. Are we at the top of the atmosphere down here? Or are we at the bottom? Oh, it's a false equivalency, Jeremy. You just don't understand.
I mean, anyone can claim however they want. the way the light's bending because no one's actually tangibly showed it. So we could say it's happening on a flat Earth like this, or they could say it's happening on a globe like that. I mean, neither side can tangibly prove it. What you could do to prove it would be to make a horizontal line, and then we know perspective, with the rules of perspective, if you got a horizontal that will follow a horizontal, it's not going to go up or down. That stays as the center line the whole way down. So if you see it go higher or lower, you'd be like, oh, look, yeah, light's making things be higher than they should. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
Like, how else would you tangibly check to see which way the light's bending? Is this your favorite part?
I think that refraction is going to, as long as this argument stays, and as long as we're talking about it, refraction is going to be at the heart of it as far as
So how do we
observations
check?
at the horizon.
How do we check to make sure which way the light's really bending left lane?
Well, I'm satisfied with the density gradient that light bends towards the denser medium. You know that.
I'm sure you are.
Which is what's the denser medium here?
The atmosphere.
The hot air. The hot air. Right.
Like the hot air. I thought it was the colder air.
Man, I'm looking at the moon. It is bright. It is like daytime.
Well, no, we said bends towards, right?
Yeah, it's bending towards the hot air. The hot air.
No. What?
Yes. Where's the hot air on Earth? Where's the hot air on Earth? Does it get colder as you go up?
No. Okay, hold on. So let me
Does it get colder as you armbar? Does it get colder as you go up in elevation?
Yeah, but I don't think that works with like
armbar. It gets colder as you go up, right?
Yeah, but with the water example, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be the colder air on the bottom and the hotter air on top for like the over water. I think maybe I'm wrong. Someone correct
the way the light's
me
bending. Oh, yeah, I'm helping you out right now. You're not.
No, but not you though. I need an outside source.
Why am I saying that's not true? It gets colder as you go up.
I need a second opinion. That's
LOL.
He needs a globe source, Jeremy. You're not fulfilling
give me a globe source.
It gets colder as you go up. Okay, listen to the words I'm saying. It gets colder as you go up. Okay, the light is bending down. The globe claims towards the hotter air.
Well, here's the caveat to that. In the atmosphere, and it is true that hot air is less dense than cold air by quite a bit. It's pretty significant.
Real quick chat. There's a guy spamming globe earthers or pedophiles.
Uh-oh.
That is not cool.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That's Real Orion 20 or 2.0. Real Orion 2.0.
While you're doing that, I'm look up real fast refraction.
I can't do anything to him. He's not in the voice chat.
Yeah, that's a sidetrack for sure.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah.
Channel.
Yeah, so here we go. I got an image. There's warm air, the rarer medium, the cold air, denser medium.
Hold on one second.
They have the cold air below the warm air.
1 second, relax. Can somebody real quick, armbar. Thanks.
Yeah, we already caught it. As if you really had to say it on voice. Thanks, dude. That's even better. Come on, man. It's already been deleted, and you have to come in VC and say that.
Don't think that might have been part of the plan, but anyway, yeah, you really watch your mouths, everybody, please.
Yeah, watch your mouths, people. Can't believe you people.
All right.
Oh shit, that's the end of the flat Earth.
Please, rename him Morty, please.
I know, right?
Well, what we were talking about, it is true, hot air is less dense than the cold air. We do have colder air up high, but we've also got the downward acceleration that has a great influence on the atmosphere. So we still measure a higher density or higher pressure at the surface than we do up high.
Come on, Larry.
I just going by the narrative, man.
Yeah, you can't blame him for spitting what he's told. Yeah, I really want to point this out. Like, what just happened in the chat, like, it's ridiculous, right? Like, we're all brothers here, right? And if there's any sisters in the chat, whatever, we're all brothers and
Right.
sisters, right? We just have different opinions. Like, it doesn't it doesn't make you guys the enemy, unless you're
Mhm.
communists.
This didn't
Yeah.
this might the shit that I'm saying though, Armbar. Did you finally realize that they have the light bending towards the hotter air in the globe
No.
model? In the globe
No.
model, the light is bending towards the hotter air. Yes.
No, because I mean, no,
Yeah.
that's not even. No,
I know. That's what
that's not
happens.
how it works.
That's how it
Talking
works.
about
They have the
Willis.
light bending down. Okay, Armbar,
No, Rick.
follow me.
No,
Follow
Rick.
me, Armbar.
No, Grandpa
Hey,
Rick.
let me get 2 minutes with Armbar, please.
Armbar.
2 minutes, guys. So, Armbar, it gets colder as you go up, right?
I guess, but I mean, but that's the thing, though. I don't think.
Just stop, bro. Just stop. Stop trying to fight me all the time. It gets colder as you go up. Yeah, we know that. They have
Yeah,
the
but
light. What do you mean? Yeah, but
because like I'm trying to think. Like I think it's. I think the
it's
gradient
like
though.
pulling
That's
teeth.
no. I get what you're getting at. I mean, someone would have to kind of help me
I'm
out,
walking
kind
you
of.
through it right now, dude. Stop doing this. Does it get colder as it goes up?
I guess so, but I mean, I might have to look
Okay,
into that though. Like
you
for
can just
why?
stop there because there's more. Light. It gets hotter. It gets colder as you go up. We know this. This isn't a leap. And also, they have the light bending down on the globe model. Down is towards the hotter air.
I know there's something.
I don't know what's so hard to
here,
understand
but...
about that. It's easy.
Well,
It's easy,
okay.
bro.
If I go based off of like what I've seen, like in videos and whatnot, no, there was the one with the what do you call it? The what's it called? The fucking thing that you like you heat up the clothes with the iron. The iron. There you go. There was like the iron thing where they were like they put like what was it? They had it on. They had like the hot air and they put like the little laser and the laser was like bending away from that, right? So from I remember, it was like kind of bending away from that. So at least in that example, yeah, that was bending towards the I guess the colder air. With that being said, now I have to prove that that's also happening on the globe Earth now.
And your globe model, okay, let me explain how your globe model works. In the globe, it gets, I mean, this is just reality, it gets colder as you go up. Okay, but however, the globe says that the light is bending down into the hotter air.
More
down.
dense medium, hot or cold. Yeah, bends towards more dense.
Down into the hotter air.
Yeah, so I mean, okay, so this is kind of a good point. So Extremistus was saying basically that it's not necessarily a hot or cold thing, but more of a less dense and more dense thing. And so it could be possible that the higher you go up, even though it's colder, right, that it's also less dense than the air lower down there, right? So even though the air might be hotter down there, all right, because you also have like how an atmosphere works on a ball Earth, right? You have this gradient, right, where it's just like more dense, at the ground level, and then less dense as you go up. I feel like it might be possible, but yeah, I might have to, really look into this.
So now we understand that the light's bending into the hotter air on Earth, right? Down.
Well, no, because once again, there would be cold. No, but there would be colder air though below that though, because remember you have the ocean.
No,
right?
It gets hotter as you go up. Sorry, it gets colder as you go up. The hot air is below. It's down. You know how the Earth gets heated?
Yeah, but
the air,
I don't...
the sunlight doesn't interact with the air. The sunlight interacts with the ground and radiates or some shit.
Yeah, but I don't quite buy that though, because I mean I know at least from two observations, right, where it's pretty obvious that what's going on is going on, right? So like, okay, so with one observation, right, you have like the hot road, right, and obviously the road is it's not like, well, actually, you know what, that's tough. But anyway, all I know is that I've seen an observation where the road is hot, and then you have like that kind of like reverse, like I don't know if it's called reverse refraction, but you have that that sort of miraging, whatever, right? So you have that kind of effect going on, all right, and that kind of makes sense because at that point the air coming up from the the surface or the ground, whatever, is going to be really hot as compared to the air, the air in in the air. And then if you compare that to with over water, right? Water takes a bit, time to kind of heat up, so there's sort of like that lag going on. And so naturally the air that kind of goes over the water is going to be colder. So you're going to have that cold air over the, the colder water compared to the hotter air. So you're going to have that normal refraction going on. I know I'm not making sense right now, but the point is,
You're just rambling, bro. You're just rambling. Stop. Just stop.
I'll have to look into this though.
It gets colder. It gets colder as we go up. Your globe model has the light bending down into the hotter air.
I know. I get that.
Okay,
But
all right.
I
Okay,
think
cool.
someone.
I was worried. For a second.
Brewhip is very clear. The light bends towards the Earth because it's hotter and denser. Otherwise, you don't have 7/6R.
Wait, say it again. I blanked out. I'm sorry.
I said Brewhip is very clear. The only way you get 7/6R is because the light bends downward. Earth hotter and denser.
No,
not upward, bends downward, very evenly, perfectly to make 7/6R. That's how you can see over the curve, which is what happens.
Wait, okay. Can another like Glober jump in? Because I really don't know enough of this topic to really like debate this. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm telling you everything.
I'll help you out.
Ding, ding, ding.
Like,
Here we go,
hold on, Jeremy. I'll consider your point, but I really have to look into this stuff for me. That's why I don't like touching these topics, because if I don't know enough, there are some times where someone will make a good point, but it's technically wrong. So I do want to kind of look into this a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Just what you're saying.
That's understandable.
What say? I'll make the argument for you.
That's understandable. We're not saying anything that the Globers wouldn't say, though. They have the light bending down on the globe. It's colder as you go up.
Can I make a comment regarding light bending up in an experiment real quick?
Hold on.
Yes, you can make your comment. The floor is all yours.
Real quick. There was a flat Earth video I saw. It was a 16.4 mile laser range test. I want everyone to re-look into this laser experiment with this consideration of light bending up. Here's the setup real quick. 16.4 miles. The person with the laser was 2 feet above the ground. The observer on the other side was 4 feet above the ground. The person shooting the laser 2 feet above the ground had the laser hit something, had the laser be basically obstructed, and he had to tilt his laser upward for the other person on the other side to see the laser. And you could see and confirm this in real time because they're talking to each other as they're recording the video. And the person on the other side is recording. So the guy's like, I'm shooting it horizontal, and then the guy's like, no, I don't see the laser. He's like, weird. And then he's like, and then he raised it, and then he's like, oh, there it is. And the laser to the observer, to the guy on the other side, is clearly, at least in the video, bending up. So maybe just look into this. I don't know if anyone knows the video I'm talking about. Someone can link it. Thank you very much. That's all.
Well, you sound bit crushed for. Sound like a those old games like on the Genesis or whatever. Like the audio is like yeah, it's weird. But yeah, good point. I don't know. I don't know actually. I was kind of blanking out there.
You do that quite a bit, huh?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
You know, the laser bending up is sorry.
Armand, wait, hold on. Why is my name Armando now?
Listen, Armando, listen.
FE Core.
You have the globe model. Armando, you have the globe model. They have the light bending downwards. You absolutely have to have the light bending downwards for most of these observations. Okay?
Yeah, I get that.
The hot air is downwards. It's more hot. The hot getting hotter the more down you go. Usually.
Yeah, I know. I get that. It's just because I'm also looking at diagrams though, and the diagrams that I've seen is that they show cold air at the bottom, hot air on top, whatever, for normal refraction. But what Kosho is saying in the chat is though, for the most part, it's not as so much.
Listen, stop hanging out with Kosho. Amanda.
Oh my god! Look, all I know is that it's less of a heat thing and more of a density thing, and that's not up for debate.
You might want to check with Rumpus.
No. I mean, okay. I think to some extent, you have somewhat of a point, but remember though, hear me out though, right? It is mainly a density thing, and I know this to be the case because obviously
Okay.
there's the sugar water example, right?
How do you know?
That's not a temperature
Armbar, hold
thing.
on.
That's a density thing, right? That's fair.
Armbar, hold on. Rumpus is about to do a test where he's only checking temperature. He's not checking anything but temperature. Yeah. He's using thermistors.
Okay.
Or
Maybe
thermistors. I don't know how you pronounce it, but he's just checking temperature.
I mean, it could be that he's accounted for everything else, so that's why he's only checking temperature. I don't know. I'm not, I don't know. I don't fucking know. But with that being said, though, it is, but here it is, or at least it should be a density thing because once again, the sugar water example, it's, like if you were to really kind of science this out, you would find out that the variable that's really, changing is the density, because in the example where, who's that? Yeah, who's that?
I was saying, what do ballers know about science? But anyway, good.
Anyway,
Yeah,
all I know is
Armbar.
that it's a density thing, though. All right, you got the sugar water example. Obviously, the density is different, because of the sugar and whatnot. And you can also, once again with the heat thing, right? Yeah, sure, the heat. You have, for example, like the iron with the air, the hot air, and whatnot. The laser kind of bending away from that, right? Sure, there's heat, doing that as well. But what's the similarities between that? Right, the similarities between that and the sugar water. The similarities is the density, right? Obviously, the hot air, is less dense, and the colder air is more dense. All right, and both of those things, share that. All right. So, if I was to really science this out once again, I would find out that was the variable. That's the thing that's changed, and that's, yeah. But anyway, all right. I don't think it's a heat thing. All right, it plays a part, but it's not. The main thing is density. All right.
All right. Well, temperature. I'm just letting you know, Rumpus is doing his test, and he's only checking temperature. So, anyways, either
it
way,
denser?
either
Is it
way, though.
denser?
Go ahead, Godric.
Is it denser when it's hotter or colder?
It's
Which is it?
denser when it's colder.
I think you have that flipped around, my friend.
No, because when it's hotter, the idea is that it's obviously moving faster and whatnot. The particles, whatever, and so naturally it's going to want to expand more, or whatever. So naturally it's gonna be less dense. You know what I'm saying? It's just gonna, yeah.
You had just lost your globe. Is this being recorded?
Well, look, like I said, I don't know enough of this topic, so I really wish there was. Oh, you go.
No worries, Arma. But if Geoduck is going to come in here and say that he debunked the globe, I have no problem suplexing him into the flat Earth that he thinks exists.
Two things that I thought I understood is that hot air is less dense than cold air, and I thought refraction bends into the denser medium, so I don't see why it would bend towards the heat. Kind of confused is what you guys are saying. Like Arma is, I think.
Well, you gonna finish that or?
Well, that's it. Like you were saying that hot air is less dense than cold air. I agree.
Yeah, I think context. I think I guess there wasn't really context given, but basically, that assumes all things the same though. So I think, for example, let me see. I think given the same amount of air, right? The same amount of air and whatnot, hot air will be less dense, right? But that also it assumes a bunch of other things. Like I said, I don't know enough of this topic to really argue about. I know there's maybe if you throw in pressure or something. I think if they have the same pressure or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you could say in in a container where the walls won't expand, then I guess you could say in some way that the hot air is thicker than cold air if the volume doesn't change. But that's a whole different thing that I don't know anything about that actually.
Yeah, I'm not tackling that either. I don't want to sound like an idiot, so I'm not going to touch any of that. I don't know enough. So I'm thinking about it right now, and I'm realizing there's a lot of holes in my knowledge right now of this topic. I'm saying okay, if I put it in a container, right, and the same pressure, whatever, but then I heat one up, I think the pressure technically increases if I heat it up, right? And don't think it's
in a container.
Yeah, because I'm like thinking about it. If you have two containers, same amount of air, whatnot, but if you heat one up, obviously, I think the pressure increases, right? Because it's bouncing faster and whatnot, and that's what pressure is.
Yeah,
Right?
I blanked
out. But I don't know enough of this topic to, I'm not going to touch this. I don't want to sound like an idiot.
This headset doesn't work very well. But can you hear me a little bit? Because I'll just tell you that I was just trying to say to you in chat, the density is the ultimate decider, because the density will tell you how compact whatever it is just going to be the decider. And if the temperature, that can have an influence on the density. So you can, if you're someone who's checking the environment to see if there's going to be refraction, you can take a look at the temperature and get a good indication. But ultimately, the density is going to be the decider. If you have a situation though where the pressure is like in the atmosphere, the pressure is going to make it so that even though it's the same material down lower, the density can be greater. The overall density of the air is greater. You can very often have situations where the temperature higher up is lower, but the density is still greater down lower. So, that's ultimately going to be the thing that decides it. The temperature on its own is not really a decider of refraction. It's used as a decider because it's a good indication of the density. But so it is complicated, but the number one thing is just how compact the air is. And if the pressure is creating a more compact air, if the temperature is greater, it's going to be, the decider.
So if you fight a laser beam, Kosho, which way is it? I know you're saying there's a deciding factor, but which way is it going to bend? Can it bend out either way? Hello?
Whatever the globe needs it to do.
You beat me to it. We know how these guys love to hold both positions.
Yeah. So they don't even want to answer point blank questions like that because they got to keep it open ended. It depends on what the globe needs that day.
I didn't hear the question. I didn't realize you were asking a question.
Sure, Austin, you ruined my game.
I got a question for the Globers that believe in this little religion or whatever. Can you guys tell me if it's because of gravity that things fall down? Then why would the speed that something falls down change during a thunderstorm?
Probably because the pressures are different.
Electrostatic potential.
I never heard that. I didn't know that was the truth. Things fall down faster, but I would imagine it's to do with the pressure differences.
Is that electrostatic differential between the two things? The difference, plus or minus difference up and down? Oh, yeah.
It varies. But the point is that it's in a vacuum chamber, like in a gravimeter. So it can't be anything to do with surrounding air pressure.
What's the difference? Like, how much different is it?
Oh, well, the fluctuations in downward acceleration are never great anywhere, but that doesn't really matter. The point is that in the same exact location, it will change based on a thunderstorm, even inside of a gravimeter.
Can you say that again? You're roboted. It'll what?
Gravimeter.
The acceleration changes based on the thunderstorm, even inside a gravimeter, which is a vacuum chamber little box, right? So.
Do you have any papers that you can cite stating?
He's right. He's right.
Yeah, I know. I'll book some papers
storms.
car, and then you'll ignore them.
Yeah, me.
He's right. The storms
went over this. We went over this. The wind blows changes it.
Basically, the mass distribution. Mass distribution is going to fluctuate the gravimeter.
Mass doesn't work.
Sure it does.
No, how does mass explain something changing acceleration downward during thunderstorms, during rain, and during wind inside of a vacuum chamber?
The gravimeter, specifically the one in England, which measures the same location over and over, They have differences during storms because of the mass distribution difference. There's
Mass distribution of what? Distribution of what mass?
the land mass, the mud, the water, the air, mostly probably the water.
So when the wind blows, it changes the mass of the land?
Probably mostly the water. There's probably creating this very slight differences.
Well, like even the wind. So hey, Jeremy, you know what the answer is, right? It's electrostatics. Because even wind, there's something called ionic wind. So like you can repel gas with electrostatics. So like when you have ionic wind or thunderstorms or rain, because like rain, clouds actually, they become polarized, and as like the quote unquote negative and positive charge separate, eventually it will rain based on that polarization and its relationship to the ground. And that's what lightning is, right? It's electrostatic discharge to the ground. So all these variables are electrostatic. What a coincidence.
Yep, and I heard that there was an experiment where they charge it with electrostatics and it gets lighter.
Yeah, you could make things lighter with electrostatics, and you can make things heavier with electrostatics, and you can make things fall faster with electrostatics. It's all about
You're roboting.
Okay, sorry, I'll get on my computer in a second.
Coach Shell already explained it's because of the density of the mud. There you go. What else do you need?
I'll jump back on in a sec.
You sound good now, Whit. So how'd the Glover meeting go today, guys? Did you figure out how to argue against Mechanic 1 and 2 yet?
Is that Larry? Because if it is, I did have a response to your original statement earlier.
I'd love to hear it if you got one.
Are you Larry? Yeah?
Yeah, I'm Larry.
All right, perfect. So you know how earlier we were talking about a mechanic, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I did a lot of thought about that. So, that's a great example. And you're right. To really know what's going on with the car, we're going to have to pull the car apart and test it, right? But
yeah, it sounds like you're agreeing, but there's going to be a but.
Oh, there's a big but. The thing is, we're the designers of the car.
Well, I like big butts, and I cannot lie.
Right?
Well, you can lie. You're just choosing not to right
unmute
now.
my mic fast enough to get that in.
Larry, we're the designers of the car. We created it, right? We didn't create the universe. The thing is that that's a huge difference, is that with the car, we created it. We know how it should work. We designed it to work this way. We can pull it apart, manipulate it any way we want because we are the designers.
Who's the designer of the universe?
I would agree. God.
Right.
So, yeah, when you said it's a big difference, I would say, yeah, I would use the word disadvantage. Go ahead.
It's not a disadvantage. It's just a difference.
Wait a minute. If we design the car and we know how it should work, that would be an advantage of knowledge gaining. But when it comes to the cosmos, right, we didn't design it, and therefore we don't know how it should work. That puts us at a disadvantage. Do you disagree?
No. Yeah, I don't like the word disadvantage, advantage.
Okay, why do you disagree?
Because you're putting an opinion on something that's just fact.
So let me get this straight. We designed the car. We know how it should work. We got the schematics, the blueprints, and everything, and we know how it should work. So when we're trying to find the cause of something happening, like it not working like it should, we can pull up the blueprints and we know exactly what's doing what. But when it comes to the cosmos, there's no blueprints. We have no foundation of how it was designed, how it was put here, other than maybe there was a Big Bang. And you don't think that's a disadvantage? You think they're both equally, you think they're the same?
No, I don't think they're the same, which is why I'm not using the word disadvantage.
Right, so they're different. So that puts you at a distance. And why are they different?
Well, what I'm saying is I would prefer if we don't use the word disadvantage or advantage. right? I would
Okay,
prefer
well,
we
you
just
can
use the
say
word
different.
different.
You can say
Yeah.
different.
What word would
I'm
you
going to
use?
go with disadvantage.
What word would you use?
Different.
Different doesn't indicate that we have more control over the car than of the universe. That's the problem with your different. Different could be either way.
Right,
But
but
disadvantage
so
means you have more control over the car.
guys, we're leaving the original point. We're arguing over words again. Like I said,
All
I
right,
don't
go
want to
ahead.
argue over
Go ahead.
words, so
Yeah,
I'd rather
go
just
ahead.
say it different. Perfect. Okay, so we're good there. So you have to agree that there's some way we have to gain knowledge of things that we cannot stop, right? Like how do we gain knowledge of time?
It's a concept.
Yeah, we don't really gain knowledge of time. It's just something that we observe, which is the motion of the heavenly bodies.
We can
So
time travel, then we have the knowledge after we time travel.
we're not really gaining knowledge there.
What I'm saying, like with time, how did we even develop the concept of time?
We looked at the sky and the movement within it.
Perfect. All right.
The clock above your head.
All right, perfect. We developed an idea for time. Cool. So what I'm saying, Larry, and it really the big thing was just to say that I love your example, but I don't think it's comparable to the Earth because I think that it's different. And the reason why I believe it's different is because we created the car, we didn't create the Earth. So creating the car affords us some abilities to manipulate the system and test things. Because we're the designer and we have that capacity, there are still ways to gain knowledge and develop concepts on the Earth, but you have to develop a slightly different system to gain that knowledge compared to the car.
Well, you're talking about the Earth, and my original thing was we're talking about cosmology, right? So I can manipulate stuff here on Earth because I'm an Earthling. But what I can't do is manipulate things in the cosmos because I'm not a spaceling.
Okay, well, so there's two parts of that, right? So theoretically, like stuff like quasars, supernovas, black holes, we can't manipulate that stuff, right? We can only observe it. So what we do is we create hypotheses, right? That's a natural phenomenon, a quasar or supernova. Those are natural phenomena. So what we do is we observe it, and then we try to predict using math, what those measurements will look like once we actually, figure out how to measure it. And then when those measurements match our observations, we consider that knowledge. But that's not the big thing. Recently, we landed a rocket on a meteor. How's that not direct manipulation?
Allegedly.
That's actually foolery.
Did you see this on TV or something?
No. You just have to listen. I always say that the globe is a belief. So I believe my crazy science people, and they said they landed a mission on a meteor. So I believe them. And I'm just saying, if we suppose it's true, if we just suppose it's true, are they actually manipulating the system then?
How do we confirm it for ourselves, though?
Well,
No, but if we suppose it's true, right now we're just talking from a philosophical standpoint about the gathering of knowledge, we're just talking about knowledge right now.
So if I presuppose that there's dirt in the sky floating around up there.
If you presuppose that the mission actually, if we presuppose that the mission happened, right? Or sorry,
I'm trying to steel man your argument, which is part of the way I think, right? Because contrary to popular belief, I do look at both sides of the argument. So if what you're saying is true, then there was dirt floating around up in the sky in the shape of a rock. You call it an asteroid or a meteor, whatever you want to call it, a rock. And we hit it with something and there was an explosion.
Not really an explosion, no. We just landed on it.
There was an impact. That'd be a better word to use. Impact.
Yeah, there was an impact. Okay. So we didn't land on it. Nobody was up there. Allegedly, we just sent some technology and it smashed into this floating rock in the Hallelujah Mountains of space. Okay. So would that be manipulating it?
That's the
Okay.
question.
Right. That's where I'm at. All right. That's where I'm focusing on. So everybody's with me. We're thinking about it. Did we manipulate it? Yeah, we hit it, but what did it prove?
Well,
Like,
if we
I could manipulate a punching bag by punching it, but what does it prove?
well, it could prove a lot of different things depending on what you look at it, you know. So, like, let's talk about the punching bag, right? Well, by analyzing how much the punching bag moves and knowing its weight and the location of impact and the length of the chain, we can understand how much power you put into the punching bag to make it move. That's one thing we can do, right? We can observe you punching a punching bag and, you know, measure the force and the reaction of the punching bag, and then we could put the whole thing underwater, right? And then we could observe how the punching bag moves
Where's this
less.
going, bro? Where's
I'm
this
just
going?
saying,
We observe an impact, right?
right.
Based on
So
this
that's
presuppositional argument that there's Hallelujah Mountains floating in space, and we hit one.
He's
yeah.
really stretching at this point.
No. I'm just talking, right? We're talking
Right.
through knowledge.
I
So
know. Well,
if we
we're talking
land
through
on
presuppositional arguments. We're
right,
presupposing this is all true.
so
But where are you
what I'm
going?
saying, when we landed the probe on the asteroid, we could we understood how to insert a force on an asteroid to change its orbit, right? So we learned so much by doing that. We learned how to change the orbit of a rock in space. That's a lot of it.
It is fun to play with ideas. I agree.
Yeah, sometimes I think about if I was at the beach again, right? But I'm not. I actually have to work in the morning, so I'm nowhere near
He's in
Corpus
dreamland.
Christi. Right. So yeah, imagination is fun, but I'm not at Corpus Christi and I'm not at South Padre, even though I wish that I was at South Padre again, because it was really nice. But in reality, I have to work in the morning. So what does this thought experiment gain for us?
Well, right now, Larry, for the next 2 days or so, as I go through this little deep dive on knowledge, a lot of it's going to go to the original statement that you brought up, which is, you know, who is the...
I can say it faster than you. Which one is the real mechanic? Mechanic A, I bring him a car. It won't start. He says, I'm theorizing it's a starter. He gives it back to me. It doesn't start. He charges me $500. Mechanic B, he says, well, let me take a look at it. He does a series of experiments with his voltmeter. He replaces the starter fuse and charges me $500. And it starts. Which one is the real mechanic? Which one is the pseudo mechanic? Mechanic A is the pseudo mechanic because all he did was observe a car and theorize what is the cause of the effect of the car not starting. While mechanic B was an actual mechanic, he didn't theorize. He did a series of experiments with his voltmeter, and through a series of tests, he came to manipulate the actual cause, right, which is the independent variable of it not starting. And when he did this, it started, scientifically proving that the reason that the car didn't start was because of the fuse in the fuse box.
Right. So the issue is not with the statement, but it's what you want to do with your statement. So I assume, and correct me
What
if
do
I'm
I want to
wrong,
do with
that
it? Well, you just said what I want to do with it. What do I want to do with my statement?
Right.
Help you out. Newly, I want to help you out. You're way far apart. You guys have to find some common ground. You're in left field, and Larry's in right
Well, he
field.
can't disagree with it. Like one of them is a pseudo mechanic, and the other one is a real mechanic.
Do you want to drop down a room? Because like I'm down to talk about this.
Well, let's ask the audience. Do you guys want to hear this conversation, or do you want mic time?
I'm gonna hear it. Anybody else?
I like listening to Larry.
I don't prefer hearing New Leaf though, but I do like hearing Larry.
I appreciate that, guys. So nobody's disagree. Let's just talk about it here because I think you can't disagree with it because you know that if you took your car to a mechanic and he didn't fix it and he says, I have a theory that it's a starter, that'll be $500. Not only are you going to take him to court, but you're going to place a really bad review on Google and you're going to tell everybody that you know that guy is a fraud. He's not a real mechanic. He didn't fix my car, but he's claiming that I owe him money as if he fixed my car. And the other mechanic, he actually did fix the car. You're going to leave a 5-star review on Google and you're going to tell everybody you know, hey, I want to make sure that you don't get ripped off. Let me tell you about this mechanic I know.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And I can 100% agree with that statement. Yeah, the second mechanic was a lot more accurate and
Right.
tested it.
And the first one was a pseudo mechanic. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about
I wouldn't say
cosmologists,
I
astronomers,
agree.
and theoretical astrophysicists are all pseudoscientists because they're not
That's where
manipulating
I
things.
don't agree with you, Larry. I can't get
Oh,
behind you
okay.
because, and
That
that's what.
exposes your bias. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's why I can't get behind you because of what I stated earlier. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to make a comparison between these two mechanics, and then you want to take that comparison and overlay it on top of cosmology. And what I'm saying is you can't because cars are designed by humans. Cosmology is not designed by humans, right? So the rules are different for both sectors. And that's why I'm saying
Agreed.
that this comparison is not valid because a mechanic can disassemble the car, and we have detailed blueprints about how the car is made, right? So, we have everything. With space and cosmology, we did not get the book on how it's made, and we cannot take it apart. The only thing we can do is try to observe it as much as possible and fly these little shitty probes out into space and try to, make a maneuver and have that maneuver either align with our predicted measurements and, result, or have it, be different than what we predicted. But there's not much that we can do outside of that. So it's not pseudo, but it's a desire to gain more knowledge in a system that we can't manipulate too much.
All right. So I said I agree with you. I agree on you with the fact that it's not a perfect analogy, right? Because we know what's causing the car not to start because we replaced the fuse only and it caused the car to start when we put the key in the ignition and turned it, right? It started right up immediately, like there was no problem with the car ever, right? So it's definitely a huge discrepancy between space and it's not a perfect analogy, right? But we're looking at one car and going, I think it's this. Maybe the tailpipe's bent, right? And it's not getting good flow, right? Or maybe it's the blinker fluid. It won't start because of the blinker fluid, right? You can come up with all these crazy different wacko theories, but you have no firsthand primary knowledge until you start manipulating causes. So you could replace the distributor cap if it's an older car. You could replace the clutch if it's standard. It still won't start. Well, it wasn't those, right? So through a process of elimination and deductive reasoning, you can rule all the other suspects out and then get to, it was the damn starter fuse. That's why it wouldn't start. When I replaced the starter fuse, that was the last thing I done. And now I'm trying to start it again, and now it starts. You proved 100% beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was the starter fuse, and that's why it wouldn't start. And I definitely am going to stick to my guns on it's at a disadvantage when it comes to deep space, right? Because there's a huge difference between deep space and a Ford F-150. I can tell you all about Ford F-150s. They're built Ford tough, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What do I know about deep space? It looks black at night.
Or you're putting up a tough fight. So everything you're saying is pretty much right, but you are failing to recognize all the things that we do on Earth to validate our ideas. So we try to understand gravity. We do this 1,000 different ways on Earth. through the use of vacuum chambers, gravitational sites. We try to eliminate as many things as possible. So in your analogy, it could be this, it could be that. We can't remove everything all the time, like I said, because we can't pull apart the universe. But what we can try to do is isolate things as much as possible. And
can you isolate gravity?
That's the problem. That's like saying, can you stop time? It's hard to be able to do these things which are always on. So what we do to try to isolate gravity is we try to understand orbits and, where orbits are and where they can't be. And that helps a lot with trying to understand gravity, because what we do is we try to understand the mass, and then we find the relationship between everything. So a lot of the knowledge that we get is through relationships that mathematically work. And then we observe things that match these predictions.
Hey, can I just real quick? You don't have to turn something off to do science, right? No, I'm not
You're
agreeing.
really low, Jeremy.
No, I'm not agreeing with Smooth in any way, but you don't have to turn something off to do science, right? We could do science on heat causing water to boil. You can't turn the heat off.
Well, I would say that it helps, right? Like,
You can't turn the heat off?
If you were, let's say that you weren't, let's say Mr. Witsit was, with me at the second mechanic, right? He's a skeptic of science proving things, right? Let's say that he said, I don't think it was the fuse. Let's take it to my house and let's do further research, right? So we go home and let's say he buys like 10 fuses and a couple of extra fuse boxes, right? So we replace the fuse boxes, we replace the fuses, and each time it still starts, right? And he says, well, maybe it's something else that we don't know about, right? And we'll figure it out in the future. Well, that's fine. At any time, Mr. Witsit, you want to come and, show me something different, or Smooth, you got another theory that maybe it was something else, just, be willing to demonstrate it, and we can talk about that. See, that's where the orthodoxy lies, is where you say, no, it's settled. It was the fuse box. It was the fuse, right? Maybe it was the fuse box. Maybe the fuse wasn't getting good connection because the fuse box had deteriorated where it connects to the fuse at. Let's say it rusted or something, right? Well, when you replace the fuse box, you eliminate that. Well, maybe it was the timing belt. Well, we replaced that. It still starts. It wasn't that. So, what better science do you have than the experiment that I did, which actually caused it to start? You got something better than that? Can you make it start further? Can you make it, any better than what I've done? If so, please show me. I'm waiting.
I apologize, Larry. I'm a little confused on how to respond to that. I don't think I'm claiming that I can make this the car start, as you said, startier or harder.
Well, that was kind of towards Witsit, because I've been listening to Witsit a lot lately, and he's kind of on your side. Maybe not exactly, but he's kind of saying that science doesn't prove things because maybe something in the future, we'll gain new knowledge and new information. So I agree with Witsit with, it was a cause of the car wasn't starting was the fuse box. Maybe there was an additional cause, like it was the fuse box, which remains to be seen. But right now my car is working, so I can go back to work and pay off, my credit card debt, what I just paid the mechanic with, right? So, in reality, I would just drive, my car again. I wouldn't probably want to do any more spending. I would probably just drive it. And hey, this model of the fuse working, or this theory of the fuse causing it not to start, seems to be a good theory right now. It's scientifically validated. So I have a scientific theory that I could tell my wife, hey, I just paid $500 for a fuse because I don't know how to run a voltmeter, which I would never do that.
Right. So we do understand that some of the interactions that we observe might also be influenced by other aspects. And when we can see this repeated interference, right, we can start to say, well, something should be there. And that was like one of the huge aspects beyond the Higgs field, is that we didn't know what was there. We didn't know what it was or how to find it or how to measure it, but we could see its influence with other things. So we started to say there has to be something out there. And sooner or later, we did start to find evidence of the Higgs boson. So we do agree with you by saying, yes, there are other parts of the system that we have yet to see or yet to measure. But what we're starting to do is we're starting to get a working understanding of where we live, right? We know that we do not have the full picture, so we can't say that we know everything 100%, but we're being able to develop things using our current knowledge and have it successfully work out. So that's why we say we have a working knowledge of the universe. And the way we gather this knowledge is through these observations and isolating aspects to develop some type of demonstration or experiment. And, you know, we can see this even on Earth. So on Earth, we see this constant downward acceleration, right? And we have a lot of different ideas about what that is. So we claim gravity. A lot of other people say it could be a fluid or electrostatics. But then we go ahead and get a vomit comet. And we're able, through calculations, to know exactly what the trajectory, speed, and every other parameter needs to be for this airplane to produce a weightless feeling. And I know that, you know, there can be arguments that this is going to happen all the time or whatever, but we can calculate it down, you know, to a very, very high accuracy.
How about if that high accuracy that you say you achieved, how about if it was completely wrong, not just a little bit, but miserably, completely wrong, and you would have to make up 95% of what you say you see out there to make it work? What then?
I don't know how that's responding to what I said, because I'm saying, like, with the vomit comment, we can predict and calculate exactly what the flight path needs to look like and every other little aspect about the plane itself, the fuel.
What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, he had a real question.
He doesn't have a question. So downward acceleration is all you're using to do that. So what does that have to do with anything? Downward acceleration doesn't prove your claimed cause of things accelerating downward. So can you please tell me how the calculations are somehow exclusive to what you think is true?
What?
Yeah. So what are these calculations you're talking about?
For the flight path?
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to get us completely off topic. But
No, it's not. It's the topic. You're claiming that you can calculate perfectly. Blah blah blah.
That's not the topic. I was talking to Larry about just the gathering of knowledge.
You just said that we can calculate perfectly. That.
All right. Well, let me say this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead with it.
Well, he's clearly implying as if that what they think they understand behind the equations is true because they can calculate it so perfectly, unless I'm jumping in the middle of it and not understanding.
Yeah, a little bit. I was just saying that we could calculate perfectly the flight path of the plane to achieve a weightless experience.
I was speaking to the thing you said before. When you observe things, like you don't have the blueprints. When Larry's trying to explain you the difference between us having the blueprints of the car and being able to check it out, as in your fantasy where you just look. So I just made a permanent connection there. When you look, right, what you looked at, you got it all wrong. And you had to make up 95% of the stuff in the form of dark matter and dark energy.
I mean,
can you please explain, talk on that subject?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you got a fair point, because imagine, all right, what's something, I just need a little bit of honesty at this moment. What is something that you don't know how it works? Like, do you, TVs, watches, just tell me anything that you don't know how it works.
Gravity.
No, be real. Give me some,
Dude, he's being real.
He's being real.
Don't say gravity. Talk about something on Earth.
No, gravity's not on the Earth.
Okay, light. We don't know how light works. There you go. A light bulb.
Okay, a light bulb, right? So what we're saying is imagine seeing a light bulb as a caveman and trying to figure it out, right? You have
I hear
no
you.
idea. You have no idea how this thing works. You have
We
no
still
idea
don't.
who built it, right?
We still don't know how it works.
Let me
But what you're
respond to
gonna
him. Let me
Damn,
respond to
you're
him.
off in the weeds. Try to stay
No,
on
no,
topic. The topic is flat Earth things.
this is cool though. Hold on a second. I see where he's going. Okay, so the caveman runs across the light bulb, right? He's
Yeah.
gonna go, ooh, ooh, ooh. He's gonna touch it, he's gonna see it, right? He has something to work with, right?
Yeah.
He'll see that it gets hot when he turns the switch, because I'm presuming you got the whole circuit there, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
sure.
So
Yeah.
he'll
Let me do
notice,
the
like,
whole circuit.
I put the switch down, it turns on, off. I put it up, it turns on. But how is he going to manipulate the space, the stuff outside there that you look at? Don't you
Well,
see there's like no direct correlation whatsoever there, bro?
I agree. I agree that, you know, we can't do this perfect correlation because everything on Earth that we really talk about, that we manipulate, right? It's not something that's like constant. Like what I'm saying is we can manipulate that system, but you're getting the point, right? The caveman's going to try to figure it out slowly over time.
Please stop talking about caveman. It has nothing to do with the Earth measuring flat. Second time. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that we would jump down to a lower room. Right now, we're just trying to talk philosophically about knowledge. I'll jump
You
down.
just made a point that you skated past. It's not analogous to something you can't actually directly experiment with or
All right, so
manipulate. You
I'll
have
jump
no
down if
access
anyone
to it.
wants to
You're
keep
limited.
talking about
You got it.
knowledge and stuff.
Yeah. Feel free to just talk right through me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does, apparently.
Yeah, you run this room. I will say that I've heard nothing but you talking for the last hour. He left. I mean, whatever.
Did he?
I'll say something too. When I heard
Excellent.
Larry ask you the question about the fuse, right? And the other dude just saying it's the alternator, like, and you were talking for like 20 minutes trying to bypass. And I asked some people that I know, and they told me instantly, without hesitation, every single person I asked, they told me, well, of course I'm going to go with the guy that found the fuse. You're the only one, dude, that took like half an hour to explain what it was.
He left. If you go to, by the way, for the room,
Sorry,
if you go to 33 minutes after the hour, I dropped 5 papers on electrostatics and electromagnetism's correlation to what they call gravity. Pretty interesting reads there.
Thank you with it. I'm gonna grab that up. You just posted it not too long ago.
Yep.
I wanted to say
how Coulomb's law fits into that as well.
Yeah, they
Seems
just
like
changed charge.
Like they took electrodynamic understandings and just basically rebranded it and pumped it into the false globe model.
Exactly, because electrostatics, for example, is like not nearly strong enough to do what they needed to do. So they had to come up with something else. And then like the main rebuttal is, because I'm like, everything is electrostatic. And people try to say neutrons aren't, but neutrons have elementary charge, and they claim it doesn't have a net charge. And they're like, there has to be something called the weak nuclear force. If you actually listen to like any like higher level academia people, right, or sources, they'll tell you, we don't know, we have no idea what the nuclear force is. It's like the biggest mystery of physics, and no one knows what it is. Anyway, they say it can't be electrostatics because it's like, say you have 2 protons, quote unquote, like 2 positive charges. They don't repel, they still attract. And so they're like, that can't be electrostatics. What they don't understand is that incoherent magnetism is attractive only. So like if something's not polarized, then it's only attractive. Like if it's incoherent, and you can test it and prove it. So that's all that's happening there is there's like incoherence on the small scale, and it attracts only. So everything top to bottom is electric. I don't want to just like rant and all that, but it's like, it's weird that it clearly is like the unifying variable of all things, and it's completely disregarded because they need, it's regarded in the sense that they need something else, right? They need some other story. So then all the Globers will be like, where's your proof for it? Where's your and they want to critique it like super over the top and ask you a million questions and like try and critique it really specifically, but they don't do any of that with their gravity claim. So it's just funny to me.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand incoherent and coherent. I had to make a meme to explain it to the guys in Gems. They were like, "What?" They had no clue.
Yeah, we
I
could
think
use.
visualizations do help.
I was gonna say we could use a meme for that because I don't have one for that particular quality. If we could put that together,
I have one coming up.
Did you? Sweet.
Yeah, the visualization helps a lot. But yeah, so it's like, so when something's coherent, like that's what we call a magnet, right? It's like a magnet. What we call a magnet is coherent, and that what they call like positive and negative charge or whatever, right? It just polarized, as in like one side it's gathered on one side, and then the other side is gathered with the opposite quality, which is actually just discharging and it's less charge as opposed to gaining charge, which is what we call positive charge. But so yeah, it's polarized, and when something's not like coherent, it's like discombobulated. And what's different from the story that they told us, which is why they claim the nuclear force is so confounding, because they say that it's proportionate to mass, but when it comes to incoherent magnetism, it's inversely proportionate to mass, meaning if you have incoherent mass, like the bigger it gets, the weaker the quote unquote pull gets. And the Earth is very big, in case no one knew, So the Earth is incoherent, quote unquote mass, right? So incoherent matter, when it's as big as the Earth, is going to be super, super weak. And it's just crazy to me. The more I look into it, it's like every bit of it starts to make sense, all of it. And it's just been disregarded, and you need peer reviewed or whatever. Now I just dropped 6 peer reviewed things. Now they're like, oh, you need an equation. If you don't have an equation, I can give you a replacement equation for little g. You can put a in place of the little g in the buoyancy equation, etc. So we don't need this fairy tale of big G bending, warping of space-time for anything. Not equations.
What is A? What is the A?
Acceleration.
So, is there a process for making something that's incoherently magnetic coherently magnetic? Is that a thing?
That's what G is. G is an acceleration.
Okay, so you may not really understand, but little g is downward acceleration, but that's just the effects. Big G claims to be the cause of downward acceleration. Little g is not the cause. It is just downward acceleration. It's the effect of things falling down, an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second squared. So you just saying that's what it is doesn't make gravity roll.
What is A? What is the value of A? Then?
We can use the same value because it's just an agreed upon average.
So you're just going to change the letter and still use the same value and call it something
Why can't
else.
we not? Why can we not?
You can, make it a P and I don't know.
No, we're going to make it an A because it's acceleration.
But if you're still using the same value, it's not really changing anything. You're just using a different letter.
Well, I have to do this for the ineptitude of the baller side because they seem to be incapable of consistently grasping and understanding that little g is not the same as the cause claim of gravity. They don't seem to understand that. I guess the letter really throws them off, and they run around saying you need to replace it. When the truth is we don't have to.
That's the rebranding they did. I mean, it's funny that they use G, and then they also use that in their Freemasonic symbolism as well. But yeah, no, they just, I mean, we should call it something else because G is already a hijacked version of it, the little g.
And it's an accurate depiction would be acceleration because that's all it is. It's like downward acceleration. And it's, they try to claim it's constant, but it's not. It's not always 9.81 meters per second squared. Objectively, it isn't. It fluctuates. It's just in a good average, right? So that's what's so funny. It's like you guys don't have anything. And then I can give you an equation just using height and time and then like a velocity, which if it starts at rest, that's 0, right? I can give you an equation that can consistently predict how fast something falls. And, when we don't measure the bending and warping of space-time when we get 9.8 meters per second squared, we use a stopwatch, right? That's all it is. That's not exclusive to the ball. That's not exclusive to relativity or any of that. Nothing to do with any of it. And so it's just super weird. The difference is we can verify something's height, we can verify something's initial velocity, and we can verify the time it takes to fall. So these are all real things that we can verify. Now, when you want to go to the baller paradigm, you have to assume the mass of the Earth and then the distance or the radius to the center of that mass of the Earth. You can't verify that at all. So one's literally not viable or has any connection to reality that can be verified. The other one actually can be verified. So an intellectually honest person would be like, oh, wow, then your equation's actually much better because it can actually be verified. See the irony here?
It's all mathematics for them. They think that if they have an equation and they make it work, it works properly. It's crazy.
But now I've given them a replacement equation, right? That also works properly. So just because there's a math equation that works, it can't mean it's truly reality, right? Because now we have two different equations saying two different things. So they can't both be proven via math. And so they are like, oh, if you don't have an equation, that's what that physicist was saying to me. If I don't have an equation, then I have nothing. I'm like, okay, so now I have your equation. Now the ballers can't sit anymore. I have their equation. So what do? They shift the goalposts. They just change it. Instead of being like, oh wow, okay, fair enough. You do have a working model. You do have the ability to use the math to make predictions, to build things via engineering and stuff like that. They won't do that. They then just move over to something else. And it's wild, man. It's super disingenuous and lame. So like I have an equation, I'll drop it.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
I dropped the coherent and incoherent magnet thing in the in case anybody wants it.
Nice.
We're gonna change your name from Left Lane to Left Lame.
Yikes.
Don't pick it on me, Jeremy.
I know this is kind of off topic, but I just wanted to say real fast that NASA is contributing to global warming with their vomit comet. I've had hours and hours of weightlessness, not only in the swimming pool, right, but also on the trampoline, jumping through air, playing football, diving for the football. You know, I've been weightlessness for literally hours and hours and hours on end. You know, I would probably say months on end, as much time as I spent in swimming pools as a child. So yeah, you don't need to, contribute to climate change and burn all that jet fuel to experience weightlessness. All you got to do is go down to your local city swimming pool, pay for a season pass, you get all the weightlessness you want. Thanks.
Yeah, yep, their model is big.
Sorry.
Go. I didn't really have anything important.
Yeah, no, you can go ahead, SE. But I was just gonna say real quick that they took something that's real, physics, in terms of things falling, and they took that vector, that function, and then built an entire model upon it, and then have been pushing that model, which involves the globe Earth. So a lot of these guys are smart. They know that there's something to that actual vector mathematics, and somehow they think it proves the globe. But really, they just took something real and applied it to the false globe model, and then are getting people to believe in it through that. So there's like a little bit of truth mixed with deception, and apparently it's enough to trick a lot of people.
Yeah, all they did, imagine taking something, hanging it, dropping it, calculating it and saying, okay, little g, and then building a whole system around it.
Right, and then start saying there's balls in the sky that are circling balls, and then using that.
Unfortunately, it takes all kinds to make it this world, and there's a sucker born every minute and two to take him. So,
well
guys,
said.
Just a public service announcement. If somebody says something crazy in the text chat, don't repeat it in VC. Thank you. Obviously.
Yeah. No, that happened earlier. And
like, let us know, like, hey, someone's wilding out in text chat or something. Don't say what they're saying. No, it's not. That just makes it worse.
Yeah, I wasn't listening. I had the YouTube on instead of the Discord for some reason. Like I had it switched. And so I was listening on there, and then I already saw, so the mod had already caught it, but I was also trying to catch him as well. And then I heard somebody repeat it in the VC. I think I was delayed, so I don't know what you guys heard, but I think I was like, oh man, I was like, don't repeat it in the VC. The guy's already being
Heard that, but you're right. Couldn't have been more spot on. Because yeah, don't say the shit. No.
But yeah, how they took just things dropping, how they were able to take that and turn it into an entire globe model, and then convince a huge majority of the world that that's valid is pretty shocking.
Yeah, I make fun of them when they tell me, "Can you explain gravity?" And I go, "Oh, gravity? You mean when a caveman first threw a rock up in the air and hit him in the head and he went, ugh, bad. You mean that?" It's like, really? Like, come on.
Yeah, if we're trying to explain gravity, we can obviously use the 9.8 meters per second and just, like obviously that's everyone's observation. Go ahead.
We can, bro. You know why? Because that's only in a vacuum. So even if you want to use the fantasy, you can't use it.
Anytime they say gravity, just say weight in your head, right? They're talking about weight. Unless they're talking about orbits and orbital mechanics and all that stuff. Because here on Earth, what we experience is weight. So there's pressure on the scale, which is weight, or there's not.
Yeah, I even got Zanuck to admit how we quantify, like, how do we quantify mass? He told me to kilograms. That you can quantify it like that. So weight, it's weight, a kilogram.
Yeah, but it has 4 other definitions. So which one is it? That's a magic word, mass.
Yeah, see, that also seems like another fabricated concept that they created, which fits with their model, but doesn't actually correlate to reality directly, at least.
Yeah, is it resistance to acceleration? Is it
No,
the
it
piece of
can't
lead?
be.
Is it the piece of lead they have over there?
You can't define mass as resistance to acceleration in a physics definition, because then you have mass attracting mass, which would also be physics. And then if you put that together, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
Then you would have resistance to acceleration attracting resistance to acceleration.
Well, just to be, straight up about it, they don't. That's not their definition of mass. That's their definition of inertia. But of course, they tell you inertia is just this unexplainable quality mass has, right? I mean, it's sort of like a baseless word. It's sort of a nickname for just a part of, just something that's obvious. You gotta push something and to get it to move, and some things are harder to move than others. So, yeah, it's a mess.
Oh, you want to laugh? Just Google mass right now.
You want to do it for me?
I don't want to do it for you. I'm just suggesting something. You don't have to do it.
I mean, it's another calculated concept based upon something that is real, and then there's additional calculations for it in terms of how
there's various terms. That's the whole thing. There's just not one. When you look up mass, there's not just one explanation for it. There's a few of them.
It's kind of a giveaway that when they weigh it, they have to compare it to the weight of something else. So like they have to link it with something that's real to then build the concept out of.
Yeah, and if you ask him that lead thing, ask him, is that weight? They're gonna tell you no. Ask one of them. If that's that weight, that bar that represents mass, ask them, is that weight? They're gonna have to tell you no.
Right, because they use the weight of it, but then that's part of what they use to then do the actual calculation for it.
Yeah, it's all magic, because this way, when you're on the moon, you weigh less. When you're on Mars, it's all part of the master plan. Mass is one of their magic words. Anybody just Google mass and just read the nonsense, the paragraphs of nonsense.
Yeah, well, it's like the quantity of matter in a sense, and we could define matter just in terms of its actual component of just the actual physicality and so on. But then they're trying to claim the quantity of said matter, and then they have their whole theories of what matter is with their electrons and protons and atoms. That goes into atomism essentially. So it's kind of like, what's the quantity of our atomistic theory that we're already building from a fabrication into this particular piece of matter to make its mass? But they use the weight as part of that, and they use the kind of gravity component of it as well.
We'd have to, yeah. So the way they've deceived us is no one understands the terms properly. And then they try to use these terms to explain other things, and it's like this giant rabbit hole. Because like weight, like first define weight, define weight, define density, define matter, define mass, define these words and properly define them, and then they're going to be drastically different than what people think they mean. And that would be the first step. That's why talking to people is so difficult, because they equate their ability to regurgitate remedial terminology that they learned in 7th grade to intellectual superiority, right? Like if they are able to say to me, that's not what mass is, that's not what weight is mass times gravity. They say it in this like condescending, derogatory way, as if to imply some type of intellectual high ground, And so it's just this.
We never heard
really
it before. Yeah, like we never heard that before.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah.
Exactly. This is what what ballers do in general, where they come and tell you what the first Google response is, and they say it to you like they're having to teach you, and you just don't understand it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, yo, we know all about that, Like, I no disrespect, but you're actually offering no independent value to discussion, because if we wanted to know what you thought, we could literally just Google it. Like, that's not just an insult. It's just, true, right? Like, that's all it is. You don't actually, if I bring up something the ballers haven't heard of, they just Google it to know what their answer is. And so,
I think Ruhif said that. He's like, what's my answer? Just Google it. I agree with whatever Google says. I was like,
yeah, I heard that, bro, the other day. That's right. I couldn't believe it. Somebody should record that.
It's definitely recorded, but somebody should clip.
This is what's so crazy about the internet, man, and like the censorship. So like the internet combined with the censorship. So you have the internet where people that would never talk like this to me in real life, or I'm just using me as an example, not because it's like all about me or whatever, but I can only talk for me, right? From my experience, like rarely would these people talk to me like that in real life, but I get the craziest comments and emails, and even in here, people saying the crazy stuff. And so that's one thing that the internet's done. It's beautiful in a way that, look, we're all talking to each other across the world right now, but like all these people have this like illusion that they can just talk reckless and they have no repercussions. And then that combined with censorship, which has gotten even more egregious in the last 2 years, has resulted in this paradigm where us, for example, true earthers, as I'm starting to call it, have to talk to these people, because it's like we're just trying to get the word out there. And then since we're like bottled up, they're able to come into the corner that we're bottled up in and just nag us and harass us and drag us down. And then they just bombard us with all these things, where when we're trying to actually make intellectual strides towards, the truth, they get to just like attack you with the mainstream narrative as if that makes them smarter than you. And it is, just like it seems across the board, the tactic is to gaslight you, to tell you that you're insane and incompetent and stupid and blah, 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 in an attempt to psychologically manipulate you, hoping that you internalize it and believe it. And only because of the censorship and then the internet keyboard warrior paradigm are they able to do that and get so much of our energy, where like when people were saying that to Tesla back in the day, they would have had to man up and went over to his house and said it to him, and he would have just laughed at him, and he would have kept on like making inventions, where now there's this weird situation where like they actually get a say when they shouldn't get a say. And not that they should be censored, but they should be drowned out. Like no one would care about them if we weren't censored. I know it's a long way of saying it's like, it's just a crazy little paradigm that we find ourselves in. And it's hard. It's easier said than done to ignore it and not like kind of take the bait to feel like you defend yourself.
So is it where do you expect to take this information you've got, and everything is wrong and you've got the right idea, and I mean, where do you expect to be in 5 years with this information?
I think that there's going to be a major shift where people realize that what we were told about the Earth isn't actually as definitive as it's portrayed. And I think that my goal is to better figure out about where we live, but that's a personal goal. And then overall, it's just the idea that people should be allowed to hear all the information instead of being lied to from a young age and told that it's all definitively figured out, when it's actually some creepy, esoteric, occultic religion of ego and pride and nihilism that's being pushed on them without their own say. So where do I think it can go? I don't think I have everything right. I think not everything is wrong, but I'm just trying to figure it out. That like I don't have some goal to get some type of notoriety personally or something like that. I don't know what your question really is trying to imply. I just want to figure out the truth. That's what do I hope in 5 years? I hope that a lot of people, like the anti-flat earthers that stalk my channel and stalk me personally and are obsessed with me, they get drowned out by the vast amount of people that are actually sincere and try to find the truth and overcame censorship. I hope that those people become a thing of the past because they don't deserve attention. It's not, people like that don't deserve to be a part of the conversation. That's my goal, is to unify people enough to where they're intrigued in such a way that we start to look into these deeper truths and piece them together, as opposed to listening to someone insult you by regurgitating the mainstream and then falsely equating that to intellect. Because I want our future generations to actually have like a world that they can be proud of. And I think that's our responsibility to create the next generation of legends, if you will.
Well, you know, what's it? I've been doing a survey, and since I've been writing this book, I've been asking questions on the street, online, sort of doing a survey, if you will. And one thing I noticed compared to last year, more and more people are recognizing the fact that the Earth isn't spinning. They still think it's a ball, but they're getting little details like that. And I'm noticing a lot of religious people are picking up on that aspect, not Christianity particularly, but definitely in Islam, they're picking more of it up. Or I should say Muslims are picking it up, but definitely they're noticing that the Earth isn't spinning. That is a change from last year to this year.
Yeah, it's changing a lot. Like I'm about to be on Caleb from TikTok's podcast. He asked me to come on. I don't know if you guys heard of him, but like for example, on TikTok, he got up to 150,000 followers, got kicked off and banned. Started another channel, got up to 80,000 followers, kicked off and banned. And now he's back up to 100,000 followers, and he pretty much just talks about flat Earth. And he gets hundreds of thousands, if not millions and millions of views on each video. And so there's been a major shift in the last year. I think that the propaganda of the pandemic kind of backfired in a way where people saw through that more than they maybe were hoping. And so then they're like, oh, well, if it's censored and kicked off and you're not allowed to see it, there's probably some truth to it. And then they found themselves in the flat Earth realm.
You're 100%. So a lot of I do some questions in like some suburban areas. I just randomly ask people, believe it or not. For my peddling days, I have no problem. But the consensus is among these, let's say, suburban families, and I'm talking at least a dozen I've interviewed so far, since the pandemic, they have recognized there is something inherently wrong. And then when I approach the flat Earth, because you have to be careful, because a lot of times, they'll just turn it off right away, some of them. But I was quite surprised. Out of 6 out of the dozen, they said, I wouldn't doubt it if we were lied to about the Earth as well. That it shocked me. Now, they didn't believe anything. They didn't know anything about it. But they said they wouldn't be shocked or surprised to find out the truth that the Earth was not a ball. That was amazing. Because you go back 3-4 years from that, people would just laugh at it. Nothing. But that pandemic definitely opened it up for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I agree big time.
Without this pandemic, I wouldn't be here.
Oh yeah,
Who
dude,
is
that's
the
a
guy
lot
on
of people.
TikTok with it? Who's the guy on TikTok?
His name is Caleb, Kaleb, Caleb, on TikTok. Yeah, Shane, Kai's the same way. The pandemic woke her up, and then she had more time on her hand, right? Because like her city got shut down, and she started researching, and she came across like the occultic groups of pedophilia and human trafficking, and all these different things, and then she turned around and found flat Earth through Eddie Bravo. So I think that the pandemic has actually created more flat earthers than anything. And we're not losing numbers, right? So we're only gaining numbers.
Like I just posted a meme, right? In January 2015, YouTube search for flat Earth was 50,000. In 2016, it was 12 million.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's silly though, because there's not a lot of flat. I mean, when was the last time I typed in flat Earth in the search bar? Like all those new Google searches are people looking into it. They're not the vets and shit. Not people that have already done it. How many days in a row do you? How many days in a row do you search flat Earth?
Never.
Right. So that's an even more valuable metric then, right? That's just the people who are beginning to look into it. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, I'm just saying, like, you'd be amazed. I try to tell some people in my personal life, like, years ago. I found out about flat Earth 7 years ago or whatever. And they just weren't trying to hear it. But now they're reaching out to me. Like, yo, dude, you know how you used to tell me the Earth was flat? You used to think the Earth was flat? I'm like, used to. They're like, yeah, dude, one of my friends is talking about that now. I saw this video the other day also talking about it. That's crazy. It seems like a lot of people are thinking that now.
Dude, I feel bad.
On TikTok, you're on TikTok.
TikTok's a big one.
Of people. Yeah, a lot of people, because their algorithm's working right. People that are into conspiracies are getting conspiracy shit. And there's tons of flat Earth channels coming out every day.
Because they're still trying to make money. YouTube, I don't think YouTube actually makes money. I literally don't. I think that they lose money. I think it's the government. Because
Truth makes no money on YouTube for sure.
Well, yeah, but I don't think they even really make money because, I mean, they make money, but I don't know that they're like in a profitable margin, meaning like the reason Flat Earth blew up is what social media platforms are designed to do. The algorithms are designed to maximize viewer retention, right? So it's like you want the person to stay on your platform all day, every day. You want to maximize the amount of time they're on there. So whenever they watch a certain video or type of video or subject, and then they watch it for a long time. So say someone goes and watches cat videos. They watch for about 5 minutes. They watch a flat Earth video and they watch for about an hour or an hour and a half. Well, the algorithm is going to automatically start to suggest them flat Earth videos because it's going to keep them on the platform longer. And that's why Flat Earth blew up, because like once people started looking into it, they became obsessed with it and they like researched it around the clock. And so that's why it blew up on YouTube, and it was like one of the #1 things on YouTube. And so that's when they came in and they changed the algorithms, and now they do the opposite, where if you look it up, you get nothing but hit pieces. So I don't think that they can be too profitable, because they don't just do that with Flat Earth. They do that with almost everything.
Well, I mean,
so,
dude, YouTube gets like 34 billion monthly visits. I think BitChute, Odyssey, and Rumble combined get something like 132 million. So definitely still far skewed.
They definitely make money, but I just don't know that they're like making profit. I don't know. I know one thing is that profit is not their primary motive anymore, and that makes me think it's just the government.
Right, that's like Amazon did. If you track the path of Amazon's development, they were in the red for 10 years because nobody gave a shit about making money. They wanted to lay the infrastructure for the internet so they could pull the service from people who don't toe the line, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. And it's like YouTube is already at that point where you really can't replace YouTube, man. Like you just can't. The only person that could ever replace YouTube would have to be able to use their database that's already there and build off of it. Because if you want to fix the generator, or like if you want to fix your generator at your house, or you want to fix your transmission, or you want to change your oil, or you want to build, you get something you can't understand the instructions, so you want to find someone on YouTube building it so you can see it. Anything you type in YouTube, you can find almost, and that's its value. And like you can go look at Justin Bieber's song "Baby" from 10 years ago or whatever, and it's still there. And that's why YouTube is pretty much irreplaceable. So like you said, they laid the infrastructure and it's basically set in stone now, where like who can really compete with that? I still use YouTube. I'm a truther big time, right? I'm not going to stop using YouTube. In fact, I'm a premium. I have YouTube Premium because when I need an answer, I can usually find it there. And then when I have to get into the real gravy of something, I have to go to BitChute or Odyssey. But like, I'm not going to just trash YouTube. It's hella valuable and useful. And so they got us, bro. They got us.
Where else do you get your serotonin release, brother?
Mm.
I got a question for you. Are you a fan of the clothing line Champion by any chance?
I wear some Champion stuff.
Well, the first time I ever saw you, you're wearing a Champion hat and a Champion T-shirt. Do you know what that meant to me when I first observed you doing that?
I don't know.
Well, what does C mean?
Champion stands for champion.
Yeah, what letter is that? That's the 3, right? So champion 3 CC 33. That's just
Oh, yeah.
coincidence, I guess, eh?
Yeah, it is actually.
What?
Have you ever heard that if you turn the champion logo though, if you turn it upside like to the side, it looks like dude with devil horns?
I'll tell you what, if you want to see something dope or something crazy, spin the Volkswagen logo. You ever seen that?
Symbol?
It looks like
The
the Nazi
Volkswagen.
symbol. It looks like a Nazi symbol.
The Volkswagen logo is the same design as what's his face's vortex geometry diagram. What's his name?
Ken Muller?
No. The guy who like
Russell.
coined the term vortex geometry. He's into that one like weird religion. Geez, no. Okay, I'll be back in a minute.
Marco Rodin.
Yeah, Marco Rodin with the Rodin coil, the vortex geometry guy. Yeah, the Volkswagen logo is the same diagram as his vortex geometry diagram.
Yo, these are the sweatpants I'm literally wearing right now. You realize I'm literally wearing them. What I wear name brands because I go to TJ Maxx and I get really high quality clothing that lasts for years for like really cheap. That's why I don't care.
I love like Peter Harris and the Burlington Coat Factory and Marshall, shit like that, where you get like Polo Nautica shit for like dirt cheap.
Yeah, so I mean, it makes no sense. Dude, I have truthers all the time come at me about my wardrobe, bro. Like right now, I'm wearing an Adidas hoodie. Like people are telling me that it stands for all day I dream of Satan or something like that. Dream about Satan, and I'm like, bro, what is wrong with you, man? Like it's just a hoodie, bro. Because if you go buy some no-name T-shirt, I guarantee you it was made with slave labor in China almost 9% of the time. You're not gonna find anything that doesn't have some dirt behind it, right? I don't know. I think that truthers are a little paranoid. Be honest, like
we live in a
stop doing
capitalist
that.
society, right? So if it's capitalism involved, there's always some type of cheap labor involved. That's just the way it is.
Yeah,
I legit
like,
stopped wearing Nikes. I don't wear
I
don't wear Nikes because I believe the check mark has some kind of symbolism to it. Like I wear plain shoes now.
Well, Nike's actually the goddess of war. So yeah, it's not that these companies don't have something to them, but it's like with the threes thing. Like I had one of my streams in the other day. I think it was when I was checking QE for lying through his teeth the whole time he talks. But I think my stream was 3 hours, 33 minutes and 30 seconds or something like that. And it was like 1,000,000% random. Like I just ended StreamYard and there's actually like a delay. You never know how long it's going to take to end the stream. And it ended up being exactly that. And I got people commenting about how I did it on purpose and knew I was a shill and all this stuff. And same thing when I did my activism in front of the White House, there was another ending like that. It was like 3 hours and 33 minutes and 30 seconds or whatever. And I just think it's wild, bro, because actually in my personal life, I take threes as confirmation. Like I just had a bill pop up we had to pay. So I had to go over to my Rockfin crypto account, and then I'm looking at all these numbers to transfer them. Then I have to transfer it to Ethereum to get it to switch over because Rockfin pays in crypto. Anyway, when I went, I saw that because I was like, damn, I just paid like thousands in bills, and so I forgot about this bill. Anyway, so I was barely going to cut it, and I go over to look at it to get it through crypto, and the Ethereum price was like $1,333.33. And for me, I immediately knew, like, oh, then I'm going to be able to pay the bill because I get confirmations like that. And then I went and looked at my Cash App, and I had 4777. And so like I get confirmations through 777s and 333s, and literally it happens all the time. I know that it's like showing me like, oh, it's gonna work out or whatever. Like I was on the tour and then I got arrested and I got out and I'm like, dude, we're gonna have to quit the tour. Like I can't afford to do this. I'm gonna have to go home. This is stupid. I'm done. Because I came out, did a stream, and it got deleted and I got kicked off for 2 weeks, my comeback stream. And I'm telling Chris, there's no way I can afford this tour. I've already spent like 10 grand. I'm burning through all my savings. No one's really donating. I can't do this. And then I go and check my Cash App, and I think I had like $777.77 or something crazy. And I'm like, oh, never mind, the tour is gonna work. And so like I live my life with these numbers. I don't I don't always talk about it public because, dude, truthers are so paranoid. But I'm just saying, just because the elite understand the power in numbers and geometry doesn't mean that it's intrinsically evil, right? That's
Dude,
kind of my point.
symbols may be the
Depends.
language of the world, right? But symbols only have the power you give them, if you understand.
Depends on what you're using it for, right? I think the intent is everything.
No, I agree. Yeah, and I think there's something to it. That's why they use it, and they just use it without pure intention, right? I mean, they're psychos, but
yeah, they've
you got it.
They've co-opted the numbers definitely in various ways. I mean, my understanding of 33, it's a very, very positive, high vibrating angelic frequency, 33 in particular, and 333. And there's very high frequency vibration to it. And I think that's actually why they co-opt it, is because of that. So they're trying to actually kind of they're trying to like alter that. And
well, do you know
their own? And then of course 666 has its connection being double of 333. So that is like a counterpart in the way that they use these as well. But especially 33, I think, is a complete co-opting. The 33 number itself is a very positive frequency number.
Did you know the ratio of the human skull to the body is 33?
In what way? That's too vague.
Size ratio. So the body size to the brain size. The brain is 33 to the ratio of the body.
That can't be true in volume, because like my skull is not even a third of the total volume of like both my legs combined. Just my legs,
You measure the circumference of a skull. It happens to be 33% of the whole overall length of the body, or something like that. I'd have to go back and fact check. But not only that, they have.
Well, the body's all organized through the Fibonacci ratios. All the Fibonacci.
Dude, how the fuck do you know that?
Golden ratio, man. It's not taught in school, but it is everywhere, especially in humans. It's how we affect the beauty, the music with it. It's crazy.
Well, that's how we devise all of our measurements comes from the human body, and the ratios came from the human body first, right? So
there's a bunch of fun tricks like that where you take a rope and wrap it 3 times around your wrist, and then you wrap it around like your knee, and like it's the same length. There's all sorts of tricks and proportions like that encoded in the human body. You can probably find a good list of them somewhere. They're fun, and they usually work out.
Yeah, like for example, the distance from your wrist to your knuckle, and then from your knuckle to your next knuckle on your finger, and then from that knuckle to the next knuckle, and then to the end, that ratio is the Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah, did you guys hear that? Yeah. Like Tesla was obsessed with the 369 thing to like an insane level where he would like calculate the distance between him and a door he was about to go in and decide if he'll go in a place, and he would only stay on a certain floor of all his hotels. Like he took the 369 thing to like a whole nother level where like he was like obsessive.
So yeah, I watched a James True like episode on that, and he said that he spent tons of time tracking down every single like reference to Tesla or like quote by him, and that he did come up with hundreds of examples showing that Tesla was obsessed with the number 3, but he never found anywhere legitimate where he could track down that quote where it says like, oh, the 3, 6, and the 9, right? Like there's tons of proof he was obsessed with 3, but it seems to be like some sort of made up quote spread on the internet about the whole 369 quote, even though the 369 is special in Marco Rodin's vortex geometry. So people kind of take advantage of this perhaps like false quote, because it does have like something profound to it. But I don't know, maybe you guys can like prove James True wrong. I'm not saying that's impossible, but are we really all that sure? Tesla said, if only you knew the significance of 369. We've all heard that quote, but like where is that actually recorded?
There's no way to
right,
know
yeah, the
who
quote
said
that everyone
no way to know who
says
said
is
what at any time ever.
Yeah. To understand the universe, you have to understand the power of 369. I never actually fact checked that. And I will say, actually, all the stuff I found out about him, it was 3 specifically that he was obsessed with.
Right. Third floor, only hotel rooms divisible by 3.
Yep.
The number, walk around a building 3 times before entering. All that stuff is pretty legit as far as he, saw. Yeah, 3 very special to him. The quote about 369, maybe something someone made up based on the Marco Rodin philosophy of, numbers and stuff.
But I do have
That's
a big
wild.
problem with Marco Rodin though and his vortex geometry, because there's one question. I mean, I think he's dead, so I can't ask him or anything. But Marco Rodin's whole like number thing is based on a like a root 10 or a base 10 counting system. But in my opinion, that's arbitrary, and the only thing that a base 10 counting system links to in reality is just the human hands. You know, I'm not sure why counting by tens is any more, you know, special than counting by 12s or 60 single digit numbers, or, you know, well, 59 single digit numbers, because we have 9 single digits and we loop it at 10 is why we call it base 10. He worships the base 10 counting system, and I'm not saying that's a mistake. I've never seen why it's anything more than arbitrary to do things that way.
Yeah, I think
I
it
really
definitely
wish
is
I could ask
arbitrary. Jaron and I were talking about they all the ballers, because they're kind of in a cult, like, to be honest, right? So they just kind of say things, but they talk about Eratosthenes or whatever so religiously, you know? And we were looking into it, we're like, what was the Greeks' like numerical system anyway? And did they utilize like the system of 10 or like the base system of 10? I don't know that they did, and I'm trying to look into it. It's like a rabbit hole. I don't really know, because I think it's been across the board, all kinds of different systems.
I thought I knew, like, oh, I gotcha sort of thing, where they say the Sumerians had like a base 60 counting system, and they call it like hexadecimal or something, or that's what we call it anyways. And so I looked into this, you know, alleged like 59 single digit numbers, and then they loop it at 60 to count like a base 60 counting system. And I was like, oh, I thought that was so cool. And then I finally got around, after years and years of thinking it was like some sort of special thing that made my point stronger, I finally saw like a diagram of the symbols that they would like in like the cuneiform, like clay stylus tablet engraving sort of thing style. I finally took a look at it, and I don't know if it applies to anything else, but the way the symbols are designed are in a base 10, like they say it's a base 60 counting system, but when you look at the symbols, it's a base 10 like symbolic system. So that kind of fell apart. Even the Sumerians were counting by tens as far as their like written symbols for numbers go, that is. So it seems like as far as we can go back, everyone's been counting by tens.
Mic check, mic check.
And I could find that for you, by the way, too.
Yeah, we heard you, dude.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, the divisibility of 12 is very interesting. That does seem to be built into the sacred geometrical structure of the sky, and a lot of different factors that the 12. What was that? Remember, Fundy? I still remember you were talking about how the like 12 is connected to the way the pendulum moves.
Yeah, I remember that. Uh-huh. Hello?
How dare you, Gio? Leave us all hanging like that.
Oh no, I'm still here. No, Fundy. Yeah, I mean, actually, I remember I was like listening to the stream and I was jumping out of my car, so I had to shut it off, and it was right at that part that you were describing that, and then I had to I was thinking of going back and listening to it, but I guess I never got to it. And so yeah, I still wanted to grasp what you were saying, because I remember I was saying like, you know, how like the way that the constellations are divided by 12, and the way that the 30-degree sections of the sky seem to correlate with the entire sky clock, and then you had mentioned something about a pendulum, but I don't know that I fully I haven't fully grasped what it is. Do you remember what it was, or would you be willing to share it again?
Oh yeah, and I even have one more thing I've stumbled upon to add on to that now. But yeah, it's definitely like something I'll never forget, because it's a question that I take very seriously, because you know, all these inherited systems were given, or like how I like to call it, like standardizations or standardized units. You know, like I always think there's probably some sort of esoteric like wisdom behind these things that, you know, when you really think about it, seem arbitrary. It's like, why divide the sky? into 12 sections. Like, really, why? Is that just, just one dude decided it one day, or is there like some sort of function or practicality behind it? And so I try to relate that to something like universals, like a sort of law of physics or something like that, and or something like in arithmetic or geometry. And I found a geometric connection, but the physics connection of the pendulum is that once a pendulum, like you said, a pendulum swinging, and once it falls within a 30-degree section of swing, so like 15 degrees from like plumb on both sides, once it falls within a 12th of an arc of a circle that it's swinging in, the period remains the same at that point. So like a period is the time it takes for the pendulum to reach its climax on one side and then swing down and then up on the other side and then reach its climax on the other, like that, like a single swing, from left to right, a single swing is called a period. And within a 30-degree arc swing, the period never changes, because even though a pendulum will slow down, the speed, so it'll slow down, and it also will swing in a smaller length, right? And like a smaller arc length as it finally comes to rest at plumb. But there's a perfect compensation below 30 degrees of a pendulum swing, where the pendulum speed of swing slows down to compensate for the shorter distance that it swings as it slows down and achieves rest or whatever. And so just to put it just straightforward, the period of a pendulum remains constant within a 30-degree swing as it seeks rest, all the way up until the end.
And what about if it's 60 degrees, for example?
Then it kind of gets to that point, like a 60-degree swing versus a 50-degree swing will not have the same period. But once the pendulum crosses that 30-degree threshold, then the period remains constant.
Wow. So that shows that it's directly connected to time. Directly connected to time, which of course the sky clock is as well. So an actual swinging of a pendulum, and to use the word gravity or weightedness, which is what's causing that or is part of that, is actually synced with that period. That's amazing.
There was.
And I know that this sucks, guys, but that's just like our hands being perfect measuring tools for the degrees in the sky, like, which is also crazy. Like, all this shit just happens to work, but the ballers will say it's happenstance, it's coincidence, it's not design. Crazy.
By the way, I wanted to connect. I wanted to add one more detail of why is 12 a special number? And so obviously 30 degrees is 1/12 of a circle, so that's one reason 12 is special. And then another one I came across is that when you look at a wireframe cube, you make a cube out of chopsticks or something. It takes 12 chopsticks to make a wireframe cube. There's 12 lines or vertices or whatever to a
2
cube.
+ 1 is 3.
Okay. Very funny.
We would have to see. Is the 30 degrees meaningful on the pendulum because of Tesla?
No, it's just special because of the way physics and matter relate in that way. There's the period remains constant within 30-degree swings.
But why is that mean 30?
Well, it's really cool. It's just sort of something to be recognized, and also just cool that it turns out, and this is why I said earlier that to me standardized units always have some sort of esoteric reasoning behind their invention, like the meter, right? So there's only one thing ignoring like aerodynamics, there's only one thing that affects the period of a pendulum swing, and that's only it isn't how heavy the weight at the bottom of the rope is. The only thing that affects the period of a pendulum is the length of the rope, and so that's all that matters. And it turns out that the meter length is the length of rope that swings for 1 second. So officially, the standardized unit of a meter length and the standardized unit of a second time have nothing to do with each other. And it just so coincidentally happens that a meter long pendulum swings within 30 degrees for a 1 second period.
What about, okay, nice.
Wow.
What about the period? That was awesome, by the way. What about the period at the end of a sentence is 360-degree circle, period? Does that mean
That's
anything
pretty
at all?
funny, man. I don't know if you're joking, but I mean, there is pretty funny.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say
so that's
same age.
amazing, dude. A meter long rope. Yeah, exactly. That'll do a second. And then 30 degrees, because it's 30 degrees of a circle. So the fact that that period does seem to have that consistency with the 30 degrees and all of those factors would make sense that the like all of the sun, moon, stars, and the wandering stars are all synced up to where all of those wandering stars are moving through those 30-degree sections second by second. So taking that meter rope and then doing it's actually showing the 30 degrees in physics, in actual tangible reality, that actual timing correlation.
Yeah, and one thing that ties together like the sun and the second and the mile is that the amount of seconds on the equinox, or the amount of seconds on in a day. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's the equinox or not. The amount of seconds in a day is the same number of the diameter of the sun in miles. So like in an ideal sense, in a sort of average whatever, right? Because there's this whole sort of thing I've noticed, and I don't want to try to like convince anyone, but I like to think of the sun as 864 thousand miles in diameter, and there's 86,400 seconds in a day. So it's got that 864 number, and of course, like the day and the sun have a lot to do with each other because the day is one sun cycle, and so it's like miles and seconds link up there, but the solar system and the model we've been taught from school and all, it's full of all these like ratios and repeating numbers and stuff that like I go on a rant, but I won't. But it's just riddled with all these numbers, and they're the same numbers that pop up in like religious texts and stuff, and the dimensions of the Ark and the Gilgamesh story and Noah's Ark and yada yada. You just see these numbers popping up in physics and religion and all sorts of places. You'll see
them. Say third time's charm there, so
you'll see it in you'll see it in like the angles of geometry too. I mean, does anyone think it's just a coincidence that like there's like 360 odd days in a year and there's 360 degrees of a circle? When the best way to imagine a year is a sort of circular cycle.
That's why I was asking about the period, dude. Period's a 360-degree circle at the end of a sentence. Why do they call it a period?
If you have 360, then you add the two equinoxes and the solstices, then you have 4 additional days there. So,
oh shit, that's cool, man.
Funny. Sorry, go ahead.
It was funny, but it's also profound. That's why it was so funny, because it was cool.
I love you.
I've been trying to look into the calendar. I was looking at the calendar thing back in the day. It's like the Enochian calendar is like the 360 perfect circle idea, and then you have the 2 equinoxes plus the 2 solstices, which give you 364. As in, those don't really, they like stand alone, if you will, right? Which makes sense in a way, right? Because they're their own like individual little markers of the year. And then after that's where it gets a little.
Well, then New Year's Day, and then New Year's Day is its own day as well. So then you get the 365.
Okay, that's interesting. And then that would be actually like usually in March.
That's cool.
Like at 0 degrees of Aries would be day 0 essentially, and then
Right.
day 1 starting right there. Well, you could start it in different places, but that's right at springtime for people in the north.
Yeah, and have you heard about this? So like, you know how they got us all doing New Year's Eve going into January or whatever, and then so you watch the ball drop, whatever, you know, and they're like 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year. Well, 3/21 seems to be the day before the new year, in the Gnostic circles, right? Where that's where you get the number 322 because it's the most frequently occurring the day of the new year, 322. So it's like that's their new year, and some say that's what the Skull and Bones
Oh, wow.
322 is talking about.
I never thought about that.
It's a trip.
That's cool. Yeah, that is a trip.
They got
You
us all
guys know that,
saying
like,
it too. We don't know what we're saying.
yeah, you guys know about the rosary prayer beads in both Buddhist and Christian tradition.
Yes.
And one thing that, well, if any of you feel like it, you can search 108 in Buddhist traditions, and you'll find a list of like 200 utilizations of the number 108 in their traditions. Like, so like on the spring solstice, they will bow to the sun 108 times, and they got their, always 108 beads on their, whatever prayer beads or whatever. And then one really interesting one that is just full of so much information that I want to get around to someday is there's something called Buddha's foot. It's one of their like sacred symbols. It's called Buddha's foot. And it's a foot that has been divided into 108 sections, and each section has been given its own individual symbol. And then I think they also say there's like 108 like earthly desires in Buddhism. And so,
wow.
yeah, it's a special number of them, and and I don't take it as like some sort of shallow tradition of just like, oh, some guy made it up and got everyone else to kind of like fall for it and follow in line. Like whenever it comes to these like ancient traditions, I think there's like the exoteric, stuff they'll explain, and then there's the real esoteric reasoning behind these arbitrarily, seeming things. But I think there's probably something pretty fucking profound to it if you try hard enough to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, and it's like, of course, 108 is divisible by 3, right? I think like 36, whatever. Yeah, I know that like if you look at like Islamic prayer beads, it's there are like 3 sets of 33, which gives you like 99 total, right? And then I guess there are 99 attributes of Allah or whatever. And I made a list of, I actually didn't put that on the list, but I put a list because the guy was asking what's the importance of 33, and from what I figured out, so like if you look at like the compass and you look at like a flat earth, you're going to have 32 degrees coming down to the center. The center would be the 33rd, and that'll tie into like the whole tree of life, which just seems to be a reference to like the magnetic center of the earth and stuff like that. And then there's like this correlation between the lunar cycle in 33 years. I haven't fully researched all of that, but like in addition to what we talk about the lunar cycle with the 19-year ordeal. Anyway, then there are 33, I think this is one of the biggest ones. There are 33 deities in the Vedic text, right? And so like they're obsessed with the Vedic text and how everything is vibration and mastering duality and stuff like that. And so there are 33 deities. And then the second level of heaven in Buddhism is translated to 33, or belonging to the 33 gods. And then they say that, quote unquote, Jesus, which wasn't his name, was 33 years old when he was crucified. And the human spine is made of 33 individual bones. So it's like,
and that gets into the chrism, right?
What?
The whole like the next step after like the deep into the rabbit hole, when you go into like, okay, so there's Christ and his like ascension to heaven, if you want to imagine that the head and like the root chakra ascending up the chakras to the crown, right? With the 33, the Jacob's ladder, 33 vertebrae up to heaven, right? The next step, if you like care to delve into the crazy rabbit holes of the internet is where chrism starts getting involved. Yeah, have you ever heard of chrism?
No, I thought that had something to do with like I thought that's what the oil in the Catholic Church was called or something.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. This is something, in fact, this is something that every once in a while you find someone talking about it, and I'm not sold on it. But one of the funniest things that you can like find an interview of Jim Carrey, right? That was a whole weird thing when Jim Carrey had his like weird, like maybe fake, but who knows, spiritual enlightenment sort of phase, right? He gave an interview on the chrism, and he explained, his biblical beliefs, how it's really like a secret code for like your life force that's represented physically as this oil produced in your spine that travels like on a monthly basis from your like brain down to your sacrum, your lowest vertebrae, and then up again, but can be squandered through like acidic activity or like bad whatever, like bad lifestyle choices or whatever, like over ejaculation or drinking too much or whatever makes your body like more inflamed or whatever, and you're kind of like burning the oil like a lamp when it doesn't need to be. And so then I don't know who came up with the word chrism, but of course that relates to Christ, and we all know Christ is the anointed one, and all anointed means is like the one covered in oil, right? The oiled person. And so yeah, that's sort of like the next direction the rabbit hole takes you into the chrism of this like some mysterious gaseous fluid, some sort of spinal fluid that no medical book ever talks about, but
Right.
the truthers or whatever, they think it's real, so I don't fucking know. This world's
Yeah,
so
I've also
mysterious.
heard it go down the rabbit hole. That same thing with the Christos is how the Egyptians would anoint themselves and their gods, and it was. Then I heard somebody go down the rabbit hole of about how it's like cannabis oil, and then all kinds of just whatever.
Well, that is
No,
interesting because of course Christ
it's actually called the sacred secretion.
Like
It's
gold.
mentioned in the Bible. Supposedly, it's on one of our Active-Base videos. I can post it for you if you like.
Wait, what did you say?
I was just saying it says in the Bible something about going past the 7 seals, up the back. He actually says up the back, over to the right side, the right chamber.
Oh wow.
You haven't seen that video?
No. See, so the way that I
That's
look at
been
it,
done
I
of
know
you.
Dubé claims that Jesus didn't exist. So like I don't agree with him on that, but I do think that there are like significant layers to it. Like personally, I think that Yeshua literally existed, and then there's all kinds of parallels throughout nature about his life, kind of. That's how I look at it personally, but I do know it's much deeper than like mainstream Christianity claims, and Christos is a title, right? It's like a title, anointed one, chosen one. It's not a name or anything. And then I don't know, I fell on the rabbit hole of like monatomic gold, and that being the bread of life. And then, so I've never heard of this oil thing, but I would like to look into it because I'd like to like combine all this information because I believe that there was like a spiritual guideline of understanding that has been hidden from us. And that's what seems to consistently be alluded to in these Gnostic esoteric texts. Like they don't keep secrets for no reason, right? Like they want to be a part of the club for a reason, and I think it's like a lot deeper than maybe people would realize. Like I think monatomic gold, when it talks about mana and like our mana coming from the sky, well, it's like what is it? Is like the actual translation, and then the Egyptians also had something that they called like what is it? Literally, and it was like it's like a conical shape, like a cone. It's like bread, but it's monatomic gold, and it's like in a white powder form. And of course, monatomic meaning singular atom. It's like the most stable structure that exists. And the idea is that if you consume this, then basically it's like messianic DMT. And they say, like, for example, that's what Moses was doing to. So when he came back and they were like obsessed with their gold, and everyone's heard like they were worshiping the gold calf, whatever. He melted it down and threw it into the water and said, "Go get your gold." I think that may have actually been like a drug addict type of thing, like where say you have a cousin that's a drug addict and then you let him in off the streets to your house. You're like, you got to finally get clean this time. And he promises and you get him a job and all that stuff. You come home and he just like Coke all over the table and you throw it on the ground. You're like, you want your Coke so bad, get it out of the carpet. I think that's what he was doing to them because there was like this addiction to monatomic gold, which is also referenced as messianic DMT. And this is actually referenced all throughout the world. And yeah, it gets interesting because there are people that claim that you can consume it. And then what happens is your body gets in this crazy state, energetic state, where it doesn't need food. It doesn't even need water. And you don't use the bathroom. And then you can look at some of these like really advanced looking, seemingly inexplicable civilizations with modern technology, at least. And they didn't have bathrooms. And so I don't know. I know it all sounds kind of crazy, but I know some truthers are up for it. I think that maybe there is something to do with monatomic gold, and the idea is that you can actually levitate and like become super, super bright with this stuff. And no one's ever really heard of it. Like most people have never even heard of monatomic gold. So I would be interested to read about this idea of this oil going up and down your spine, and then some type of correlation to the consumption of monatomic gold and that process, because there's definitely something to it, right? I mean, I've been looking into it a bit, and I don't want to do a stream on it until I know a lot, but it's like really crazy. Like mana that came from the sky, that means what is it? And then the Egyptians did the same thing, and that's what they were so obsessed with gold for, and they would give it to people. And like also, I'll stop ranting, but this last thing where like in the Bible, the person that like makes the person that is like allegedly makes the Ark of the Covenant and stuff like this, and he's referenced as like a welder or something in the mainstream translations. But if you actually look into it, it's like he's not a baker like that makes the bread of life. If you look at his job description in the scriptures, it is like he worked with gold. And so it's like why is the guy that works with gold making bread? But if you realize like, oh, it's actually monatomic gold in like a powder form, and then they said they found this powder in the pyramids as well, and then they took it to do laboratory tests on it, and then the tests were never released. So, and there's a bunch of scattergunning there, but it's pretty crazy rabbit hole for sure.
I mean, can I tell you something about bread? Been an interesting thing. How does one determine the value of gold? Like, how is it that everybody has this high value for gold? But I don't understand it. How does one give it value? Who came up with the value for gold, right? Like, why couldn't it be something else like dirt?
Because it doesn't tarnish. That's why.
There's a couple things that don't tarnish, but I see where you're coming from. I don't think there's one simple answer, but yeah, it doesn't rust, it doesn't tarnish, it's beautiful, right? And it's sort of readily available. You could call it rare. I don't know. That's sort of an arbitrary word, right? Because like every culture had it. You know what I mean? So like, what do you mean it's rare if everyone has it? But it's in low availability to a degree versus compared to other substances like water or dirt or whatever, iron. You'd find it more readily available. But I just wanted to tell Witsit one thing about bread and the sort of like spiritual, message or whatever I think contained within bread is so like the bread is born from the wheat, right? And it's dough, and the wheat is harvested, and Virgo, the lady, the woman. If you ever look up artistic depictions of Virgo, Virgo is always like a maiden with like a bag of grain or literally like wheat in her hand. Virgo is always depicted as associated with wheat in her hand or in her like sack that she's harvested, and the wheat gets turned into dough, and this whole bread thing, right? Well, dough, is like malleable, right? It like wants to become something, and so what does dough do? It becomes enlightened, right? Dough is like dense, and malleable, and then it becomes crystallized and enlightened, right? Like leavened bread, right? You see where I'm going with that? Like it develops a crust on the outside of the bread. It becomes the Christ crust, and it also becomes like light and fluffy. It becomes enlightened as it like expands through I don't know, I guess a baptism of fire. You put it in the oven, and then it becomes the dough becomes bread. And so like your soul here on earth, if the world is like an oven, it's baking it, like the world is baking your soul, which is dough, in order to achieve enlightenment and become the crust, the leavened bread, the enlightened levitated bread. And then what do you do with bread? You well, you put butter on it, which is an oil. Bread and butter, right?
You're starting to sound like Pete Shea, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I get it. It's to me, I'm just saying it's not my idea that like I'm trying to make this up. I just think that I'm kind of like catching on to a little bit of the symbolism of the world around me that they've been utilizing, and I'm trying my best to like put their weird traditions into word, to try to explain it. But it's also sort of poetic that it's hard to just speak, direct and clearly about. But bread, crust, oil, butter, leavened, enlightened, and here's one thing more, and then I'll shut up. We say on Easter, right? I don't know if you guys know this, but hot cross buns are specifically an Easter tradition, right? The birth of Christ, Easter, what do? We make hot cross buns. And those are loaves of bread, circular loaves of bread that we've put into the oven where we sliced a cross into the dough so that when it bakes, it kind of has like a plus sign, like split in the top surface of it. You know what I mean?
I'll give you that one, bro. We do exactly that.
Yeah, so I'm just saying,
with
like
the
this
bread
whole
and the cross, and we
yeah, the
put
hot
like a coin. Listen to this one. You might like this one. We put a coin inside, of course, clean it and wrap it up. And the
what?
person that picks, like we cut slices, and the person that picks, like gets a wish or is lucky or whatever. So there's
What?
that.
Wait.
Yeah. It's the Greek
You put
Orthodox
a coin?
tradition.
You put a
Yeah.
coin in your bread?
Yeah, a coin wrapped in aluminum, cleaned, of course.
Okay.
Bake it, and then it's like a holy bread, right? There's a cross on it, right? Like you said, and then
Is it
it's
like a
cut.
random? Is it just like do you make like 10 hot cross buns and there's only one coin
No.
inside
It's
of
like
one of them?
it's like a big, huge pizza bread kind of a thing.
Okay, and then you slice it and like there's a lucky lottery winner. Whoever gets
Yeah,
the slice gets a coin in it.
exactly. Yeah,
Okay. Wow, that's strange. Well, what do you think is what do you think why do they do that? Why do you think they do that?
I'm not sure, bro. To be honest with you, it's a tradition. It's a Greek Orthodox tradition.
Wow. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, I don't think it's like because they're stupid and they have stupid traditions. I think there's some pretty like wise, esoteric like reference going on there that most people are just unaware of. This whole bread thing. I think bread is a pretty deep topic. As funny as it sounds, I think bread is actually an incredibly deep topic to go into.
It's not funny because when you do the Holy Communion, the Catholics have a bread, a round piece of bread, right?
Yeah.
Well, the Orthodox have little cubes of bread, the bread that I told you, cut into cubes. Yeah, so that's how you do your not a communion. What do they call it? I forget the exact name.
So I got kind of all right. So I'm gonna pull a Pete Shea here, okay? and pretend like I'm being profound when really it's just like a sort of like loose connection. So listen, guys. So Jesus is the sun, and he rises in the east. And what is the leavening factor that causes bread to rise and become the crust? It's yeast. Yeah, bread rises in the yeast, and Jesus rises in the east. There you go. East. Boom.
I've heard some negative things about bread. Like, I've heard some more scientists talk about bread. Like if it was like a fungus that was introduced to humanity. Like it wasn't organic. Also, I've also heard things about corn, that supposedly the Aztecs did not have corn in their diet. That it was supposed to be a European invention.
What kind of bread? Matrix? Did you say?
Cornbread.
Just bread in general. Just bread in general. Like it is like it's supposed to be like good for us, but secretly it really isn't.
Yeah.
It's like a fungus
Yeast is a
upon
fungus,
humanity.
I think.
Something like that.
You can correct me, but I think yeast is a fungus. I used to make dough. I put yeast in it all the time.
Well, bread is no good for you. I mean, let's be honest, right? So.
Yeah, like that's the point. They pass it on as like these things are like good for us, right? Like corn and shit, and these things are like they're like artificially made. Like they're not like actual like nature. We think it's like nature we eat it.
Yo, so there's like 50 types of corn, and you only know about like a couple of them because that's what's at the store. But like in the wild, there's like many different types of crazy corn, and they are nutritious. They are healthier than what we have here. There's ways to make bread that will make you so strong you'd probably be like not really need to eat much else. But right, I don't know. It's just not available commercially. These days.
No, I mean these GMOs are available commercially, and if you look at the amount of lives that have been saved with these GMOs, it's fucking nuts. Like modified fucking rice in Africa saved a shit ton of fucking lives during famine.
By the way,
everything seems to be modified, dude. Even the bro, I did some research. I didn't do some research. Just some shit I saw on TikTok, really, right? So about how chickens are not like natural. They're like a mix of two fucking different creatures that we made to like develop into food or some shit, bro. That shit is crazy. Because all my life I thought chickens were natural. Like I thought God created fucking chickens.
But why is it so crazy, my man? If we have
it makes you question nature, bro.
If we have the knowledge to do this, why not do it? We save fucking enormous amount of life by modifying crops and shit.
Dude, but it makes you question nature, bro. If a chicken isn't natural, bro, it makes you question then what the fuck is natural? What the fuck is nature, bro?
I don't know, man, but we saved a lot of lives doing it, though. You know what I mean? Which one's the worst situation here? Like, let people die and not use GMOs, or let people starve.
We could grow plenty of food without GMOs. What a joke.
You definitely can. And I totally agree. It's not the only way to do it. But, like, there have been cases in Africa where, GMOs have essentially saved a city or a town.
Where are you going? I watch loads of health, people like Amanda, like Amanda Vollmer, who's, we were talking about the other day. I watch loads of these sort of people, Tom Barnett, and all of them across the board say gluten. You've got to get off that gluten, right? And I do wonder if before they introduced this high yield, wheat back in the 60s, if bread was actually good for you. I don't know.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
As the whole gluten thing only become something because we fucked with it.
Listen, it has to do something with like the feminizing. Like there's like a certain fungus that like feminizes men. I don't know exactly what it is that they introduced at like the 60s and 70s.
A fungus.
Something that just fucks with men's hormones, and it makes them feminized.
Best thing since sliced bread.
That reminds me. I used to drink a lot of Indian Pale Ale beer. I swear this is on topic. And then like I started noticing like my body wasn't responding to Indian Pale Ale beer very well. Whereas like it was, you know, basically no negative side effects with a lager or a porter or whatever. I was like, oh man, like I'm having some negative reactions to Indian Pale Ale, even though it's like the strongest stuff out there, and I like the bitterness and stuff. But I was like, for my health, I got to stay away from this stuff. But I decided to like look up like what is it, right? And of course, there's the whole story of like, oh, it's like it has more of a sort of long-lasting shelf life due to like the way it's made and all. But then I finally recently found out that Indian Pale Ale has like literally estrogen as a main ingredient.
Like,
And
are you talking about all Indian Pale Ale or just one brand?
yeah, all Indian Pale Ale has estrogen under a different name. And I was like reading this article and I was like, oh yeah, Indian Pale Ale like will mess with a man's hormones. Like it will introduce like high levels of estrogen into his system and cause all the side effects of.
That's what I'm talking about. Listen, plastic. It seems like a lot of the shit that we eat and that we use to contain things are like byproducts of fucking estrogen. So everything that we consume has some form of estrogen on it. So it's like they're like,
like soy or
forcing us
something
to
like
be
that,
like
right?
feminine men or some shit, bro. It's crazy.
Dude,
Yeah,
the estrogen thing, like I went off on my brother the other day, right? Well, or he went off on me. It was like we were discussing whether or not it's okay to use tap water in cooking, right? And whether
depends where you're at, really.
Right, but it was like, you know, he was like, you know what, if you use filters and stuff, it's gonna take out the estrogen in the water. I'm like, what are you talking about, the estrogen in the water, bro? Like he literally was literally on this mind state where tap water has a shit ton of estrogen in it. I'm like, no, bro, it doesn't.
Oh, it has
How
worse
do you
than
know
that.
that? It's probably got a lot of shit in it.
It does have a lot of shit in it, and it does have estrogen in it, but not enough to really fuck with you.
By the way, Branch, GMOs have never saved a life in the history of the world.
Oh, dude, I wish I could show you some links. I read this up a long time ago. Like,
where did you read that, and who convinced you of that? That a genetically modified.
You know what? You know what? This is one occasion.
I know you're trolling, but I'm holding you to it.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Gio, give me a second. Let me go find that shit where I found it from.
By the way, Branch, we found your yeah. We found your doppelganger. Branch, hold on. We found your doppelganger. This guy's his name is Satan I Worship. Look out for him. He is your double. Dude, he trolls just like you do. He's actually a little bit. He gets in there with it, but it's a similar thing.
Got you beat, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. He could get us going for.
Does he have a British accent, or is he?
He didn't make me say banana once, Branch.
Fuck. Then you know what? I got to train this motherfucker up then.
The banana. You win on the banana troll, apparently.
You know, the first time I heard Branch,
I was in
24/7.
politics the other day, bro. I had everybody saying the word banana. Like I didn't even know.
Can't you remember? The first time I heard your voice, dude, what did I say to you? Can you remember?
I wish I could, but I can't.
You sound just like the snake from Jungle Book.
Got it.
Different accent, same sort of cadence.
I honestly don't remember the fucking snake's voice in Jungle Book.
No, he totally does. Actually, you got that now.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's spot on. Spot on.
Now I can never unhear it, right? Damn.
I do want to share a little bit of it's not truth or etymology.
Sorry, but his name's Branch as well. Sorry.
That's a good point.
He's not helping himself. Nope.
No, but Branch, this guy was trolling in the same way you were. He was telling us that that's like evil is good and it's good when all these bad things happen. You're just telling us that GMOs are good. Yeah, you guys are out of the same playbook.
Absolutely, I think GMOs are fucking fantastic.
He knows our thoughts on GMOs. So he's gonna come in here and say exactly what he.
You know what though? The nice thing about bananas today is that they're not GMOs. They're just very cloned.
I mean,
Yeah,
they
all
do
bananas are clones.
No, but there is actually kind of a mainstream perspective that that GMOs actually are good. I mean, that's what a lot of people believe. That
I think so. Like
so.
Look at, okay, so even if we take a step back from GMOs and we look at insulin today, right? Like a lot of insulin is produced by genetically modifying bacteria.
Yeah, that's terrible.
But it still saves so many fucking lives.
Well, no, the problem is caused by the food that they're eating. It's caused by the high fructose corn syrup.
Right. And giving people insulin isn't the best way to counteract that, right? The best way is to deal with it, because insulin hasn't been around for fucking years and people were still living for many years before, right?
Well,
But,
it's a complex topic because there's different types, type 1, type 2. There are some other components to it.
Yeah.
Well, you're not going to change the insulin response in human beings, but you can change what human beings eat and drink.
But what I mean is, like, once we
type 2.
Once we figure out a way of manipulating bacteria to start producing insulin, insulin got a lot cheaper and a lot more available for people with diabetes to use. Right? Let's talk about type 1.
It wouldn't be that difficult once you introduce an artificial form of insulin, right? So what the body tends to do is when something artificial is introduced to the body, it tends to stop developing that certain thing. So if you eat a lot of sugar, it tends to not want to develop its own sugar because you already provided for it. You
Right.
understand?
No, what I mean
makes
is,
sense.
what I mean
Yeah.
is, like, whether it was synthetic insulin, or I don't know how they used to do it before. Maybe they took it from pigs or something. However they did it before, either way, the shit is saving type 1 diabetes people's lives, and type 1 diabetes can't be handled through exercise, right?
Who knows? I mean, that's the story. I hear you. That's the official story. I don't know. I like to think that there's a way to get every being sort of like back on track. It might take drastic measures or effort involved, but yeah, I don't know about these incurable diseases, right?
I don't listen, man. I don't buy that shit. I cannot believe it, bro. I can't believe that there is nothing that nature can't reverse. I can't believe in that.
I know. I feel you on that too, bro. Like, honestly, there's part of me that thinks like we shouldn't be doing any of this. Like, if somebody has type 1 diabetes, and you know what, we should let them live their own life without medication, and that way life just figures itself out, right?
Big pharma over the years probably suppressed this so bad medically. It's a crime against humanity, honestly.
Yeah, probably. I did want to share.
Probably. I mean, they were definitely hold on. They were definitely to keep marijuana legal, and we're now finding out that marijuana has medical benefits to it. Why were they lobbying to keep it legal?
Dude,
they probably already fucking knew.
Hey, Jeremy, what I was thinking about today? Yeah, I was thinking about, like, I wonder if somebody could sue the state of Texas because they haven't legalized marijuana. You know what I mean? Like, the whole fucking world is legalizing marijuana, especially American states, yet Texas isn't. And somebody who really needs it, but is, somewhat fucking bound to Texas.
Bro, you don't need weed, bro. You need to find G.
No, I'm not talking about me, but there's some people that really need it, right? Like,
you should do it, Rich.
People with like, there's some people with like fucking epilepsy and shit that really need that crap, right? And
a lot of people were moving to Colorado right when that shit broke out because the big pharma had a medicine that didn't work that great. They would bring their kids to Colorado, get the THC or cannabinoids or whatever, and then
I actually think
that. And big pharma this whole time, hold on, Branch. And big pharma this whole time is lobbying. They're one of the spenders lobbying to keep it illegal. It's fucking a crime against humanity.
Right. That's kind of what I was thinking about. It's like, if let's say there's a kid with epilepsy, right, and none of the drugs work, but because they live in Texas, they can't try weed. If that kid ends up dying because of epilepsy, that's a lawsuit for the Texas state. Right.
Well, they can still get the male hemp version of CBD, the hemp CBD.
Does that help?
It's different than like there's the cannabis CBD and then there's the one from the hemp plant. There are definitely benefits to both. They are a little bit different though. Like some issues, people feel like they really need the cannabis CBD. So yeah, it's not quite the same. But when you bring up that's an interesting point though. Does the hemp version work for seizures? I guess I'm not sure on that actually. Like what the actual efficacy is.
It's fucking nuts in Texas, bro. Like, so weed is illegal, right? But like, that Delta 8 shit, that's in gas stations now. Like, you go to a regular gas station, you'll see like Delta 8 shit all over the place. That shit will get you high as fuck, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, why the fuck is weed illegal when this synthetic fucked up strain of it is selling?
I just told you, because big pharma, big alcohol, prison unions, prison owners all spent tons of money over the past decades to keep it illegal for nefarious purposes.
Yeah, but here's the thing,
money.
Jeremy. If that was the case, that would be America wide, right? Like Texas is one of the last fucking states that's just sitting on saying, you know what, weed's bad. We don't want weed in Texas.
I'm just telling you why it's still illegal anyway.
How many states are there that are as strict on weed as Texas?
I think there's a good argument to be made that to say that cannabis could be the human's partner plant, and not to be played around with like I used to. I don't really do it anymore, but I used to smoke it every day. Like a lot of kids do, don't they? Young people. But I can tell you from using both CBD oils, the hemp stuff that Gio were talking about, and the cannabis stuff. The cannabis stuff is like, obviously, I'm in the UK and I can't get a hold of that, and I don't even think you guys could send me it. I wish you could, because I had it once and it was bloody brilliant.
We got that bubonic chronic over here. Shit is no joke.
It's very expensive though, but the hemp version is also good, but it's not the same league.
I mean,
in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not quite as full spectrum, the hemp CBD. That's why when Branch was talking about the CBD for seizures, I know that the cannabis version does. I just wonder what research has shown in terms of the hemp version of CBD, whether that works with some seizures or not all, or whether I imagine it's not as potent because my understanding of it, like the actual cannabis CBD is like full spectrum in that sense. It has all the cannabinoids and all the cofactors, whereas there's something about the hemp version that that plant for whatever reason doesn't seem to have quite the same spectrum of CBD. It helps and works for a lot of things, but not for everything. Like some people may need the actual cannabis version.
Right.
Yeah, for next to no THC,
another
so
part
get you high.
Another part of it is also the fact that if you are using let's say you're in California, right, and you're using the THC version of it, the actual weed version of it, not hemp. Now that's regulated and it's controlled, and there's certain regulations that are put in place because it's legalized. Whereas in Texas, none of that shit's fucking regulated.
Actually, it is. I just looked it up. CBD is legal in Texas. It's the only thing that
is.
But this little map
that
shows.
Don't get you high though.
But I
just trying to get lit.
That might be that. But I think that means the actual cannabis version of CBD.
I mean, it'll make you tired.
No, the cannabis version of CBD is not legal in Texas.
That's not true. Yes, it is. Like in Texas, if you go in Texas, it has to be less than like 0.7% THC or something. So
yeah,
it's
but I thought that it has to be derived from hemp plants in Texas.
Like Delta 8, if you've heard of Delta 8 or Delta 10 and stuff, that stuff's legal in Texas.
Right, because it's all derived from hemp plants.
Like, that stuff does kind of get you lit. Like it's just very mild.
It does.
Those little Delta 8 cartridges, feel it.
I'm pretty sure that the law in Texas is that as long as it's made from hemp, it's okay.
By the way, I was listening to you guys talk, and I was really wanting. You might have heard me try to get a question into Gio, but he ended up answering my question before I even got a chance to ask it, because he's the only one I hear bringing up this terminology. And I was going to ask him, there's synthesized THC, and then there's like THC straight from the cannabis source. And I was gonna ask him, like, what is that sort of like, what's that terminology used for like the tag-along features, like the biological sort of tag-alongs that are sort of like delivered in the package from the source that like may not be there with the synthesized version? Is it cofactors? And I think that's probably the answer to my question. I think that's like super interesting. You know, like the cofactors contained within the plant itself. Like it isn't just THC alone. It's all these other things that are also really beneficial when you get it from a natural source. You know, there's
THC is only
exactly the bioavailability of those cofactors is key for the absorption of the medicine itself. And so different ways of like treating plants or using different kinds of plants extracts that allow for those cofactors to be present allows for the actual medicine itself to be fully absorbed and utilized by the body. Whereas
that's so important.
Yeah, whereas in synthetic form, like one good example is like vitamin C. Like you can buy that vitamin C powder, like ascorbic acid, like synthetic powder, which usually they make from GMO corn. But you can take that powder for vitamin C, and it does have some effectiveness. Your body can still absorb it. Whereas if you have vitamin C with all of the cofactors, like in a berry or in fruit, something like that, you're not getting quite as well. It's like if you take a lot of the actual ascorbic acid, you'd be getting more milligrams of vitamin C. But the actual vitamin C in the actual plant that has all the cofactors, even though it's less actual milligrams of vitamin C, will actually absorb more and be more utilized by the body because of all the cofactors that help in the breakdown and the absorption of the vitamin C.
How did you like come to be aware of this information, like the importance of cofactors? Like who told you this?
Tell us everything you know right now.
Well, I would just say it's over years of research and my own work in these fields and in experimentation, and also reading and taking in a lot of information from different sources in terms of the understandings that we have of the different compounds that are in certain plants, and I would say my own usage of them as well, and experiential.
Yeah, I mean, there's this whole thing about like these 1-a-day pills, vitamin pills you take, right? I mean, they list off how much of every ingredient is in the pill, but the fact of the matter is that when you condense that shit that way and take it, you're not going to absorb half of the crap that you just took.
Yeah, like flavonoids have a major factor in this. So like in certain plants, like let's say berries or something, there's these flavonoids that are part of what actually creates the pigment and the flavoring of the food. But there's a compound which is called quercetin, and quercetin is very well known. It has all these anti-inflammatory effects and has all these beneficial effects like on the blood and the heart and all these different components. And you can actually buy quercetin in like a pill, like a chemical extract of it. So you could technically buy like the vitamin C, ascorbic acid, you can buy quercetin, you can buy these things all broken up. But when you have it in the actual food itself, like in, like berries, let's say, for example, you're getting the quercetin and the vitamin C. And when those are combined, the quercetin is what opens the bloodstream and creates the channels for the vitamin C to be absorbed, for example.
Yeah, I always have this little saying that where I say if it's God made, it's good. If it's man made, that's the simple fact of it.
I'd like to think it's that simple.
I was just going to say, Gio, have you heard of Max Gerson? The Gerson therapy? Yeah, because my brother were looking into that Jesus, this has been like 20 years, a long time ago, and he still juices like a maniac today. And I always have this sort of I always try some of his juice and it's lovely, don't get me wrong. I think he ought to freeze it and put it on ice cream, but I always have this thing where I say to him, the thing is, in the fruit, when you just eat the fruit, all that pulp you've just got rid of, that's going to help distribute it throughout the body, the sugars and everything else, because that's how God intended it, right? I mean, but I don't know.
Absorption rates and all that crap, you know what I mean? Like how long it stays in your tract, all that crap.
Well, I mean, Max Gerson, I mean, if you've listened to his daughter speak, she really does know her stuff, and, you know, who am I? But yeah, they talk about him curing cancer in the 1800s or something with, what was it, 12 juices a day, carrot and apple or something like that. Can't
Yeah, but their
remember.
original plan had raw liver in it, and that's been since removed. They've kind of gone more vegan, which is yeah. So, but the original Gerson was actually using raw animal organ meats as well, which is
Right.
interesting.
When it comes to curing cancer and all these people, I mean, I've been around the truther block enough to know that there's probably 100 different like ways of like, you know, people claiming like this is the way you defeat cancer, you know, and I'm not calling them all bullshit. There's probably tons of validity to a lot of them. But this is just you can call it selfish if you want, but like I really want just a big old file for me to download and look through, or like a one big documentary of like all of the information out there that only for some reason circulates within the truther community. You know, like you know, some of it might be a hoax, some of it might be legit. I don't know. I would just like I wish there was a YouTuber, right, who just focused on all of the sort of I don't know, occult, esoteric, I don't know what you want to call it, right? But all the sort of like truther community cancer treatments out there, because when it comes to mainstream, I mean, what do you got? Like chemo? Is that pretty much it, right? I mean, but there's all this other stuff I hear about, and I just wish it was all in one place, you know, for me to look.
I agree, and it'd be nice if we also had like a really like a sourcing for these things as well, because also like even if you want to buy a certain herb or a certain food, it's like there's thousands of brands, you know, and it's challenging because I guess in the world of capitalism, everybody wants to relabel something and sell it, and then there's all kinds of like pitfalls with that, like in a lot of these supplements and also like herbal supplements and things. For example, there's a binder which is called magnesium stearate. It's like a lubricant. It's actually a trans fatty lubricant. It was developed by the pharmaceutical industry for their pills and capsules, because what it does is it lubricates the machinery. So they put this trans fatty lubricant called magnesium stearate in the machines, and then as they shoot the pharmaceutical drug through the machine to put it in the capsules, it lubricates the actual drug, because the drug is very, you know, sticky and bitter and toxic. So they've used this flowing, it's called a flow agent as well, magnesium stearate. And there's definitely a conspiracy to it, in my understanding, because magnesium stearate specifically causes a weakening of the immune system, and it also causes the digestive system to cause what's called leaky gut syndrome. So it actually breaks the lining in your gut and then causes things to absorb into your bloodstream. It's crazy. And this magnesium stearate, yeah, this like flow agent. And then in a lot of the supplement companies, they use it as well. So if you were to go to like Whole Foods, and you were to pretty much 90% of the supplements at a place like Whole Foods will have magnesium stearate in it. Like you actually have to search out places that specifically don't use it. So yeah, there's like so many pitfalls that.
So they're forcing. So basically, because that shit doesn't get absorbed, they're putting shit that forces to get absorbed.
Well, what it is, okay, if you have a powder and you need to get it into capsules, what it is, the magnesium stearate is the flow agent that they put it with the material so that it will flow into the capsule. But once it's in there, now you have this other thing in. So all of let's say you're getting some herbal supplement, all of the little powdered pieces of the herbal supplement are now surrounded by this magnesium stearate stuff that your body has to break down. So it reduces absorption of the actual thing when you're taking it, but it also specifically causes weakened immune system, and it causes leaky gut syndrome. So like actually does have a conspiratorial part, because that the leaky gut is how they cause further inflammation so they can give you more pharmaceuticals. So
yeah, honestly, Joe, every time you say leaky gut syndrome, I'm thinking you're saying that it gives you diarrhea.
No, what it does is
that's not the point.
That's not. I just wanted to throw it out there. Like,
no, it's a way. It breaks down the lining of your stomach so that you start absorbing things in your bloodstream that you normally would not. So if you have a strong stomach, you would not be absorbing certain compounds because your body knows how to get rid of them. With leaky gut, now those compounds are being leaked into the bloodstream. So then it causes other diseases, inflammation, autoimmune diseases, weakened immune system, a whole bunch of other, it basically sets off a cascade of other problems that, of course, they want to treat with more pharmaceuticals.
Yeah,
well
just
put,
to,
dude.
just to put,
How do
Well,
they
yeah,
know? How do
wow,
they
that
know
was great.
beforehand? Hold
one
on,
sec.
hello. How
One
do they
sec,
know?
Denmark. Let me just
Go
put a
ahead.
cherry on top of that. What he was saying on just to protect against these sort of things, leaky gut, GERD, colitis. There's many of these stomach issues. Obviously, sauerkraut. I always recommend sauerkraut. Fermented food. And one that I always forget is apple cider vinegar with the mother. It's so good for your gut. Apple cider vinegar, very underrated. That's why I forget it. I think. Sorry,
Like even
Denmark, go on.
kombucha, like nobody drinks kombucha.
Yeah, bro.
Sorry, Denmark.
I want to know. No, you're good. You're good. I just want to know, like, how do we know exactly what foods are best? Because there's lots of foods we haven't even known, like, we don't even know about. Like, there's certain islands and places in the jungle still people haven't, like, that we know of, been there and seen certain stuff. And, like, who tells us what? And really, the main thing I want to say is how do they how do they know, like when you say a leaky gut and this and that, did they really figure that out before, or did they wait till after and say who gives a shit? You know what I mean? like do they really sit for 20 years or 10 years and do any of this shit with any of this stuff? Do they really do that to see actual, the steps or what, how they can hurt you or help you?
Can I ask you guys a question that I could Google, but I'd rather hear your answer instead? Just out of laziness, kind of. Like, I want to know, like,
You got to say please. As long as you say please.
Okay, please.
Right.
Yeah.
Good.
Like,
Jeez.
okay, so like, what is vinegar?
Vinegar is
an acid.
It's fermentation, bro. Like, it's basically the breakdown of it's the breakdown of sugars and shit and alcohols. So like, let's say you had a can of beer, right? And you just left it out for a month, right? That beer would end up turning into a vinegar, because after the alcohol becomes, alcohol, the sugar basically becomes alcohol. And then after the alcohol is sitting around for a long time, it will break down into a vinegar.
You mean an acid?
All right, let me.
It's like a
let me ask.
fermented.
Let me ask another.
Fermented.
Let me ask another question.
Distillate.
So
the distillate, usually grains are.
So like, let me ask it in a different way. So like, milk or juice. We all know that milk is just water that has things dissolved into it. Juice is water with,
milk
impurity, right? It's like milk is water with extra ingredients dissolved into it. Juice is water with, other ingredients dissolved into it. Is vinegar just a type of like water solution, or is vinegar something like standalone on itself?
It's hydrochloric acid, right? But it's pretty much just some shit that's created in nature, just dissolved.
But is it water based? Like, is vinegar just water with a particular set of ingredients dissolved into it?
The first main source base of the fucking, hold on a second, of the fruit itself, or the thing itself that causes it, is water. Yeah, that's where it gets it from the rainwater and stuff. And yeah,
it's all water based. It's all water based, man. Like vinegar is just hydrochloric acid, basically. The same shit that's in lemon.
Hydro's water.
Because there's some liquids that exist, right? There's some liquids that exist that aren't water based, like gasoline or alcohol. Like there's no water.
No, there's
like
water in there.
No.
If gasoline.
No. If you get a bottle of pure alcohol, that is its own liquid. There's no H2, right? There's no H2O in a bottle of alcohol. That's its own separate form of liquid.
What makes vinegar acidic is the fact that it is water based, right? Like, it's all about hydrogen and But it's all about fucking H and OH molecules, not molecules, ions, right?
But Funny, do you think water is H2O? Is that what you think it is, though? Like, do you believe that?
Oh man, you're gonna put me on the spot here, huh?
Oh my God, Gio, hold up a second. You
Ah, jeez, you're gonna put me on the spot, man. I don't feel comfortable answering this question, honestly. Ah, fuck. I don't know.
Let
water,
Gio
yeah, is water H2O? Whatever H2O you
let Gio answer it.
I'm just gonna be bold and fucking use my comfort blanket here of like the mainstream and say, yeah, fuck you, Geo. Water is H2O. Fight me, whatever. Bring it on. Yeah, water is H2O.
It is.
Wow. How dare you?
I want
Dude, I just gotta say, look how funny these people in the.
I'm lost, bro. I'm not.
Look how funny these people in the chat are, right? So
I'm just gonna say that I don't know about the H2O part, but I will say that water, rain, water, liquid, just condensation or whatever, like all that feeds any plant, potato, apple, whatever you get the alcohol, whatever you get the vinegar from, water is like the main source. And it might not be water afterwards, to an aspect that it is vinegar and it is alcohol and they act different because just the steps and the processes of each. But then you have gasoline, which you said wasn't a portion of water, and it has to be. It would see like black tar, like liquid tar, like thick ass tar. That would be like gas's main like crudeness. And then the more you add water or other liquid, alcohol, vinegar, water, anything to certain things, it's got that water base. No matter what, it's got that water base. If it's liquid like that, it has to. So gasoline, you might think it's not, but in my mind, it's about 90% actual water, and then the other shit, and then they refine it that way, and that's how it comes out.
I think Demo. The question was, is water H2O?
No.
Yeah, there's no evidence of this atomic theory and what they claim about all these different, and you can't like actually even replicate it. So yeah, except like the atomic theory is just conceptual convention that is not actual and real.
Like it's a model. It's a model that they place upon.
It's a model of little spheres that are reified via mathematical description. Sounds familiar.
But I mean, it's the odd thing is like because we identify water as H2O, we can predict what can dissolve in water and what can't. Just
but that's still just a model of it, though. Like if you go back,
but Gio, here's the thing, though. It works all the time.
Hold on a minute.
Model is fact because it always fucking works.
No, what can you dissolve? What gas can you dissolve in water? Show us live.
You can dissolve a lot of gases in water.
Show us.
Well, how would I show
air? Show how you can dissolve air. The H2O, the oxygen. Show how oxygen dissolves into water without leaving it right away.
How oxygen dissolves in water? The way that fish fucking breathe.
No. Listen to what I'm saying to you, man. I didn't say give me a description of how fish fart or breathe or want to go to sleep in the morning. I said, how does the gas, oxygen, air that we breathe, how does that dissolve into liquid water? Live. Can we see this? How does it dissolve into it? I've never seen this, ever.
Well, you want me to tell you scientifically how it dissolves? I'm honestly, bro, I haven't even looked into that shit. I'm not sure about it.
Do you want me to tell you my take, like what I see? Air bubbles leaving the water. Any gas you put into it leaves it right away. It doesn't dissolve into it. I've never seen a gas dissolve into the water. I've seen it leave.
Well, you can have oxygenated water. You can definitely oxygenate water. And you can
I don't know what that means.
You can also put ozone in water. It'll dissolve into water. Yeah, a lot of things.
What's ozone?
O3 is what they call it. I'm not saying it is that.
Have you ever seen any? Could you ever grab any and say, this is O3 Demox sitting right here you're looking at?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, there's ozone generators.
Well, what I can tell you that everyone can relate to is you got a bottle of liquid whatever, and then you unscrew the top and you can watch as all these bubbles start forming and start rising to the top, right? So apparently there was gas of some sort. I don't know what it is, but there's gas of some sort, creating air bubbles and they fizz to the top. You've opened a can of soda, a bottle of soda before. You know, you've seen it happen. A beer, you know, all those little bubbles. Like they just keep on coming, right? They were in the water and then they're like leaving the water and rising to the surface and escaping. So, I mean, yeah, there's gas in water somehow. Chemistry's kind of crazy, but you know, that's one everyday example you can point to.
I just got to say, like, so in the chat, someone mentioned, like, used to, like, stupid flat earthers also think that the government, like the weather's man-made and stuff. And I said the government admits that they manipulate the weather, that they artificially trigger lightning. You can artificially trigger volcanoes and earthquakes with electromagnetic weapons. That they actually amplify hurricanes and steer hurricanes. They all call me a liar and I was stupid. Blah blah blah. I've dropped like 30 different documents. You know, like 50 patents.
Did you say
documents.
volcanoes?
Yeah, they admit, like, the former Secretary of Defense literally has a quote saying that there are weapons that exist, successful implementation of weapons that exist, that you can artificially trigger volcanoes and earthquakes with electromagnetism.
Ah, shit, that makes me uncomfortable.
Dude, it's crazy.
Yeah.
That stream you did was awesome with the showing the hurricanes and shit.
Thanks. Yeah. I showed some radar where you can literally see them like steering the hurricanes with like electromagnetic pulses shot at the heart of the hurricane, and it's caught on radar. As soon as these like lines of pulses come into the picture, all of a sudden the hurricane changes direction drastically. Like there's all kinds of crazy evidence. Like I did like a 3-hour stream and dropped like all kinds of documents in my Telegram, just like irrefutably demonstrating that the government controls the weather. I just dropped an Air Force document that's titled Weather as a Force Multiplier, Owning the Weather in 2025, right? And now the rebuttal is, oh, that's a PDF. That's not a government document.
Where do I find your Telegram? What's it?
It's t.me/Witsit streams is the ones that I drop my sources. And then I have t.me/WitsitGetsit, which is like the group. I haven't like really pushed them or started really running them or anything, but like that's the only way I can drop PDFs and stuff to resource my streams. t.me/Witsit streams.
Telegram doesn't have like a file size limit to your uploads or posts or whatever. So that's one good feature.
It's incredible.
It does,
honestly,
but it's huge.
Telegram is like amazing, honestly, like in almost every way.
I love it, dude. That's where I've been living before I found Discord.
Yeah, you can even stream on Telegram now. Like, it's crazy. You can just use it as like a place to store files. Like, it's wild. It's almost sketchy. It's so good.
It's also encrypted.
Yeah, too good to be true, huh?
Yeah, it's like, but at this point, you know they got your info anyway. Like,
nah, dude, I used a fake name and a fake number. They don't know shit.
Well, I mean, they know they I think they can get past anything like that. Like, yeah, who cares? I mean, they don't censor you there, and you can share tons of information. And you don't ever, like, if you build it up, you're not going to get deleted. Like the person we're having at our summit, David Avocado Wolf, right? He moved there. He's got 120,000 people on his Telegram, and he doesn't have to worry about someone swooping in and like deleting it. So it's pretty cool for that.
No one I know has ever been deleted on Telegram, 100%.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. You can actually delete messages. And people, if I try to track it, it's like basically, it seems like it's super legit. Now the story, I don't know. The story is that it's like this Russian guy that loves free speech, and he just did it for like the good of people and stuff like that. I mean, that seems a little sus, but because the resource is like this really rich guy that just kind of did it for out of the goodness of his heart. That's the backstory. Because think about how much it would cost to run Telegram, right? I mean, it'd be really expensive.
Just look at how they're trying to censor it, right? Like they're trying to shut it down and say it's conspiracy, right-wing, extremist, violent nonsense, whatever the hell they call to get everything deleted. And they're trying so hard and no effect, right?
Yeah. I think it's just crazy, right? So like I drop all these documents. I fall for it every time. I think it was Nihilistic Chris, and he didn't necessarily respond, but all the rest of them, like I go get all these documents I have, and I drop them all in here, and I'm citing like the former Secretary of Defense. I cited a legislative paper. Dude, let me read off this paper. This is a part of like legislation that was proposed in our U.S. government, and it said the terms weapon and weapon systems mean a device capable of any of the following: directing a source of energy, including molecular or atomic energy, subatomic particle beams, electromagnetic radiation, plasma, or extremely low frequency or ultra low frequency energy radiation against that object, inflicting death or injury on, or damaging or destroying a person or the biological life, bodily health, mental health, or physical and economic well-being of a person through the use of land-based, sea-based, or space-based systems using radiation, electromagnetic, psychotronic, sonic, laser, or other energies directed at individual persons or targeted populations for the purpose of information war, mood management, or mind control of such persons or populations. Such terms include exotic weapon systems such as electronic, psychotronic, or information weapons, chemtrails. It literally says chemtrails. High altitude, ultra low frequency weapon systems, plasma, electromagnetic, sonic, or ultrasonic weapons, laser weapon systems, strategic, theater, tactical, or extraterrestrial weapons, and chemical, biological, environmental, climate, or tectonic weapons. Tectonic weapons. Climate
Man,
weapons.
people, when I hear something written in such a systematic, robotic way like that, it just makes you want to barf.
Yeah, that's the way like law works. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I get it. I get it's like efficient and all, but there's just something so like inhumane about speaking that way. So like sterile.
Just imagine being
all they'd have to do to create earthquakes is connect with the ley lines, which is essentially the fault lines, which are the electromagnetic ley lines, and then basically pump whatever they're able to into those. But you'd have to have some device to be able to obviously do an enormous amount of voltage. But if you could then do that, it seems like you could create an earthquake through connecting with that ley line and then somehow artificially
just amplify it.
Yeah. It's just crazy because like this is the former Secretary of Defense William Cohen in 1997. He literally says other terrorists are engaging even in an ecotype of terrorism whereby they can alter the climate, set off earthquakes, volcanoes remotely through the use of electromagnetic waves. Like that's what he said in 97. And then the Air Force is like, we're going to own the weather by 2025 and be able to weaponize it. And then I went digging and I found literally like you can see the hurricanes on the radar like being steered away with electromagnetism. And then you go read it. There's something called Project Skywater. I think it's called Project Skywater. And they literally admitted and declassified now that there was a hurricane forming. They went and messed with it, made it stronger, and then steered it, and it went and hit into the coast it hit Savannah, Georgia. And they admitted that they did it in the documents. How crazy is that, bro? And like to imagine being an apologist for that.
You think there's a chance that they're like just trying to bolster some sort of facade where it's like, we can do this, yeah, totally. Like we're that powerful, like that they want us to think. I don't know. It's just shot in the dark. I don't know. It's kind of loose.
Personally,
like,
I don't think so. When I read through it, they talk about their limitations, like how they're actually not able to like have full control and consistency over how well they control the hurricane and stuff. So I don't know.
Right. The fact that there are patents on it doesn't mean they can do it, but it means they're actively seeking and trying like hell. Right.
Yeah, but these documents say that they literally did it.
Right.
You know. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, they're claiming.
Well, that's exactly what I'd want people to think of me if I wanted to like seem powerful. I'd be like, I can control the weather. Like I'm cool.
But then wouldn't they have to tell people then, right? Like why would it in that situation or scenario, like you would want more than just 1% of people to know, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah, right on.
Yeah, like I just think it's super weird. And dude, when I saw the radar, I was like, bro, I'll drop the radar in here. It's really crazy.
There's also
I'm excited to see that.
The idea that they can create tsunamis as well, or even strengthen tsunamis, because there's been some very bizarre tsunamis that have taken out like large areas that seem to be pretty, like almost like a freak tsunami, you know?
Did you guys hear about that shit that what China did? Like, I think it was maybe getting the north or the south wrong, right? But like one side of China wasn't getting enough rain, and so they seeded the fuck out of fucking the clouds to give them rain.
Yeah.
And what ended up happening was then the north side or the opposite side got fucked because they didn't get the rain.
Yeah, they use electrostatics to trigger rain.
They triggered a fucking drought in the north because they're trying to fix the south. You can't fuck with weather, man. This whole, like, let's say, like, honestly, that type of warfare could happen one day, right? Like, let's imagine like Russia says, you know what, we want to fucking put America into a drought.
What do you mean could happen? It is happening, dude. Are you blind? Have you looked up lately? It's a war against the.
This is from Wisconsin University. This GIF of the hurricane.
What about that Texas thing? Like last year in the snow, they snowed them out and froze them, and power went out and people died and shit because they weren't prepared.
Oh, bro, that shit was fucked. I'm in Texas.
Right.
That was so fucked.
Right? That was targeted.
I literally felt like I was in a third world country, my man. Like,
it would be more comforting to think that they can't do anything to the weather, because the fact that they can means that it puts us at risk, obviously, of them being able to do all kinds of stuff. But I also don't think that they even developed any of these technologies. I think they just stole them from the old world. So it's not like they are some genius inventors that figured out how to move hurricanes. They just stole it from other geniuses who actually.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're like children that's playing with the technology and they actually don't even really understand it.
Right.
I was asking this question. I mean, in true circles, I'm sure it's been going around a long time, but these, whatever they are, I'm not going to say, let's just call them the powers that shouldn't be. They can't create anything. They just copy. It'll be like China. It's a good question.
This is
the frequency of cold. Like they do weather manipulation for whatever that is, and then you can get something hot, but then like stuff always dissipates to cold. Like from what we know, you know what I mean. Unless there's a way we can do opposite of that. You understand? So they might even know how to manipulate that. But a cold frequency is what I've always wanted. Like if they have the ability for that, they can pretty much do whatever.
What's really crazy, I just dropped a government testimony about hurricane modification from 2005. This is a SWOR testimony from the government representative. But what's crazy is when I was looking into this, I had to use the Wayback Machine for just about all of it. It's all been removed because I found these older blogs that have all kinds of like links, and every one of them were gone. I had to use the Wayback Machine and go back years to find all of these like documents and stuff. So that makes you think like they're definitely hiding it, right?
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy, right? Is like if you consider like the general amount of data that our future generations are actually gonna work off of, the old school shit that's not digitalized isn't gonna make it.
Yeah. Well, Wayback Machine is a freaking game changer. I don't know why they haven't taken that down.
Wayback Machine, it's odd though, right? Like if you look at what that does, like it's not really archiving shit. It's just it's basically saying it kind of is archiving shit actually, but like it's not really doing it in a way that's researchable.
You guys ever looked into who owns the Wayback Machine?
No.
Yeah, it's like a public thing with a disclosure of who they pay, but they make billions somehow. They get $1 billion disbursement to do that. So we were thinking maybe we shouldn't depend on them.
Yeah, but it's still very useful, right? Like
it is.
like because it's
But it
not
could
like
be
it's fake
controlled.
stuff. Because I know that for one, we saw the Photoshop box around the moon. I mean, around the Earth from the moon, and then Flat Earthers started pointing it out, and they changed it. But then we went back and found it again.
But wait, even that, it's not like that whole site. Like, if you try to find some shit that's possibly being removed from the internet, you won't find it on Wayback Machine.
I don't know. I find a bunch of stuff on there. That's all I'm saying. Like I had to use that to get these documents back.
Yeah, I'd say any documents you find that you really want to save, you better save them to your desktop because.
Yeah, this is the U.S. News and World Report, and this was like publicized in 2008. So this is a publication from 2008. It's a new debate over steering hurricanes. So it was like being covered in the news, but they've taken that article down. Right, but now this is a Wayback Machine link that I just dropped where you can go read the article where they're publicly talking about the government suggesting that they are considering steering hurricanes. So like I just found it interesting. What started it was Hurricane Ian, and I'm like, oh, how convenient, right? When you're supposed to shoot the rocket to the moon after you've put it off like 5 times, right when you're supposed to, then the hurricane comes, you know, and you can't do it. And I'm like, I wonder if they could kind of like, if they're messing with that. And I looked into it. I'm like, dude, they admit in Project Skywater in like the 60s that they steered a hurricane successfully, made it bigger, steered it, and hit the coast of Savannah, Georgia. So I just think it's crazy. I mean, like I dropped like all kinds of documents. I dropped General Electric, and they were being contracted by the government to utilize all kinds of technology to manipulate the weather. And I have that's all the documentation of General Electric contracts with the government to manipulate weather. It's just crazy, man. Like the rabbit hole for this is this is a good litmus test. This is similar to 9/11 and stuff. When you can show someone the government admitting they do something, and then you have like 7 anti-flat earthers in here calling me stupid and say, "Don't go outside saying this out loud. People will think you're batshit, and you'll get put up in a crazy house, and you're so stupid. I can imagine being this dumb." And I'm showing the documents of them saying it. Like it's just a good litmus test. It's like you can't talk to someone like that about any of like the really deep, profound things, right? Because they're not interested in the truth. I mean, if you're gonna do that, well, what are you gonna listen to when you don't have the government admitting?
Well, it's kind of like the whole burning book shit, right? Like, a lot of this stuff, or a lot of this knowledge we used to know, right? It's being squashed.
I'd say some books should be burnt, actually.
Yeah, like the ones that burned in Germany were like terrible. But that's another thing that's a lie. But anyway, I will just say what is interesting is China, Japan, Cuba, Venezuela, and Haiti have all accused the government of doing like the major natural disasters that happened there. They literally accused them. Like I think Venezuela accused America of doing like the major natural disaster in Haiti, the earthquake. And then you guys know, I think it was in Japan, there was that crazy tsunami. Like all these countries have come out and said that the U.S. government did it. That's pretty wild. Because like it's hard to find the documents until you go to the Wayback Machine where these countries are accusing the U.S.
I don't think it's hard to do it. Like it was very well documented what happened in China, right? When they tried it, and it worked.
Yeah, here's them talking about it.
No, Kennedy put that in his speech. We do control the weather. That the other thing.
Yeah, it's a trip. Here's NASA, where they did this thing called the Genesis and Rapid Intensification Process, GRIP for short, GRIP, and they were like looking into via like planes and drones, like really powerful solar powered drones. They were looking into how to intensify a hurricane and what the process of intensification is, because hurricanes are like a really crazy phenomena. And none other than your friendly neighborhood NASA was over there messing with how to figure out how to intensify hurricanes. And there's the link for that. So it's just really crazy, bro. It honestly is kind of wild. Like, what are they doing? Why would you ever do that? Who could ever be so psychopathic that they think it's somehow not insane to try to play God and like control the weather? You know how insane you have to be to even consider trying to like manipulate natural disasters? Like it's just hard for me to fathom that.
As insane as you are to try and blow up the firmament, dude.
Yeah, it's about the same level.
These people are megalomaniacs. Sorry, Demo.
No, what do you think all the Hoover, all these dams? Who do you think strategically placed them and why? They can control a disaster at any time, really, right? Think about it.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. This is here's actually like here's NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration from the government, which I think it's funny they called it NOAA, right? And they look at the ocean whenever like the world was flooded. And NOAA, that whole story. But this is them admitting Project Storm Fury. But you can see they have a little cover story, and then I dropped the actual documentation from it, and it's way worse than what they were saying. But yeah, I don't know. It's just crazy because we just had that hurricane that decimated Florida. Like Kai and I were watching the videos, and where we got married is just destroyed. Like it's destroyed, bro. And it's really sad because That place is so beautiful, like Sanibel Island and stuff like that. You can't even get to Sanibel Island, and it just infuriates me to think that it's like, you know, malevolent powers that are doing that kind of stuff. Like that just pisses me off. Or the idea that they actually could like prevent it from hitting, but rather they're using it to make sure it hits and stuff. Like I don't know, just seems insane.
You don't even want to know what they can do. They can do some crazy stuff.
I honestly, the volcano one was crazy for me, and because I found out a long time ago that like HARP can trigger earthquakes and stuff, and they say that they're shooting ELF, extremely low frequencies, and ULF, ultra low frequencies, to the ionosphere. But what they're doing is shooting it at the firmament.
Bro, I don't think that's a thing though. Like imagine if it was, right. If they just made Yellowstone blow, America would be done.
Well, a good portion of America would get drastically destroyed, but yeah, I mean, it would only be like a few states.
You don't really know until you know, though.
Yeah.
I mean, this is such a there. You know, you're saying people being resistant to this and everything. It makes sense because to accept that then means that we really do have to stand up against what's going on. Because if they have these kinds of powers, like it's to have that on your conscience means that if you're not perhaps speaking out about it or at least trying to help, you know, to get to a point where we can in some way stop that from happening. You know what I mean? Like, so just to accept it and then just be like, oh yeah, but Earth's the globe and it's okay. Like what I'm saying is that to accept it would change someone's like conscience of how what they're actually doing. If knowing that these people in power have that ability to just set off earthquakes or tornadoes or hurricanes that could literally kill, you know, tons of thousands of people or more.
Yeah, it's crazy though, like where they say that I can get why if you say to someone that's uninformed about it, you're like, the government can artificially trigger volcanoes, earthquakes, lightning, you know, hurricanes, all this crazy stuff. You'd be like, bro, you sound crazy. I get that. But then you drop the government documents where they say they do it, and then you just like ridicule them and call them stupid and crazy. And like, then you just start saying stuff. Oh, that's just a PDF. Oh, well, that was a long time ago. It didn't work. That's weird to me. That's like next level weird. That's you're actually, in my opinion, you start to become guilty to an extent because you're defending it. You're like protecting it. You start to actually cross over into ignorance is bliss to like being guilty when you become like a defense attorney for it. In my opinion, like I think you might start to flirt with some type of moral ramifications because you're like defending that lie by also lying, you know, and to propose a certain narrative, you lie on purpose and intentionally are dishonest about the info, like twisting it. I don't know. That makes me uncomfortable to like think about being in that position. It just kind of baffles me, I guess. Is that too much? Is that too much to say that maybe you would be flirting with some type of moral kickback yourself if you go out of your way to be dishonest to defend what they're doing? Like, I mean, I don't know.
No, I mean, if you want a response, I mean, my response would be like the whole weather manipulation shit. That tech has been around for a while, right? This ain't new tech. It's not like this is like 2000 plus shit. This is even before then, right? But the fact of the matter is, like, everybody's known that we can fuck with weather. There's no one's denying that shit.
Yeah, but
they literally are denying it in the chat.
Well, this thing about steering hurricanes with radar, did you say? Or
electromagnetic fluctuations in silver iodide combined, you can steer a hurricane, and the government admits they steer hurricanes as far back as the 60s.
So what is the mechanism by which they used to steer the hurricane?
Well, in the 60s, it was just like they said that they would basically drop tons of silver iodide out of planes on one side of the hurricane, and it would steer it in a certain direction. So because like there's a formulation of ice crystals in hurricanes.
Let's assume there's a hurricane moving this way, right? And you seed all the clouds in one direction so that they're empty. Right? Then if you look at the pressure, I don't know, it's gonna cause a hurricane to move in a different direction if you really want to fuck with it. It's not impossible to do with cloud seeding.
No, I mean, here's a naval physicist admitting that the government controls hurricanes. Like the amount of information I have on this is insane. And I'm just saying, like, I can't prove what the actual mechanism is in these GIFs, but if you look at the GIF, it's really weird, bro. Right? Like it's like very obvious that these inexplicable lines come into the picture on the radar. Which what does the radar pick up? It's got like it's obviously electromagnetism of some sort. And then it's going into the heart of the hurricane. And once those like parallel lines reach the heart of the hurricane, it changes course drastically.
But wait a sec. Why
But
do you
it's
say
the winds that steer
But
it.
why are we talking
right?
about electromagnetism?
Like if there's like a low or a high pressure, you can steer it.
What does electromagnetism have to do with it?
That's just what I would think it would be. I think it would be like a laser weapon that goes into the heart of the hurricane and steers it.
Got it.
Yeah, because like they admit they have laser weapons. Like if you just look at the GIF, right? Like, how can someone look at the GIF and not be like, that is weird that once these lines pop up, the hurricane changes direction? You know? This
They
is from
also
Wisconsin
seem to-
University.
They seem to use the hurricanes for some of the weapons as well.
Yeah, exactly, because there's such immense energy in the center.
So you're saying with the with weapons that can like electromagnetic laser or something like that, they can steer it?
Well, exactly how they do it is up for debate, right? Because all they've publicly admitted is that they use silver iodide and then they seed the hurricanes and they can steer them that way.
No,
So-
the silver iodide sees clouds, right?
Yeah, they also use it to steer hurricanes.
Via steering clouds.
Maybe they can form clouds.
The only thing that
maybe
does
they
it-
can hold on.
it
Maybe they
creates-
can form
creates a new
clouds,
creation,
like a
right?
lot of clouds, and therefore create more wind, right? And then kind of like move it in a sense.
Well,
Towards
so
another
that's why I
direction.
brought up that they did something called the Genesis and Rapid Intensification Processes study, where NASA began to put all kinds of really powerful drones and military-grade weaponry into the heart of the hurricanes to study the actual process of when it intensifies to become a full-force hurricane, because they were saying at that point they didn't fully understand it.
Yeah.
So, I think that it's been kind of like a process of them like messing around with something that they shouldn't be messing around with. And now it's super classified, right? Because like when they successfully did it, that's the 60s. So it took us 5
It's
decades
weird.
to hear
It's
about
weird
it.
how like warm water, like it feeds off like warm water. The hurricane itself, like warm water, warm oceans, it'll get stronger. It's like it gets energy off the ocean.
Well, here's people in Florida University recreating a hurricane in a $45 million indoor lab. And they basically replicate a Category 5 hurricane with wind speeds reaching over 157 miles per hour.
In a lab. Well, that doesn't mean much though.
No, the point is that this shows that they can actually create them. Like that it isn't impossible to create a hurricane because they did it in a lab.
You sure that's not a wind tunnel type laboratory?
Well, first of all, what does it matter what it is if they created a hurricane?
Well, you're talking about creating a hurricane like the big rotating cloud that I'm aware of the lab where they do studies like shoot the 2x4s through the air cannon into concrete and check the velocities and things like that. But as far as like making a weather hurricane, an actual hurricane, that doesn't sound right.
But do you ever research things before you just poo-poo on them? I don't understand why you always.
I'm
jump
just
in and
saying
say
it doesn't sound right. All I'm saying is it doesn't sound right.
This is just the university claiming they did it. So I mean, just like geoengineering was perfected at institutions like MIT as well, and they worked with defense contractors like Raytheon and MITRE Corporation. So they admit that they worked for this for weather modification geoengineering. This is a university lab in Florida, at Florida University.
It's a storm simulator.
Actually, it's the University
right?
of Miami in Florida. What?
It's a storm simulator, I think.
It's a physical lab.
But I think what they do is they recreate conditions. I don't know how they recreate the conditions, but I
it's
don't
like
know
a wind tunnel.
I don't know if it's exactly a wind tunnel, but I linked the video that I found. Maybe
it uses.
It looks similar to
It's composed of a 70-foot long,
that
30,000-gallon capacity acrylic water tank equipped with a 1,700 horsepower fan and a 12-paddle wave generator.
I'll link the YouTube.
I mean, it's not.
I think this is
Skyline. Here's the thing, right? It's not absurd what he's saying, right? Like, if you
No.
consider-
The way it sounded like he was actually creating a hurricane inside of a building. That's
Oh my God! Right. I took a step away from that, and I was more focused on the fact that can we control the path of a hurricane?
No, I'm saying we can create the equivalent of a hurricane with winds over 200 miles per hour. That's what I read.
I actually think we could control the path of a hurricane.
No, we can. They've been doing it since the 60s. The government admits they did it and that it ran into Savannah, Georgia.
But again, just what I think is you don't really want to fuck with weather shit, because if you create a low pressure environment by draining the clouds and making the hurricane move into that path, you've now done fucked another country over, because somehow you're gonna it's gonna.
You think they care about that?
That's their goal, man. Right? Like, remember Bill Gates telling everyone's gonna block out the sun? Here we go to help you. Come on.
I just dropped the Air Force document, Skyline, if you actually want to read it. Like, I haven't even finished reading it. It's just ridiculous. They admit they want to weaponize the weather. This is the U.S. Air Force.
I mean, like, I'm not sure if we're even at that point where we can weaponize weather. I mean, like, we're talking about
Dude, they've had meetings in the Senate about weather war.
A possible change in a path of a hurricane, but we're talking about like miles, not
Precipitation, fog, storms, exploitation of near space, opportunities afforded by space weather modification, communications dominance via ionospheric modification, artificial weather, concept of operation summary.
Right, but here's the problem with it, is that, like, you know, you hear all this shit about how you can modify weather, right? And you're putting this together in a packet. Like, if we can modify weather, then we should be able to fucking change the course of a hurricane, right? What I'm saying is we can change the course of a hurricane using the same fucking seeding practices that you're talking about with that magnesium shit or whatever the fuck you said, right? But, like, the fact is, the hurricane's still going to go on its path. I honestly think that with the tech we have today, you can maybe divert it a mile or two.
No, that's not what they said. They said that they literally changed the entirety of the path to go all the way around Florida, then pop back up on the East Coast. So I don't know what you're talking about. They changed the entire trajectory of the.
Who did this?
The government did it in the 60s. It's called Project Skywater. I've already dropped the document.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then right here it says cross beam approach for generating an artificial ionospheric mirror. So crossed laser beams to manipulate the weather, and then 5.2 is a systems development roadmap to weather modification in 2025.
What you trying to say? We're using lasers.
This sounds like a program, though. I'm looking into it. It sounds like a program. They were trying to do this type of shit, kind of like how the Nazis were trying to do like mind control and teleportation, like through mind control and like.
No, dude, I dropped the document where they say that they did steer a literal hurricane that hit Savannah, Georgia. The government admits what they say is that they messed up because they made it stronger. They actually made it stronger and then hit the coast. And what they said was it was very difficult to determine how effective we were being because hurricanes' natural behaviors are so erratic when it comes to intensification anyway. And in the 60s, they didn't understand how they became so intensified. So it was hard for them to see how effective they were with like directly proportionate.
So you're telling me the government admitted to making it stronger and fucking up?
Yeah.
But why would they admit it?
Well, because it was 5 decades after they did it, and now think about it. Now I'm in here telling people, look, they admitted it, and they're arguing with me.
But so they're being honest by admitting it.
Because there's something called the Freedom of Information Act that can only classify information for so long, and then 5 decades later, I have a bunch of normies and NPCs arguing with me.
This could be bullshit also. Because we can't trust the government. This could be bullshit too.
Yeah, you sound like you're suffering from Stockholm syndrome, bro.
What do you mean? It's not like we gotta take the shit. Grain of salt. If it was just been a program they were trying to like study and nothing came out of it. But
they said that something did come out of it.
A whole ton of bullshit.
They said that they went and seeded it and it became stronger, and then they steered it and it hit Savannah, Georgia. So
this is almost as hard as trying to convince you all the Earth is flat, dude.
I know it's weird. I understand that it's kind of scary to them, maybe, but it's just still weird.
Well, I mean,
I
you
think
got to expect a little bit of resistance to make the conversation interesting. We don't want to just buy everything that you say hook, line, and sinker. It would.
I didn't expect
I'm
flat Earth
giving
level
you them
resistance.
saying it though, Skyline.
No,
right?
no, but Winston, the one question I had was that
earlier you said they made a hurricane in a lab, right? I looked into it, and what it was is they're recreating conditions, right?
I just said that.
Did you look into it? Because when you said it, you made it seem like they made a hurricane from scratch.
I just No, they did. They used a generator and they used a fan.
It's a generator that recreates conditions. They're not artificially creating a hurricane. You see, that's being intellectually dishonest.
Dude, it is artificially created if it's not natural.
No, what they're doing is they're using artificial wind with a turbine and then recreating the water conditions to simulate the conditions of a hurricane.
Which means it's an artificially created hurricane.
It's not an artificially created hurricane because they're using a fan. Moron.
Bro, is everyone hearing this guy? They used a generator and a
no,
wind.
They're recreating.
Wait, they used a artificially created a hurricane with wind. With wind and with a fan and a generator, and then replicated the equivalent of a Category 5 hurricane. And he's saying that's not artificially creating the hurricane.
No, that's artificially creating the conditions. Go to the ocean with a fan and see if you can create a hurricane doing that.
Okay, now you've turned into a straw man where I've said they can take a fan out into the ocean and make a hurricane. I never said that.
Because that's what they're doing to recreate the conditions.
No, what I said was
create a hurricane with a fan.
What it proves is that you can actually create the phenomena of a hurricane.
No, because they're replicating the conditions, man. Do you not understand what they're doing in that lab?
The conditions turned into a hurricane.
No, they are using a fan to. If they stop the fan, the conditions stop.
Okay. You think that was some type of rebuttal to what I said?
Dude, never mind.
Yeah, never mind.
Keep going, man. Keep going with the.
Okay, I'll keep going. So what it shows is that you can actually manipulate water and then have it intensify into the phenomenon that we call a hurricane.
Yeah, now, I can go to the ocean and splash my hands.
I thought you wanted me to keep going. Now you're interrupting me again. So the difference is, of course, if they're going to do it on a massive scale in the ocean, they would have to have some much stronger technology than a $45 million lab at the University of Miami. They would have to be using something that puts out a ton more power than what they have in that lab, and they would utilize natural conditions and then amplify them. But that doesn't mean the point is it's only invoked to show that they actually understand the intensification process enough as recent as 2017 to be able to actually put them together coherently to result in the phenomenon known as a hurricane. Now, in the ocean, they would have to do it with something on a much more drastic scale. But that is not the point. The point is that it's possible to do it. Why is this so? This is weird. Just like I just showed the legislation of them saying chemtrails.
I'm not saying that technology is not out there to maybe recreate, like cause something, like to create the conditions to make it happen. But what I'm saying is that lab in Florida, what they're doing is they're recreating conditions. They're not making a hurricane out of scratch and like letting it like sustain itself. Basically.
Dude, what do you mean making a hurricane out of scratch? Doesn't even make sense.
They're stimulating the effects of what would a hurricane do with a fan, making winds, and then with a pool of water, they can recreate what the water effect would be under those conditions.
Right. So they're
showing that
once the fan
stops, the conditions stop. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So all they would have to do in the real world then would be control the wind.
You would need to recreate the conditions for the hurricane to form first.
Of course. How else are you going to make a hurricane?
Well, you can't do that with a fan.
Again, you couldn't do it on the scale of a real life hurricane in the ocean with what they did in a lab. I've said that 5 times.
But what
They
they're doing
can
in a
manipulate the
lab
wind. It's
is
called ionic wind. And with electrostatic discharge, you can repel gas. So if you are to put out enough electrostatic discharge, you could, via ionic wind, create immense wind currents. Let me guess. No. Let me guess. Ionic wind doesn't exist either.
Well, the ionic generators they put out very little thrust. So I don't know that you'd be able to really generate much of a wind with one.
So you're saying we can't create large amounts of electrostatics?
I don't know about all that.
Okay, well, because the government admits that the way that they make it they artificially trigger rain and lightning is with electrostatics. They introduce electrostatics in higher levels of the atmos, and they artificially trigger lightning storms, thunderstorms, and rain, and they've admitted that they've been doing that since the 60s. I dropped that document as well. So if they could do it in the 60s, I think that they can probably do it 60 years later. Because unlike the moon landing story, we know the truth is that technology gets better with time. So, storm enhancement, participation enhancement, participation denial, fog and cloud removal, precipitation avoidance, storm modification, fog and cloud generation. These are all in the Air Force document.
Well, all I can say is the naysayers have certainly killed a brilliant conversation we was having, have you noticed? If I didn't know better, I'd say you were here to do that on purpose, you know? I mean, I just talk straight past him with, and I think you should too.
Yeah, maybe you're right. So I end up getting like upset.
Yeah, because you just gave me your energy, and that's what they're here for. So I never replied to them, and they
Also
really just they
inefficient,
don't bother
right?
me. So
You should.
Well, I mean, so here's what I do, right? I meme all day, and they get really upset, and everyone end up blocking me. I don't know why.
Well,
Later after I have to answer them.
I've been thinking as I've been listening how we were talking earlier about the moral thing. It is actually interesting how, like, it could be that for some people, and I'm not calling anyone out in particular, but what I'm saying is that the understandings of the like criminality and deceptions that are actually going on in our world today, and the people in control, power, if you want to call it that, or who are assuming power, whatever they think they're doing, it puts us in a situation where there's a bunch of people who are like who don't think that's going on or who believe the lies in my perspective, and then those of us that are pointing it out, once we point it out to them, for them to even accept it, they then have to deal with the fact that morally, like, it does kind of change, like it puts them in like a moral quandary point, so I wonder how much that has to do with a lot of what's going on, because they may not believe it, or they may think it's true, but by thinking it's true and then pushing it or defending in it, now they are essentially put in a moral position where they have to defend liars and criminals that are causing, and it could be in any topic, not just the weather, but all kinds of other topics, like defending GMOs or the jabs. I mean, all this kind of stuff. So it's interesting to think how much like that moral dilemma is a factor.
It's everything.
Yeah, and of course, people are trying to figure out what's true and what's not. So, I mean, obviously, some people may authentically not know, or they may not know what the truth is. So, I guess, is there like some kind of grace if you actually believe it versus, but to come to the truth means you have to actually like come to that, and then you'd have to change, and then your morals are then being tested.
Well, I think there would be grace for not knowing, like forgiveness and ignorance is how I look at it. But like, whenever someone's coming in and giving you the info and like they didn't do it, they don't gain anything from this. They didn't do anything. They just went and researched it, found it. They're like, dude, here you go. Now you know. And then if you then intentionally like lie about what they're saying, strawman what they're saying, misrepresent it, just ad hoc make up excuses to undermine what they're saying, to misrepresent everything being said and presented, then you're starting to flirt with, well, you're intentionally and consciously being dishonest to manipulate the other person psychologically and the conversation. You know what I'm saying? So you're doing that, and the outcome of that is defending the malevolent behavior. Now, I think there's a middle ground. Obviously, I wouldn't ever say that they're on the same level with someone that's consciously manipulating weather and using it as a weapon, of course, but because I think that you nailed it in the sense that they're doing it because of like conformality issues or whatever, right? Or like the implications of what they'd have to accept if this was true. But still, you're still flirting with a dangerous territory if you're like, you're casting dishonesty onto someone else to manipulate it and lie about what it actually says or what's actually happening. I mean, I don't know. I would just never want to find myself in that gray area where like I'm consciously lying and strawmanning and misrepresenting what someone's saying to try to sweep under the rug some type of like crazy malevolent behavior, right? Like that seems I'm saying I don't know. It just seems like a dangerous gray area to be like when you start to see it, now you're consciously choosing to lie.
That's why they have to go into cogdis or, in general, normies that hear this information. It's not that they're consciously deciding they don't want to know. It's that they know if they did know, it would cause a moral dilemma to not say anything or do anything about it. So the cogdis just kicks in as like a defense mechanism so that they have to just completely believe that it's not true and defend it even, or put down people that are saying it's true, because then that would put that moral dilemma on them if they were ever to accept it.
Right. And what's interesting about that, real quick, just about that moral dilemma is that that's like a different type of intelligence, within people. Like you have your like mental, your mindset intelligence, like on that level. So people, obviously there's wide ranges and all of that. But when it comes to the morality, that's like a different level as well. And kind of like a different level of integrity that kind of has to be tested when it comes to this. Yeah. It's pretty interesting to think about that. How that's occurring for people. And because the minute you then defend it, now you're defending that behavior and the negative impacts it has on other people, like children and, all and just, even things like war and all this stuff and GMO foods. And it's pretty intense.
That's the main difference between us, too. The main difference between us and them is nothing to do with the shape of the earth, right? It's the understanding that a small group of select people have seized control of many of the industries and services in the world, not to the benefit of the people. That's really what it is. That's why we have all these other differences between us, and we can't even get over geoengineering by showing 214 public government patents. And which it's like, what I mean? Like we can't get even through to them with that.
Like just to accept that the globe is false means that you then have to take on that morality of knowing that all of our children are being lied to, like severely, of where they live, what the earth is, Mother Earth, and what the earth is directly and what the sky is and all of that, let alone NASA and the outer space stuff. So even just coming to the conclusion the earth's not a globe will put a moral dilemma that you then either have to, in a way, support the school system if you think the globe's real and keep supporting it, and not that everyone's going to speak out about it. Some people might not necessarily be speaking out, but at least hold that perspective if someone asks them, or, whatever it may be. So then you have to basically be willing to call out the entire education system as being indoctrination and deception. So it's like a moral dilemma right there that people have to, follow the truth and the kind of repercussions and consequences of what that means for them morally and for the world and for their families.
Right. There's
And they constantly use that to their advantage. They know how the human mind works and how we will react to certain things. And then they make certain things feel like, oh, it is my moral dilemma to tell people that they need to line up for the medication that they're telling us about, or, that kind of thing. So they're totally manipulating all of that. And they know exactly what's going on.
Oh, dude, they know human psychology more than any of us, and they use it against us constantly. Everything you don't know gets used against you, right?
But this says weather modification technologies might involve techniques that would increase latent heat release in the atmosphere, provide additional water vapor for cloud cell development, and provide additional surface and lower atmospheric heating to increase atmospheric instability. Critical to the success of any attempt to trigger a storm cell is the pre-existing atmospheric conditions locally and regionally. The atmosphere must already be conditionally unstable, and the large-scale dynamics must be supportive of vertical cloud development. The focus of the weather modification effort would be to provide additional conditions that would make the atmosphere unstable enough to generate cloud and eventually storm cell development. This is a point blank saying that they're manipulating the weather as a weapon to artificially trigger storms.
You guys ever heard of the staircase of disbelief?
That's insane. And how they could use that in war.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, Shane. You're saying the staircase?
Oh yeah, so it's like this concept of like pretty much conspiracy hole plundering you have to go to get to flat Earth. Like if the first step is like JFK, look into who really killed JFK, and the top is like flat Earth God. People don't take the first step because they know on some inner level, if they do, they have to go all the way to the top, right? And that upsets their whole life and balance and ostracism and criticism and no funding and no money and no job. It all comes with it. So most people just hover over that first step and never take it. That's what I put to Matthew Learns. I was like, Matthew, I think you're right here.
Yeah, check this.
Hashtag JFK wasn't assassinated.
Right.
One area of storm research that would significantly benefit military operations is lightning modification. Concepts to explore include increasing the basic efficiency of the thunderstorm, stimulating the triggering mechanism that initiates the bolt, and triggering lightning. What? Possible mechanisms to investigate would be ways to modify the electropotential characteristics over certain targets to induce lightning strikes on the desired targets as a storm passes over their location. What the bruh?
That's insane. Yeah, also I've thought about tornadoes. Like how many of these tornadoes are synthetically created as well?
I don't know if you already mentioned it, but I put the Michio Kaku interview where he mentions that we're firing trillion-watt lasers into the sky to create storms.
Trillion-watt lasers, huh? Holy shit.
Oh, wow, I didn't know. Where'd you put that?
I just posted it. It's from CBS.
Wow.
Lasers could influence weather events. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and they're gonna put it under the guise of climate control. What a joke.
Yeah, exactly. And you're gonna have the normies over here. Right now, they're saying you're crazy conspiracy theorist. You should be put away, claiming that the government could do this. And then in 5 years, when they tell them that they do it, but they give them a narrative as to why it's good, they'll be the same ones in here saying, "Yeah, are you saying it's not a good thing that we try to control climate change? It is good that they're doing that to try to, it's
That's
like
spot
what
on.
the." Yeah.
Well, the dilemma is that if you figure out you can do something, they feel like if they don't do it, someone else will, and
That's
that
the
person will have.
justification. Yeah. National security is their little umbrella to just do whatever they want, because if we don't do it, somebody else will. So we need to get better at it than them before they do, so that we can have the upper hand. Yeah.
National security and compartmentalization is how they keep all the secrets, man.
Crazy. Communications dominance via ionospheric modification. And what's interesting is you look into the ionosphere. I mean, they're lying about that, right? I mean, they came up with the ionosphere for to save the globe after Marconi sent his radio transmission 2,200 miles, and it was only supposed to go 200 miles. And so then they said, oh, well, it must have bounced off some area up there and reflected down, because it wouldn't have been able to go further than 200 miles if there was a globe, unless it's bouncing down off of something up there. So then Maxwell changed his equations to say that you could have electrostatic induction or transference without matter. Now, everyone knew, of course, before that, you couldn't have electrical transference without matter to become charged, right? It's common sense. But they changed it. Maxwell literally baked into his equation this way to try to save the idea of the globe via the ionosphere. And, of course, he probably looked at it just like, well, we have to explain this somehow because it has to exist because we know it's a globe or whatever it is. And that's still the way to this day. And actually his first and fourth equations actually contradict themselves because of this. And that's still run with to this day. And of course, it can never be replicated. You can never show electrical transference without matter. But they claim that's what the ionosphere is. So I mean, and then you go from there. It's like all these stories about ionospheric manipulation and HARP shooting stuff at the ionosphere and that acting as what holds the pressure differential of the electric gradient. It just gets it looks like, basically what I'm saying is it looks like it's actually like a container, right? Like the firmament or something that's actually acting as a second Gaussian surface above us, giving us the equipotential lines of increase with the electric gradient. And it has some type of solidity. And it may be semi-permeable, but it's conductive. It's like a closed circuit and it's conductive. and they just rebranded it. And they have all kinds of scientists thinking, well, it's just this like mystical magic place up in the air that starts around 50 miles. And yeah, it's just amazing because then they can get all the people to work on the technology and the scientific development under this illusory idea of the ionosphere. And they can come up because they treat it like a solid surface in their conception of the ionosphere when they're developing technology. So then they're able to get all these people unknowingly to develop technology to manipulate the firmament. It's really pretty brilliant. Or impressive that they pulled it off.
There's a flaw in that story though, because when Maxwell died, Marconi was only 4 years old. So I mean, Maxwell didn't change anything to coincide or suit any discoveries made by Marconi. Just to clear that part up.
Yeah, what I said was that I didn't say that in response to Marconi that Maxwell did something. What I'm saying is that's when they really doubled down on the conception of and came up with the conception of the ionosphere with specificity. But the idea that you could have electrical transference void of matter was done by Maxwell. He changed his equations from like Ampere's law, which said you cannot have electrical transference without matter, and he wrote an equation saying that you could because this is just an understanding of the globe and going out into a vacuum. There would have to be some way for there to be electrical transference without matter if that story is true, based on what we have on the Earth. And so he made an equation for that. And then you push forward, and now you have them like shooting the radio waves and going too far, then coming up with the ionosphere, and then utilizing Maxwell's equation as some type of like pseudo-intellectual justification. So. And his first and fourth equations contradict themselves. You can't have electrical transference without matter, and if you could, then you'd be able to replicate this. Well, you can't. So I don't know. I just find it weird. And then if you start looking into the government documentation of the ionosphere, it gets really funny. Like what they say about the ionosphere and the magnetosphere, it's just all over the place, and it looks like what they're doing, dude, is they're experimenting with some type of solidity up there. And so solidity, but maybe semi-permeability. What?
Because Maxwell's 4 laws, they unify Gauss's law, Ampere's law, and Faraday's law. You know, so I'm not sure. Number one, number two. During Maxwell's time, no one knew about the ionosphere. You know,
I know. That's
I'm just not sure where you get into this stuff.
Okay, so actually, Ampere's law said that you have to have material for electrical transference. So Maxwell changed that with no scientific backing or justification whatsoever. And I'm saying he did this because of the logical necessity that exists at some point if the atmosphere infinitely extends out into a vacuum, because then you have no material for electrical transference. So in order to have some type of electrical system that we experience down here on the surface, then you would have to have some point in time where you could have electrical transference void of matter. And so then Maxwell created an equation for that. And it directly contradicts Ampere's law, which says that you have to have matter for electrical transference. And then after they came up with the concept of the ionosphere.
Ampere's law just states that in order to have a magnetic field, there are 2 ways you can have it, either through a electric current or a change in moving electric field.
Yeah,
that's
his
why I'm
writings
not sure
specifically
where
say you have
where
to have
get it.
matter.
No, well, okay, could you show me?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
So you disagree that Maxwell changed his law?
I'm questioning where you get into stuff because I've never heard this before.
Okay.
That Maxwell changed laws for other people and yada yada. But if you could just post what you're saying about the Ampere's law thing.
Yeah, a second. Oh, okay, I'm looking for it right now. But just, I'm. All right, never mind. You got it. It's just so quiet. I'm like, do you do agree that you need matter for electrical transference, or you disagree? I don't
Sure.
know. You agree that you have to have matter to transfer electricity? Like for an electrical transference requires matter? Or no?
Let me think. I would say no, because the flow of electricity is a flow of electrons, and they're made of matter. So, yeah, I guess the electricity we see, like lightning and whatnot, that is plasma, and that is just ionized matter. So I would agree with you. You would definitely need matter to transfer electricity. But I don't know if Maxwell ever said that electricity can transfer through a vacuum. I think he was talking about the permeativity and the what's the other P word for
Permeability.
the transfer? Yeah, for the transfer of an electromagnetic field or electromagnetic radiation, such as light through a vacuum. Light and electricity are not necessarily the same thing.
In order for the globe paradigm to exist or the ionosphere to be a thing, you have to be able to have electrical transference without matter.
See what?
In order for the ionosphere to be a
Why?
thing, you have to be able to have electrical conductivity and transference without matter.
No, that's not true, because the ionosphere is a layer of matter. It's a layer of ionized particles. That's what I'm saying. In order to have electricity, you need to ionize particles. So it's matter.
There's
The
basically no
ionosphere
particles
is
there.
matter as well. It's a part of the atmosphere.
No,
It's
the
not
point is that
it's not out in space.
the point is that it doesn't proportionally match the amount of alleged particles that are there. Like the amount of conductivity in the alleged ionosphere is way too high. So you have to be able to transfer that void of like a proportionate relationship with the particles, because there's not enough there. And that's why the
According to
ionosphere is so
who?
mystifying and all this stuff, because it's way too strong, has way too much electricity compared to how much matter's there.
According to who? Like, what is this based on?
Well, just according to what we experience in all other demonstrations of electricity ever, right? Like the ionosphere is like an anomalous where it has way more charge than it does matter.
All right, it sounds like you you were just saying that, but I'm still waiting for the other quote.
Well, I'm trying to. Well, it's not a
Just tag
quote.
me when you find it.
But yeah, I'm trying to find where I have it.
Yeah. All right.
Obviously, can't just Google like Maxwell replaced Ampere's law to save the globe.
Well, you could Google Maxwell changed Ampere's law or something. I don't know, but it's cool with it. It's
Find
cool.
what I have. I have it
You guys never know. Yeah.
Like you do agree he modified his law, right?
Maxwell?
Yeah.
Yeah, till it was complete. Yeah, I mean, obviously he made changes to his laws. I mean, he had to. It was his life's work. It took him a while to complete it, but once the 4 laws were complete and they perfectly explained electromagnetic phenomena, any changes after, I think, would have been done by other people. Also, there was a flaw in his laws in that it was based on the idea that there was an ether. His laws were made to explain electromagnetic phenomena through the luminiferous ether. But it's not to say his laws were wrong. Like Maxwell's laws in the form that they are set in now, in the form we use them today, I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. Also, I know they're called Maxwell's laws, but it's literally other people's laws that he just unified. It's Faraday's law of conduction, Ampere's law. There was another person's law in there. Yeah, but he just unified other people's laws. You know?
Yeah, he
The only thing I
modified
would, the
Ampere's
only
law.
thing I would ascribe to Maxwell would be his idea of radiation. You know, he was the first person to explain the transfer of electromagnetic energy through radiation. Gauss's law, yeah.
I'm fascinated by elevation and how many volts.
I'm sorry, Demont. Go ahead, man.
Said I'm fascinated by how much the volts increase as you go up vertically or up away from, you know what I mean? The dirt, the water. When you leave the dirt and you go up in the air, and you go up further and further and further, there's more volts. I think that's what a lot of people's idea of a lot of other stuff is. They'll call it other stuff. They'll say it's this or it's this, but it's really just an increase in voltage they're reading. Like the ozone 2, right? They say O3 or whatever, right? Well, and they say stuff that comes in, it's going to burn up. Well, if there's like so many volts there, like maybe, I don't know, just to be funny, for example, maybe 1,000,000 volts, wouldn't that burn something up per se? If that existed in an area?
Hey, what's it? When I was at work on Friday, I was talking to one of the electricians and I told him that I was going to go and buy a voltage meter and an EMF meter because I wanted to check the electrical currents that are running through different objects like stones and wood and things like that, because you said that's what makes things fall to the ground. And he said, don't waste your money. He said, I've got a couple here. And we went out and we measured it. He put the voltage meter on a piece of concrete and guess what it read? And that's zero. Nothing. We then grabbed a bit of wood that had fallen from a tree just across the road. Guess what that read?
Which is not here, man.
I thought he was.
He just left the message in the text chat. He's got to go do something with this girl.
Yeah, that's not going to pick up anything, man. Yeah, that's obvious. That's for sure. You know.
What's it told me to go and buy these things because I would be able to measure the electrical current through objects, and that's the reason why they fall to the ground, because of the electrical currents flowing through them.
No, it's the resistance they have.
Yeah, I highly doubt he said that, but obviously I can't speak for someone else.
He said that, right? He said that. I said to him, okay, so what do I need to buy so that I can measure this for myself, so I can confirm what you're saying is true, so that I can go out and I can put this meter against a rock, a piece of wood, you know, an apple, whatever, yeah? And he said, oh, you need to buy, first he said it was a voltage meter. Then he told me I needed to buy an EMF meter. Yeah. Well, the electrician at work had both of them. So he said, don't waste your money buying these things. And he took me outside and he showed me that these meters read zero when when he tried to take a reading from these objects.
Because you're doing it wrong. He probably didn't say anything the way you're saying it, actually.
The guy's an electrician, yet he was doing it wrong.
I don't think you're listening to me right now. Wits it. probably didn't say exactly what you're trying to manipulate the words for him to be said. I think what he said probably was that the medium has electromagnetic static or equilibrium about it, right? The medium, and the resistance towards whatever is in the medium, be it gas, an apple, cookie, helium, water, or whatever, is going to have a reaction to that medium. I don't think he said you can go stick it on an apple or a tree or a piece of dirt and cement.
Right, hold on a second, right? Because I know exactly what Witsit said, right? Because he told me it's because there's an electrical flow coming from the sky down to the ground, right? And it's because the electrical current inside objects, that's what makes them fall to the ground. And I specifically said to him, so what do I need to buy to measure this electrical current that flows through every single object on the planet? Yeah? And he told me it was a voltage meter and an EMF meter.
At this point, I think you're just trolling, honestly.
Yeah, Highlander, you're taking it way too seriously.
Is Witsit trolling me because he told me to buy these items?
I can't believe you actually did that, Highlander. You know?
Why?
Like you took what someone said on
Witsit
Discord.
saying these things, and I wanted to because I don't know anything about electric. I'm not a fucking electrician, right? So I wanted to know if what he was true, because what he was rambling on about, I had no idea, right? So I wanted to confirm. Hold on. You guys are always hold on.
Stop over talking.
You guys are always claiming that you do your own research, do your own experiments. Right. So when Witsit was talking about this electricity and every single object, I was like, right, okay, I know nothing about electric, but this is something that I can test personally, right? So I asked him, what do I need to buy to test what you're saying is true? Right? So he told me I needed to buy a voltage meter, an EMF meter, and that will tell me the electricity that's running through different objects, and that's what makes them fall to the ground.
All right, I'm going to say that I don't think he said that, and if you wanted to go find the recording of it, go ahead. But for my response to that, I don't think that's what he said. He may have talked about various different things involving, like the 100 volts per meter, for example. You can measure that 100 volts per meter in the environment. So you're just not doing it right. You don't know what you're doing, it sounds like, with the equipment. And I mean, if you really did this, then I would say no offense, but it sounds like you don't have any understanding or education.
I didn't touch the equipment. The electrician had the equipment, not me.
Yeah, no, that's not going to measure anything. But it depends on what.
The electrician is not going to measure anything, no.
Yeah, why would you waste that poor electrician's time?
Why would I ask an electrician, a guy that actually knows what he's doing and a guy that actually knows what he's fucking talking about, to do a test for me? Why would I want to do that? Because he would obviously not be doing it right.
What Witsit said before you go and waste that other guy's time, though.
Well, if I'd done what Witsit fucking told me, I would have wasted my fucking money.
No, I said look into it. You could have Googled it, YouTubed it, something before you go waste someone's time in real life.
Well, I'm wondering, I mean, I know I jokingly said you were trolling. Let's just say you're not trolling and you're actually, this is, because I was kind of joking in a way, but it just sounded almost like a Twilight Zone discussion to me for a minute. It was like, but anyways, he may have said various different things that you kind of maybe lump together in a way. For example, the 100 volts per meter of electric potential is measurable. So there's that.
Right. I never said that wasn't measurable.
Right. He does talk about various components of gravity in his viewpoint connected to electrostatics and so on. Like I said, I don't want to speak for him, so obviously he could. But to think that you could just take a voltmeter and cling one thing on a rock and another thing, that's not going to pick this up.
So why did he tell me to buy these fucking things to measure what he is saying is true if I wasn't going to be able to measure what he is saying is true?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So you'd have to go find the recording of that for me to understand what is, because you're saying something I don't think he said. Because I know him quite well, and I really don't think he told you just to stick a voltmeter on a rock and measure gravity.
At first,
let's be real.
It's funny, dude.
This is what made me suspicious, right? And this is what really made me. This is what made me suspicious, because At first he told me it was a voltage meter, right? Then he told me, oh no, you need an EMF meter.
Well, those are both good for measuring electrostatic fields in the environment. Yep, in different spectrums in their own ways.
Right, because like you said, he was talking about this downward bias with the electric in the atmosphere, right? Now, like I say, that's not my field of subject. I don't know much about it, right? So I was listening to what he was saying, and then I asked him, so it's the electrical charge inside objects that make them fall down. It's the electric that makes them fall down. And he said yes. And I said, right, so how do I measure this? And that's when he first came out with the voltage meter. Now, he could have been trolling me. I don't know.
Did you measure the 100 volts did you measure the 100 volts per meter?
No, I just took that as that's true.
That's what I'm saying. You didn't do it right then, because that is measurable. If that's what you were trying to measure, that is measurable. It was done by.
No, I wasn't trying to measure the voltage in the atmosphere. I was trying to measure the voltage in object, so that's what causes them to go down to the ground.
So were you trying to measure the potential?
Something's jumbled. Let's let Skylane get in. Go ahead, Howard.
No, I mean, obviously, you're not going to measure any electric potential in a rock or a piece of wood or a piece of plastic. I really don't know how you're going to be able to come up with a downward acceleration due to electricity or electromagnetics or whatever. But how can we measure this electric potential in the atmosphere that Witsit talks about? How can we measure that?
Well, you guys measure everything else.
Measure the atmospheric voltage at different altitudes, Howard, and then you would see there's a downward gradient. But I mean, that is definitely. I don't think anyone argues that there is a, voltage gradient within the atmosphere. I think the argument is that, according to Witsit, that is what keeps things on the ground.
When you lift something up, you're adding potential to it. So, did you ask the electrician, hey, when you took something from its spot of equilibrium where it was resting at, where it had zero, where it was at zero, if that can be a thing, right? And not at almost zero, and you pick it up and you lift it in the air, you're saying you don't have any scales or any equipment that will tell you the potential that you put into that now?
But DeMarc, how come things that don't have charge gain energy as they fall down?
Gain energy.
Energy. They don't have charge, so they're not affected by voltage or electricity or any electromagnetic effect. But how? If they don't have charge, if they have a neutral charge, they're not affected by electromagnetism or static electricity at all. No electrostatic effects, nothing. But as they fall to the ground, they gain energy.
So you took it from the ground. The ground neutral, right? It was at zero. You took it from there. You picked it up. Now you embedded. You put you put energy into it by lifting it up to that point, and then you have a certain amount of potential. Now, when I let it go, you said the energy increases from nothing. That doesn't make any sense. The medium, right? The resistance that it's experiencing, the differential is the force of electricity.
I never said the energy.
Hold on a second. It's going through the medium. So 9.8 meters per second squared that you want to call just some phenomena, it's actually going through a medium and building resistance. So that's what's building up the electrostatic kinetic energy from the medium. Sure.
Well, potential energy and electricity, as far as I'm aware, are two different things.
Yeah, but Highlander, yeah, man, you can't just measure that with a voltmeter. Is the bottom line.
Well, this is what Witsit told me to buy. Yeah, and so unless he was fucking trolling me,
you got the electrician.
Well, dude, all right, you're gonna have to get clarification. Like I said, I think you might have jumbled something, like some things that and you just thought that you put a voltmeter on a rod.
Well, I said, everything in the world has electricity running through it, and he said yes.
Yes,
right? And he said
you can measure that. And you can also measure the 100 volts per meter, and you can also measure a lot of things in the environment.
Right,
What I
and
would
he said
say-
it was because of this electricity flow from the sky to the ground, and that's what forces things to fall down when you let them go.
Yeah,
right?
I can't speak for him. That's what I think that there is an electrostatic component to what we might call gravity. The way I would explain it is that it's in a slightly different spectrum. Like the word geostatic, and that doesn't have to do with the fact that my name is Geo on here. That's totally separate. I'm using the word geo for Earth, like geostatic, an actual geostatic field. So I think just like the sun has different spectrums to it, the light, the infrared, etc., the electric field of the Earth has different spectrums as well. So there is the measurable 100 volts per meter. There is the measurable that everything is electrostatic and at its core in terms of physicality, and that there's static fields everywhere, etc. The environment, all of that, that all can be measured. However, in my understanding of it, the actual buoyancy and density factor is connected to the frequency of the matter itself, and that frequency has either a positive or a negative charge to it, depending on its buoyancy and density. And this is within the geostatic field, like the Earth static spectrum. And so that charge, if the ground is negative and the sky is positive, so something like helium attracts upward to the upper, and whereas our bodies are, let's say, obviously attract down. Rocks, everything, you fall, drop it, you throw it, it falls. So the charge potential of that actual geostatic field is connected to the buoyancy and density, which is what we could call gravity. And that is not going to be measurable with the voltmeter because it's on a different spectrum.
How would we measure it then?
Well, if it can be measured, that means it can be manipulated, and you get into like the free energy and anti-gravitic devices and things. So I think this is what they're hiding from us. So if there's a device to measure it, we don't have it. They do. So I think that's not. I mean, unless we can recreate it.
Wild speculations, yeah.
If we do recreate it, you might have the CIA knocking on your door. So yeah, we got.
That is wild speculation.
Well, the thing is, I asked Witsit, right? That was my specific question to him. I said, what can I buy to test that what you're saying is true? Yeah, that was my exact question to him. And the voltmeter and EMF meter were the two things that he said that I could buy, which would verify what he was saying was true.
Well, I think he trolled you. That's what I think.
Maybe for the 100. No, he did not say this, but you're talking about for the 100 volts per meter, perhaps. I guarantee you that Witsit did not say that you can just put a probe on a rock and measure gravity, dude. There's no way in the world he would say that. So if you're going to claim he did, you're going to have to go find the recording and actually show that, because that's not what he would say. But you can measure the 100 volts per meter. You can measure the electrostatic nature of matter with various meters. Maybe not one of those $10 ones you get at the store. You have to have better equipment for it. But yeah, that can be measurable. So you may have been thinking of that he said that, and then somehow you just thought you could put a probe on a rock and measure gravity. But it's not the case.
We'll find out when I speak to him next, if he comes back.
Why not just get the live stream recording from Friday and just listen to that?
No, I said I was at work on Friday. That's not when he said it.
Yeah, he may have said.
When did he say it to you then?
You can measure like I said, you can measure the 100 volts per meter, and you can measure the electrostatic nature of matter.
It might have been a week and a half, 2 weeks ago he said it.
How do you remember that far back what someone said on Discord?
Well, when somebody makes a claim and I actually want to, like what you guys say, do your own experiments, do your own tests, and I want to do this, so I ask what equipment do I need to do it. He tells me the equipment, so I'm going to test to see what he is saying is true.
All right, yeah? Did you use the equipment like in the way that he actually was describing?
But he didn't actually tell me how to use the equipment. That's
so fair enough. So that maybe that's where this went wrong. You took an assumption and a leap and just thought you could ask an electrician to do it with a little $15 meter.
I'm pretty sure the equipment that my work uses is a bit more expensive than $15.
Fair enough. Maybe 100 at the most. But just a device that an electrician uses basically to do electrical work.
Well, I mean, I've never used a voltage meter or an EMF meter before, right? So I just thought when I seen the guy at work, I just thought he's an electrician. He's going to know how these things work, so I'll ask him how do I use one, yeah? And then he said, well, hold up, what do you want to use one for? So then I explained to him, right, well, somebody told me this is what, you know, the situation is, and I want to test to see if this person is saying is true. So I'm going to go and buy this equipment, but I want you to show me how the equipment works before I go and buy one. And he said, don't bother. He said, we can go and test it. It'll take 2 minutes. Let's go. So out we went.
I was just going to point out that Howard just claimed that Whitsitt was trolling him. Like, Howard, you really said that when it just clearly was revealed that Highlander just assumed that he should use the equipment in a way that Whitsitt never said?
Well, this is the thing. Whitsitt never ever said how to use the equipment. I don't even know if Whitsitt knows how to use an EMF meter or a voltage meter.
Right. Well, the two things that I've heard him say that I also agree with, which is that the 100 volts per meter and the fact that everything's electrostatic, perhaps he was referring to those. So you didn't measure the right thing, you didn't use the right equipment.
So if I didn't measure the right things, right, which is random items outside, which is what I said to him I was going to measure, right, then I don't know how that could be the wrong items. And if I'm using the wrong, if I'm using the wrong equipment, using the wrong equipment, that's on Whitsitt, because he told me that was the equipment I needed to use.
All right, man. It's cool. Whatever
you would have had more luck with a Geiger counter.
Yeah, I mean if you're gonna measure the electrostatic nature of physical matter, you're going to need a much more sensitive piece of equipment than a voltage meter that an electrician has. So you need to actually be able to pick up the electrostatic fields themselves. And if you're going to measure the 100 volts per meter, you have to have the right setup for it. You also can't just take a random voltmeter and just stick it on a rock and stick it a meter above the air and measure it. That's not how it's measured. Although there are ways to measure it, but you need equipment that's suitable for it. And you need to know what you're actually doing to measure that.
It just seems funny that Whitsitt says things, and then when he's asked to show evidence or whatever, he just... I mean, that person earlier asked him about the evidence for what he was saying, and then all of a sudden he's got to run away. He can't find the evidence of what he was saying. And then I pipe up and I say, oh, well, you know, I've measured what you said, Whitsitt, and then all of a sudden he disappears. Just kind of funny and suspicious, that.
It's actually not at all.
Well, how is it not? Because I seen his icon on the screen as I was telling him that I measured it, and it read 0. His icon was there.
Sounds like a conspiracy.
Just seems suspicious that after I say that, you guys turn and say, oh, he has to leave, and then he disappears.
Maybe it was the Whitsitt bot.
I don't want to be rude, but it just seems like you're deluded. I'm just being honest, but I don't say that as an insult. I guarantee you, he didn't say to use the equipment the way
Mr.
A moment ago, he said he had to go do something with his wife, or and he was on here for the last couple hours. So I really don't think that he told you. I really don't think he told you to use a voltmeter incorrectly to measure something that he didn't say could be measured, or run away when you brought it up. This is like very clear to see what's going on. I'm sure whenever he's on, he can let you know what he was actually talking about as well. Because obviously I can't speak for him, but you're like kind of like half slandering him, and I'm just saying that like that's not.
Oh, so what? Right. So if you're saying he's told me the wrong equipment to use and that I'm measuring the wrong thing, so
he didn't tell you to do what you did. The thing you did, you made up. He didn't tell you to do that. That's the thing.
how can I make it up? I asked him, you're making a claim, Witsit. What equipment do I need to prove what you're claiming is true? And he said a voltage meter and an EMF meter will tell you what I'm saying is true, right? So how can an electrician be using them items wrong?
How often are Geo and Highlander going to repeat the stances?
I do. Yeah, this is very remedial.
You don't have to defend with at that level, Geo. Let him talk with and we see. Okay. I don't want to mod the mod, but
no, I'm
that
happy.
would be the same. That would be the.
I'm happy with everything. I'm happy with everything I said because I think he brought it up and he was trying to assert that something happened that didn't happen, and then trying to kind of slander someone who wasn't here. So
yeah,
I would have done that. I would have done that for anyone who started doing that with someone else that's not here.
I would say that if Witsit, it's the same. If you claim that Witsit said to do that with a voltmeter and a EMF meter, it's the same as him saying go out and measure the horizon with a theodolite, which just doesn't work.
Well, yeah. I mean, the original thing is that Highlander came in basically saying, hey, dude, Witsit told me to measure gravity with a voltmeter, and I asked an electrician. Then the electrician said he didn't measure gravity, and therefore Witsit's wrong. That's basically what he just said. So
no, I didn't say anything about gravity.
Like if you had said that was like percentage or bandsaw, really anyone, I would say that anyone, I would say the same thing, because that's a claim that just wasn't made, and then you're trying to like throw shade on it as if that was actually claimed.
No, Witsit said that it's electricity that's running from the sky to the ground that makes things fall down. I said, well, how can things that don't have any electrical charge or that's not influenced by like electricity whatsoever, how can that electricity make them fall to the ground? And he said, because everything has electricity flowing through it. Yeah. I said, well, how can I measure this? And the conversation went from there.
I was there on that day, and I can remember that conversation, and I'm pretty sure he's talking about measuring the voltage as you go up higher in altitude, not the actual items themselves.
Well, or the electrostatic nature of physical matter that can be measured as well. Like everything, there's a electrostatic field.
So
everything that's matter. But you're not going to be able to measure that with just an electrician's voltmeter. You're going to need
So if that's not possible to measure, right? If he's talking about this electricity gradient, the higher up you go, right, and that's not measured by a voltage meter or an EMF meter, why is he telling me to go and buy these things and test the rocks and test bits of wood outside my home with these meters? Because I told him that's what I was going to test, that I had rocks and wood outside my home, and that's what I was going to use the equipment for, to measure, to see if what he was saying is true.
All right, man. I think you should probably, at the end of the day, just talk with him, and then if he's not here, it's not really fair to claim stuff about him. So I guess we should just leave it at that. You should just ask him directly. I tried clarifying the best I could as to likely what he was referring to. I can't speak for him, obviously. I don't know what he said, but yeah, you can measure the 100 volts per meter, and you can measure the electrostatic nature of anything that's physical, including gases, but to do either of those, you're going to need different equipment than what you were using. I also don't know exactly what you did. Like, you were just putting a probe on a rock. Like, what were you doing with this electrician? What was the actual action you took?
Well, it was I didn't take any actions. He took the actions. He used the equipment.
Okay. And what did he do? What did you see him do?
Just stick the
Well-
probe on a rock, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, that conversation that day, there was a lot of people on the panel, and your mic was like really shit, and we could hardly hear you. So I don't know if it was even talking to you.
Oh no, he was definitely talking to me.
Because you were getting talked over because your mic was really low on that day.
Because I asked him several times, especially because he first said the voltage meter and then he changed his mind to an EMF meter. Because I remembered the other people that were in the room were searching on Google to see how much these meters cost.
Okay. Well, an EMF meter is going to pick up certain spectrums. They often, and that's its own spectrum, like the electromagnetic frequencies that are given off by certain electrical devices, and also like the electricity that we use in our homes, for example. That spectrum can be measured with EMF, and you can also measure various radio waves with EMF as well.
I mean, when he told me to buy an EMF meter, I thought he was wanting me to go fucking ghost hunting.
No, EMF meters they're used for picking up electric fields. You're thinking of something different.
Is it not an EMF meter that the ghost hunters use?
No.
So what is it they use then?
No, they use those too.
Yeah, I thought they did.
They don't use the same ones that you're referring to, though, like in terms of the ones that are used for picking up. Like they do have some that pick up fields like on specific frequencies, but it's not the same frequency as like your cell phone gives off, for example, like the actual data. There's a lot of different frequencies you can test for. But I'm saying the ones that you get like for testing electronics are not the same frequency.
Yeah, and I wasn't just jumping in here to fucking bash on Witsit, because as far as I was aware and as far as I could see, he was still here.
You want to know how to measure it? Do you?
Well, percentage. This whole thing started. Yeah, we're talking about.
Like, as far as I know, the 100 volts per meter is a real thing, and there is a way to measure it, if that's what's in contention. I just got here, though, so.
I never said that wasn't a thing, yeah? Because I'm pretty sure I've heard of other people measuring the potential electrical charge in the atmosphere. Is it not something that we do to predict, like, thunderstorms and stuff?
Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know. I could, like I said before, that's not my area of expertise, so I could be wrong. Yeah.
All right.
So
Well,
what's the issue? What's the contention?
Okay, I think he kept talking about Witsit and something that Witsit had said, or they thought Witsit said, and we went through this whole long thing about it. But somehow he somehow thought that Witsit had said something about getting a voltmeter and an EMF meter, and then I guess somehow measuring the electrostatic nature of things in a way that I don't really know, Highlander. What were you hoping to find? I don't know. And then he said he asked like an electrician, and then they put a probe on a rock and they didn't measure anything. And so now he thinks Witsit's wrong. That's the summation of it.
As soon as you put the probe on the rock, you're grounding it. So of course you're not going to measure anything. It's going to have the same potential.
Yeah, that's not the spectrum you would use for measuring that either.
You'd have to have a rock hanging from a string on a big ass balloon.
Well, the 100 volts is not 100 volts of actualized charge. So you're not going to be able just to measure 100 volts directly, because that would mean that the charge is being actualized. What you can measure is the potential, and when you connect it, the 100 volts connects. So if you wanted to measure the 100 volts, you'd have to actually complete the connection. Otherwise, you can only pick up the well, you can measure the potential difference at the different altitudes.
It's not like you can just have 100-meter long aerial sticking up into the air and get 100 volts, because that would be free energy.
Well, that actually gets into Tesla and what Tesla was doing. Yeah, with the Tesla towers. And
when you connect it, that's kind of what you would be doing.
Yeah, because once you can connect it, you can pull it infinitely from the environment. And as the legend has it, with Tesla, there were these oscillator was the technology, these oscillators, and that's the technology that they've likely stolen from us and are hiding, because it's that oscillator technology that's what somehow it oscillates the field. Like it's able to pull the voltage. If we just pull the voltage right now, it's almost like a lightning bolt. It's just in and out. It's so quick. So there needs to be a way to sustain that. And apparently these oscillators is what sustains that charge. You're able to pull it from the environment and then sustain it in a way that can actually be channeled into something rather than just being a discharge that can't be controlled. It's the oscillator that actually holds that charge almost like a resistor, and then allows for it to be actually channeled from the environment into for something useful.
Yeah, like they have an altimeter. This gadget, but no Glober is yet to show me where they can go forward and get the same reading. So I really doubt we're on the globe. Because if you go up from the ground, so if you 50 meters, you should be able to mark that spot, and at the same time,
you're breaking up.
At the same time, you should be able to go up and forward on this ball that we live on, the surface of a ball. 2 points: forward, straight forward towards the horizon, and up. And you can actually wait, and then whatever you think's past the horizon, okay, Bob, I'm past the horizon. Release the 2 out. One straight up off the water, and they should both at the same time reach the same elevation. I don't understand what people don't get about this. This is so easy to do.
Hey, Highlander, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You know what you can measure with a voltmeter and an EMF meter? You can measure your body's electrical charge, and when you ground yourself, you can see the change in the meter that you're grounded, like when you touch your feet to the earth, rather than having your feet not on the earth. That's actually directly measurable. You'll see how the body completely changes its charge once it's grounded. And you can use those tools to measure that. So that basically is measuring the difference that your body has between being just in the air, let's say, versus actually being connected. So your feet, something with your actual physical body touching the earth that's connected to it seems to connect like your body to the air, but then your air to the earth. And by earthing yourself, it grounds the actual air charge going through your body into the earth. And that can be measured with those devices that you mentioned. So that'd be something you could check for yourself.
I know he was claiming electricity makes things fall down, and I wanted to test that. Because I thought that would be something that I could test myself.
Well, you can, in a way. Go take the air you're breathing, put it in a container, do a couple little magic Narnia things to it, like decompress it.
Yeah, I mean, this is when you come out with stupid, ridiculous things like that. Then when when I ask a serious question, how do I test what you're saying is true? And then people tell me to go and buy this equipment. Now, when people say anything to me, or like flat earthers say anything to me, I'm just not going to believe what they're saying now, because you come out with absolutely stupid, ridiculous nonsense like that.
It's not that ridiculous, actually.
Testing crystal and gold, magnets and other rocks. Every material of the earth is a rock.
No, you you just said get some air and do some magical Narnia shit. Right?
No, I
Do you
said
not
go put
remember
air
saying magical Narnia?
Hold on, let him finish,
I didn't
Highlander,
say
and then you can
anything
respond.
about
Go ahead,
magic.
Demo.
I said put air
Yeah,
in a
shit with it.
container like your buddies do, and then call it whatever you want after you label it, right? They have to hit it with a charge. That's electricity. That's what conducts whatever that is. That's what controls that. That's the variable that you're manipulating to get that effect in just the regular old air that we're breathing right here. It's not 100 million things. It's air. And then you electrify it, give it a charge, take a charge away, and it acts so. It's pretty simple. And what I'm telling you
Oh, hold
is
up, let him
rocks
respond.
do
Let him
have
respond.
Have you done that?
Hold on. I'm referring to the rock thing real quick. He's been talking about it for 5 hours. The rock thing, gold, right? Magnets, copper, all this stuff is a rock. A diamond, right? All of it. Crystals, which you smack together and they get electricity, which causes a spark for a lighter. All this material comes from the earth, which is a rock. Has no reading. They have readings. It just depends on what kind of reading you're trying to get.
All right.
Right, when you said take the air that you're breathing, put it in a container, and then do some magical Narnia shit. After that, I didn't listen to one single word you said. So you rambled on there for ages, and I didn't listen to one single syllable that came out your mouth.
Well, can you show me how to make helium? Hold on. How do you make
I mean,
helium?
how can you expect anybody to take you seriously when you come out with put some air in a container and do some magical Narnia shit? How can people take you seriously when that's what you come out with?
You don't know what the air in the container is unless Billy Bob slaps a label on it and sells it to you that way. That's why I'm saying Billy Joe Narnia.
In
Oh
a
my
way,
God.
Emma, because sometimes you do say things that are hard to make sense of.
But dude, no one ever said electricity makes things go down. We said the electrostatic downward acceleration causes the initial downward direction, and then buoyancy, density, and viscosity actually cause it to go down.
And what I'm saying is nobody knows what helium is or
Wait, so
have
Shane,
it
you're
laid
saying
on.
that it's not an electrical effect that actually makes things fall, but it's just that the environment has the electrical charges in it?
We're saying that the electricity part of it is just determining the original vector, right? Because the video that we're pulling from is called "Why Do Things Go Down?" He's trying to I don't know if he misinterpreted it, but maybe it's a common misconception that we're saying electricity causes gravity, right? Like no, there are multiple elements to it, but the electrostatic downward vector is only determining the downward direction. Right.
Only the direction, not the actual effect.
Exactly.
What do you think?
I mean,
what do you think between those? Do you think there is some sort of an electric cling or like an electrical static cling to the fact that things fall, or do you think that it's only the bias?
I think it only determines the initial bias, right? I think everything else, the other laws that we know are familiar with, that's what actually makes things go down, right? Because the whole argument came up with gravity, and they were claiming that gravity causes things to go down towards the center of the molten core Earth, right? But we're saying, well, the electrostatic downward acceleration is determined by Earth's negative charge, and then the supposed positive charge up top somewhere because of the gradient of the voltage, and that's why things are determined to go down. But the speed at which they go down, that wasn't in contention, right? That's just an observation. So we're just replacing the cause, but the cause not being gravity would be density, buoyancy, viscosity, and the initial downward vector.
But if it's a vector, doesn't that imply that the charge of the material would have to have some sort of a
Direction of down, yeah, right.
But like the reflectional force as well, though, that would be connected to that bias, to the gradient like that. Like if the ground is negative and something's clinging towards the ground or having some kind of bias towards it, wouldn't that then imply that whatever charge potential between the ground and that item seem to have something that they're trying to equalize?
Right. That's why with the Van de Graaff generator, we can make, hair and wood shavings change their downward direction to up and make them go up, right? It's not that they're anti-gravity, it's that we've changed that downward vector to an upward vector, and that's why they go up.
Right. And they've done it with the ballooning spiders, where they've actually taken these spiders in a controlled environment, and then they change the charge of the environment, and the spiders either they become anti-gravity and they start floating, or they fall downwards, just changing the actual voltage of the environment.
Exactly. Right.
Up is 5 directions on a ball, though.
Denmark, I love you, dude.
Nah, I swear to God. No, I'm serious. North,
I know
south,
you
east, and vertical are all up on a damn ball. I don't know why everybody keeps running from this. Like, north, south, east, and west are up, which are horizontal on a ball, which are up. You have to have elevation going in all those directions. If you don't, you're not on a ball. Forget everything else. And what I was talking about the medium, it's because nobody knows how to make helium or how to make anything that they put in the gas unless you're the one over there in the thing watching it go through all the different steps and the things that man does to it, and then says, okay, this air I just put in this container and did all these different things to it, slap a label on it. That's what it is now. Do 10 different things to this one, slap a label on it, it's this. So I haven't seen any 100% any kind of fucking air or any gas of 100% of anything I can go get myself anywhere in nature other than some dude that you have to buy it from in a container. So unless you guys know some other way.
To get a bucket of gravity, right?
Yeah, I'm saying, what is this air we breathe? Everybody keeps breathing funny. You say
Well, it's clearly not electricity.
It's not? How is it not?
Well, Awaken, have you heard the idea that everything is electrical, including matter?
Yeah, but if there was electricity, then it would. If we put fire, it would like conduct or something.
Well, I'm talking about the idea that at the core of all matter, that matter is actually made of electrostatic and electromagnetic charge. And they're vibrating at a particular frequency of charge to then manifest as matter. So like fire is a particular type of charge, water is a type of charge. And like, have you heard that idea that all of matter is like an electrical frequency?
No, but fuck, maybe would have to be
holds
kind of
a
shown, right?
frequency.
Well, you've heard of like electric universe, right? Like a lot.
Yeah, briefly, yeah, right. And everything's like out of electricity, made out of electricity.
Holds a frequency
Charges.
for form. Geo holds a frequency. Like to hold its form, its shape, like a tree shape, a shape, a seed
Like,
shape, a rock.
about water, you're saying it has
whatever
that,
it is,
like
yeah.
electricity
Yes.
also, or electro.
Water is liquid electricity, yes.
But how can that be proven?
Well, there's the idea if like in my thoughts on it, like light, sound, electromagnetic, and electrostatic seem to be these like core vectors. So like in my understanding of how it's layered, like ether, well, first you have pure spirit and then ether. And ether is the transition between the spirit and the physical. It's the foundational medium for everything. And then within the medium, that the ether that's been created, there's then the 4 elements of earth, air, fire, and water. And earth, air, fire, and water are those elements. But what makes up the earth, air, fire, and water is electromagnetic, electrostatic, sound, and light, all vibrating at a frequency to create those 4 elements. And then those elements end up creating the rest of the material, corporeal world.
Gotcha.
So it's like spirit, pure spirit first, then ether, and then through ether using sound, light, electromagnetic, and electrostatic, then create the 4 elements, earth, air, fire, and water. And there you have it. Then you have the earth, the water, the air and the fire, and then into the physical world.
Like different forms of compression, like a different form. One form of compression of electricity would be called
Yeah, so
air.
if it's all electrical, if all matter is electrical and it has like a particular sound and light frequency to it, then yeah, that all those different frequencies are vibrating at different levels that would then be creating all of the things we call physical matter, all at their unique vibration. That's how I see it.
Yep, and that's what would give them form, and that's why I was saying memory was the thing when I was talking to what's his name. I wasn't trying to if it sounded like I wasn't. I was trying to attack his argument. I was talking about memory basically because stuff has form, and memory. It's like, what is intelligence? I'm not the ruler of it. I don't know anybody who is, or I don't know anybody who's ever actually pinned it down, and it seems to be memory. So if things have like what's gold compared to copper compared to silver, and how does it and that and those things know to be those when they're that, and to hold what that is, to not just fall apart and not be that. They have memory of some sort, some form. And I don't know if that's I don't know that from intelligence. I'm not. It gets guaranteed that it was. I'm saying I can't tell the difference from it when I think about it like that. It's
Well,
just weird.
there's definitely some instructions on how it should be, how it should be formed. Yeah.
So like a diamond will not get scratched by a piece of fucking steel or whatever, right?
Just everything about each individual one that you would clarify that. You
More
clarify
dense,
ruby, diamond, copper, gold. You know what I mean? They are what they are from they have that form. So they have the memory to be that. It seems like to me. I know it sounds.
The individual things themselves, so I don't think need to hold the memory, but they need to take the instructions from the greater force, which is holding the memory.
Right. Yeah, that might be a better way to explain it. Yes, exactly. And it just seems like there's information stored being transferred. So if you ask me, does a rock have intelligence? I'm not say it's going to do your homework for you. It's not sentient like he kept trying to put into my words. I'm just going to say that it has intelligence of form, if that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, it's got the building blocks of some type of instruction coming from a greater force, which holds the memory of the instructions.
Blueprint.
Yeah, that's the one. Blueprint.
That's why when I think about matter being electrical, because you know how like in a lot of like Buddhist and traditions and different Eastern religions in terms of, and even the Vedics, where the concept that matter is empty in that sense, and that it's all spirit.
Right. And even the idea that spirit
empty in
can
a way
be transferred.
Empty in a way meaning it's not empty in a way. So sorry, just empty in a way meaning it's not the actual physical thing that we think is there. Like there's sort of in a way like that, like an electrical field is there and can be interacted with.
Right.
What I meant by that is that like an electrical field, you can interact with it, but it's not physically visible.
Like smell. Can you see smell?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the mainstream like materialistic model of matter is that these things are physical atoms. So like everything that we see or that we interact with in the physical world are these combination of atoms. But if that's not what it is, then what actually is matter? And then is it physical ultimately, or is it all spirit that's playing using its consciousness to kind of create an experience.
Well, even way back, I mean, that's the funny thing about it. Like, what made me think about the electric thing, way back when, is with religion, believe it or not, because they were like, go to heaven or go to hell. And I was like, well, how do you get there? And they was like, oh, blink of an eye. And I was like, what do you mean? And they were like, oh, yeah, it's like so fast, like faster than the speed of light and this and that, And I was like, I was a little kid at the time. And I was asking these questions. And it made me think of all the other stuff. I was like, faster than the speed of light, faster than the blink of an eye, you can go to heaven or hell. It was like, yeah, when you pass away, you're whatever. I was like, okay. I was like, so that sounds like a frequency or like a telephone call or something. People laughed at me, And then when we got Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, I would explain it as that. And I wasn't trying to argue with people. I was really trying to set them the format that these people way back then even had the idea that you could send frequency or a signal from place to place. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was just thinking of an experience where yeah, no, just as you were saying that, I was thinking of an experience I've had.
Yeah, me too. Like during a sort of a meditation session, and smell was a really big part of what we were doing. We had to, really concentrate on our sense of smell. And even in a lot of shamanic traditions, they use different herbs and leaves of trees and plants to stimulate your sense of smell.
Activate the pineal gland.
Yeah, it's totally underrated.
Psychedelic. Listen, when you watch the Animal Planet, thanks. All the
You're breaking up, Demok.
When you watch like the little insect things and the like little wars of them and stuff, like all have like a little thing they can do, or like 3 things they can do, and they can like paralyze the other one or do other stuff. You know what I mean? They all have like certain crazy abilities, like all the little insects, whether it be an ant, a bee, a wasp, a termite, whatever. And it's along the lines of psychedelics, like when they eat the one leaf. And they all break down the leaves, and the other thing eats it from the other thing. So, like a caterpillar will eat a leaf, and then break it down, and then release it, and then the ant will eat it. And they'll corral them up to do so. And leaf bugs, they won't kill those certain ones. They'll kill everything else. Ants will eat and kill everything else, and make everything else stay away. But they'll protect those things because they eat after they eat it and break it down. Then they get it, and it's all like what you guys are saying, the psychedelics. I think everything's like that, like beer and everything that we do too. It's all the psychedelics from the.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
along that line,
the fermentation.
Yeah. Like Demok, do you think that the world is actually physical and real at the end of the day, or do you think that we're all just experiencing, like the world is manifesting from within ourselves, perhaps in a sense, like with our consciousness, and then it manifests in a way that is a physical world that we then can interact with others on? I guess what I'm saying, like, do you think it's coming from within, that the physical world is being sort of more projected and experienced, or do you think it exists in a physical, permanent kind of way?
I think it's basically in a way, the permanent kind of way, and it's almost both. But it seems to be what's here. Like for what I can say is real, what I can experience, it seems to be real.
Well, do you think it's being okay? So then, do you think that the thing that's creating the physical world is that the same thing creating your experience of it? That they're one and the same?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's all in an interaction.
But I mean, if the creator wanted to just turn off this world, for example, could it just flick it off and then there'd be no physical matter left, or would it have to actually do something with all the physical stuff?
No, I don't think. I think the creator sits back. I think whatever happens now, just like it plays out. Whatever you do. Like if you mistakenly fall, break your ankle, you do. If you don't, and you're careful and watch your step, you don't. I mean, like whatever you like, everything's set in motion to be, and you just have to be able to play out what you can. You know what I mean? In this, like, get in where you fit in. That's what I think.
There's been reports of people that have been that have like regressed their consciousness into their mind state when they were in the spirit world, like in between a lifetime, and they were reliving the experience of being able to basically go into a lifetime and like fast forward, rewind through the whole thing and view any parts of it you want, and they were able to like see it from like a third person perspective. So like for example, right now I'm sitting here at my computer. But perhaps there could be spirits in the spirit realm that are experiencing this as well in a third person fashion, and they can rewind, fast forward, or that could be myself on another level. But it's also happening for me here. That idea of being able to like just go through like an entire lifetime and just experience like
I've heard
for any part of it from any perspective.
I've heard that you experience that when you die. Like I was watching a show once, somebody that had died and could like come back, and they said they saw their whole life, like every part of their life, every action they did.
Yeah, and people that have those experiences, like in like a mystical, enhanced kind of mind state in those sense, or like near death experiences as well.
Yeah.
It's like experiencing the entire lifetime, but almost in an instant. But you somehow have the detail of the whole thing.
Yeah, and apparently the most meaningful part of this woman was like when she was like I think like a teenager or something. She described like looking at a flower and just being in complete like amazement, and that was like one of the most like impactful things for some reason in her experience when she was experiencing her life again. Just staring at that flower.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's deep.
But I've said that a long time ago. A lot of times that people like think it would be able to fast forward, play, and rewind your experience, right? Your reality. I think that's what the government wants to try to do. Literally, they want to give people the ability, like through the metaverse and all this other shit, to like mimic or to try to redo what life has done. Giving you the ability to do in different. But like,
like they're ultimately harvesting. They're trying to harvest human soul energy. So, yeah, they're trying to cause confusion as well between the worlds. That's kind of like people talk about why are they doing all this stuff. Like to me, that starts to get to some of the deep part of it, of what they're actually trying to do to the human soul, human spirit energy, because humans have a lot of light. Like our spirit is full of light. There's a lot of light and love, and these darker entities want that light. And so that's why they're so focused on us.
Well, you got a secret. Your brain puts up a secret code that you don't know about, and the government tries to transfer, but it can't. Just like a say the book, right? For example, the Voynich manuscript. They say we don't know how to read that or interpret. Well, there's also in everybody's brain, there's a signal that's put out and taken in that they don't know. They can't decipher, and they're trying like hell to. That's like one of the key things. So there is something going on. Now, when you said, do I think like experience itself is experiencing it? I don't know. That would be like the creator itself or creation itself, like experience. Now, I think that's the whole purpose. Like the source of everything is trying to experience everything from whatever happens through the source. That it makes happen or that can happen. You know what I mean? Yeah. Now you would be the one that would be able to I think that made everything already experiences it already, right as it wants to, whenever, you know what I mean? I don't think it's going to do anything. The thing, I think, is just trying to figure stuff out. Now, artificial intelligence would be trying to mimic that, take its place, and then try to control everything. That's what artificial intelligence would try to do. Now, the creator, I don't think, needs to control anything because everything is already in control, if that makes sense.
Well, my sense of it is that the creator is creating all of this at every moment. Like it's creating every moment that's happening.
Well,
So
I mean, maybe it's already,
it's
maybe
already in
everything's,
like it's already in
yeah.
complete, it's already in like complete creationary intention in everything that happens. Like it's not creating anything it doesn't want to create. It's creating everything it wants to create, which is
Do you think?
everything, every possibility. It
Do you
seems.
think it already knows every possibility, or do you think it's creating every possibility to?
You're breaking up. We missed the last part.
Do you think it knows everything, or do you think it's doing it to experience everything? Do you think it knows
It
the
knows
future of
every
everything that it's doing,
permutation.
or do you think the purpose of it is to experience that?
That's a very deep question. A good one. I would say, wow, that's okay. I would say that, oof, you might even have to ask that again. That's such a deep question. But okay, you're saying, does it already know everything and have all of it within it, or is it creating it so that it can actually experiment, so that it can have the experience? Is that what you mean?
Yes, exactly.
How would it know to create it if it doesn't already have it?
I believe it doesn't know everything, and this stuff is to now what it doesn't.
But then
Okay.
how is it creating it?
This does seem kind of like a paradox, but it also seems like it's both. Like it does,
Well, the
it's
only
creating
reason-
it to experience it, but from a state of mind that doesn't have all the information, but is also part of itself as well that it's creating.
Right, it's everything. I mean, it can know comes, doesn't know what's going to happen. Like, okay, I'm going to put this formulation of life and put all these processors out, and like it's like putting out a bucket of nanotechnology and spilling the beans and just seeing what happens and processing what happens. You know, you don't. You know, you did it. You did the thing.
Well, or is it creating, okay, does it already have all of this within it? All of our lives, past, future, present, every single one, that it's all within it, but that it wants to experience it the way that we're experiencing right now, more kind of just out of the delight for it, like out of the way you might put a DVD in the movie, a DVD in the DVD player to watch a movie, or going to a movie theater, you know, where you want to have the experience. The movie's already been made, it's already a great movie, and you just get to sit there and enjoy it. So in that perspective, the creator would already have all of it within it, and it's then just out of delight, like out of a dance of consciousness, deciding to experience playing it out for eternity, essentially. Just for the dance.
I think it's like
for the delight and the dance of the creationary process and of its infinite capacities, that we would just be experiencing all these different parts of it.
That's what your girl said.
I think it's like little, right? You made them be able to happen, but when they pop, when they're gonna pop and pop, you don't know yet until they do. That's the whole greatness of the experience. You don't.
Yeah, but does the higher creator already know the experience and you're just in a mode of it that doesn't? Like, for example, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You know, like I don't know exactly. I have some premonitions in the future and things like that. But right now in my state, I don't necessarily know exactly what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't know exactly how, you know, etc. But
Same here.
If it's all already happened on a higher level, then that is already known on another part of it all. But I'm just experiencing, I'm in the moment, kind of like the first time you see the movie, you don't know what's coming. But in reality, we all know that on another level of the whole system, the movie's already been made.
Right, you're sitting next to a person that hasn't watched it, but you have. Exactly. But that's the question.
And the creator is doing both of them. It's doing both.
Yes.
It's being the one that's never seen it, and it's being the one that's seen it simultaneously.
I think you guys are combining. You're combining the world with the creator.
It kind of has to be that way in a way. Yeah.
No, I feel like you guys are conflating creation with the creator. The creator knows what's gonna what's gonna happen in the movie and everything, let's move away from the movie analogy. The creator knows what's gonna happen tomorrow, but the world doesn't.
Yeah,
the world is not sentient in that manner. The things just happen because people have free will and what have you, so they don't have knowledge of the unseen like the creator does. It's written for the creator, but not for us. We have free will, right? But he just knows what we're gonna do because he's omniscient.
Yeah, it's like a simultaneous
polarity. It's like a different category altogether.
But on the ultimate level, the creator is the creation in your mind?
Not at all.
They're not one and the same?
No, not at all.
Well, how could the creator create creation and not also be the creation?
Because how's he going to create something that he's a part of? How is he going to, how does he exist before doing it if he's part of it? It doesn't really make sense. You'd have to be separate and above it to create it.
Well, maybe there's multiple creators.
No, but in the end, there's going to be only one supreme one, right? So unless you want to fall into infinite regress, you have to concede that.
Well, let's just say that one supreme creator, let's say just, that, put you right in that mind. If it created the entire world, then wouldn't that entire world be also identical with it, since there's only one and it is it?
No. What do you mean? There's going to be only one world, but there's still the creator that created it. He existed before the creation did, right? So automatically that puts them on different levels. He doesn't need the creation, right? The creation needed him. It's like dependency.
Was there a before?
Before the creation? Definitely.
Yeah, was there ever a before?
Absolutely.
I'd say no.
By necessity, with the causality that we have, there had to be before. The earth, the world had to come from somewhere, right? It's just not eternal, because the earth it's made of physical matter, and all the physical matter and the movement that it has means that there's time. So it couldn't have been timeless. That which created it and created physical space and created, the time. Well, I shouldn't even say that. Created the physical matter which moved and has volume, right? Which gives us the conception of space and time. That which created that, that's what existed before. And it was timeless because there was no movement.
Hold up. There's no before time.
Hold up.
Once time is begun, that's when time begins. There's no before because there was no time.
Exactly, but before is eternal. It's eternity.
But there is no before. So it's just eternal at the beginning, then it plays out, then the end. But the eternal is separate.
Well, exactly. And the eternity is God before creation, right?
All right, Lightwater was trying to get into.
I think he had to exist out of time as well.
Yeah, I was going to tell about the same. With the creation of the earth, he created space and time. So who can say what God experienced, the creator experienced before that was time and space?
Well, you can't say, but we know that it was timeless because he created time, right? So in that moment, it was before that was eternity. Yeah, so that's why people say God is eternal.
Yeah,
because he created time, and before time is eternity.
And it was God doesn't know what created it, and would you if you create something, you guys all be your reason to make a Would you have to be a part of that, or would you make it to something?
Demok, nothing created God, because if it did, then that thing that created it would have been God, and the God would have been God.
Does God know that? Is what I'm saying. Like, if you're God, you're sitting in a chair. Say you're God, your percentage God, for example. And what made made you without a mom and dad?
No, that's
Would you-
already
how-
broken.
Yeah,
Because if I'm
but-
sitting in a chair, right, then I'm physical being, and that physical matter had to be created, right? So that means that I'm not God.
Hold on, you're saying.
Yeah,
hold on a second.
well, and your
God,
consciousness
you
is
said
every
is all omnipotent and it can make the chair and everything. So God's sitting in a chair.
No,
What
God
made
doesn't
God?
sit in chairs, bro,
But-
because God is not physical. He created the physical, so he's
Well,
not
this-
physical.
Yeah,
let's go back to the idea of like
D-Mark, if you go towards your area, we'll start going into an infinite regression.
No, you go into the question of what, when, where, and why, and that God might have those questions, and that's why it might be.
Yeah, and then you go, what if that person that created God is something else? Somebody else created him, and then what if that person got created, and then what if that thing got created, and then you keep going to an infinite regression.
No, it's called. You'll never. That's the most known unknown. Yeah, that's exactly right. What's wrong with that? Is that scary?
It's not scary, just it's not logical.
Regression,
The way
that's
that you
what
said it.
happens.
Well, I mean, you're
it
regression.
seems-
I'm just saying God might not know some things.
Well,
Then he wouldn't be God, would he?
Yeah,
If he created everything,
yeah.
if he created absolutely everything that exists, then how is there something that he doesn't know about?
Because that's
Right.
the point of creating the stuff to something that he doesn't know.
something
No,
that would
man.
well, when you view the creation or like percentage, for example, are you saying that like the God created wood and rocks and then now the wood and rocks are separate, or would you say that the creator is the wood and rocks and creating it with its ability?
No, the creator's not the creation at all. That latter thing you said, absolutely not. He's never creation because he existed before any creation existed, so he can't be part of it. It's contingent upon him, so that means he has none of that within him because he existed standalone before it.
How do you know that?
Well, I know that because creation exists and physical matter exists, and so it had to be created. So God couldn't have existed as physical matter if it required him to create it. It doesn't work logically.
Yeah, they call that preeminence.
Yeah, but you guys keep putting what God can do or can't do and how he's going to do it, and how do you know that? That's my
What
point.
would
Like,
be
who
the
knows?
creation, like percentage? Like, okay, let's say that you're like God, you're just some kind of infinite light, vibration, high frequency. I mean, are you in space? Where are you? Are you floating? Are you in a black void, etc.? But let's just hold on. Let's just think for a moment, something like that. And then if it was going to then create, let's say, a physical world, what would that look like in your mind? Like, meaning what would it have to do? Like, would it be in its mind? Would it be just with its light? Like, how would it actually create it? And then, like, if it were to make a rock, for example, what would that process be? And then how would the rock be separate from it? Because if it's creating it, seems like it would all have to be coming from itself.
Okay, so two things. I wouldn't even imagine God as light, first off, because light is physical, it requires a medium, yada yada yada. So your typical light, I wouldn't imagine it. I know it's hard to imagine, like to have kind of an idea of God without kind of imposing certain kind of definitions or attributes to him. But I kind of when I imagine God, I try to like just imagine a question mark, because like with his certain qualities that he's said he has, but without us understanding them, like his divine attributes or what have you. But it's extremely hard. In any case, that's an aside. The point in terms of how he would create it, I can only begin to imagine. He does say like be and it is, right? So like I imagine I don't even want to imagine a voice, but I imagine like some sort of word or something like that, some sort of prompt, and the thing just pops into existence just like that. It wasn't part of him. It just magically popped into existence. Again, this is supernatural. It's not, we can't like apply human or natural logic to it because this supersedes us, and it's kind of like it's limiting and almost blasphemous to kind of apply human logic and causality and whatever to how God does it. I know it kind of sounds like a non-answer, but
No, it's cool. I appreciate hearing your thoughts on it. Yeah, well, because this kind of started with the difference between the creation and the creator and some of these ideas. So,
just imagine that God created all physical things, all directions, all volume, all mediums, everything. Like before he created any of this stuff, there was the nothingness physically in terms of like, you know, what actually exists, and then there's the metaphysical, or I don't even want to say metaphysical, but there's however God's being is or exists, right? And this is before movement. This is so there's no time. It's very hard to fathom for our minds.
yeah. Well, that is interesting. Was there a? I mean, and you're just talking about just this dimension, right? Just this whole realm. Was there a beginning to this realm?
Well, I'm talking about what ultimately exists. Whether or not this is like, you know, a realm within a realm or within a realm, it doesn't matter, because it always boils down to this thing. It always boils down to like the supreme creator. Like there might be, you know, some superior beings that created this simulation that we're in or some whatever else, right? But it doesn't matter, because unless you're falling into the infinite regression, you're gonna have to start off with, you know, this prime mover, this very, you know, beginning uncaused cause. You know, the cosmological argument.
Yeah.
Now, one thing is,
Yeah.
and this is actually
You shouldn't put he on it all the time. You should put like the most known unknown, because you just keep putting he on it every time. I find that funny every time people do that. I know it's just what you do, but
yeah, it's just a shortcut. You know, I could say
people.
the most high, the most magnificent and stuff like that, and just like refer to him as the attributes. Actually, that might even be better. But
and is this principle you percentage?
What
is it? You?
What's that?
Is this principle you're describing? Is it you? Are you it?
What are you talking about? You're asking me if I'm God?
Maybe it's a she, because females are life givers.
Like this source of creation, you're saying.
Females are not life givers, okay? Females are life carriers, but they're not life givers.
Oh, I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't agree with that.
You wouldn't?
Oh, they're major life givers. Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You got an island full of women and one man, okay? And then another island full of men and one woman. Which one can give more life?
The one with a lot of women.
With all the ladies.
Exactly. Why? Because the man is impregnating each and every one of them.
This is your fantasy?
Nah, they could scratch the little bone marrow and do it themselves.
Well, yeah, but they need the seed, of course. So you could say that man definitely has some kind of spark in it all for sure. Like
one man can create so much more life than one woman.
But the female, well, not really, because the actual life that's being created is coming from the female.
I know, but one man can create so much more, because he can, you know, do multiple women, whereas one woman can create only, you know, create life every 9 months or what have you.
Yeah, but if you had the one that was only one man and a bunch of women, the only life giving you'd have is one woman's ability to carry a baby. The rest would all just be shot to the wind, as it were.
What?
And the woman is creating the life for 9 months. She's like not the spark, right? You need like the male, of course, but like women is creating the baby as well.
I mean, the spark is you know, the ejaculate of the man. That's like literally the spark of life.
I mean, it's also where they're saying
there's even like, I think when the sperm like goes into the ovum, I think there's like even some electrical kind of like shock or some. I think this was documented that there's some sort of like spark of energy when that happens.
Yeah, there's
and you conclude that the seed is the cause of the lighting, not the coming together of the egg and the seed.
No, it's definitely the coming together. But the point is, one man can make much more of that spark of life than one woman can.
But more women can actually carry the life into the world and birth it.
Exactly, they're the carriers of life. They're not the givers of it.
But they're giving life by building an entire baby in their womb and then birthing it.
They wouldn't have had that without the seed. You know, the whole point is that in
They
terms
both
of
are. They both are.
well, they're both like, you know, partners in it. That's for sure. But which one like is more kind of in terms of the numbers? Which one can do more? It's the man.
A seed without ground is nothing.
Is she really giving it life, or is just she's maintaining a life? Because the seed is multiplying on its own, just using the nutrition of the mother.
Yeah, it kind of just depends on how you define it. Yeah.
No, I mean the zygote. No, hold up. After the seed, the egg is fertilized, the zygote replicates. It's not just the sperm inside is only replicating. If it was, you know, sperm inside might split once or something like that, and you have, you know, twins. But aside from that, you know, you could have fraternal twins or what have you. But what happens is the zygote, that gamete, is what divides and replicates and stuff like that. So they're both kind of giving life in that regard, but just that one man can give so much more life to a bunch of women than one woman can to a bunch of men. Just per capita, men can give more life in that regard.
Oh my god.
Well, it's
Anyways,
interesting. The male,
offer a belief-based opinion of mine, but I mean, it's like it's not man giving a life either. I mean, it's something that requires God. It just does.
Yo, it's hard to hear you, man. Can you move closer to your mic?
We also have hermaphrodite.
You're kind of Derek. You were kind of quiet.
Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, Derek.
I was going to say, yeah, this is a belief-based item I'm going to offer, but like even though a man provides sperm, it's like that still in and of itself isn't life. You know, it requires, like a human being requires a soul, and that's all on God. I mean, something's not truly alive until, yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to offer that.
That's a good point. That's definitely a good point. I was thinking too, like the masculine and feminine qualities of the sun and the moon. Both men and women both have the sun and moon in our psyches, but there is a certain way in which the sun has a more masculine dynamic and the moon feminine. Of course, the moon being connected to the woman's cycle and the reflective, nurturing, and so on, whereas the sun is kind of that life giver in that sense. And it's interesting, those dynamics. But like they're both part of the whole system, though. Like they're part of a whole. One isn't better than the other. I think part of what heliocentrism did is it's this whole patriarchal system where the sun is at the center and it's huge, 93 million miles away, this huge sun, that's the male. And then the female, the moon, is just this tiny little rock that's going around the little globe Earth. I think that whole thing is a psyop to take away from the strength of the feminine and the actual equality that the masculine and feminine have within the sun and the moon alchemy. Like they actually are the same size. They give off different lights, but they're connected and they reflect off. They kind of have not a reflection of light, I don't think, but they have like a reflective quality of their positions. Like their position, like the moon, I think fluoresces its own light, but it is kind of reflective of the position, although it's probably not the best word to use because it's not reflecting the light, but it's correlative with its position. And yeah, just find those interesting of the masculine and feminine actually being equal and dualities in the world.
But yeah, on the subject of like God. So, and this is trippy because you have to keep in mind that before the creation of physical matter that's moving, we have no sense of time. Time does not exist, right? So it's eternity before that. That being said, is it possible for God to cause himself? You know, it would be, because people usually like they define creation as, you know, something coming from non-existence to existence, right? But that denotes time, like from non-existence to existence denotes time. But is it possible for God before time to cause himself, to make himself come into existence?
Yeah, I think it would have to. That's always how I've seen it. Well, because to create time would mean that you would have to have created that from a timeless realm or timeless state to then start
create physical matter.
Yeah, to then start creating time, like to start the sun going around the earth or whatever, or above the earth, whatever it may be. You have to actually, if you're going to create that, then you are coming from a place of timelessness, which then means that all of the time that's been created, it is like a paradox, had already existed and always will exist. So then that gets into the idea that it's actually all eternal, and we're just the ones that are choosing. Like if the whole thing's eternal, it's all already happened, past, present, future. It's all like eternal. But then the idea would perhaps be that you and I right now, we're just experiencing like a modality of it that feels like there's all this time and our ancestors in the future and look, we're these humans, and then but that's just an experience of the thing that already is in eternity, and we're just
why do you say that it's eternal even now? So the way I understand it, and it's almost like kind of counterintuitive, but it's eternity before time. Because before time, all there is eternity. It's timeless. But to say before time is kind of like it's almost oxymoronic. It's paradoxical.
But if it's eternity,
it's eternity before time, because time is then created and it starts.
But if it's eternity, that means that it contains all of everything that's happened.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's before that, so it's not true eternity because time came into fruition when physical matter was created. But before then, it's timeless. Time does not exist, and everything is eternal. You understand?
I do, and I don't understand maybe exactly what you're saying, but the thing is that it is like an infinite regress, because in my mind, well, I guess my response maybe is that I don't think maybe what you're saying exists, perhaps, as one way to.
Oh, it had to have existed. It literally had to have existed because, this physical world, this physical matter had to be created, and before it was created, there was no time. So before it was created, it was eternal. Whatever God existed before, he didn't exist in the physical forms and physical stuff that we have because he created those things, right? He existed in a different kind of form, and in whatever that form was, it wasn't physical matter, so there was no time. So God was eternal then, and then we started, movement started, time started, so it had to exist.
Okay, but I guess where I go with it is if you're going to, let's just say the beginning, before this realm came into existence. Okay, that eternity, in my mind, would exist, would contain all of existence. And yes. I know it is kind of a paradox, but it's sort of like
I'm effectively saying that eternity ended, which is, it's trippy.
I just think it always has been everything it is and will be.
I get the feeling that you feel like the earth is God. Like the world is God.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that. Well, in a sense.
It seems like you don't discern between the two very much. Do you feel like the universe always existed?
It's a deep question. It's very... Okay, I would say this. I think the creator is like the omnipotent, like omniscience, omnipresence, omnipotent, all of that. So it has all knowledge. It's in all places. It's in all beings. It's in all times.
Oh, you think it's omnipresent?
Yeah.
That's where we disagree. Because I think that, he had to create these things, and the fact that he created them means that he existed before them, because they came from non-existence to existence. He made them exist from non-existence. So if he was part of it, that means he created himself with the world, and that's just like, it just seems weird.
No, I think it just all has existed infinitely. Like this, whatever we are is. I mean, I've had certain experiences that I would describe as like the now time, like the now moment. Some with DMT in particular that are coming to my mind right now, to where it was like this, sort of like the idea of the Akashic records. Now, I'm not saying I was at the Akashic records at this experience, but in a way to where there's the understanding of the reservoir, like within this like now moment, there's this, it's like the eternal now. And then within that, it's like it to me, it's not like I was remembering what that was like. It was like that was the foundation of consciousness, was that now moment. And then within that now moment, everything existed.
So it's like eternal now. That's that's trippy too.
So if it's in like an eternal now, right? But I know what you mean about creating and starting things, because yeah, I agree. Like there obviously is that, but is that just the creator separating a part of itself and then experiencing it as separate, rather than actually having to actually create it? Okay, what I'm saying is this: what if my whole life already exists eternally in this eternal now moment? My whole life, like when I'm 50 years old, 60, 70, 80, the whole thing is all stored at some level within.
I think it is, but I think that level is the mind of God, basically. You know, and then everything, he knows, or the Most High. Because I keep on saying him, but yeah, he's the most knowing, right? He's the all-knowing. So of course he has, it's written for him. It's all predestined for him. He knows millennia before he created any of us. He knew exactly what we were going to do and everything, because he has, all of that knowledge. But then for us, it's not written.
Yeah. So then what are we in your mind? Are we units of this creator? Are we separate souls? Are we?
No, I think we're separate. Like, so I mean, we have the design, right? So you could say that there's kind of like the essence of God is within us because he designed us and what have you. But I don't think he's part of us, right? It's just like, the blueprint of a bit of the architect. The architect isn't physically inside the blueprint, but his design is evident there. And so when we go through life, we are making our we are making our decisions, and we have our free will and what have you. And this is all new for us, but it's already known for God. And he's not, we still have our free will. He's not limiting our choice or what have you. I mean, as much as your environment allows. But he's, in the end, it's all kind of, it's a written book for him, even though we're writing the pages as we go along.
Yeah. Well, like the idea of partitioning, like a hard drive, where you can partition a hard drive.
Yeah.
So you can you can take the drive and split it into these different sections, and then those drives are seemingly separate, but of course they're part of the same drive.
Yeah, I feel you. You're like basically saying that God is a separate partition, and we're in a separate partition. But I think, God's not on he's not even a hard drive. He just he's the person that made the hard drive. I don't know.
Well, there's the idea that the creator is able to separate units of itself into seemingly separate beings or entities that can actually feel like they are separate, like they really are, even though it's really just the creator kind of like putting on a mask in a sense, or like temporarily forgetting what it is. And if there's only one creator and it is us, we are it, then we're all, in that perspective, just different units of itself having limited experience so that we can rediscover it.
Yeah, but if that's the case, then the creator isn't eternal.
Why not?
Not exactly.
Because let's say he's this non-physical entity, right? And then he takes a little part of himself and he manifests it physically, right? And that's the world or what have you. Then he changed. He took a part of himself and he changed it, so he's not eternal. Right therein, like he sacrificed a little part of his non-physical self to make this physical thing. So that denotes. Of course, what do you mean?
He gained an experience. Everything is a
So
source.
okay, if he gains
right?
experience, then he's not all-knowing. So you're you're limiting his qualities.
Why,
You know.
Hold on. That's the whole point of experiencing something. Is because you didn't know. Like that's the whole fun of it.
For humans, yeah, who are not omniscient, but he's supposed to be omniscient. He can't get any new experiences. He knows everything already. He's experienced everything in that regard.
Yeah, but you're the man putting the ideas behind these words. Listen, God, the omniscience doesn't matter to him. And every label that you keep putting doesn't even matter to whatever this thing is, if it's doing it however way it is. Correct?
Well, I would think that
it doesn't make sense.
It has some kind of interest or delight in actually experiencing it from a limited perspective. Like it wants to do that. Well, kind of like when I think about with video games, like we haven't played a game, we go, we buy it, we start playing it. We don't know anything about it. We don't know anything about it. We just put it and we start playing. And there's fun in that, even though
absolutely.
Yeah, like
absolutely. But that's the issue, I think. You're humanizing God. You're anthropomorphizing him. You know? And you have to wrap your head around these attributes. He is omniscient. He's like this eternal wisdom and stuff like that. He's not gonna want to go feel what this is like and stuff because he already knows everything. He created everything. That feeling of fun that you're trying to experience or learn about, he created that in the notion of it. You know, so it's.
But if you
gotta be careful about categorizing him on the same level as us. That's all.
Well, if you had such creative, I hear you on that. Well, if you had such creative capacities that you could literally just in your mind, you could create like within an instant, like New York City and the whole thing, right? Or something like that. Just absolutely absurd levels of infinite brilliance of consciousness that you could just create humans, earth, fire, water, air, everything you want, just like that. If you were able to do that, like let's just say almost within an instant and just create the whole thing, then you'd be like, okay, and you're experiencing it all simultaneously, and that's cool too. But what if you also want to have a little more of a refined experience and be like, you know what, I want to go into one of these bodies and into 1995 or whatever the year is and go ahead and experience this thing a day at a time.
See, that's where, like, when you said experience, that's where you lost me. God, he knows everything. There's nothing to experience.
But it seems like it wants to experience because we're all experiencing, like that's all our lives are is just nonstop experience. It seems
absolutely because we're not God. We're learning things. We're experiencing, like, you know, we don't have knowledge of things, and that's why it is an experience for us. We glean knowledge, we learn as we're doing that, right? But for God, he has all of the knowledge. He doesn't experience anything. He doesn't need a refined experience because he already knows absolutely every, like, you know, particle of everything. So it's kind of, again, it's humanizing it.
All right, hold on. I'm going to pass the mic. Let me just say this last thing. I'm going to pass the mic.
Like when you're talking about experience,
Numsy, hold up. Gio was saying his last thing, and then you got next.
Yeah. I was just going to say, sorry, my real last thing, because it tags onto that, then I'll totally mute because I know I've been saying a lot. And then Noah, you're next for sure. But I was just going to say that I guess what I'm saying, percentage in a sense, is that you create the video game, you code it, you build it, and then you forget that you built it, create a separate part of yourself to then play the game. That's kind of in that sense. But yeah, go ahead, Noah.
I was just going to say, when you say that there's experience, an experience is something that happens within the bounds of time, right? So if you're an eternal being outside of time, you don't experience anything because you're not part of time, which is an antecedent to experience.
But ironically, you still know it all. You know, even if time doesn't exist, you'll still know all of the stuff if time did exist. Because, yeah, you just know everything.
But isn't there something still to the experiential part of it? Like, even if it has all of Like, let's say your entire life from beginning to end is already known. Like, it's already been written, the code, the whole thing. It's already infinitely, the exact thing that's going to happen. And if that was in your consciousness that you just had a whole lifetime, would there then be an actual purpose of being like, you know what? I want to actually slow this thing down and experience it day after day. Because it seems like that's what the creator's doing, because we're living these lives like over these long stretches, and it seems to really be into this, whatever it's doing, whatever it's doing with all this. Like, it's really focusing on it to create all these experiences for humans.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I feel like that's just a human thing. The God wouldn't, I think maybe you might be projecting a little bit. He's all aware, He, before creating any physical thing, before time existed, outside time in his eternity, he knew exactly every single experience that every single thing would ever, he supersedes that. I don't know what else to say.
Then what are we experiencing it?
Because we're experiencing it for ourselves, absolutely. But he already knows what we're going to experience,
But what are we in your viewpoint? Like, how about this percentage? Is your soul, I assume you would say you have a soul, and that's what you are. So is your soul separate from God, or is it ultimately God?
No, it's separate from God.
So it's not God.
It's not God.
But if there's only one God, isn't everything God?
No. See, that's the thing.
So
everything is created from
God
created it from nothing. He didn't create it from himself.
Oh.
He said be, and it was. It popped into existence from nothing, from non-existence to existence. That doesn't mean it came from God, that it's part of God. It just that means that God created it from nothing. Unlike us, he's not limited by causality. Us, when we create something, it has to come from something. Energy is neither created nor destroyed. But for God, he just says be, and it is. It just into existence. So I imagine he created all of our souls as well.
Okay, so let's say you're this one God thing, and then you create something. How is that thing you've created not also you? Because it came from you.
That's what I was saying. Like an architect, the design, the intelligence of it is evident in the thing. But that doesn't mean that I am godly, like I'm part of God now. I might have the essence, the design of God, right? But I am not just like the blueprint, the physical paper, that blueprint isn't God. But it's from God. It's a design of God.
Yeah, I guess I kind of see it more like a hologram, to where all parts of it are it. Even though the parts are seemingly separate, but at the core level, they're still the ultimate.
But that takes away from the fact that he created the physical things and everything, and is everlasting because of it, because he existed before that. Those things are all contingent upon him. So now you're saying that it's just, for me, it's confused.
Yeah, there's definitely a grand hierarchy of consciousness, I would say, to where that ultimate, the most high, or whatever people might refer to, at that level. But that is definitely let's say at the peak state, the center of it. That would be the center of all of it in that sense. But even all of us that are seemingly separate from it, even though we're not experiencing that level of it, I think we are still of the same.
That would pretty much say that pretty much he destroyed himself as well, because let's say the flood, he was mad at himself, so he destroyed himself partly. Would that make sense?
Yeah, I would say it's all self-inflicted. Everything that we go through, even pain, suffering, it's all stuff that the creator is putting on itself to.
So practically he'll be a psychopath, inflicted wound on himself.
Well, it did create a lot of crazy shit, so yeah, it does have that in it.
I mean, see, that's the thing that everybody keeps labeling psychopath. What does that mean to the creator? Nothing but an experience.
It's a part of the creator that's deciding to be the psychopath. It's hey, I'm gonna be the Rockefeller psychopath or whatever.
Right. But to the creator, is that bad or good? There probably is no bad or good. It's just an experience.
Well, I think it is bad within kind of the realms of karma, but yeah, I mean, on another level, I guess it's sort of like if you create a video game and you have people shooting each other, and then you're playing the game, you're shooting each other, like, is that the same as actual murdering someone? That's actually kind of a slightly different analogy, but
yeah, it is.
But it's
I don't know. I just it doesn't like that for
good guys and bad guys.
Geo, that way of looking at it, it seems ugly to me, and I'll tell you why. I watched one of the reasons that like pigs absolutely like disgust me. I watched this video of a pig shitting and another pig eating the shit as it came out before it even hit the ground. Okay? Now, if God is in everything, we're saying that pig, God shat and then was the shit that then ate himself. It's so, you can take it to extremes and just show how it's almost I don't like it.
No, I would say that though. That is the creator in all parts doing that experience to itself.
The creator created all that stuff. He had to exist before it. That's my thing.
Like if you get in a car, like if you get in a car accident and makes someone paraplegic, which is so tragic, like you're going along your life, everything's fine. All of a sudden you get in a car accident, you're paraplegic for the rest of your life. That is so like traumatic and all of that. But in my viewpoint, from the creator's perspective, it actually wants to have that experience. So it orchestrated the creation of the car, the tires, the road, whoever was driving it, the way the accident happened, all the physics, the way that it hit your head, this and that, all to create that experience of that for its
own.
Absolutely
orchestrated it, sure, but that doesn't mean it is it. Like God didn't crash into himself when this car crashed into you. It's just.
But I would say it's everything. I think the creator is all it like the
you're pantheistic.
Words. There's different words that could be used, but there's only one, and it is us. It is the whole thing. So all of it is it doing whatever it wants to do, basically.
I feel you. You feel like God created the world from himself rather than from nothing.
There's a bunch of paraplegic people, and I mean, wouldn't that just take one experience to actually just experience and not having to do it again?
It seems to want to do it in a lot of varieties.
That's a good point, Elmo.
And about these pigs, people are talking shit.
That takes talking shit to a whole nother level.
I want to get files.
I think God had parts of him he didn't like, or maybe he was fed up with eating all these nice cookies all the time, and he wanted another experience.
Yeah, like Alan.
But more serious percentage. You are saying that we as humans cannot think of God, but God created us in His image. And if God is
hold up.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
If God is a great consciousness, he has a lot of aspects, and I almost came on the idea just now that he took a lot of selfies of when he was expressing different aspects, and maybe that is a kind of a good analogy.
In terms of the created us in his image, the common understanding of that is that we, that God basically looks like, he has a human form and he created us in his form. But I wouldn't say that. I would say, he created us in his image, as in he had an image of us, and he just created it perfectly, just, of like how he imagined us. If you take like an artist and they have an image of the painting they want to do or something like that, or they see something in nature and they're trying to like paint it or something like that, they're not going to do it perfectly. They're not going to do it as they imagined it in their mind's eye. They're not perfect. They're fallible, so they'll make a mistake. It won't be exactly the same as they imagined. Whereas God, he created us in his image, exactly as he imaged us in his mind. That's how I understand that.
Yeah, thank God. Yeah.
That being said, in the scripture, God does refer to, his face, the face of God, the hands of God, and stuff like that. But I wouldn't automatically, I try to hold myself to not assume that it looks like a human hand or human face or what have you. You know, it's like, you know, and whatever, and he has a face in whatever like way befits him. But I try to like just leave it as question mark what kind of face he has, because I don't want to assume anything.
No. In his image, I see more as what we do and what we are, instead of what we look out on the outside.
Well, I guess I see it all kind of at different layers or levels of it. Which part? Because, like, in my viewpoint, this realm is not the only realm that exists. So, I mean, if there's many others that have all kinds of different beings on them, then those are part of God too. Those are part of the creation as well. So, in that level, now humans, in that perspective, are just one of many. You know, that idea of like the million masks of God, but perhaps it's even more than a million. That the Creator is able, that God is able to kind of put all these different masks on, experience all these different things, and then they would all be like, in that viewpoint, like there's like a pantheon of all of these different beings. So there's humans, or there's whatever it may be, that are all kind of perfect in their own way.
I feel you, Gio, but why? Let me ask you, why do you think it has to physically come from God?
Well, I don't necessarily think it comes from it. I think that
Well, you think we're part God, right? Because God took a part of himself and created us, or what have you.
Like a hologram, yeah. We are it. We are it. It is us, but we are a temporarily limited experiential version of the totality.
Yeah, but why don't you imagine it as like, you know, you have a blacksmith who has some ore that he smelted it, and he turned it into, like, you know, a sword. He's not in the sword. It's not a part of him physically, right? He fashioned it. He was external of it the whole time. He existed before the sword existed, before he got his hands on the metal. He didn't need it, right? So why do you imagine God, like, you know, having part of himself in his creation, or his totality in the creation?
Well, because I guess to even fabricate something into, like, let's say the sword, but we're talking about the level of God in that sense, or the creator at that core level. I would almost use a word like the supreme principle. There's certain terms that could be used, like, just in terms of at that level. It like to even have the process of, okay, I'm going to take these materials and build something out of it. That process is at a foundational level. It would have to be creating all of the parts that it's then creating. Like, if it was going to create earth, air, fire, and water to make this realm, if it were to create rocks, let's say, or water or something like that, it would by default have to create it out of something within its own capacities to then make it water. So it would have to be the thing that even came before the water, and it would have to be the water that was created from it, because it has to. If there's only one principle, it has to create everything from itself.
Yeah, or from nothing. Like, to make it a true analogy, a perfect analogy, imagine this blacksmith is just, you know, a metaphysical being, right? It's not an actual physical blacksmith. And then the metal that he, you know, fashioned into the sword, he popped into existence just like that.
But then where's that coming from?
He pops into existence.
Out of nothing?
He's extreme, out of nothing. He's not human. He doesn't, you know, need to follow causality. He made the world obey the physical laws of causality and every other law, right? He is the source of all of those, so he transcends them.
But it would still be creating it. Well, like you know, like a lucid dream, where people have really strong lucid dreams, where when they get really lucid, the goal is to where you can get to a point to where you can literally create anything you want in your mind. So it's kind of what you're saying, like that idea where you could just be like, all right, I want New York City, and I want to be in a taxi cab, and I want to be doing this and that, like that, you know, that you could literally create it. But is that being created out of nothing, or is that being created out of one's own mind and capacity to create it?
Well, it's not really the same, because in the lucid dream, you're creating this image of a thing. It's not existing in actuality, whereas God can physically make it pop into existence. It physically exists, you know?
It created matter out of nothing.
Matter out of nothing, exactly. How do you think matter started in the first place?
Well, there's this term in Sanskrit called sunyata, which essentially refers to like the concept of the void, where like it's in a sense it's translated as emptiness or void or voidness, but the sunyata, but really it contains all of creation within it. So it's empty and it's void, but at the same time it's like pregnant with all of creation. So in that sense, if something comes from the void, is it really coming from nothing, or is the void in that sense? Because they have these terms that connect to these, actual experiential states that are acquired as well. So that's where a lot of these terms come from. And when the state is experienced, people experience it as it's seemingly empty and a void, and there is kind of that now time, like this infinite now time, but they also have this very experiential understanding where even though it's a void and it's empty, it also seems to contain all of existence within it, which I know kind of seems like a paradox, but I think it kind of maybe plays in line to some of what we're talking about here.
Maybe. But what sparks it to come into existence?
Well, like it's already there.
No, the void, the nothingness is there. And the nothingness has the potential to have, to house everything or matter or whatever, right? But it has to come into existence. So what causes it to come into existence?
Yeah, no, that's a good question.
It's not like the thing that didn't exist but had the potential to exist in the void made itself come into existence, right? Because this is physical, natural stuff, right? It had to have a cause.
Well, okay,
going back. And the sunyata is nothingness, so it can't cause it. There had to be something else that caused it to come into existence.
Well, it's not necessarily word nothing. They use more empty or void. I think it's a little bit different than nothing, because they also refer like everything is within this void, so it's not necessarily totally nothing. But what I was going to ask you, like, let's say you're the creator, whatever that is, you're God in that sense. If you were to then create something in the way you're describing it, you were to create, water or rocks or clouds or this, separate the waters from the waters, but you need water to begin with. So if you were to create water, if you are God, if there's one God and you are it, if you were to create something that wasn't part of you, then that would imply that there would have to be something else that you're then creating it from. Like the water came from outside of you, and now you created this water, and now you put it in an earth or whatever, because otherwise it would have to come from within you on some level. Like, is there one God creator or two? Because there have to be.
Why does it have to come from something? You're applying human logic to it. It doesn't have to come from something if it's supernatural. It doesn't follow natural laws of causality and creation,
But the something it's coming from has to be the principle itself, because if there's only one God, then it's all coming from the one God. Otherwise, it's coming from some outer thing. Like it's coming from some other place. Like, I'm going to get the water from over here and I'm going to create it.
No. So God has
separate them and make the earth or whatever. Like, where did that water come from originally, before it was separated?
It didn't exist originally. It existed as like an image in God's mind. He said be, and then
like a thought.
Like a thought, yeah, and then it comes into existence from nothing. It's just the thought takes form.
Okay, so instead of this stuff coming from the creator, you're just saying it's coming from nothing, and then nothing is actually a thing. Then what do you define nothing as?
Nothing isn't a thing.
But nothing. But if this water came from the nothing, how does a thing come from a no thing?
That's God's supernatural power. He can make things come from nothing.
I mean, I like the idea.
Yeah, you're applying you're applying human logic to it. It doesn't. It's rubbing you the wrong way, because as humans we're used to having things come from things. Having natural processes, at work. But for God, he transcends that. He created natural processes. He says be and it is, and it pops into existence like that. There's like a movie where they basically like there's a microwave and they press a button and then the burger and like the burger and fries just pop into the microwave from nothing. It's just magic.
Yeah, but I mean that's like, but what I hear you on that, but I just also think that like what you're describing as nothing is actually within the creator, that it's pulling from itself.
Think about
kind of like in a lucid dream.
Where did it come from? Like, where is it at? I mean, because this water's just here, right? Like, there is no source in Earth that's actually saying, "Here's brand new water."
Well, what about like springs that are?
Is it giving you brand new water, or is that water being refreshed for something else?
No, it's recycled.
Well, that's a question. Is it brand new water or not? That's an interesting question. Yeah, I guess percentage, like I do think there is like a void and there is like emptiness. All those things exist, but I mean, I guess you're really saying creating something from nothing, which is kind of, isn't that what people always criticize heliocentrists for, the Big Bang?
Well, the Big Bang, like pretty much put it like this. Like, let's say we go to creation story, right? And we go into Genesis. Pretty much, what what they call devil, Satan, or whatever. He always took what God created and twisted it his way. In other words, he told, God said, "Don't eat of the fruit, because if you eat of the fruit, you will die." And then he said, then what did he come and say? He didn't create this. He didn't. He said you would die. You would not die. You will be like gods, and you'll be able to see da 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 da, whatever, truth and evil, right? Truth and what's bad and good. And then what? But he lied. He created his own truth. And it's pretty much the same thing. And like how what's that lady, that weirdo lady that says, "Oh, we're the mountains are our cousins," or whatever. Technically, she's kind of right, because we were supposedly created by mud, so that would make the freaking rocks our cousins in a way. But it's pretty much God created everything from nothing, right? And the same thing is the same story, but just twisted. That's exactly what he did.
Gio, you mentioned heliocentrists and Big Bang, and how's it different? It's not that different. I mean, it's a little different, but it's not that different. The difference is, they say God doesn't exist, right? They're attributing some supernatural thing to some natural thing. They're saying it's natural for in the Big Bang for energy to somehow magically turn into physical matter and stuff like that. And then you ask them where the energy came from, they have no clue. They're basically saying God, but not in so many words. It's like, it's an atheistic coping mechanism that they try to pretend that it's not a supernatural thing.
It was this Big Bang, there was God that said the word. His word was the creation part. Whatever he spoke, it came into existence. Their thing is, the Big Bang got created. It was some type of spark which created this magical gravity, and everything came together.
Yeah, the Big Bang is atheists admitting, but not to themselves, that they believe in God. You ask them, what's the energy? They say they don't know. Where'd the energy come from? They don't know. It's them believing in God.
Isn't the honest answer, I don't know?
No, but the point is that they say that this energy existed, right? And they have no clue where it is, and somehow it created physical matter through a process that they don't know. They don't know what caused the Big Bang. It's literally them appealing to a supernatural entity, but under the guise of it being a natural thing.
Well, I guess like in my mindset, a creator that's able to, like in my viewpoint, the whole thing is it. So like right now, as I'm looking at my computer screen, like it's manifesting this entire experiential reality for me. So whatever consciousness has the ability to do this, to maintain this entire physical world and everything going on, every human, all of our blood, our organs, our cells, our lives, the sky clock, animals, insects, this whole thing that's being just created and manifested with its mind or with its consciousness, however it's able to do that. If it has that much capacity to do that, then I would then say that it has the capacity to literally create anything. And it could all be within itself, that it then is able to, like, it's just infinite of what it could be, what it could be capable of. Like, if you can maintain entire physical worlds for like the way that it's doing, then it must have the ability to have all of that, like to be able to transcend time and see the entire thing.
Yep.
Then what would be the purpose? Why give us free will if it's already predetermined and he knows everything that's going to happen?
I think free will is only, okay, I think the creator has ultimate free will because it can create anything it wants. But in terms of time, it's already created all of it. And so in that way, it's deterministic. But when it then experiences like a limited part of itself in one of our lives and we're living, we can have the experience of it feeling like free will, even though it is actually determined. So it's like an experiential thing of having free will, even though it is determined. However, the entire, but on another level, the creator had the original free will to even create the dynamic between free will and not free will. Like, it had the ultimate free will to even create that whole dynamic in the first place.
Yeah, for instance, I think consciousness needs some kind of code to function. And if that is what is called the algorithm, it will, for a certain part, decide how far you can go. But free will gives you then the possibility to, within those limitations, to create your own movement, your own development, your own experience. Something like that.
Yeah, I think that it only makes sense to me in that we're all a small part of the bigger thing that is God, rather than God being something separate from us that created us with an intention and a destination and a pre-plan and an omnipotence. I think
I'll tell
that
you
it
how it
seems
makes
like
sense.
we're all a big brain or one big organism. We're all one small part of that bigger organism. And then if we thought of it that way, I think that would make us feel like it's not about our individual existence, but this whole being saved or not being saved by God in some big decision. It would be, this is the whole that we're a part of, and that gives us more purpose, not less.
New perspective. You asked, what's the point if everything is written, already like predetermined, right?
Sure.
Like, why would he create us? So.
Or what would be the point if he already knows the end?
Yeah, he already knows the end, right? But we don't. So if he was to just create us, like, and already knowing whether we were gonna worship him and, or not, be good or be evil or what have you, and he created us instantly in heaven or hell, or just like skipped creating the ones in hell, just like only created the ones in heaven, then we're not going to know we deserve it, right? Number one. Number two, if he did create the evil ones in hell, they're going to complain. They're being like, we weren't tested. Number three, the ones that are in heaven, you know, if he created them at all, they wouldn't know, you know, like how good they have it. They would have nothing to compare to. It doesn't really make sense to, and how would we be different than the angels if he just created people that were good, that had no free will basically, and they just only did good? Then how would we be a different creation than the angels? What would be the point of creating us in the first place?
Are you eternal?
I will be in the afterlife, hopefully.
So you think people are eternal?
Well, I think that if you see it as we're a part of the whole, then right there we're eternal, regardless, because the whole is eternal. I don't think there is an end. I don't think there's a beginning either.
Right, it's
I
just a
think
concept.
I think it just makes sense that it always was and always will be, and we are a part of that.
So then, Dave, do you think that the creator is something separate from the creation, or is it all one?
I think it's all one. I don't think you can separate. I think part of the psyop that we've been put through is to see it as separate, so that then we're just worried about the individuals and our individual life and what God thinks as a judger outside of us or a creator outside of us, with this storybook ending that's either doom or
Yeah, and then that's
paradise.
been used to control people.
But
Yeah.
doesn't that not make sense in your guys' minds? Like, if the creator is
No.
physical matter, and like the world and and all of us are part of the creator. Physical matter requires, you know, it requires a medium. It requires, like, you know, space to form, right? It requires, like, directionality and all these things that are contingent upon it. It doesn't make sense to me that it would just exist out of nothing.
I'm not saying he would be only physical matter. He would be metaphysical and physical. He would be all that is, and we are all that is as a part of that.
It's like we're like neurons in the brain of the creator.
Yeah, it's like you have a soul and a body, right? You're both, and he is too, and we are him. He is us, and we are one together.
Your interpretation of what it is, really, because like you keep saying, like, because of this, for the creation, for the most known unknown thing.
You're cutting out, Tim.
You can't really put a format on. So yeah, they're good ideas, both of us, but who really knows in the end?
We got like every other word. Sorry, Demak.
Nobody knows in the end. Did you get that?
Yeah, we heard that
last part. How could we be separate from it? That's what I don't get.
Yeah, look, he existed, right, as this, like, you know, metaphysical entity, energy, what have you, and then he created the creation out of nothing. He said, "Be and it was."
Big Bang. That sounds like the Big Bang.
No, because I mean, kind of. It's kind of like the Big Bang. That's how they basically, like, are hijacking God, basically. But
right.
But the Big Bang, they say that, you know, this physical matter, just like they don't know what caused it or what have you, and, you know, this is actually done with intention. God chose to create us, and he was like the, I don't want to say even energy, because energy is, you know, it doesn't exist in reality. Energy is a conception that humans thought up of. The energy that we talk about, like kinetic energy, potential energy, it's just the capacity for something that already exists, this physical thing that exists to do work, right? But if there's no physical thing, then there's no energy, or there's no capacity for it. So God is this entity that's not like the energy that we have.
You keep saying that, but what is metaphysical to you? I mean, what if there is no such thing as that?
Well,
like non-physical.
Yeah, I mean non-physical in terms of the physical that we have. It might be possible that God is a different type of physical. You know, that's not the physical that we know in nature.
Does it have
So
to be that?
There's this term in Sanskrit called Tat Tvam Asi, and it's translated as "Thou art that," and it's essentially between the component of, like, the individual and the absolute, and "Thou art that" meaning, like, there's different ways of interpreting it, but essentially it's saying you are it is you, but it's this kind of connection, it's this concept that focuses around that idea between the individual and the absolute. And what is the ultimate truth when it comes to that? Is it separate from you, or is it you?
Right.
That's
And does it need you, or can it, like, what's the point of everything if it knows everything? Like, what would be the point of going this way, or doing, like, for the experience of anything? Like, if it's the main thing to do it for, like what would be the point of all the experiences of everyone if everything's already been experienced and it's already known? Like, it's in a drawer, we got the answer to the test. What's the point of that?
Well, you know that game, The Sims, that video game where you play as
Yeah.
people. Yeah, I mean, what if the creators just wanting to experience, like, okay, so like your life right now, Demok, or my life, like we were born, we're in our bodies, we're living this life. Is there an experiential value to being a human and experiencing it through time like this that would be worth creating?
Yeah, it would be the experience that we're having to give the knowledge back to the source. So, like, we're experiencing it, but even though we do experience it, the connection is all the information that all the actions or reactions or anything that happens, all that goes back to source. So there's like a main frame type of intelligence that pulls all the information. Now, does it have to do anything or react with it funny in a weird way other than to pull it in just to experience it? Like, oh man, cool, that happened, this happened, this happened. That's awesome. You know what I mean? I'm not going to take it as good or bad. I'm just going to take in this information and try to understand the who's, what, why, when, and where that I don't know. Because maybe the creator doesn't know everything. Maybe it's like, who made me? What made me? Where am I at? What is this? Like, maybe, you never know. I mean, I don't know.
Well, if you saw it as like the essence of everything has this intelligence, right? The essence of everything is that God intelligence, and it is everything. Then when you say all knowing, well, if it is everything, then how could it not be all knowing, right?
Well, that's why
And it doesn't mean
hologram.
that there's a
Yeah,
destination. It doesn't mean like there's a destination that like, oh, we know the end of the story already, because that doesn't make any sense. That there's like some kind of like time issue with the whole thing. I think it always did exist. It's the essence of intelligence. It's constantly growing and developing and transmutating into different forms. And if there was an end destination, if there was like an ultimate end of destruction or this or that, then it seems like that would give it no purpose rather than a purpose, right?
I mean, I think the purpose is experience.
Yeah.
It wants to actually have these actual experiences, it seems, in time. It's at least seems to be one of its interests in this realm. It's like the whole thing here is
like
having
like
these
Brown.
I tried.
What do you mean you tried?
percentage, like,
I mean, I tried because like this is how the conversation starts. Like we came full circle and.
Well, why does it make the most sense to you that God would create something out of nothing when we already have problems with that idea? Like that doesn't make sense.
How do you have problems with that?
Because well, I'm not saying I have problems. If that's what it is, that's what it is. But it doesn't make the most sense because we know nothing that comes from nothing.
Exactly, and the only way to explain that this place exists without falling into infinite regress is we have to, accept that it came from an uncaused cause, from this, thing that wasn't physical. That's the only logical deduction.
Regress. Yeah, but the infinite regress, I think, is just a way of explaining away the paradox that's innate in everything. Like there is a paradox. You can't answer the paradox, so you can't just say it's an infinite regress fallacy.
No, I'm saying the answer to it is that we accept that there was a supernatural beginning to the universe. It doesn't conform with our natural law. The nature
but
has
we
to
don't
be
have
created.
the example of that. So why could that be the most? Why could it make the most sense when we have?
It makes the most sense because nature had to be created, right? So you can't have a natural cause before nature exists. It's impossible to have a natural cause before nature exists. A natural cause for nature. It doesn't make sense.
In your mind.
But isn't that only percentage? You're talking about creating it, and the thing about creation is it implies time, meaning it implies that there was nothing, time passed, and then something was created. But if there's
Absolutely.
no time involved, if this is all happening outside of time in an eternal type of time,
it's not.
Then that all can exist within it, and it can have the experience of creating it, but it all exists on a transcendent level.
Okay, so hold up. So there was no time until God created the first physical thing, and that physical thing started moving. Actually, it would require more than one, like two physical things, because one needs to act as a reference for the other, right? So when God created water, because that's commonly, a lot of religions believe that the first thing that was created was water. When God created water, and the water was moving relative to itself, that's when time started. As soon as that water was created, that physical thing was created, that's when time began. And then the rest of the things followed, and after, with every added physical thing that was created, time was passing. But before that, it was timeless. Before that, it was eternity, when it was just God.
Okay.
And it makes sense because you can't have a natural cause for nature. Nature, if you're just confined to the natural laws of causality, then you're stuck. You have to have a supernatural cause to start the thing off.
Well, I think the supernatural and natural may be intrinsically tied, and there's no beginning and no end, and that's the secret that they've kept from us. And they've kind of reinterpreted or rewritten a lot of these religions to make it seem as though God is separate from us. That's just my instinct.
That's fair. I'm going completely deistically. Like, I'm taking religion out of it. Just logically, the necessary antecedent for a natural law cannot be nature. The necessary antecedent for nature cannot be nature.
But I think,
You
again,
can't take
what I would
religion
say
out of it
is,
because philosophy.
you're talking about the. Oh, I was just gonna say, you're talking about the idea of nothing existing and then something existing and then some kind of time vector. If the creator is eternal, then it would have had all of that within it since the eternity. Like eternally.
No, see, that's again, Gio. You're automatically assuming it comes from the creator.
So
it
this
could come from nothing.
So percentage. So okay, do you think that the creator has had infinite knowledge eternally?
Yes.
Okay, then that means that even quote unquote before it created it, it already had it because it's eternal.
It had the knowledge of it, of course. It didn't create it yet, but it had absolute knowledge of it.
There was no before. There's no before the beginning. The beginning is the very beginning, therefore nothing is before it. You're not using the word correctly when you say before the beginning.
Are you talking about the beginning of existence or beginning of time?
Yes. The beginning of time and existence.
No, they're not the same, because God existed before time.
Okay, then the beginning of time. The beginning of time.
Yeah.
There's nothing before. There, by
is, though.
definition of the word beginning, there's nothing before it.
I feel you, but it's paradoxical, because God existed eternally before time.
Well, that's an idea.
Things that exist eternally, things that are eternal don't have a before.
Yeah, you can say outside of time. You're using the word pedantic. The point is, God existed eternally, then created physical matter, which denotes time.
Hey, percentage, all that could be true, and that could be, and maybe it is slightly influenced by what religions tell us, right? Obviously, but what it makes, at least as far as we can tell from the laws that we know, first law of thermodynamics, energy, matter can't be created or destroyed, right? Just takes a different form. So there is no beginning or end to energy, right? So that was always there. And if that's the case, then and God is that energy, that life force, that essence of everything, and God is eternal, then that you avoid the infinite regress by saying it always was, instead of having to have a beginning or an end.
You're basically agreeing it's God, though. That energy that always existed is God.
Yes,
that's fine. Whatever you want to call it.
It's intelligence. You know how science wants to tell you that everything is like one particle or something that makes it like protium or whatever, like the number one particle, and then you got the C stuff that like insects all leave behind in humans. Like, so in the idea that that could be intelligence itself and not just a particle that science has found, like a guy named Bob found this particle. Maybe the particle wasn't protons and all this other stuff. Maybe it's intelligence itself. And they don't want to tell you that part because that intelligent format, no matter what it springs up to be, grass, you, me, no matter what, that thing has a process of being, and that process it's taken back to the processor for an experience. That's the whole point of it. It literally seems like that would make more sense.
I think it's like the ether. It's like the ether. The ether is like been very shrouded in mystery and covered up, just like we're seeing presently. There's like a big no ether ban on things, right? So it seems like that's the connection to everything, and it's similar to that. If God is the connection to everything, and if everyone was born into like a culture that would just saw it like we are all one thing, and that's the way you lived your life, we are all one. Think of how much more peace and tranquility there would be in general. Like that, it just works in their favor to have it be that God's the creator and the judge are always looking over you and doing this, and they can interpret God's word and use that to manipulate you.
You could say that with anything. You could say if we were all Muslim, think of how much peace there'd be. If we were all, like true Christians, think of how much peace there'd be. If we were all on the same page, think of how much cohesiveness there'd be. It applies to anything.
Yeah, but if we thought everything was connected across religions, if Muslims and Christians were one, and there was no separation of that idea, then that would be a lot more peace.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hypothetical that applies to anything.
But the ether is that, though, right? The ether is that. If the ether's real and it connects everything, and it's like this hidden element that is in everything and intelligence that we can tap into, then that would be something they would love to hide from us and make it seem like we're separate from it, or even say it doesn't exist.
Well, I think if they try to separate people from that, then yeah, they can try to control people through that more.
Yeah,
that's true.
Like if we thought we were all one body, and the whole mission is to keep the body alive and the body well, and the body doing as much as it possibly can for itself. If we saw like I'm the finger and you're a toe, and we're all one part of a bigger thing. If that's the way we were just culturally raised, I think it'd be a totally different environment. Even with the idea of God, they make it all this selfish effort to like save your own soul. Like, oh, I have to do this because otherwise I'm going to either burn in hell or go to heaven. And that's, I guess, it makes you like succumb to this selfish act. Like then you're only doing things because of your own self-preservation, which is the opposite of what the word's trying to say.
Doesn't it seem like we're all one though, in a way? Not that we are one, but that
Totally.
we're all right now in this room. All of us, we're doing the who's, the what's, the when, the why's, the how's, right? All of us, we want to know.
Where?
We're interested. So in a way,
Well, I think we are actually one. Like ultimately,
Yeah.
I'm just talking to myself right now, talking to you guys.
Exactly. And it's just like your brain, though. Your brain has like all the different thoughts in your head. Like they all have to kind of come to one place to have tranquility, And it's like we all have to organize ourselves now with this technology that's been available, so we can organize it and then have this and the whole debate that we're having with these other guys. Like we're even one with the ballers to some degree because it's like there is an Akashic record of some sort. There is an ether that keeps tabs on everything, and once it reaches,
the same creator. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but the same creator that made the actual Earth, a stationary, all of that, also made the globe lie.
Right. And for the challenge, because otherwise there wouldn't be a challenge. There wouldn't be an awakening. And it almost like it needed to have the globe lie so we'd have the materialism that gave us the technology to have this hive mind, to have the awakening.
I think the hardest challenge is to realize all the stuff that we experience as like some kind of crazy phenomena or unobtaining or like some kind of weird stuff usually isn't a phenomena the way we've been explained that it is. It's not that hard. It's way more simple to do with nature and reality.
And why is it we always have to describe something as natural or supernatural? I mean, I know the idea of it. I mean, there needs to be a distinction, but I think the supernatural is natural. I mean, how could anything not be natural, right? If it exists and it is, then it's natural, right? I mean, it's a
And
weird
if it
distinction.
can
No,
happen,
hold on. Let me answer that. Because
I
for
think
natural processes, you have the natural law of causality. Something had to exist for another thing. You know, something can't come from nothing. But if you hold to that, and you think of how this world came to existence, then you fall into infinite regress. So that you
No,
have to
you
impose a supernatural beginning to start the chain reaction off.
yeah, you have to impose the supernatural to make a beginning, right? But you get rid of the infinite regress if there was no beginning. If everything always was just like God in some form or another, even if we didn't have all
No,
this
but if it's
that's
natural,
here
it
in the
goes
form
against the
that
law
it
of
is.
causality. If that's the case, it can't exist forever. If it's naturally, beginning and ending, and cause and
super,
effect and
Well,
law of
we've talked
causality.
about
But
this before.
there
You're
has to
just
be
saying
there
an
has to be
entropy.
there has to be a primary cause basically, because if everything is effect, right? The effect needs a cause. So at the end of the day, when you go all the way back to the beginning, it needs to have a cause.
the supernatural, the metaphysical, has also rules of growth and demise, which is nature.
Yeah, and
What?
just because something ends, because we have lives that begin and end, we think that everything in existence must also be like that. But that might
Can
be
you
the
name
trick.
one thing in nature that doesn't obey causality?
I'm not saying, well, which came first, the chicken or the
hold
egg?
on. What's the
You
causality?
tell me that. Paradoxes exist. You can't get rid of the paradox by saying the infinite regress is an impossibility.
I would say the chicken and the egg were created simultaneously. So they came in. They were created at the exact same time. Because if you create the egg and the chicken, you're good to go.
Yeah, but you're invoking a creator.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying what came first, the chicken or the egg? Like, because you have to. There has to be a chicken to lay an egg, and then there has to be.
Right, but you just said that there's a creator. You just said that there's a creator that started it off, i.e., a cause.
I'm not saying we should give
Chicken,
up on finding out.
Causality could be the question. The questions who, what, when, why, and where.
Yeah, there's a paradox. We can't answer a paradox. It's not like we can solve the chicken or an egg problem. It's unsolvable, but that's the problem. That's the answer and the problem at the same time. Because, like, if we knew what our lives and what our purpose in our life was, then we'd have no destiny, right? We'd have no quest because we already know. We
Yeah,
have
you
to
got to
not know.
temporarily.
What?
Yeah, you got to temporarily forget in order to have a journey.
You don't have the knowledge. God does.
Well, that's the thing. I think
You don't know where you're gonna
all of
end
us
up. You don't know
together.
your future.
I think the combination of everything is the knowledge. I don't think that there's a separate knowledge outside of us that looks upon us. That for some reason that doesn't seem right to me. I think it's all one thing. It always was and always will be in some form or another. It doesn't mean there's not beginnings and ends, but as a whole, I can't imagine it not existing. So why would I assume it does? It did.
Okay,
Like there was
so
a time where it didn't.
you can't name a single thing for me in this entire universe that's eternal, right? You can't name a single thing that
Energy.
doesn't follow the law of causality.
Energy.
What'd you say? Energy?
Energy.
Energy doesn't actually exist. Energy is a quantification of the capacity of physical things that do exist to do work, right? Even work itself is a conception.
The ether.
Again, that's not something that's purely metaphysical or eternal.
Right, you're saying something that's eternal?
Yeah, because he's saying that it's actually like a category error. It's maybe the fallacy of the parts. He's saying that
Information.
everything. I mean, he has to concede that every individual part of this universe follows the natural law of causality and is not eternal. But he's saying in totality it is. So
Well,
like
the first law of thermodynamics,
that which applies to the parts
what's
should
your
apply
take
to
on
the
that?
whole. He's saying that it applies to the parts but not to the whole.
Well, I'm saying that the first law of thermodynamics, right? Energy can't be created or destroyed.
Yo, I'm trying to tell you, energy in that conception of physics is a conception. It's something we've created. We have physical matter.
Okay.
If you take the physical matter away, there's no energy, because the energy is the capacity for that physical matter to do work. Without physical matter, it doesn't exist.
But if you take your body away, is there no soul?
If I take my body, okay, first off, the soul is not energy, like in terms of physics.
Or is it?
How do you know?
It's not.
It's information.
Well, I
Because
think
if I take my arm away, I still have a soul, but now I have less energy, where that arm could have been doing work. I don't have that energy, the capacity for my arm, the muscles in there to do work. Yet I still have a soul.
I think it's eternal. It's all eternal, but when you're experiencing it in like a separate form, you might be experiencing like the decay or of your life. Like for example, like when you were a baby, when you're 30 years old, 50 years old, etc., throughout your whole life, if that whole thing is eternal, then it's all existed. Then to be experiencing some part of it like decaying within that would just be a limited version of the kind of experience of the decay, because ultimately, if it exists eternally, then it is all eternal. Like our lives have existed, always have existed. They're all within this entire system, and we're just kind of experientially on a wave right now, riding the wave of our lives.
But Gio, eternal
you could
things
even just
don't
call it
decay.
life. You could call percentage. You could say life, the thing that doesn't have a beginning or an end. Life itself. What can you observe in this world that has
lives
life?
end and begin all the time.
Right, but life itself continues.
But yeah, life itself, outside of a physical thing, is
Some
just a
form or
conception.
another.
It's an idea.
You could look at it that way, sure, but I'm saying
It
that
definitely is. If
life,
you're not like hinging it to a
the
physical thing
living
particularly,
thing,
just speaking of the
living
general
things.
idea, it's just an idea.
But as far as we know, living things have always existed, right? And they always will.
So
why are you saying that there has to be an end to everything?
living things have always moved in our world, and they always will. That doesn't mean that movement is now eternal, because again, these things had to exist.
Right. And
so before they existed, there was no movement. So movement actually started with the first physical thing existing. Before that, there was no movement. So movement is not eternal. Life is not eternal, because life started with the first physical thing existing. Right?
But that experience.
So what was the cause for the first physical thing?
That's all in time, though. Like that, you're implying a time, like the beginning, where that implies like where there was no time, and then you had the first second, and then the second, and the third.
Yeah, absolutely, because he said it's eternal.
But what I'm saying from my perspective is that it's all eternal, existing before and after that creationary event you're talking about.
Sure,
it does seem like a paradox. I know it's like created and eternal. I get it. It is kind of.
There has to be a paradox.
No, listen. I'll meet you halfway.
Percentage. Hold on, I can't even get a question in.
Because if it's created, how could it be eternal? And eternal, how could it be?
Domak, you're talking over. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish, Gio. Real quick.
No, I kind of talked over him. No, I was just finishing saying that creation and eternal seem different, because creation implies that there wasn't something, then there was, where is eternal, it's all already existed. So there is like a paradox there of those.
Yeah, creation is
right, temporary. But there's no paradox.
God. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm just saying there's no paradox with an eternal God creating a finite universe. Where's the paradox?
Because he created something out of nothing.
So, he's
God.
That just seems like a too convenient an answer. Like it's like just because you can say it's God, and then maybe it is. That's fine. But I'm saying that doesn't really follow along with some of the more particular questions that you're trying to say. Well, what example can you give? What example can you give of God existing? Well,
it's the most logical thing. That's what we're trying to say. It's the most logical thing, because he is above nature. He created nature, so it's supernatural. So it seems like a convenient magical answer, but that's literally the most logical deduction you can make.
I got some hamburger helper for you. Okay, where do you store all the memory when you're eternal or non-eternal or physical or non-physical, for whatever that means to be non-physical? I don't really believe in the non-physical, but okay, you got memory of everything, you know everything, right? You're eternal, but not like what? So the memory's eternal, right?
Yes.
Percentage.
What? Yeah,
so memory's eternal. So information, memory, intelligence is eternal.
For God, yes, he has
So
infinite
my
and
question
eternal
was,
information.
Where does God store the memory?
He doesn't need to store it anywhere because he's not like us.
I think it's just I would use the word consciousness. It's in consciousness, because in a sense, like I think like if like conscious like there's the idea of consciousness on that kind of higher level too, not just a human like having human consciousness, but also like the idea of light and sound vibrations that are vibrating in a particular way to then create something out of, whether that's physical or souls, whatever you want to create out of that medium.
Right. I was just trying to point out that he was like asking us the question of what's eternal or not eternal, and I just brought it back to his, back to his doorstep to him,
Yeah,
And
you
I was
asked me
like,
where does God
it's
store
memory, right?
memories? Yeah, you asked where does God store memories, and that's a flawed
Yes.
question because where denotes a place or a thing, which God created. He precedes anywhere, so he obviously had this information before where's even existed. You understand?
So
Yeah, I would say
where can memory,
it's all within
hold
consciousness.
on, follow
It's
up.
all in,
So where can memory exist?
For God, he doesn't need a place. He
No,
created
no,
places.
hold on. For memory itself.
It's everywhere.
There's again, you're likening human memory to God's information. You can't compare God to humans. You can't anthropomorphize him. That's like you're limiting God. Doesn't make sense.
Well, hold on. I want to make sure you're not misinterpreting what I was saying about, because the original debate about it being God being eternal, and that everything in existence in some form or another is eternal, and it always was existing, and always will exist. Well, that's just like saying however that works is saying that it's God, right? God, if God is everything, then there's no contradiction there, because if God's eternal anyway, then why couldn't God be everything that in some form or another always was and always will be? Why does it have to be this separate thing that created physical reality, when this whole physical reality could be the metaphysical and physical, eternally existing forever? And just because we don't have an example of something that you're saying, is like infinite, because I can't show you infinity, doesn't mean infinity doesn't exist.
Okay, so if God is the physical and the metaphysical, then
sure.
And the physical had to come from something. Where did the physical aspect of God come from?
That's unanswerable. It's unanswerable, and I say God.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense.
I think
I'll tell you how I think it makes sense.
It makes sense if I say God just as much as it makes sense if you say God.
I think it came
So
from
God created the physical aspect from nothing.
I would say it came from its own energy.
Now you're agreeing with me.
Its own creationary
We're totally agreeing
that it can just manifest anything it wants.
How about this idea, Gio, that there's one omnipotent God. It's like an all-knowing before and after time, and during is the now. And then that God created lots of mini-gods, and one of those mini-gods decide to have a laugh and create this place.
That sounds like Gnosticism. Sounds like Gnosticism to me.
Well, if he gave the
but
power
why
to
does it
lots of
matter?
mini-gods-
Why does it matter what it sounds like to everybody? Like, sounds like this to me, sounds like Narnia. What does it matter? It's someone else's interpretation. So how can it be wrong?
I'll tell you why that's wrong. That it's interesting, but it's wrong, and I'll tell you why. Because this intermediary God that God created is not God.
It's a part of God.
God can't create a part of himself because he has to exist before creating it.
The mini-god is one of his many personalities.
Okay,
I think percentage. Would you say that somebody's wrong in this discussion? I can't tell you you're wrong. I mean, none of us could know for sure about any of this stuff. So
No, by definition, I'm saying that's definitionally wrong to say that God created another God, because God is supreme, right? So anything he creates, if it it's limited. It's not godly in that sense. It's not omnipotent if it had to be created, if it's contingent upon another entity. The one that's contingent on nothing is God.
It's also not. Hold up.
No, that's definitionally that's the divine attributes of God. He's not reliant on anyone.
Percentage. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If a bigger God created a smaller God, that smaller God was created and therefore not eternal because he didn't exist. at some point.
Yeah, the idea of a lesser god, it's just an oxymoron.
By definition, by your definition of what God is.
How do you define God?
None of us can know that. I can't know. I'm just saying, instinctually, God is within everything. God is everything. God always is and always was and always will be. That's just instinctually what I think. But I can't say I'm right about that definition.
Okay, but I asked you how
none
you
of us can
define
be
God.
right or wrong about any of this.
Yeah, but I asked you how you define God, and you said God is in everything. You used God in the definition
God
of
is
God.
everything. God is everything and is in
God
everything.
is the creator.
So God is everything in
is
everything.
God. It's like pantheism, right? It's pantheism.
It's a process of processing a process.
But the whole idea is we can't know. The beauty of it is that we can't know for sure. And to pretend that we can is ridiculous and also blasphemous, maybe.
Maybe we can't know for sure, but we can know what's the most logical thing. The most logical thing isn't infinite regress. It's not some fallacious. It's not pleading like in the fallacy of the parts that applies to the whole and not the parts. The most logical thing is that nature required a beginning which couldn't have been nature, so it has to be
something out of nothing isn't logical. It doesn't fit into our idea of what logic is. Creating everything from nothing isn't logical. Even if you say
is it logical to assume that God's logic matches ours?
No.
You're
exactly
trying to put logic on God.
But you're creating the story. You're saying it's logical to create a story about it, that it has to come from nothing, and God has to be this thing that's outside of us and creating us for this reason. None of that's logical, especially if it's supernatural.
No, that's absolutely the case. That we have to rely on supernatural things that's above our natural logic to make it logical for us, to make sense of this natural world.
That's just like saying it's a paradox and we can't answer the paradox. And so I can call it supernatural just to satisfy that paradox is now answerable because I have a story, but it doesn't make it any more true.
No, it makes it like consistent in our world, our natural world. Our natural world couldn't have come from itself because there's causality. There's natural processes.
Unless there was no beginning. If there was no beginning, God is everything, and it doesn't have to come from anything.
We're back at the beginning.
We see it in nature, percentage. We see like poop, dirt, stuff like that. Stuff gets planted, stuff regrows, stuff comes back, stuff goes in there. Algae, mold, stuff grows. What do you mean, like?
Yeah, you see poop. You see some dog shit.
Yeah,
you accidentally step on it, and you stepped on God, right? Come on.
Yeah.
Well, it's like
you certainly did.
Ridiculous.
No, you
think about that. Well, think about the toroidal field. The toroidal field that we imagine surrounds us, right? It goes up through the stem and then comes back out and then it goes back in and recycles itself over and over again. And if you were at the very top, you might say, "Oh, everything came from that center point. That must be where nothing is, and everything came from there." And then then you realize that, oh no, it just keeps recycling and it keeps going and going and going and going and going. It didn't come.
It's a false analogy, though. New perspective. It's a false analogy because toroidal fields have to come. Like they won't exist without matter, without magnetic material.
Who said there's no matter? All things reproduce themselves. They try to, don't they?
Yeah, toroidal field's a perfect example of that, where it generates something from within it and then it cycles it through its field.
Yeah.
Okay, but would it exist
maybe
without the material?
One rotation, maybe one revolution could begin and end, but that doesn't mean that all revolutions came from one beginning.
It also has the idea of the creator coming from itself and then making a circle around and coming back in.
Yeah.
Because in that idea, like, see, in my viewpoint, we will all have all knowledge. Like we're all headed towards the remembrance that we have all the knowledge. So even though right now we're all limited in our knowledge, in my viewpoint, every single one of us will remember it all and have all knowledge once again.
If the creator is like a toroidal field, which only exists because of the existence of material, physical material, that physical material exhibits entropy and causality and is not eternal. You're saying that the creator is therefore some physical entity that dies. It doesn't make sense.
No,
what do we? What do we?
sense of
What do we?
God is
Maybe hold on.
everything that's
Maybe it
always
dies a lot in
recycling.
different ways. Maybe it wants to die in burning. Maybe it wants to freeze to death. Maybe it wants to drown. Maybe it wants to jump off a building and live. Maybe it wants to experience a broken toe. How do you know?
You're
I mean, there's a lot of
anthropomorphizing
things that
God
don't
again.
make sense.
I
Well,
think we're all.
with the
I think
idea,
we're all in
okay,
a process of remembering the whole thing.
like the Akashic records, if for some reason, like we all share consciousness to some degree, and if I tried to convince any of you that we don't to any degree, you wouldn't believe me, right?
Oh yeah, then what
So
am I
what is
thinking right
that?
now?
I mean, to me, it's the best news in the world because that means that we all are headed towards that. Of
And we're
having,
all one, right?
we're
That's
all
the
one,
only thing that makes
and
sense
we can
to me. I don't
experience
know why. Yeah.
not only our own lives, but everyone else's life. Like all those lives are ours as well. So all of the lives in the
Exactly.
world, like amazing musicians or athletes, all of that, it's all you as well.
Well,
That you
I
can
don't believe
experience.
that.
you know how energy goes to ground supposedly or whatever? Like maybe that is like the information all like transferring. You never know, man. You really never know.
But percentage, doesn't that make a lot more sense that we're all a part of a bigger thing instinctually, like that we're all just this
I think
one
it's a feel
consciousness,
good
even
kind of
though we're
like
experiencing a
philosophy.
separate part of it.
Yeah, I think it's like
Well,
a feel good kind of hippie-ish philosophy, but I don't think it's true
I think
whatsoever.
there's
And I
something more
I
to it.
challenge you that if you even had any evidence for this, that would mean that you've experienced all of like the experiences of other people, and that would mean that you aren't in need of experiencing anything.
I'm not saying it's like I can know exactly what you're thinking right now, but I think there is kind of an overall connection to everything that to some degree, maybe even there's people that have a lot better ability at tapping into that Akashic record or whatever it is, but that does make sense to me. I think that there is something like that. And
Yeah,
that
but
would make
my point is you can only ever speculate, because if it was true, you would know. You would have tapped into this collective consciousness, and you would have experienced all these other experiences of all these other people, right?
well,
But the
you can only
fact is
ever
you haven't done that,
speculate
and
if
that's
there
why
was
you
a
can only
beginning.
speculate, and that's
Well,
why
you
it's
can
not
only
true.
speculate if there was a beginning or not. You can only speculate if there was an actual beginning to this existence. You can only
No, but
speculate about
that's natural law, though. We have evidence of that in everything in nature.
Maybe the whole point of taking away the memory is the experience itself, because if we all had the memory of everything, we wouldn't have any crazy experiences other than the same. We would all do everything perfect and more perfect each time. There would never be like, you know what I mean? So like to experience a mess up or a goof really is how you become perfect in the first place, to even like better yourself and like so like
maybe yeah.
Sure, but you can't claim
Maybe
that
that's why they
the memory
vaccinate
has
us
been
when we're
taken
born.
away,
So
Demok. No, hold up. You can't claim that the memory has been taken away unless you knew that you had it in the first place. And the fact is, you don't know you had it, or else you wouldn't be speculating as to whether it was taken away.
Source. God is that memory. So yeah. So if we're all talking about something that's greater than us that we're not sure about, that has the information of everything and knows everything, that would be it. Yeah. There you go. The source.
Yeah.
Yo, percentage. I want to ask you, how do you think? Obviously you think that God created the world, and the world, everything in history is already written all the way to the end of time, correct?
Mhm.
So my question is, do you think that God is a part of the world, or God is separate from this world? And then I guess my
Separate.
follow-up question would, right? Okay, so then my follow-up question would be, he does still influence things here in the world, right?
That's a like a trickier question. I don't know how I feel about that. People believe in, I think he does, because there's like the serendipity type things that happen to me, the little signs that, it's weird kind of synchronicities that happen, and for me they're kind of like signs of God or what have you. But those might be programmed into it too, and then there's like power
Like
of intention.
pre-programmed into it.
Yeah. But
So
there's also like prayer, right? And people like they pray and things happen and what have you. But then that could also be the power of intention that was also programmed into it. So I don't know if God is actively like I don't believe it's to the level of in the scripture where he's like directly causing floods and punishing people and yada yada. But I don't know. to be honest.
Don't you
So
think
like
that there's kind of like
I was gonna say
I was gonna say Go
let me
ahead.
just ask one more question. Let me just ask this guy one more question. Because you're a Muslim, right? So you believe in the Quran, right? Which is like a holy text, I guess. I'm not
Correct.
sure if it was. I'm not sure the whole story. I know that Muhammad didn't write it. Someone close to him wrote it, kind of like the Gospels or whatever. But
Yeah, well, he
so
was
would you
illiterate,
say?
so he got the revelation and then he recited it, and other people memorized it and
Okay.
recorded it.
That's good. That's good. Okay, so with the revelation that you obviously believe the revelation that Muhammad was experienced, right? So would you say that God, I guess, created the universe, or yeah, I guess created this reality, and he already had that revelation, I guess, written in, and the time when the revelation came to him, God didn't come down and reveal it to him. It was just already part of the script, I guess. Like what would you like? No,
Both. I would
do you kind of
small
see what I'm getting
correction. So small correction. Gabriel is the one that actually revealed it to him. He was like the intermediary between God and Prophet Muhammad. But yeah, I do think that it was, God already had this in his plan. It was, pre-planned, predestined, or what have you. Prophet Muhammad didn't know he was going to be a messenger until, it happened the first time or what have you. But it wasn't something that he knew, right? It's just like with everyone else, he's a man, and with every other person in this world, we don't have knowledge of the unseen or of the future, what have you. But God, it's already he's omniscient. He knows he made it. So
Are you open to changing your belief about all this at all, percentage?
I am if you provide something more logical.
Because I was just saying, it feels like if I have a belief about something, if I decided this is what I believe, instead of like, well, at this point, this is what makes the most sense. It feels like an ending, it feels like I'm not open to the possibilities of figuring it out still. If I decide I believe it.
If it's more logical, like I can take Islam completely out of it. Like I can view it deistically, and not have any need for the I don't need to invoke scriptures or anything else, or like stories in of the prophets and revelation and stuff like that. I could just think about it in terms of logically, in terms of the necessary antecedents for creation, for the laws of nature and all this stuff, and it doesn't make sense to say that it's of the same and still has these natural laws. It has to be, you fall into infinite regress. It has to be something outside of nature that created nature. And that's why you have to appeal to supernatural. You could say it's special pleading, but it's the least fallacious approach. It's more fallacious to say to have the falsity of the parts. It's more fallacious to say the category error of that. So I lost my train of thought. But anyways, yeah.
Yeah, but if you're saying it's fallacious, then you're restricting it to make sense when you're talking about the supernatural, right? So it doesn't make it. I mean, you're saying it's the least fallacious, but then you're saying it's supernatural, which is fallacious according to what we know, because we only know the
exactly.
cause
So
of
according
nature.
to human logic, it's technically special pleading. Like I'll on the chin, I'll just say that it's technically special pleading according to human logic, but it's the most logical answer yet. And if there's something more logical, then hit me with it.
Okay, wait, hold up. Let me say something. So basically, I think what's happening is that we're having the reality of cause and effect, which we live in. The thing with the beginning and the end, the thing with time that we live inside of, the logical stuff. We're sectioning that off and calling it the world or reality. And then the part that's not cause and effect, it's out of our understanding. We're sectioning that off as God, I guess. It's kind of like it almost categorizes the things that you could understand, i.e., this world, and the things that you couldn't understand in the realm of where cause and effect doesn't happen because it's eternal.
Yeah, like where do you make the dirt and the water and the trees from if you're just God sitting there and you where does he get the stuff from? Where's he making it from?
And percentage, if you believe there's an end,
from nothing.
You believe there's an end to this, right? Like existence will cease to be at some point, right?
Our existence
if there was a beginning, Yeah. Well, then what's the purpose of everything if everything's going to come to an end?
Well, it comes to an end in this life, but not in the hereafter.
Okay, so then let's take the hereafter. Does that really make a lot of sense that there would be a place that we all go and like have a blissful, eternal existence? What would be the reason for that?
Absolutely, there would be, because
what's the reason for it?
We have creation here, so you have to ask yourself, why does creation exist, right? What brought this on? And then when you go to the most logical route, it's that there was, a supernatural being that started this off, that created this. There had to be a creator. Then you have to ask yourself, why would a creator with all this power, all this omnisciency, bother with creating us? And then it takes some thought, but you have to understand, okay, maybe it's a test, maybe it's to see if we worship him or what have you. And then this is where like Pascal's wager comes in. You could either say, okay, it's none of that and we're just here happenstance, or there's no point and it's just a one life, we just experience it and that's it. Or you could say maybe there's a reason to it, and if we kind of pass this test or what have you, we're gonna have something more after we die. So
but do you only do good things? But do you only do anything like good because of that possibility?
No, of course not.
No, you do it because it is the right thing to do instinctually, and it's the whole that we're all living in, and regardless of the reward or the punishment, people shouldn't just live their lives for their afterlife or for the threat of not having a good afterlife. It should be because the whole is the important thing, that you do the right thing because it is the right thing, not because of some judgment or some reward.
No, but it's not because of the judgment or the reward. In fact, the scripture tells you to do the right thing, to be of service and to be kind and what have you, and you get reward for that, right? That's the way you get reward, is by being good to others.
Can I say something? I think the Creator loved us, and He created a perfect reality for us. And I think that we fuck up, so then God has to come up with rules to kind of teach us or show us, and sends us people to show us how to live right the way He wanted us to in the beginning. And I feel like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
maybe this reality was just here for us to exist and experience God loving us. And what's happening is we get in our own ways. We don't let God love us because we do all these fucking fucked up shit, basically. And yeah,
But if we saw it all as what I was saying earlier, if we saw us all as God is one thing, and we are all God, a separate part of God. Not that we are all gods, but we are all one small part of the bigger thing, which is God. And we would love ourselves because we love everyone else. It wouldn't be about God loving us or us loving God or worshiping Him or Him worshiping any of that. It would just be like we worship everything because we are all one thing. That makes more sense.
And God, and it's all supernatural too. The way percentage explains it, because if God's supernatural and He made it from nothing, and the only thing that was there was just supernatural stuff, right? And everything's here now from supernatural, then everything's supernatural, just like God.
No, it's not from supernatural. He didn't make it from Himself. He made it from nothing, right? Just popped
From
into
nothing,
existence.
that would be
So
supernatural.
yeah, it's a supernatural event, but it's a natural thing for us. The earth and dirt and everything is a natural thing for us now.
So we are supernatural. If I say I made this seed, this apple seed in my hand, and it's the only one that existed, the blue apple seed that makes blue apples, then that's a natural apple seed, because it's supernatural, because I popped that into existence out of nowhere.
Sure. Let's say you made a supernatural apple, right? Actually, it's not really a good kind of analogy, because there's no living thing inside the apple, right? There's no sentient thing. But let's say
the
apple.
How do you know? How do you know?
Hold on a minute. The apple is sentient, or how does it? Yeah, exactly. It's a living plant that has some. What do you mean? You don't know what
let's say you made a supernatural hive of bees. Okay, so there's like this honeycomb type hive of bees, and inside there's a bunch of bees, right? They're all supernatural bees in that regard. They all popped into existence from nothing. So it's supernatural in that regard. But the bees, relative to themselves, you know, like with their nectar and their pollen and their honey and, you know, with the other communication with other bees, those are all natural processes for them because there's cause and effect. There's a system to it. They have, you know, there's you know, a process therein. So it's a natural thing for them. But for like, you know, totality, you could say it was a supernatural event that was created.
A super awesome miracle. So everything's a super miracle.
Yeah. So now expand that from the hive of bees and apply it to the entire world. So the entire world, let's say, came.
That's what I said.
Sure, the entire world is supernatural, but inside there's natural processes, natural laws, physical laws of nature, which we abide by as people within that supernatural world, right?
Yeah, it's supernatural. It's all supernatural. There is no natural. It's all supernatural.
Yo,
there's natural for us though, because we have to abide by the rules of that system.
But the connection to everything is supernatural.
Can I say something real quick? So I think it's like we find ourselves in the world, in the natural world, where shit has laws, causes, and effects. And this world has a beginning and end, and it has, I mean, some people think it's infinite, who knows, the dimensions of it or whatever. But outside of this natural world, therefore beyond, you know, super, outside of this world would be the supernatural. But this world, being the natural world, would, you know, categorically not be the supernatural one. The supernatural one would be the one outside of this one.
Absolutely. But the creation of this world would be a supernatural event. I think that's what Demo was getting at.
Yeah, but
right, because the creation of this world would be outside of it.
Well, maybe the physical body ends, but our soul continues. That's the supernatural within the physical.
Yeah, our souls never die.
Yeah. So it's like the life force is the supernatural. It's the electricity. It's everything, the ether. It's everything that it connects everything and keeps everything going. And that never had a beginning or an end. It doesn't need one.
Well, it's neither the electricity or the ether because those are physical things, part of this natural world, right?
Well, maybe those are
artifacts
of it. Maybe those are modalities, right? Those are the modalities of the overall life force that is God, that we are all connected and a part of. I don't understand why it has to be like we're totally separate from it. To be like it's blasphemous to say that we're all one little small part of the bigger thing that is God. Why is that so?
I wouldn't say it's blasphemous. I mean, it could be blasphemous, but it's just more illogical. It's more fallacious for me.
It seems more logical to me. It's weird.
Because you're saying that God is a physical thing, right? That part of him is a physical thing.
No.
This physical thing.
Well, it's everything, right?
Yeah,
God
everything. But everything is both physical and both natural and supernatural, right? The natural things are physical things that require, you know, volume, it require space, require direction, you know, all of these necessary antecedents. So you're saying that God is a physical thing that he's also created? It's confused,
because if he was the only thing that existed before there was anything physical, then it had to come from him.
No, it didn't. That's the same thing Gio said.
So there was something physical outside of God?
But there
always was something physical outside of God? He created us from nothing, then we're just a part of him, like by default. Why would you say, how could everything ever be separated from God if there was only God and he created everything from nothing and it came from him, so all the physical came from him too?
It came from him. If I made a snow globe, it came from me, but it didn't physically come out of me.
Well, so you're saying there was physical things outside of God that he had to use?
God is not human. God can make the snow globe come out from nothing. He can make it.
So then, why couldn't God be Why couldn't God be the snow globe? Why are you comparing yourself to God?
Because the snow globe is a physical thing that's created. It observes
causality. The snow globe is the creation.
Yeah, but if it came from nothing, if you didn't have the materials to work with to begin with, then
God did have
where did those materials come from for God?
Hold up. Here's the thing. You're saying God required the materials, but that's a natural limitation. And outside of the natural reality, in the supernatural reality, it may not be so like that. It
Well,
may
if
be
the
very
physical came from
possible
the
to create something from
supernatural,
nothing.
then it's all supernatural, right? If
Supernatural stuff
physicality
already.
came from nothing, then it all
No.
supernaturally came into existence and is part of God. If
Yeah,
there
and
was
that's
only
what
God
Dimok
to
was saying,
exist.
that the entire world,
Yeah.
because it popped into existence
How could it
from
be
nothing.
anything but that if that's the premise? If the premise, if there was nothing and God created everything, then God had to create it from himself or whatever it is that he supernaturally is. So
No,
it all,
okay, hold up. He didn't
is
create it from himself. He need not create it from himself.
what did
He
he
could have
create it from
created
then?
it from nothing.
But nothing.
That being said,
would also be-
can you guys hear me?
exist.
Nothing would also be the creator.
Yo, am I coming
Yeah,
in through?
exactly.
Coming through?
Yeah, we're all just.
I can hear you.
exist.
I can hear you percentage. I can hear you percentage.
All right, so
we can all talk at once.
So, new perspective. You're right that it's a supernatural event that God created the world or whatever. If he popped it into existence, right? But he need not pop it into existence from himself. He could have popped it into existence from nothing, right? It's still supernatural event. The world is still supernatural in that. Well, hold on, let me finish. The world is still supernatural in that regard. But within the world, you have natural processes, not physical laws of nature, right? So within the world, it's there's the law of causality, what have you. The totality of it was a supernatural event. There's no
right, but you're referring to nothing as if it was separate from God. Like the nothingness he had to work with is a separate thing from him.
Yes.
Like nothing is a thing.
God wasn't omnipresent before he created any. He's not omnipresent. He's just omniscient.
Well, you're saying it came from nothing as if nothing has something to give.
Listen, you're asking for where did it come from? But God created places. Okay.
I want next.
You can't say where when no place existed before God. Before God created physical,
so if there was only God,
things,
it had
physical things.
Whoa,
hold on, let me just finish this. Let me just finish this thought. Physical things have volumes, right? Volumes. That's where we come up with our conception of space, 3D space, because of the volume of a thing or the medium or what have you. Before God created physical things, there was no space. There were no places. There were no directions. So that you can't say where did it come from? Did it come from himself or no? God doesn't have like parts, like areas of himself, like
how would you know that?
Physically, because he created the physical space. So you have to think of God as a metaphysical thing.
But
he didn't create it as part of himself, a physical part of himself. It doesn't make sense.
Okay,
Can I saying it came from nothing is like you can't say. Hold on, wait. We're going back and forth real quick on the nothing. Nothing is nothing.
Yeah,
nothing
and I'm about
is a
to
no
talk
thing.
about that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so here we are in the reality of cause and effect, where you can't get something from nothing. You need something to create something else. You need a cause and an effect. Outside of this reality of cause and effect, there need be no cause for an effect, right? So there need be no fucking prime material to create the world from, because it's outside of the fucking rules of cause and effect. It's beyond our understanding. We don't understand how to create something from nothing, because we're in a reality, in the natural reality, nature, where you can't do that. But outside of here, probably can't.
Well, yeah, but then that's still referring to nothing as if it was something to work with.
Lord have mercy.
You're basically applying laws in this reality to a reality outside of it. Is what we're getting to the point of.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the whole paradox. I think it's fine that I don't pretend to have knowledge. I'm just saying, yeah, there's a paradox. You can't get something from nothing.
That's not a paradox.
Something from nothing's not a paradox.
You can't get something from nothing here in the natural world because it's a natural law of causality, cause and effect. But outside of the natural world, that need not apply.
But I don't understand how you could say God was all that existed, and then he created something from nothing as if there was something to work with. He had to create it from himself if he was all that existed.
Okay, why are you applying the natural law of something to work with before nature existed?
Yeah, like the natural law, the natural law of needing something to work with does not apply in a supernatural realm.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so why are you asking why does God need a natural?
Because you're saying he created it from nothing, as if that's where it was separate from him. If he was all that existed, then he has to be also the physical thing that did become into existence. He has to get it from himself.
But it wasn't physical.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he was, but I'm saying if he created the physical, where did it come from?
From nothing. Because he doesn't have to follow causality, because he made causality.
Never mind.
He made it.
Okay, so then he made it from what?
I'm saying he made the law of causality.
Because nothing is nothing.
He made nature, which has the natural laws that we know, including the law of causality. So he's above them. He's not subject to them. He's not limited by them. He created
I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying he is. I'm saying it's unlimited, right? It's fine to have that supernatural. It has to be, right? But to say it's separate from God, as if that could be known or important to make a distinction.
God. The supernatural part is God. The natural part
And
is
why wouldn't the
part.
physical, if the physical wasn't in existence and he was the only thing that existed, the physical had to come from him too.
The physical did come from him, but not physically from him, because he's not physical.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
physical
not physically from him, because he's not physical.
Then all the
so
physical is part of God. But you can't say the physical came from God and saying it's not a part of God.
Lord, bro, just listen. It didn't physically come from him because he's not physical. Okay?
He's mental.
He's not physical. God is not a physical. God created the physical. He's not himself.
Okay, so where did the physical come from?
He created it from nothing.
Nothing is nothing. You can't say it came from nothing.
You can if you're God, bro.
Yeah, you could say it came from God, and God is a part. Physical is God. If it came from, if you're saying it's God, then God can be all that's physical.
God is not all that's physical. God created the physical.
And how do you know that?
I think you're agreeing with me now.
There was nothing in existence, and God is a part of it. God, if everything came from God, then all physicality, metaphysical and physical, is from God and is a part of God by definition. You can't say nothing. He created it out of nothing, as if there was something to get from nothing. Nothing is nothing.
Okay, so if I said the order came from the general, does that mean now that the order is physically part of, like, the general is physically part of the order?
In this case, yes. If you're talking about creation of the physical world, yes, it would have to be.
What?
You would
was only God.
within yourself.
Everything came from
it's
God.
The way, like, the way holograms work is interesting because you can have like multiple images, but they're all. It's like the part and the whole are one in a hologram. It's part and whole simultaneously.
I want to do a thought experiment.
It
So
projects itself
we're
onto
in
itself
this
to appear to you from itself. Yes.
We're in this reality where to create something, you need a material to create it from. That's a law in this reality. Now, let's imagine a reality outside of this reality, not in this reality's existence, where that law does no longer apply. The law of having a material needed to create something does not apply in this reality. Now, in this supernaturality, because the law of needing a prime material to create from does not apply, you can actually create something from nothing.
That's fine.
You're talking about space.
That's fine, but if God was all
right now, hold on, guys.
If God was the only thing that existed, if God was the only thing that existed, then all the physical had to come from God.
Bro, you just said that's fine that it comes from nothing, and then you reasserted that it had to come from God.
Hold on, I got you though.
No, where do you think it came from? You're not giving
from
nothing.
Saying
nothing. Nothing's not a thing, so you can't say it came from nothing.
As yes, if that was something
you could get something from.
I appreciate you trying to you broke it down. Very.
Why are you so set on all physicality being separate from God? Why is that necessary?
Because it's the most logical deduction.
No,
you avoid infinite
something
regress.
Came from nothing is not logical.
You avoid infinite regress. You avoid the fallacy of the parts. It's the best, logical answer to how everything exists.
It's not logical.
So percentage. Nothing. So percentage, if this creator is just hanging out and then there's this nothing, where is the nothing in relation to the creator, and how is God
nowhere
from this said nothing?
Yeah,
sounds pretty logical.
I find
it's
issue
nowhere.
with you say,
there's no location. There's no location of
God hanging out doesn't make sense. Hanging out denotes a place or whatever, and a physical thing. God is not a physical entity which hangs out anywhere because He created the physical. He created the places.
Then where's the nothing? Okay, from the creator's perspective, from God's perspective, it's chilling, and this other thing called nothingness, it doesn't know what it is. It just pulls.
Nothing isn't a thing.
It
Yeah,
just
nothing.
pulls,
It's nowhere and everywhere.
it just
It's
pulls
nothing.
things out of it.
Let me say it like this. Let's scrap the whole idea of nothing. Just think of no reality, just think there's God by himself there. Then he creates this reality. That's it. That's all it is. Very simple.
No, they're gonna get lost by that. They're gonna think that
It's
he
very
created
simple.
this reality from himself.
Okay,
Yeah, but listen, though,
but this reality is totally
you-
the physicality
you
of this reality has nothing to do with God. It's not a part of God, even though God was the only thing that existed. And then this physicality came from him, even though there's nothing for him to work with except for this nothing that is no thing.
He doesn't need
So it
something
has
to
to
work
come
with.
from God.
He's
You're not making any
supernatural.
logical sense by saying it that way.
Listen,
wait,
guys, hold on 1 second. We got a vacuum, right? The idea that science from above Earth has a vacuum, which is nothing. Listen, hold on. I got a point here. It's supposed to be nothing there. So what can we create from that nothing percentage?
Sorry, what was the question?
That was kind of off topic. I don't know what that
That just
was.
completely derailed everything. That just
derailed
fucking derailed the entire
Nothing. You
conversation.
can't get something from nothing is the point. That's all.
You can if you're God.
Okay, can I respond to new perspective now? He said there was God and the physicality had to come from him. But what I specifically said is there's God by himself, then he created the universe. Now when you create something, say, like a fucking pot or something, it doesn't come from you. You just created it, right? It didn't actually come
Right.
from you. You created it. You're
Yeah, but you're
separate
saying,
from
but
you're separate hold up. You're separate from the fucking pot. You are separate from
right.
the pot, but you still created it. Just the same
But
way
then you're
God was
acting
by
like
himself. But
God
then,
had the
oh
same
my
situation.
God, fucking damn it. Can I get through a fucking single point?
Go
Listen,
for it.
so I the same way I can create a pot and it's not part of me, God by himself there created the universe and everything that we all live inside of he just created it. Just like the
But
pot
it's
isn't
not the
part of
same thing.
me, we don't have to be the part of God.
The only difference
It's not
is,
the
Numpty,
same
that the
thing.
pot had it had to be made from something for you, whereas for God, it doesn't have to be made from anything.
Yeah,
Because
it's
Because
not the
God's a
same thing. Because I had the physical
God's a
materials in
supernatural
front of
being.
me.
The difference is God, right, can experience this stuff supposedly and all the other stuff. You can't experience that coffee pot, its thoughts and its feelings and stuff, can you?
Yeah, wait, hold on. To respond to Numpty, you're saying if it's the same thing, then it's like God had all these physical materials to make a pot with laying around.
No, because
outside
that's
of
not
that.
No, because that was before there was no rule of needing a prime material to create things in a supernatural realm. Before that rule is established, if you're in a realm outside of that rule, you don't need to have a material to create things.
But in your paradigm, it's like making a computer and you don't know nothing about the computer. You made it for a purpose that you can't do. So you're saying God
If you
can't be
make
a
a
coffee
computer,
pot.
you know a lot about it.
No,
If you make a
hold on.
computer, you know a lot
for a
about
second.
it.
Hold
What
on,
do you?
hold on.
This is
When
why I
we
brought up
that you when we make
earlier.
stuff, it's because we don't. Like a car goes faster, a computer computes faster, holds memory, stores stuff. We don't do exactly what a computer does exactly, right? We make it for a purpose, meaning not omnipotent to us, different totally 1,000,000% all the way from us, like a material here, plastic, and then us. So you're putting a label on God, like God made the coffee pot, like he needs a coffee pot. He couldn't do
No.
it without it. He couldn't make a coffee pot without the coffee pot. Like he can't do
Okay,
it.
Demok, you were close. You were close. It's made for a purpose, but it doesn't mean he needs it. Numpty existed before the coffee pot. He didn't need the coffee pot. He doesn't rely on it. He's not contingent upon it, right?
Well,
The coffee
Geo
pot
wanted to
needed
get
him.
in. Geo's
I was
turn.
just
Geo's
gonna say
turn.
real quick, just real quick. I was gonna say that this is why I was bringing up lucid dreaming before, because if you're in a lucid dream, like you're really lucid, you can basically like think of anything you want and then create it, and that includes like in a lucid dream actually creating what is experienced by the lucid dreamer as actual physical worlds. So it's not just like a dream in their mind or some random shit. Like actually, they're in real worlds and places, just like we're in this dimension. And I'm sure we've all even had dreams that are somewhat like real life as well. But in terms of that concept, like the correlation I'm trying to make is, let's say the lucid dreamer is the creator, and it's basically like, okay, you can create anything you want at an instant, and it's physical, and you can experience whatever part of it, like being an entity or being outside of an entity or just flying around or whatever you want. And in that sense, like you are the thing you're creating and you're the experience of it and you're manifesting it all with your mind in that moment.
Gio, are you sure that's lucid dreaming? It sounds like you're combining astral projection with lucid dreaming.
No, lucid dreaming is when you become lucid in a dream, you know you're dreaming. And then the next step of it is you can then create anything you want.
Within that dream. So you're just basically creating a thought within a thought. It's not physically being created in real life.
Like
you can control your dream.
Yeah,
you control your dream, but it's not ever real.
Well, if you become lucid in it, you then, let's say you want to see like a red carpet roll out in front of you. You can do that with your mind. You can just instantly create an entire red carpet that would roll out and you'd walk.
Absolutely, but it's not a physical red carpet made of matter.
Well, that's a whole other question. What is matter? That's
part of your dream. Yeah, exactly. If matter is just a combination of waves and frequencies and light, and it's no physicality, could just be, the density of this vibration.
Are you guys being serious right now?
That's why I say that we are just thoughts in God's mind. Anyone, but like I'm curious to know Gio's whatever, but like have you actually ever lucid dreamed before?
I have, yeah. I lucid dream regularly.
I have. You have to know
I
how to do it.
I only did it twice, and I did it on accident. But like, I was in a dream, and like, I was just, you're just doing shit in a dream, and then I just realized like, I'm dreaming. Like, this isn't real. And then I just said like, I gotta wake up, and then I just woke up, and I had that experience like twice where I was like in the middle of doing shit in my dream, and I realized like, I'm not actually in reality. I'm inside of a dream right now, and I like woke myself up both times, and I didn't do it on purpose. It just naturally occurred like over the last.
Man, why'd you wake yourself up so soon?
Yeah, realizing you're in a dream is not literally lucid dreaming. We all realize we're in a dream a lot of times and wake up, but lucid dreaming, I think, is being able to control your dream, control everything you do in the dream and staying in that dream state.
Yeah, that's how it starts, though. Recognizing you're in the dream.
Yeah, right. But it sounds like you had some lucidity there in those experiences. Yeah, like
no, because I was able to wake myself up. I like realized I was dreaming, and I was like, well, I want to wake up, and then I just woke up in bed, and I was like, oh shit, like kind of weird.
Then there's astral projection, which is a whole nother level of it. Have you ever done that, Gio?
Yeah, I don't usually use that phrase exactly, but I do know what you mean. I mean, it is, yeah, like, but I wouldn't say like yes necessarily to that phrase because that could be interpreted in different ways. There's different people that have used that term.
Well, people believe they can actually see somebody. Like, if I wanted to like astral project myself to see what percentage is doing right now, I could do that somehow.
Yeah, that's kind of like remote viewing. In
Yeah,
that sense.
yeah.
Which can involve the astral. The idea is that the astral plane is essentially a plane that intersects between the physical and the spiritual worlds. So yeah, if we use that term, which like I said, that term can be interpreted in different ways, but just to use it from that perspective, like the one perspective could be, yeah, like actually like remote viewing, like on that level, but the astral plane being an intersection between the physical and the spiritual involves the physical. It involves both basically. They can be overlaid over each other.
What have you guys done in your astral projections? Like how do you confirm that you're actually astral projecting and not just dreaming things?
Well, it's a good question as well. And also getting to like the spirit plane level where you're intersecting with that layer, which is a whole nother component of it.
I would say you'd have to observe something that you couldn't have possibly known, otherwise.
Yeah, that's what I'm
having
thinking.
Knowledge of the unseen. You'd have to know something happened while you were asleep, and you wake up and you confirm that it's actually you, or have all the information regarding this thing because you observed it.
Yeah, so have any of you guys confirmed your astral projections like that? That would be like the first thing I do. That'd be the first thing I do. I'd go to like, I don't know, see what's on the shelf at a store or whatever, and then go the next day and like, oh, there it is, or something like that. I don't know. Some shit like that.
Well, it's funny you say that because there's actually an interesting story that this is a case where like a man and woman were married and they were both elderly, and then the man passed away and then the woman was still alive. And then she had these experiences of connecting with him, with his soul, and he basically told her, like through the spirit world, that he had borrowed. Remember, he's dead and she's still alive, and that he borrowed a book from a friend, and he forgot to return it to the friend, before he passed away. So he gave his wife the shelf and the number, like the shelf numbers, like, shelf 3, 14th book from the left. Like he literally gave her those numbers and said that in that book there was going to be a little note in there from the friend, and to return it to that friend. And then this woman, indeed, like the next day, she went to the bookshelf, found the book. The book did have a note inside with about the friend. And then she called the friend in real life. And when the friend got the message, he was like crying. He's like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe that, that this happened. You remembered this." And he had all this meaning for him as well. So yeah, that was a really interesting one that was verified in the physical world.
Shelf 3, book 14, 3.14. Pi.
No, I probably didn't. That part I just probably off the top of my head, because I don't remember what the numbers were.
It's the exact same thing I thought. That's fucking crazy.
I guess I did say that though, yeah. Now that's not an experience of her doing it though. That was like in her experience, it was her deceased husband's soul essentially that was communicating with her and telling her that. And he also was like told her that that everything was like in bliss and love and everything's beauty, and like just was saying that it was incredible.
What do you think happens after we die, percentage?
I think I'm banking on Pascal's wager. I'm banking on that. We either go to hell or heaven. Hopefully, I go to heaven.
When they die and they lay me to rest, gonna go to the place that's the best.
So then, percentage, can you reincarnate in your view? Can you come back
heaven?
into it? Well, yeah, like if like after you die, whatever that life between life is, or that kind of, and then can you reincarnate again and do another life?
I imagine if I wanted to. I think if I'm in heaven and it's eternal bliss, I can't even imagine what my wants would be in that case. I don't think I'm gonna have the same kind of like worldly wants as I do here, But who knows?
But would you think there's still more to glean from another human life that would be worth doing?
Would I think that there was still more what? Could you repeat that?
Something to glean from another life? Like, would there be a purpose of your soul perhaps to keep somehow evolving something involved with incarnating as a human? Or do you feel
Maybe.
Do you feel like you completed it, or?
I feel like I probably my mindset, my headspace wouldn't be there at all. I think if I'm in heaven and I'm kind of like communing with God or what have you, or with I don't know, I just feel like it would be a completely different paradigm. I don't think I'd be human anymore.
Yeah. What would you be? Like, what would you see things like you see with your eyes, or would it be?
I have no idea.
Energy, or?
Yeah, I imagine like I'd be kind of like the like consciousness. I don't know. I honestly can't say. But in terms of the scripture, they do they do say that you're gonna have a physical form still. You'll have a perfectly physical form. You won't feel tired or cranky or sick or anything like that. You're just gonna be like at your peak almost, or always, I should say. And I guess that's also rivaled with the your perfect kind of mental and metaphysical form as well, because you're going to be in the presence of God and all this jazz.
Yeah. I think it's a great expansion.
How do you mean?
Like our consciousness is in a way limited, you know, like a governor on an engine governor, where it's like even though it's called governor, which is funny because it has the word govern and all that, but basically like if you have like an engine and you put a governor on it, it like limits the top speed. So instead of going to like 6,000 RPM, maybe it only goes to 4,000 or something. So it just limits it in that sense. So I think being in a physical body as a human is by its very nature a limiting aspect in a good way, not necessarily, well, I mean, not really making a judgment whether it's good or bad, but it's a very limited capacity of our full knowledge and full experience and who we really are on that level. And so I think when we die, it's a great expansion into more of the wholeness. Like I can say for myself and my own memories of it, like more of the wholeness of my being rather than just the limited part that is like the personality that's in this body right now. Where you have memories of like so much more of who you are.
Yeah, I definitely do feel like we'll be, you know, our horizons will be broadened and we will be unencumbered in the afterlife.
Yep. That's awesome. I love that. Yeah, I just love that concept, man. That's so beautiful. I resonate with that as well. Yeah. But I think that's kind of our home state in a sense, though. Like, there isn't any like evil in that realm.
Mm-hmm.
So would you describe it as a spirit world?
Oh, definitely. There's a story in the Hadith. There's basically this dude that he's like, you know, he had such a tough life. Like, you know, his parents died and then his kids died and, you know, just trauma after trauma and just like absolutely the worst kind of like horrific things happen to this guy, right? And this is like all kind of like God testing him and it's part of God's plan. But the story is when he died, his soul was taken and he was dipped, just like a toe was dipped into heaven. And from that, he forgot all of the bad things that happened to him. He had no recollection of anything that happened to him on this earth at all. All these negative things, they completely escaped his mind. He had no idea of them. And that's like supposed to be like the paradigm, the dichotomy, the difference, the disparity between this life and the hereafter. You know, just that little amount, and it's like completely flipped on its head. So that's why like I hesitate to say what it's going to be like in the afterlife, because you know it's going to be completely different. I can't even begin to fathom how it's going to be the same.
What do you say about people who say that this is my heaven on earth?
What'd you say?
Some people claim that this is their heaven. Like they say things like bring heaven on earth. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, you can like try to make life as, you know, heavenly as possible. I do feel like the people that actually do have, like, you know, get close to heaven on earth probably aren't being tested. You know, they're not going through traumatic things which develop your character, develop, you know, who you are, make you appreciate the goodness, you know, the small things in life, you know, the priceless things. And I feel like they probably won't transcend as much as those that go through traumatic and, like, you know, core changing things.
So what are we doing in your mind, like in this heavenly realm? Like, what is our experience? Like, are we seeing things? Are we breathing? Are we hearing things? Are we seeing other beings? Are we in like a physical world? Are we?
Are you asking for my opinion or for like Islam's stance?
Well, I was kind of asking, I guess you, but whoever. Yeah, I think
I personally don't know. You know, like I said, that one story with this guy that had all of this evil and trauma and everything that happened to him, and his toe was dipped in the tip of his toe, and he had no recollection of it. You know, like I can't imagine what kind of environment and what we'd be doing there. But there are stories in the Quran and stuff like that about how we'd be basically like in eternal bliss, you know, with rivers of honey and milk, and you know, would be in awe and in loving like presence of the with God and seeing His face and all
can we
this
see
stuff,
can we see the entire Earth, the real model with the sun, the moon, the stars?
Yeah,
how it all works. Yeah, the layout of the map, the real land layout, the North Pole. Can we?
I will tell you one thing. I'll say that Islam is clearly against heliocentrism, because in the Quran it mentions how the sun and the moon are given their they're basically like their duties. They're subjected by God to run their courses, you know, with the moon chasing after the sun, and you know, they're treated very much the same as counterparts. Basically, the sun is the lamp, you know, the warm lamp, and the moon is the cold light. And well, not necessarily cold light. It doesn't say cold. It says like the glowing light. But yeah, and it talks about how they're both moving on their orbits or their courses or what have you. So it's very much against this idea that the sun is 400 times the size of the moon, and conveniently 400 times the distance to the moon as the moon is to the Earth. You know, it's very much clearly geocentric. Whether or not it's a globe, I would say it's clearly, in terms of, you know, the Earth being spread out and stuff.
Wait a minute.
It gives the idea that it's flat, but it also says that at the end times that the Earth will be like wiped flat. So I don't know.
Wait, you're telling me that the Quran is centered around geo?
Hell yeah.
Hey, so I shot the moon last night, you know, at like 6:45. So I didn't expect to see it this morning too much, but it's like only halfway through the sky. That's kind of crazy. Like, it's going to be up longer than 12 hours.
Yeah, because you injured it, man. After you shot it, it started moving slower.
Oh. No, but anyway.
It's walking with the limp.
Wait, so you mentioned heaven. So it sounds like I'm going to get bored real quick in heaven.
Well, my memories of the life between life is that it's like infinite bliss. So it's really the opposite of boring.
No, I feel like I'm gonna get bored. I just have this feeling like I'm gonna get real bored. And if
You know what they say? They
infinite
say
bliss,
boring people get bored.
No,
Well,
no.
the
If you
thing
say
is, you
infinite
can
bliss,
like
wait.
from this
Wait,
idea, like
let's say
you can
something
do
really stupid.
anything you want.
If it's infinite bliss, does that mean that I don't have free will anymore because I'm only on one state?
No, you do. You just only want to go. You're only gonna want to do blissful things.
Like you could
No,
go,
no,
you
but
could
do I
go
have
create
free
a
will,
new. You could go work on creating a whole realm. You could like practice
Okay,
creating
I
an entire
understand
realm.
that, but do I have free will? Because I'm
You
gonna be in
do,
this
yeah, but
constant state
it's
of.
not gonna be
But
in your
you just
nature.
said.
I'm
But you
answering.
just said I'm gonna be in a constant state of bliss. So I don't have free will then.
You have free will, but you're not gonna be. It's not gonna be in your nature to want to do evil.
That's
Like,
not free will.
It is. So a cow has free will to do whatever it wants, right? But it's not
No,
gonna
it
start
doesn't sound like free
like
will.
dancing and doing a hula hoop, like dancing and doing the hula, because it's a cow. It's not in its nature to do that.
Geo, if I'm in a constant state of bliss, and that's the only state I can be in, is that free will too?
Well, the bliss just comes with the.
You could.
We're touching a subject again we can't comprehend.
No, hold up.
No,
Okay, so
answer
you're
the
in a constant
question.
state
Do
of
you-
bliss.
does
It's
anyone
possible
get-
that. Hold up, let me say
No,
this.
I'm
You're in a
asking
constant
other
state of bliss.
people.
It's possible that bliss for you would be doing evil, right? That's possible. The thing is, you're not gonna want to do evil. You're not even gonna think of it because
I want to ask
you're
other
going to be good.
people.
That's why you're in heaven.
I want to ask other people what they think about that statement. Do you think only being able to do good and not even being capable of evil, does that equal free will? Does anyone else want to answer that?
But that is not how it was laid out.
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick? So, free will, what we have on this earth, then we die, and, there's nothing said about free will in the next life. So being in a state of constant bliss may not be free will, who knows? But I mean, the whole free will argument is applying to this life, right? I mean, I don't, where does it say we have free will in the next life?
Well, bliss can
free will,
occur.
what
Bliss
he's
can occur
saying-
with or without free will. Technically, you could have bliss with free will, or you could have bliss without free will. I
That's
just
not true.
stated the bliss.
What he's saying is you're going to be in a constant state. If anyone tells you you're going to be in a constant state, that immediately eliminates free will entirely. Because if you're in a constant state of whatever, bliss, anger, whatever,
That's not true.
It means that you don't have free will.
Right now, you're in a
That's what
constant
it
state
means.
of life.
No.
Does that mean you have no free will?
Proven. This is proven. If
No, but right now you're constantly living. Do you have no free will?
You can't just
living
you can't,
isn't.
you can't die without doing something to your actual body.
Living does not interfere with my
Unless
free
you
will.
can, and that's pretty
does
advanced.
Yeah,
not
and bliss
interfere
need
with
not
my
interfere
free
with it either.
Bliss does. Bliss is saying you can only feel and act and behave a certain way. That's
No,
it.
you can
You
have
can't
multiple
behave in
things that
any
interest
other
you
way.
that you find all blissful.
That's not true.
How's it not true? If I'm interested in like 17 different hobbies and they all bring me bliss and I
Why do you
choose with my
think-
free
why do you
will
think world
to
is
do
so
any
much
one of
fun?
them, it's still free
Why
will.
do you think this world is so much fun? It's because you get to experience everything, all aspects of emotions, all aspects of experiences, all aspects of reality. But in your heaven, I only experience a part of that, which is bliss.
We don't experience
I
every
wanna
aspect of
I
reality.
want to experience hardship. I want to experience stress. I want to experience heartbreak. I want to experience all range of emotion. I don't just want to.
Yeah, so in my viewpoint, you can choose to do that. Like, let's say you're in the spirit world and you're chilling and you're in infinite bliss. Okay, but if you then want to go experience one of those other things, you can do that. And then when you go to experience those other things, you can temporarily take yourself out of the base bliss state into whatever else you might want to experience, whether that's another human life or just some other experience entirely, another dimension, another realm. There's all kinds of. So if you're going to do that, then you can selectively have that experience. But I do think the base level of the experience as a soul in that realm is bliss, has that infinite bliss, infinite love, total peace, harmony, clarity of mind in that sense, like clarity of being.
That sounds really boring. I'm gonna be dead ass. It sounds really, really boring. I don't want to be constantly happy.
Does it sound boring that you can choose a new life?
It sounds kind of boring living in a place where you're gonna be there forever, and your only mode of behavior.
You missed Gio's entire point, bro.
No, that's not. I understand Gio's point, and look, Gio's heaven version of heaven sounds more. It sounds better than whatever the other guy was preaching.
Listen,
Bro,
if
I told
you-
you. Hold up, Tim. Let me just defend that because I told you it's possible that you could do anything you want, anything that gives you, bliss. You can do if it's an evil thing, whatever. Even, but the thing is, when you're in heaven, the disparity from how you are in this world is going to be so much different. You're not going to want the same things. You're not going to this idea that you're going to have the same human desires when you're in the infinite bliss of heaven. You're not going to have the same human desires. It's like you're going to have completely different wants. You understand? So you can't apply the human logic to
I
it.
understand that, and you already explained it. You said the reason why I'm going to behave a certain way, I think a certain way, is because I'm in a constant state of bliss, which means I don't have free will, which means I don't get to make my own choices.
I didn't say that actually.
No, sir, you already explained it. There is no free will in your heaven.
I didn't say that the reason you're going to do that is because you're in a constant state of bliss. I never once said that. I said because you're in a constant state of bliss, you're going to want, because you're only going to want good things.
Do you hear yourself?
You're not going to want the bad things. You understand?
I don't think you hear yourself.
No, I think you don't listen to anyone, Satani.
Dude, you guys are too wrapped up about this guy's preaching and his idea of you're gonna be so happy because happiness is everything we want, right? But you gotta
Exactly, and the things that you're going to want are going to be the good things. They're not going to be the temptations of this life, of like the base degenerate things that we have in this life. You're going to rise above that. You're going to transcend that.
But as you get older, you realize it's not actually the happiness. It's actually the step that took you to the happiness. And this idea that you have of, you're going to be in this constant state of happiness. It's like someone who's in a constant state of weed. Eventually you're going to be like, fuck, I want to get off of this,
Well, exactly.
Yes, there's other things that can make you happy.
Yeah, then you can, incarnate into a human life, or you can.
Can I say something?
Any number of things. Well, let me just say real quick, because to me, the way I see it is that, like, let's say there's God itself, the creator, but then there's like the spirit world with souls, and then there's the physical worlds. So in that sense, like when we die, I don't think we're going right back to the creator. Like I think we're all on a journey. So I don't think the minute you die, you're going right back there, but you're going to like the intermediary, like the spirit realm between the creator and the physical. So there is like that love and bliss, and it's a very, very peaceful, beautiful level in that sense. But we then choose to, I think, for myself, I can say, choose to incarnate in all these different realms. Like there's spirit realms that are associated with other physical realms. The one I'm talking about is like the human spirit world, let's say, because it's connected to this actual physical realm. But from the human spirit world, you can go off to other ones and incarnate in other ones. And I think that even though it is like very blissful and loving and very peaceful in that spirit world, we want to incarnate, we want to do things in order to strengthen ourselves, to learn more. And I think ultimately to go through a process of rejoining with the creator eventually. But it's a whole journey to get there and to go through all of that for each of us.
That sounds amazing. That sounds like an adventure I'm looking forward to.
I was just gonna say something with this whole complaining about no free will in the next life or whatever. So let's just say in heaven, the reality outside of this one, there is no time. It's just eternal. Therefore, there would be no choices because, you're outside of time. Choices happen within time. With no choices, there'd be no free will. So, yeah, I don't really see this whole.
That's a really stupid statement because, can I move from X?
Fuck you, bro. Fuck you, you're fucking dumbass.
Yo, come on.
Don't ever fucking say it's a stupid statement, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Numpty, come on, relax, man.
Can you?
Numpty is right though.
The first thing out of this guy's mouth was my statement and then just like
smash.
That's the first thing out of this guy's mouth. Are you kidding me? That's the first thing I ever heard from you.
Yeah,
the first thing ever addressed to me from you was that, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, Satani, don't throw that kind of shit because it just creates it's bullshit.
But you need not react
I
like
apologize.
that.
I apologize, but it was just
Yeah, my bad. It's just like this guy's fucking ridiculous.
Just let him say his thing and then point out if he thinks what you're saying is stupid, point out how his thing is stupid.
Or just don't call it stupid and just share your viewpoints without that, because that's.
Why is everyone interrupting me? In your heaven, can I move from one place to another?
No, there would be no space or time. It's outside of this reality. There's no movement.
Who am I talking
There's no
to?
choices.
The same
There's
guy,
no
or
time.
just a different guy?
But is there like a different version of space, you think, Noah?
Okay, so this is a completely different version of heaven. I was talking to a different guy earlier. Now someone else is talking.
Dude, everyone's got their own viewpoints, man.
Numpty said something. You said it was stupid, and then he's responding.
Oh, I thought it was the other guy up there. I didn't realize it was someone else.
That's kind of stupid.
Anyway, by calling it stupid. So it doesn't matter who said it.
Yeah, and it's gonna be harder to listen to what you have to say if you're just negating somebody else's point of view when you start out. Like it devalues what you're about to say.
Yeah.
Not really.
Anyways.
If Einstein said, "Hey, your answer or your question was stupid," does that devalue what he's gonna say?
Einstein is not a good example of anybody we respect in here.
Yeah, it's not a good start, dude. It's not a good start.
I mean, Einstein, he probably is, it's probably fair to call whatever he's saying stupid.
Yeah, Satani, we all start at 0, and every time you say something like that, you de-level. So now you're at -5 because you lost 5 points.
No, yeah.
One
Anyways,
point per level.
anyways, back to the fucking subject. Back to the subject at hand. Back to the
Yeah,
subject at hand.
comparing
You know,
yourself
like
to Einstein isn't flattering in here, by the way.
yeah. Anyways, back to the subject at hand. You know, length, distance, height, the things of this reality would not apply in heaven. Seconds, minutes, hours, time would not apply in heaven. Free will, i.e., choices, would not apply in heaven. All these things are earthly. This is all natural earthly realities of this fucking place that we live in. It would not be the place after this.
It's
The place
possible
outside
it
of
is,
this would have different rules.
But do you think
No,
there's
but
like
hold
a
up. It's
different
possible
kind
it
of-
is because it's possible that heaven is still physical, just a different, maybe not terra firma, but a different
maybe
physical.
I could concede that point. Yeah, maybe
what
heaven that was created it does have some sort of different rules that might be similar to this, but who knows? Maybe there isn't at all. Maybe the rules are completely fucking different.
Maybe, but
He
according to
said
the
there's no
scripture, they say
Wait,
that
wait, he just said
God
there's no
created the
space. Why
heavens
would
and
there
the
be
earth,
era?
right? There's like
What?
7 skies, the 7 earths, or what have you. But the point is, it's just like a physical creation, just like Earth.
All right, here's a question. Do you think that you planned your life and chose your life, your parents, your male or female, where you were going to grow up, what your childhood is going to be like, the major events in your life, like the relationships with your siblings, all those kinds of things, your parents, the city you grew up in? Do you think that you had like a planning in that before you incarnated?
Absolutely.
No, I
not.
think God.
Not
I
a
think
chance.
God was the one. I think God was the one who planned that. I didn't.
I
I'm
have
just
an
one
interesting
experiencing
theory.
it. I'm the one experiencing it. God's the one who planned it.
Do you think you could plan it in the future, like a future life?
I don't think in the next life it's gonna be like that. I don't think there's gonna be any planning. That's what I'm saying. I don't think the rules in the next life are probably going to be so drastically different from this one that there's probably not even the concept of planning in that next fucking stage.
I heard Satani say he has an interesting theory when you asked that question. So let's.
I think when you first came to this earth, I think you planned it out before you.
Yo, Satani, really quick, can you like move closer to your mic?
Is this better?
Not really.
Is this better?
That's way better. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, I think we all planned to come here. I don't think any of us came here on randomly, because I don't believe in randomness. And I think everything's planned. So I think you planned your life journey, blah blah blah. And if you have any siblings, I think the siblings are your very closest friends that you guys all decided to come together. I think that's what the concept of siblings are. But
Hold up. Aren't you contradicting yourself? Because you said that like we're just figments of God's mind, basically thoughts in God's mind. So how do thoughts become self-sentient and actualize themselves into existence?
So thoughts are sentient when they become actualized.
You literally just repeated what I said.
yeah, exactly.
I
So
said
when
how?
when they become more than thought, that's when they become sentient.
So God is there, and then the thought, without him doing it, the thought is forming itself in God's mind.
So imagine a famous author, let's say J.K. Rowling, and in her mind she thinks about the Harry Potter world and all the characters and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the movies is like the characters coming to life.
What? The movies are made by people too, man. So
yeah, but you're looking at
she's
it.
thinking of the things. At no point are the words forming on the paper by themselves. She's actually creating them.
Right. And then the movies is the actualization of these characters.
Sure, but the point is, even the movies, they're not like, the film isn't just like forming by itself, or the picture is just forming up by itself, void of the actors that are doing it and void of the director and everything like that. So it's still being created by the author, right? Just like if God's there dreaming everything or thinking of everything, he's creating the thoughts. The thoughts don't come into existence without his, purview or outside of his purview.
Yeah, sure, I agree with that.
But you said that we planned for ourselves to be on this earth or whatever. We basically thought ourselves into existence.
Just like an actor before he jumps on a set, thinks about how he's gonna perform on set, what he's gonna read over his lines, he's gonna prepare, he's gonna plan, and then he jumps onto the set and then he begins acting.
But the actor knows what's coming. The actor knows what's going to come in the future. He knows he's acting. You don't know. You don't know you're acting, and you don't know what comes in the future. So it's not analogous.
Actually, if you actually watch a lot of these acting interviews, they say, how did you perform so well on stage? Or how did you? And they always say, I don't know. Just something came over me. Blah blah blah. That's the thing. Like when you're acting, you don't really know you're acting.
Hey, Satan worship. Did we choose to be hybrids then instead of humans?
When you're
Did
acting,
anyone
you don't know you're acting.
Did anyone else hear?
That's like saying when you're lying, you don't know you're lying.
Last night,
This is fucking bullshit.
Wait, hold on, Numpty. Did anyone else in here?
You chose to come here.
Can I be heard? Did anyone else in here hear what Satan worship was telling us last night about meeting the humans that were actually humans and that we're all hybrids?
I remember that fucking vivid.
So did you choose to be a hybrid? If you choose your life in this life, did you choose to be a hybrid, or did you have a choice to be human?
That's the narrative. That's the story of the film. That's the narrative of the film. The narrative of the film is you have hybrids and humans, and there's this war and blah blah blah. That's the story.
Well, is that something you actually experienced? Because you said you met a tribe of actual humans that could live a long time and couldn't lie.
Yeah, that's just a bunch of characters in the story.
Oh, in your story, or is that actually something that happened to you?
In this reality that we live in, yeah.
Okay, so that's something that did happen to you.
Why are
you went to a safari. You went to a safari, and you were able to go and meet a tribe of people that were actually human and couldn't lie.
Why are we still talking about this? This is like...
Because I'm trying to figure out if you're just trolling or if you're just...
Oh, he's 100% trolling.
He's only going to troll if you feed into it, and you're feeding into it by talking about this stuff that...
Well, he said he'd choose this life and you choose what you want to do, but then he said he's a hybrid and we're hybrids, so did we choose to be hybrids?
Yeah, he was obviously memeing when he said that hybrid crap.
Yeah, you get to choose the character you want to play. If you want to play the villain,
Satani, are you doing the hybrid run again, man?
He's choosing the character he wants to play right now when he's saying this stuff.
I'm saying if you want to play the villain, you get to play the villain. That's the thing. Every story there's the hero and the villain. That's just how it is.
So you choose to play the troll?
I chose to play the villain.
Yeah, he chose to say that he's a astrophysicist on the other channel too, and act like he could debate flat Earth.
No. It's a flat Earth now.
Which channel?
24/7.
24/7.
Yeah.
Hey Tim, what's your problem, man?
He doesn't like astrophysicists.
I don't like you. Because you're a lying troll.
Yeah, it's hard to take you seriously when you're just trolling and making up stuff, and then like, oh, now you want to be serious, and we want to take your ideas seriously, but then you're just like making shit up at the same time. So that's the result of that.
Well, that's the troll, though. I mean, that's what Branch does too. It's kind of
I mean, all my ideas are profound, so I mean, they speak for themselves.
I mean, that's not true.
Yeah, you wish.
Not true, but why are you guys getting like hot and bothered? Why you guys like feed into it and just react? Just roll with the punches,
Because everything I say is gold. That's why.
Yeah, because he's arrogant and insulting, and he thinks we should give him attention.
But you are giving him attention.
All my ideas are gold. That's why you guys listen.
Is that a fact?
We're trying not to listen, but you just keep interrupting with ideas that you think are better than other people's.
So back to somewhat what we were talking about, because percentage went okay. So do you think for real, like when you die, do you think you'll be able to look at the entire Earth as it is, the shape, the size, know what the stars are, the sun, the moon, understand how like the weather, all these different things, even like pendulums and Coriolis and Cavendish and ether? Do you think you'll be able to see the entire thing and have a working understanding of it all?
If I had to speculate, I would say theoretically it's possible, but I probably wouldn't care. I'd be probably more invested doing other things that are more worthy of my time.
You'd just be so over it.
Wouldn't it
doing
like
heavenly shit.
it could be something like in the Matrix where they are when they are outside the Matrix and they're looking at this computer screen and all they see is numbers, but that is actually the reality that Neo was living in before he was taken out, you know. So maybe it's just blurry. You cannot, see trees and all that kind of shit.
What if you could shoot all around it at as fast a speed as you wanted in spirit form and like see the whole thing? That you could fly over like oceans at like thousands of miles an hour just with your consciousness and see the whole thing? See all the stars from all angles?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I think heaven is where the fucking like eternal fucking laws and concepts reside, if that's a good word. They don't need a physical location, but my concept of heaven not being physically located anywhere, but being a separate realm, that's where the eternal things that keep this reality running, I guess, would stay, because they're outside of time. They're just in heaven chilling. You know what I mean? The unseen components of this reality basically would be in heaven.
Yo, those birds sound gangster.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was for a second.
Hey, Gio, I DM'd you about something else just when you get a chance.
Yo, that blue shit, or that who shit, I mean, sorry. The who shit was fucking very interesting. I gotta say. I sent that to Fundy, and he was talking about it too.
Yeah, very interesting, huh?
Yeah, this is the type of shit that I like. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know how to say it. Like the subliminal messages and symbolisms and shit like that. That's the type of shit me and Fundy like fucking send back and forth to each other. You know what I mean? So anything like that, you can push my way.
Who?
Yeah. The who. And it's funny because if we're humans, then we're like of them, or like their property maybe, or something, like, or we came from them, or a part of them, or whatever. You know?
Who's them?
I'll repost the video we were talking about last night. The song "Behind Blue Eyes" by The Who, and it seems like there's a connection to what they were saying to these people, that the cult of chaos is another way of describing them. You could call them the Illuminati, whatever you want to say. There's other interpretations, but the Who, the HU, is like a whole thing that, yeah. I'll put the video in the live stream again, or the two videos.
Do you think okay, what do you guys think happens when people that think the earth was a globe, when they pass away, when they die, like do they realize it wasn't a globe? Like pretty quickly, or like how long, like is it just like, oh yeah, it wasn't a globe?
I think out of sight, out of mind.
Okay, so you think they could go into the after? You could go into the afterlife still thinking it's a globe, or do you think that?
No, I think the conception of reality the conception of the reality we're living in vanish. All the earthly bounds gone.
I agree with that.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly my fucking. That's exactly what I'm saying.
But okay, but from the perspective that the globe Earth is a deception, are you saying these people carry that on? Because they would have memories of where they were, like, oh yeah, I was on. Unless you're saying you don't even remember your life, is that what you're saying? Because if you remember your life, then you'd have to remember, okay, it was on Earth, and then be like, okay, what was Earth? What was I?
There might be a transition period where you might have, like where you're seeing your life pass in front of you or something like that. But I think you forget pretty fast. Like that transition period is not in our understanding far or long. Because people have these near-death experiences where they are met with loved ones and stuff like that. But I just think that is to ease the path over to the other dimension or the other quote-unquote reality.
Did you guys hear about the flat earther that died and went to heaven? Oh, he goes up to heaven and God says, look, see, it's a globe. It was a globe the whole time. You were wrong. The flat earther goes, oh man, this goes higher than I thought.
That's fucking hilarious, dude.
Oh shit! This deception goes way deeper than I originally thought.
Yo, man, they even got
goes all the way to the top,
man.
Or be like, oh, this is a fake god. CGI
yeah, exactly.
God. CGI
right?
god.
And if it was a globe earther that went up to heaven and God said, look, it's flat, you were wrong the whole time, the globe earther would go, computer and simulation.
They'd be like, oh my God, God's a flurf.
Yeah, right. No, they'd be like, this is totally a simulation. Can't be. That is a strange thing about
you know how you hear
it's a simulation in your head.
But like
so
when
it is
people
simulation
die,
theory.
You heard about how like when people die, they like, often like kind of float around their body for a while, maybe kind of check out the scene, maybe even kind of float around, maybe go to their home and, and that like the idea that the soul actually stays kind of connected to the physical realm after it passes away, maybe even through the funeral in a lot of cases, where you stay for your own funeral and kind of, you're there and everything. And then the idea of like ascending, through the light and actually, and if that were to be happening, then you would be taking in the whole physical plane as it fades away into the spirit plane. So like in that concept where you're like actually ascending, like in that way, like it's not a globe. You're not going to be able, you're not going to see a globe. You're going to see the actual plane. And you would know, right?
Yeah,
everyone would know right there, like, oh yeah, it's not a globe.
So what do you guys think about that whole astral projection and then extra like sensory like perception and shit like that? Like, because that's kind of like basically what's happening is you're astral projecting, going around a bit, and then it's like, okay, now it's time to like leave my astral body and go to the fucking real place. You know what I mean? It's kind of like almost similar, except you're dead. Like you can't go back to your body at this point because it's not alive.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm on the fence with all of that.
Yeah, I'm not taking that one.
Well, like when people say that they
make
like
the claims about astral projection, I don't know if anyone has actually substantiated it by like confirming that they have knowledge of something they couldn't have possibly known.
What if you don't actually project, and what happens is a fucking demon shows you a vision, and you actually can predict and see things because the demon goes over there and actually takes what's happening over there and shows it to you. And that's what's actually happening. You're not going anywhere. The demon's just going back and forth and bringing you the information from where it is.
Well, then That's not astral projection. That's your ass in possession.
Nice one.
Would that not be the best trap ever, though? Like, if you were a demon, you know, yeah, I can help you astral project, and then all you do is just convey the information of an astral projection to them from wherever you go, and they think they're actually astral projecting, but you're just giving them all the info.
Yeah, I have heard
It'd be a
some.
very easy trap to lay.
That's
I have heard these scary tales about, oh, you shouldn't meditate, you shouldn't try to seek astral projection, or all that kind of stuff, because that is a gateway for a demon to enter your system or whatever. I have heard stuff like that. I can't remember from what directive, but I have heard something like that.
It's not a demon; it's a frequency. So
You are a
everyone has their
demon.
own.
Shut up.
Everyone has their
Come
own
on,
unique
Tim.
frequency.
Come on, be respectful.
Everyone has their own unique frequency, and when you do these practices, what you're doing is you're calling on different frequencies to intertwine with your own, and then you end up having multiple frequencies, hence multiple personality disorder or schizophrenia. All those things are because those people have multiple frequencies to deal with. And when you do astral projection and meditation, you're basically opening yourself up to receive more than one frequency.
Okay, so an additional frequency is an additional personality, not necessarily a devil.
Yeah, it's an additional personality.
What about people that have good additional personalities? Like imaginary friends and stuff like that.
I mean, it doesn't really matter good or bad. It's just that you're adding in more, and some people can't handling.
Well,
more
no
than
one's been
one.
possessed by an angel.
Some people are considered angelic, so I mean, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Hey, I don't know if you guys were paying attention or not, but I put my oblate moon link at 53 minutes after the hour.
I will take a look at that. Before I do, though, I want to clear up something. I like read out a hadith in terms of like dipping the toe and whatever, and I had it a little bit wrong. So I'll read the actual authentic narration. It says, "On the day of resurrection, the disbeliever who lived the most luxurious will be brought, and it will be said, 'Dip him once in hell.' So he will be dipped in it. Then it will be said to him, 'Oh, so-and-so, have you ever enjoyed any pleasure?' He will say, 'No, I have never enjoyed any pleasure.' Then the believer who suffered the most hardship and trouble will be brought, and it will be said, 'Dip him once into paradise.' So he will be dipped in it, and it will be said to him, 'Oh, so-and-so, have you ever suffered any hardship or trouble?' He will say, 'I have never suffered any hardship or trouble.' So basically, you have no recollection of your current life. That's an authentic narration from Prophet Muhammad. Peace be upon him.
Muhammad is such an honorable man, said nobody.
I haven't met nobody. Till you. The thumbnail is a piece of poop.
Yeah, I don't know why it did that. It's because the video will play. It's on YouTube. It'll play. I don't know why it didn't render. I also got a pretty cool commercial airliner transit on the moon last night.
What airline?
Luna Plenum. The Luna Plenum airline will be flying in front of the moon, everyone. If you look out your left window, you'll see an oblate moon giving us flashes of green. Normally seen when the sun is setting, but here we have the moon rising with green flashes.
What do you think the moon is, Travis?
You're doing your presenter voice. I'm hearing it in the video and hearing it in Discord.
Uh-huh. What do I think the moon is, man?
Yeah.
I don't. I have no clue. No clue. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I appreciate who are the two channels, right? Vibes of the Cosmos and then Flat Earth Philosophy. You know, those two guys are presenting alternatives. The one thing I'll say is like I don't really see the rendering of the continents on the face yet. I don't see it. Like Vibes of the Cosmos will, you know, put out where he thinks South America is and where we are. But it's just not clicking for me yet.
It's a 15-hour flight from Hawaii to Australia, apparently.
Is no one watching my oblate moon video? Come on, guys. I have an oblate moon
No,
at
I'm just watching right now.
at moonrise.
My question is, when was the picture of like the white looking moon taken?
I tell you in the video. I pointed out.
I see the
It was
4:53
just
p.m.
it was just earlier this hour. It was like 40 minutes ago.
Well, we want some live narration.
So,
What do you mean? You want me to present my screen and show you my stuff or what? What do you mean?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Here we go. Let's see if this what did we do last time that worked better than
That's what she said.
All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Geo, okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Settle down, Alexander. All right, so I'm going to open it in paint.net. Okay, so I'm going to open this morning's moon. Hello, moon. And then I'm going to add a layer, which is last night's moon, right there. And then we do a blink test. And now. And how about now? And now. And how about now? All right, so then we're going to do this layer property. See, you guys, I'm not that bad. I'm not that inept, right? So then we're going to change that so we can see the two moons, like the MasterCard. And then I'm just going to slide it on over. Roll it on over. Oh my goodness. Why isn't it matching? And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it.
Refraction.
What was the difference in the position in the sky, Travis?
Well, what do you mean? Like,
was any of them near the horizon, or were they all?
Oh yeah. The orange moon was just rising. Yeah. Yeah. Last night I remember when I was filming it, I was like, "Damn, that looks so blate." But if you haven't seen my other video, Alexander, it's got some really nice green flashes. You can actually see one right here.
Yeah.
I'll.
Yeah, maybe it's blue, but because of the yellow, it becomes green. Yeah. Because the lower edge looks red.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right. But up here it was rippling through.
Yeah.
All up here, the green.
Especially where it started at the top, you could see green. Yeah. But as I say, maybe it's blue and then with the mixing of the yellow, it becomes green. Yeah.
Well, when I was shooting the bay, still when the sun was up, and it just looked like a nice blue sky. But as soon as the sun went down, I could see the filter of the sky at the horizon, and I knew that I was going to probably see a pretty good sight. And as soon as the moon started coming up, it was just green flashes and ripples all up from the top down. So yeah, so there you go. We good?
So then, why do you think it was oblate like that?
Did I kill the chat? Like, where'd you guys go?
Oh no, I asked. I was asking why do you think it was oblate? Like what do you think? Why do you think it came?
It was just a heavy layer of atmosphere that it was going through. As soon as it came up, I could see the green flashes and the shimmers. Like it was going through ripples after ripples after ripples. I'm so pissed off because I would have had to have not pushed record because I was watching for the moon to come up, and as soon as it came up, I put my camera on it. But when I got back, I had nothing from the beginning of it coming up over the landscape. So, but yeah, I mean, it's just the atmosphere, right? Because it wasn't a left to right difference; it was a vertical difference.
So like in a similar way during sunsets, where like the shape of the sun can change, you think similarly the shape of the moon can change as well? In that sense?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the green flashes. I've never heard of a moon being in a green flash. So it'll be interesting to see if I get any reactions from somebody who has moons in green flashes. I guess I could Google it right now, but yeah.
I was just staring at the moon as you heard y'all start talking about that. You know what I think? Uh, I hadn't thought about this before, but I think seeing the same face is weird. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that. I think that that's probably one of the easiest, like, tilt your head to the side and like cock your eyes and go like, what? When they bring up this title locking bullshit. I mean, that's just another thing. Like, so how does Santa Claus get in our house if we don't have a chimney? And then you just got to make up some stupid answer. Like, why do we only see one side of the moon if it's a sphere and if it's rotating? They're like, oh, tidal locking. It just matches up perfectly. It's bullshit. It's a bullshit answer.
It's just that it, because when you look at it when it's just coming up and it's all reddish or orange or yellow, it's facing you 180 degrees that way. And then when it's leaving, like now towards the west, it's like 180 degrees this way now. And I just don't get it. Like over a flat plane, I could see how it even still, because just with each person's field of view, that's what it appears like. Like this 180-degree view, I can stand here in this one position and see the moon traverse the sky. Is like it's obviously not it's obviously not like celestial sphere kind of turning above me. That would and just for me it would seem like that amount of sky was too small, you know. Um, and plus we know it's not going down anyway. But I mean, it just sure the fuck kind of trips you up when it just it's that same face, whether it's on the east side, the west side. You looked at it all night. It's just there facing you. And it's like I can't. It doesn't make sense to me on a globe. I don't at all actually. Like just period. Like you know, I don't know how it does that. Other than I've seen like 3D like pictures and shit that they put in crystals, and they follow you when you walk. If you ever been to a mall, you see those. Like that's the only thing I can think of, and it's like obviously God is awesome enough to do that. But I'm just saying, like I don't know.
Yo, I'm back. And I brought cake, motherfuckers.
All right, then I got one for you on the topic we were discussing. Why does God create suffering?
To test people. That one's easy, man.
Because it's like testing, meaning like strengthening.
The whole point of us being created, arguably, is that we're here to worship God, right? So he tests us to see if we, if we'll be patient and we'll, have faith in God and you worship him, or if we'll fall into evil and sin and stuff like that, and basically like despair is like a huge sin. If you're not relying on God, then and you're like in despair of him, that's like terrible, right? You're basically like not believing in him. And those that pass the test, those that have patience through calamities, they get reward for it. They get good deeds for it, right? And you pass enough tests, you go through that struggle, you're gonna be in heaven. It's said that God tests the ones he loves most, like the hardest. Because the idea is the harder you're tested, the more like rewards you're getting for being patient and for relying on God through that test, and the closer to him you'll be in the afterlife.
I can make a point on what percentage just said. I feel like he's correct in a lot of ways. I feel the same way. I feel like when I was brought to Discord, it was because I wasn't good at handling toxic situations and I was being tested. And I failed miserably, right? So I'm working on that. But it's who you turn to when you get aggravated or what you turn to. So some people, I've said this before, get in a stressful situation, they turn to the bottle or to drugs or to, whatever, vice that they have. They turn to that instead of turning to their creator and going, please help me, right? I know you're there. I fully trust and have faith in you. And I want you to be a part of my struggle and help me through it so so I can glorify you. That's basically the nuts and bolts of it. So we're all gonna fail. It's what we turn to when we do fail.
In Islam, they say there's 4 conditions a person can be in. They can be in the condition of worship, in which case they act with humility. They could be in a condition of sin, in which case they should act with repentance. They could be in a condition of struggle or hardship, in which case they should act with patience. And then the 4th one, I think I forget. If I remember, I'll let you know. But yeah, it's also underpinned by this notion that God never gives you more than you can handle. Like, ever. So any test that you're given, you know, it's not that it'll break you. It's that if you, you know, if you trust in yourself and in God, then you'll get through it and you'll get rewarded for it. He does it because he wants to give you the opportunity to excel. And that's why suicide is like a huge sin in Islam.
Yeah, it's not that you've given up on yourself, you've given up on God.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the way I was taught. That's why suicide is never an option. You should never see that as an option. It is strange though.
Because you're basically
There's
blasphemed by like despairing.
yeah, yeah.
What's the last condition?
You ever heard the idea that if you commit suicide, you'll end up like perhaps choosing to reincarnate into a situation that's basically the same situation until you figure out how to traverse through it?
I haven't heard of that, but
it's like the idea that it doesn't really solve anything. Like you'll just be right back to wherever you need to be to work through that again.
I've always thought that choice is what proves love, right? So you have a lady that you're interested in. She has 10 men that she's choosing from, and all the characteristics, you know, some are this, some are that, some treat her like this, some treat her like that, and she ultimately chooses you, or whichever woman ultimately chooses you, then that proves her love to you. It's the same thing with God. It's the choices you make ultimately prove your love to your Creator. You know, you're giving praise and worship. You know, your every breath is based on that. So why not praise it? And then that proves your love, and that's what He's looking for. Like looking for the ones that choose Him ultimately. So you'll be judged. You're probably like every crime you've ever committed on earth. Every time you go to court, you know, you have to pay a fine, or you know, if you're found guilty and blah blah blah. But in God's eyes, every fine, every sin, everything you do wrong has been paid for already. And when you get to court, if you've been faithful to that, if you trusted in that system, right? If you in that governmental system that He set up when He sent Jesus to forget, you know, to take your sins away, when you get to court and you say, you know, good and faithful, you know, I think I've been good and faithful. So He's going to turn around and say, you have been good and faithful. Welcome, right? Welcome to the chamber of heaven, basically. If you haven't been good and faithful, He's going to say, you know, you've denied me. I don't know you. Who are you? But that's the story anyway. I don't have any reason not to trust that system because it relates to earth. You know, my fleshly walk on earth has similar situations where if I have to go to court the judge is going to judge me based on, who knows me or what I've done, and, if I've been forgiven or if I can pay, if the debt has been paid, because if someone pays my debt here on earth, I can walk free. If I walk in to the court system and someone I don't know paid my fine, then I can just, the judge will say your fine's been paid. You've trusted the system. Have a good day, right? Enjoy the rest of your life. So similar. It's kind of scary. I think that's what the Bible shows too. Like almost every situation, well, I would say every situation in my life, I've been able to turn to the Bible. What does the Bible say is a good start to any issue that I might have. What should I do? How should I act? Where should I turn? I think the Bible gives those answers. It's never lied to me. So that's why I trust it so much.
Oh, the fourth condition, pretty sure, is in times of like goodness and abundance to be thankful.